Savage beasts run rampant, and martial arts flourish. Upon awakening from slumber, Li Luo finds himself transported to a world of high martial prowess. At the outset, he encounters an onslaught of ferocious beasts in a perilous wilderness, sustaining grievous injuries. Just as Li Luo believes his newly acquired life is to be cut short. Ding! The auxiliary sign-in system has been activated. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have attained the cultivation level of a martial saint. Congratulations, host. Daily sign-in rewards you with the Frost Law. Congratulations, host. Daily sign-in rewards you with the Frost Divine Vein. Congratulations, host. Daily sign-in grants you perfect comprehension of SSS-level martial arts. Before long, Li Luo ascends to become the sovereign of the starry sky, ruling over the eternal cosmos. Do not inquire as to the source of my immense strength, for I simply cannot halt my ascent. Chapter 1. Binding the system, commencing with the cultivation level of a martial saint. On Blue Star, in Jiangning province, within a desolate and lifeless corner of the wilderness, long devoid of ferocious beasts. What am I doing here? Is this still my homeland? A young man, gravely injured, slowly opens his eyes, his gaze interwoven with confusion, shock, and disbelief. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of fragmented memories not belonging to him floods his mind, rendering his countenance even more pallid. This is an entirely new world, strikingly similar to Earth, yet fundamentally different in essence. In this realm known as Blue Star, savage beasts reign supreme, and martial arts command respect. As he rapidly assimilates these memories, Li Luo's astonishment deepens. Have I traversed to a parallel Earth? The body he now inhabits shares not only his name, but also his very likeness. His parents were martial artists, yet they met their demise during a sudden and horrifying beast tide that swept through their city when he was but a child. In the aftermath, the government, recognizing the martial lineage of Li Luo's parents, granted him a compensation of nearly 3 million. This sum was sufficient for Li Luo to live a stable life, but he yearned to seize control of his fate, determined to prevent the tragic fate of his parents from befalling him. Thus, from a young age, he embarked on the path of martial cultivation, aspiring to become a formidable force capable of shattering mountains with a single punch and traversing the void, vowing to exterminate the beasts in vengeance for his parents. Yet, it seemed the heavens were not inclined to favor him. Following the extensive consumption of resources required to become a martial artist, the 3 million swiftly vanished. In pursuit of wealth to procure cultivation resources, Li Luo was compelled to venture into the wilderness ravaged by savage beasts. He joined a formidable team of martial artists, hoping for fruitful endeavors, only to be met with an attack from a mid-tier beast general upon entry. The entire martial team was annihilated, and only Li Luo managed to survive by a stroke of luck, seeking refuge in a cave. However, due to severe injuries, he ultimately succumbed, his demise a bitter end. Thus, the current Li Luo has traversed into this world. What the hell, a cataclysmic beginning. As Li Luo felt the waves of pain emanating from the wounds on his body, despair engulfed his heart. Who penned the script? Is this how it is meant to unfold? The desolate wilderness in which he currently finds himself is situated nearly 100 kilometers from the nearest human city. Incredible. Does one lack awareness of their own capabilities? Why venture so far, only to leave me to clean up the mess? Li Luo sat within the confines of the cave, his face devoid of hope. It was utterly incomprehensible as to why the original body, merely a warrior of the martial master level, would venture into a wilderness inhabited by fierce beasts of the beast general level, and furthermore, to delve so deeply within. Was it the audacity bestowed by that peak martial spirit captain? That unfortunate fellow met the most dreadful fate. As the strongest member of their squad, he was directly targeted by that beast general level creature. Were it not for him attracting the creature's attention, the original body would likely have had no opportunity to drag its severely injured form into the cave. A distance of over 100 kilometers is hardly insurmountable for a peak martial master. However, the pressing issue now is that Li Luo is gravely injured, and the D-grade battle armor he dons is severely damaged. Upon exiting the cave, whether he could even run 10 kilometers stands as a significant concern. No, I cannot simply await my demise. I have only just traversed here. I am not yet ready to depart this life. Just as Li Luo stubbornly refused to give in, racking his mind for a solution, a sudden roar of a ferocious beast reverberated from outside the cave, akin to a thunderous clap, shaking the very forest. Well, what's that sound? Li Luo trembled in fright, his heart racing uncontrollably. He hastily struggled to rise, peering towards the cave entrance. In the distant, dense forest, pairs of dark red eyes suddenly appeared. Accompanied by a terrifying aura of a beast general-level creature, it rushed upon him. This is it, it's closing in. Sensing the familiar presence, Li Luo felt an acute sense of impending doom, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. This beast general level creature is none other than the Night Thunderwolf, which had just decimated the entire martial artist squad and was the very cause of the original body's fatal injuries. A mid-level beast general, equivalent to a martial sect master. It had led a tide of beasts, following the scent left by Li Luo all the way here. Damn it! Li Luo was instantly thrown into a state of panic, his body trembling from sheer terror. The cave was completely sealed, offering no escape, while the Night Thunderwolf stood at the entrance, poised to strike at any moment. Given his current state, let alone a mid-level beast general like the Night Thunderwolf, even a mere beast soldier-level creature could easily dispatch him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Li Luo's mind, and he called out to the empty air. Hello, hello, is the system present? After receiving no response, Li Luo, undeterred, continued to make a final effort. Grasping the D-grade longsword in his hand, he softly inquired, Hello, is anyone there? The surrounding silence persisted. Li Luo dragged his weary body through the desolate cave, searching for any sign of life. Elder, are you within? He sought to uncover the novel's hidden treasures that could protect the protagonist in critical moments, or perhaps the remnants of a hidden master. Yet, aside from a few desiccated piles of beast droppings, he found nothing. No way. Is there truly nothing here? Is everything in novels a fabrication? Just as despair threatened to consume him, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding, auxiliary sign-in system successfully activated. Today's sign-in count has been refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in immediately? There really is a system. This voice shone like dawn in the night, instantly illuminating Li Luo's heart. A glimmer of ecstatic joy flickered in his eyes as he responded without hesitation. System, sign me in. In this dire situation, his hopes of turning the tide rested upon the rewards of this sign-in. System, I am counting on you. Li Luo silently chanted in his heart. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Martial Saint Cultivation. Martial Saint. Li Luo's eyes widened in shock, an indescribable wave of elation washing over him. This is it. Chapter 2. The Might of the Martial Saint. Return to the supply base. Boom. A violent tremor suddenly erupted from the dilapidated cave. Under the terrifying aura released by Li Luo upon breaking through to the Martial Saint level, the cave could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy. It collapsed with a thunderous roar. Was it about to cave in? Li Luo furrowed his brow, his body trembling in response. The dreadful pressure of the Martial Saint surged outward, mercilessly shattering the fallen boulders. In an instant, the entire cave ceased to exist. Even the surrounding century-old trees were snapped in unison. Is this the power of a Martial Saint? Li Luo clenched his fists, astonished by the abundant and formidable strength coursing through him. At this moment, his perceptive abilities had also become extraordinarily acute, enabling him to lock onto all targets within 100 miles. His hearing was exceptionally sensitive. The rustling of the wind, the chirping of insects, and even the distant breaths of wild beasts did not escape his ears. As for the ferocious Night Thunderwolf that had been tracking him by scent, it revealed a look of terror the instant Li Luo broke through to the Martial Saint level, promptly turning tail and leading its pack in a panicked retreat. Humph. Trying to escape? Li Luo scoffed, determined not to let the little wolf, which had caused the original body's grievous injury and death, slip away. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Luo leaped gently, soaring into the sky like a superhero from a movie of his past life. He was now a Martial Saint. Effortlessly treading the void, taking off from the ground was a trivial feat. I've found you. Ha ha ha. His extraordinary vision swiftly locked onto the fleeing Night Thunderwolf, which was darting through the dense forest at incredible speed. Li Luo's figure momentarily paused before he unleashed a powerful punch. The wind from his fist howled, as if the air itself were being torn apart. A massive plume of white mist flashed past. Then came a thunderous crash. The mid-level beast General Night Thunderwolf had no chance to react before being obliterated, leaving not even a trace of its remains. Wow, is this truly my strength? Li Luo gazed at the enormous pit in the distance with a hint of exhilaration. It could be said that he had avenged the original body. Suspended high in the sky, Li Luo surveyed the desolate wilderness below. He had now become a formidable figure capable of commanding respect in this savage world of Blue Star. According to the memories that had surfaced in his mind, the ranks of martial practitioners were categorized from lowest to highest as martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial sovereign, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Each rank was further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Across the entire Blue Star world, the number of martial saints among all nations barely exceeded 200. The martial gods were even scarcer, with only 10 in existence. Though that sounded considerable at first glance, when distributed among the nations, it became exceedingly rare. Having transcended to become a powerful figure upon his arrival in this world, Li Luo could not help but smile broadly. He then silently mused, "System, could you elaborate on your functions?" Ding. Function of the auxiliary sign-in system. The host may sign in once daily at any location of their choosing. Each sign-in yields random rewards, which may include level enhancements, divine weapons, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and rare treasures, among others. Alright, understood. Li Luo's eyes brightened upon hearing the system's explanation. Signing in daily was certainly exhilarating. Moreover, there were no location constraints. Ding. Host information panel refreshed. After hearing the system's voice echo in his mind once more, a semi-transparent, technologically sophisticated screen appeared before Li Luo's eyes. Name, Li Luo. Level, Early Martial Saint. Fist strength, 720,000 kg. Power output, 38 times. Cultivation method, D-rank Iron Bone Body Refinement Technique. Martial techniques, C-rank Void Shattering Fist, Advanced. Basic Sword Technique, Intermediate. Type, Ordinary Martial Practitioner. Both the cultivation method and martial techniques belong to the original body, albeit at rather mundane levels and not particularly rare. The comprehension levels of martial techniques were also categorized into 5 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfection. The only highlight on the panel was that astounding 720,000 kg of fist strength, akin to that of a human-shaped mecha. When fully unleashed, his strength could reach an astonishing 736,000 kg. Although Li Luo was merely at the early stage of the martial saint level, his 38-fold explosive power already rivaled that of some seasoned early-stage martial saints. What a thrill! After grasping his own situation, Li Luo willed the system panel to close and prepared to depart the wilderness area, returning to human civilization. With a sudden movement, he shot forward like an arrow, heading towards the supply base stationed 100 kilometers away. Phew! During his journey back to the supply base, Li Luo felt an immense sense of elation. He did not attempt to conceal his martial saint aura. Rather, he reveled in releasing it to the fullest. He soared freely above the wilderness. Suddenly intrigued, he decided to test his strength on the trembling, ferocious beasts below. Take this with a punch. His fist clenched. He unleashed a barrage of punches like cannon fire. Each strike was accompanied by a thunderous roar, causing chaos in the surroundings. The ferocious beasts targeted by Li Luo fell lifelessly, unable to withstand even a single punch from him. This display of power sent shockwaves through the wilderness area. Rocks shattered. Trees toppled, and the ground was riddled with deep craters left in the wake of his punches. Even the strongest of the initial level Lord-class fierce beasts trembled in fear. Who is this formidable figure slaughtering in the novice zone? All the ferocious beasts and martial practitioners within the wilderness sensed his presence. Against these Lord-class beasts and below, Li Luo didn't even need to employ martial techniques. A casual punch was enough to annihilate them. Boom, boom, boom. What is this commotion? Have the beasts gone berserk? The military stationed around the supply base, originally engaged in routine patrols, felt the earth quake violently from the wilderness. They initially suspected a riot among the beasts and promptly entered a state of alert. Heavy artillery lined the base's walls readied for fire. Just as tension filled the air, a powerful martial saint aura emanated from the wilderness, instantly assuaging their worries. This was the presence of a human martial saint, strong and commanding. It instilled a sense of awe. Look, someone else up there. Wow, to be able to fly, they must be a martial king or above. This aura is distinctly that of a saint. I wonder which martial saint it is. Soldiers stationed on the walls of the base felt the unusual aura and quickly looked up, their eyes brimming with excitement and reverence. There are only 41 martial saints in the Great Xia Kingdom. How could they not be thrilled to witness one of them today? In the distance, a figure was rapidly approaching from the sky. It was none other than Li Luo, clad in tattered D-rank battle armor, radiating a martial saint's might that others could scarcely replicate. His form darted across the sky like a bolt of lightning, soaring from the wilderness toward the supply base. Have I arrived so soon? Li Luo gazed ahead, where a massive supply base loomed into view. He had not anticipated his flight speed to be this astonishing. Arriving at the supply base in the blink of an eye, throughout the flight, he had not even exerted his full speed. Suddenly transformed into a martial saint capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, Li Luo felt somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound power. Calming his mind, he dove from the sky, plummeting like a meteor and landing steadily in the central square of the supply base. P.S. The classification of beast levels is as follows: Beast Soldier level, Martial Apprentice, Martial Artist, Martial Master. Beast General level, Martial Spirit, Martial Sovereign, Martial Marquis. Lord level, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint. Beast King level, Martial God. Beast Emperor level, above Martial God. The figures in parentheses correspond to the levels of martial practitioners in relation to the ferocious beasts. Beast Soldiers and Lord level ferocious beasts are classified into elementary, intermediate, and advanced tiers. For instance, the advanced Beast General level corresponds to the Martial Artist General level, without distinctions such as early, mid, late, or peak stages. However, the Beast King does possess such divisions. For example, the early stage of a Beast King aligns with the early stage of a Martial God. New levels follow the Martial God stage. which will be revealed in Chapter 44. In Chapter 3, Identity Verification, Martial Sage Li Luo. As Li Luo descended, an overwhelming aura of Martial Sage level emanated instantaneously, sweeping through the entire base like a tempest, invoking a sense of reverence among all present. The soldiers stationed there and the martial artists preparing to enter the wilderness area could not help but marvel. Martial Sage. Such a terrifying aura. Is this the presence of a martial sage? Which esteemed figure has graced us with their presence? To have just emerged from the wilderness area and witness a martial sage in person, how fortunate am I? Sensing the unique aura belonging to a martial sage, they hurriedly gathered around the central plaza where Li Luo had landed, eager to glimpse the arrival of one of the 41 saints of the Great Xia Kingdom. Why has the esteemed martial sage come here? Lin Yu, the station chief and a mid-level martial king, sensed the martial sage level aura emanating from Li Luo and promptly exited the base, making his way towards the central plaza. His expression was a blend of respect and curiosity, pondering the reason for the martial sage's unexpected visit. Upon arriving at the plaza and recognizing the figure before him, Lin Yu froze in place. The newcomer wore a tattered D-class battle armor, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet radiated an undeniable martial sage aura. Who is this? It was Lin Yu's first encounter with a martial sage presented in such a manner, leaving him perplexed. To avoid the embarrassment of not recognizing the martial sage, he racked his brain but could not fathom the identity of this seemingly young yet somewhat disheveled martial sage. Could this be a newly ascended martial sage? Yet I have not heard any news to that effect. Internally, he speculated, "May I inquire your name, esteemed martial sage?" Lin Yu stepped forward, speaking with utmost deference. Li Luo turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, noting the insignia indicating his rank as a colonel, coupled with the aura of a mid-level martial king. "I am Li Luo, a member of the Fanya team." With the technology available in this world, investigating one's own identity was astonishingly simple, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. Deceit would only lead to a lower status. The Fanya team was the group Li Luo had chosen to join upon entering the wilderness area, though now he stood alone, his companions having perished. Upon hearing this response, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming into one of incredulity, as if Li Luo were jesting. He chuckled awkwardly. "Esteemed martial sage, surely you jest." He found it implausible that a martial sage would team up with other martial artists to venture into the wilderness area. However, Li Luo's calm gaze met Lin Yu's. "Do I appear to be joking?" The martial sage's imposing aura caused Lin Yu's heart to quiver. To confirm this mysterious martial sage's identity, Lin Yu could only respectfully arrange for someone to attend to Li Luo's needs while simultaneously investigating Li Luo's background in the Fanya team. Li Luo retreated to the VIP lounge of the supply base, relishing a hot shower that cascaded over his robust physique. After his bath, he donned fresh garments, appearing rejuvenated. Coupled with his martial sage aura, none dared to overlook his presence. "Esteemed martial sage, please follow me," the staff member smiled sweetly, leading the freshly bathed Li Luo to the dining room. Very well. Having just emerged from the wilderness area, Li Luo indeed felt some hunger. Upon entering the private dining room, he found the table laden with an array of dishes made from ferocious beast meat, while the staff stood respectfully by, awaiting his command, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was their first time being so close to a martial sage. Li Luo seated himself and, disregarding all else, began to savor the exclusive delicacy of ferocious beast meat, which offered a unique flavor distinct from the dishes of his former life. This meat was not only delectable but also rich in energy and nutrition, making it the finest sustenance for martial artists. Meanwhile, Lin Yu successfully verified Li Luo's identity while he indulged in his meal, his face reflecting disbelief. Is it truly real? The information revealed that there indeed existed a martial artist named Li Luo in the Fanya team. Except for discrepancies in rank, all other details matched. How could a peak martial master transform into a martial sage? This was utterly preposterous. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. It was beyond comprehension. The Fanya team had entered the wilderness area approximately a week prior, after which no news had emerged. How had Li Luo managed to ascend from martial master to martial sage during that time? Could he have encountered a significant opportunity in the wilderness? After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how a martial artist could achieve such rapid advancements through 7 realms. A miracle. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Yu dared not delay, hastening to report the momentous news of martial artist Li Luo's ascension to martial sage to his superiors, believing this information would soon astonish the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom. After satisfying his hunger, Li Luo contentedly belched. Now a martial sage. The enhancement from consuming ferocious beast meat below the Lord level was negligible, yet he had indulged due to the novelty of the experience. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Lin Yu entered the private room with a gentle smile. Following his report to the higher-ups, a swift response had come through, instructing him to ascertain the specifics of Li Luo's breakthrough to martial sage. To uncover the precise reasons, he had to inquire directly with the individual involved. After entering, Lin Yu gestured for the staff to leave before turning to Li Luo with a smile. Martial Sage, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Quite well, Li Luo replied. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lin Yu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The ensuing topic was somewhat sensitive. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Martial Sage Li Luo, if I may be so bold. I am curious how you managed to ascend from Martial Master to Martial Sage in such a short span of time. Before him sat a legitimate Martial Sage. And if he chose not to respond, Lin Yu would have no recourse. Furthermore, he was reluctant to pry but was compelled by his superior's orders. After speaking, he anxiously observed Li Luo's facial expressions, relieved that no displeasure surfaced. Li Luo had already devised a response to this question during his journey back to the supply base. He feigned deep thought before calmly stating, shortly after entering the wilderness area, the Fangya team was ambushed by a mid-level beast general. The entire team was nearly annihilated. I narrowly escaped, severely injured, and took refuge in a hidden cave. Within that cave, I discovered several energy crystals, possibly of cosmic origin, brimming with astonishing energy. I attempted to absorb them, and unexpectedly, their potent energy propelled me into the Martial Sage realm. Li Luo recounted the entire process with serene composure. In just over a week, it is utterly implausible for a martial artist to ascend to the rank of a Martial Sage. One can only endeavor to present this to others in a manner that sounds somewhat reasonable. The absence of such energy crystals on Blue Star does not imply their non-existence in the universe. Regardless, he is now a Martial Sage. And even disbelief cannot alter that fact. Shall we capture him for research? With a punch bearing a force of 720,000 kilograms. I asked, can you withstand that? Chapter 4. The Special Energy Crystals? The Frenzied Crowd. Lin Yu stood by, utterly astonished. What manner of energy crystal could enable a martial artist to leap directly to the realm of the Martial Sage? Is it conceivable that such energy crystals, descending from the cosmos, have accidentally fallen into the wilderness? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu respectfully inquired, Martial Sage Li, do you still possess any of those energy crystals or the remnants left after their absorption? Might I have a glimpse? Li Luo shook his head, his expression unchanged. I apologize, Director Lin, but I must disappoint you. Those few energy crystals have been entirely absorbed by me. He could not produce fabricated energy crystals. Very well. Lin Yu listened to Li Luo's explanation, his heart a mixture of belief and skepticism. Yet, the truth remained that Li Luo had indeed broken through from the pinnacle of a martial artist to a martial sage in just about 10 days within the wilderness. Furthermore, the sole eyewitnesses, the Fangtooth squad, had all perished at the hands of ferocious beasts. The possibility of having absorbed special energy crystals from the universe was indeed plausible. As Blue Star remained insignificantly small in the vast cosmos, Lin Yu had no choice but to settle for a secondary inquiry. Martial Sage Li, could you disclose the location of the cave where you discovered these special energy crystals? If what you say is true, it would astonish the entirety of Blue Star. Martial artists could directly ascend to the rank of Martial Sage. What heights might martial sages or divine warriors achieve upon consuming them? Ah well, no problem. Li Luo feigned a look of indecision, as if he had pondered deeply. In truth, within that cave he spoke of, aside from a few clumps of desiccated beast excrement, nothing else remained. Moreover, the cave could no longer withstand the aura of his breakthrough to Martial Sage, having collapsed into a mere ruin. I have answered all your inquiries. Director Lin, it is time for me to return. Li Luo stood up and declared, I wish to experience the human cities of Blue Star. After evolving into a martial artist, he left the orphanage and now resided in his own community. Li Luo was not without a place to call home. Indeed. I bid you farewell, Martial Sage Li. Lin Yu, upon hearing of Li Luo's departure, refrained from attempting to dissuade him, not wishing to invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. After all, he had already relayed the pertinent information back. The matters concerning this enigmatic newly ascended martial sage were now beyond his concern. As for recruiting Li Luo, he, a mere martial king, was hardly qualified. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, Li Luo exited the supply base building. What discussions transpired between the martial sage and the director remained unclear. Was it about the lord-level beasts in the wilderness that were on the verge of breakthrough? Uncertain. The martial sage had yet to appear, and impatience grew among the crowd. Why not go in and urge him? When will I ever attain the strength of a martial sage? Outside, a throng of martial artists and soldiers gathered, their hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement. As Li Luo emerged, a fresh visage captivating the crowd, an indescribable aura of terror enveloped him, one only possessed by those standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. The martial sage has appeared. Wow, the aura of the martial sage is truly terrifying. It feels as if just his presence could crush me. This martial sage seems unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen him before. All eyes fervently focused on Li Luo, their excitement palpable. So many have gathered. Li Luo mused internally, suddenly realizing how gravely he had underestimated the allure a martial sage held for ordinary martial artists. In the entirety of the Great Xia nation, with its hundreds of millions of inhabitants, only 41 martial sages had been born, a ratio astonishingly low. With that thought, A subtle smile graced Li Luo's lips as he offered a slight nod to the surrounding crowd. Then, the very air around him seemed to solidify, and a powerful aura emanated from within him, swiftly enveloping the entire base. The crowd gasped, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of oppressive force. Boom! With a swift motion, Li Luo launched himself skyward, transforming into a streak of light akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the distant city. As for why he did not suppress his aura, he had no desire to resemble those protagonists from novels he had read before, possessing immense power, yet being provoked by mere bystanders. Wow! The onlookers gazed in admiration at the spectacle, immersed in the awe inspired by a martial sage. Only when Li Luo's figure vanished from sight did they awaken from their trance, bursting into animated discussions. Soon, they discerned a peculiar detail. This martial sage did not appear to be one of the 41 sages from the Great Xia. Coupled with his youthful appearance, he seemed barely in his 20s, leading them to speculate he might be a prodigy who had just broken through. This revelation ignited fervor among the crowd, infused with respect and envy. Once Li Luo departed, Lin Yu sprang into action. Someone, summon the commander of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Inform him of a new urgent task that requires his immediate attention. He dispatched the most elite Wolf Fong Brigade from the base to search for the cave Li Luo described, which was said to harbor special energy crystals, hoping to uncover any traces. If such energy crystals truly existed, the martial artists of Blue Star would usher in a new era, potentially breaking the current stalemate between humanity and ferocious beasts. Li Luo's speed was akin to lightning, leaving a brilliant trail in the sky. From below, it resembled a shooting star, visible only to martial artists of higher ranks who recognized it as a person soaring towards the city at incredible velocity. Before long, a bustling city began to materialize before Li Luo's eyes. Unlike the cities of his past life, this one bore an air of technological advancement. How swiftly I have arrived, Li Luo murmured, marveling at the advantages of martial sage cultivation. He felt like an upgraded version of Captain America. Suppressing his martial sage aura, Li Luo easily located the neighborhood where his original self resided, situated in the city's outskirts, known as Lin Yu Mountain Villa. Viewed from above, the entire community appeared tidy and orderly, shaded by verdant trees, exuding a tranquil and comfortable ambience. While not exceptionally opulent, it was certainly beyond the means of an average person. Let me see where it is. With keen eyes, Li Luo swiftly scanned the neighborhood, and soon, based on his memory, he found his home, a quaint villa nestled deep within Lin Yu Mountain Villa. The design was simple yet elegant, featuring white walls complemented by black window frames, exuding an air of sophistication without losing its gravity. Surrounding the villa was a spacious courtyard, adorned with a variety of flora, releasing a delicate fragrance. This was indeed a symbol of his original self's identity as a peak martial artist, purchased at a price more affordable than that of an ordinary person. Quite satisfactory. After surveying the exterior, Li Luo wasted no time and descended directly in front of his house. Chapter 5. The Frost Martial Artist, an invitation from the Elders' Council. The villa's lock was equipped with a high-tech facial recognition system, eliminating the need for a key. Standing before the door, Li Luo leaned his face close to the lock, allowing the intelligent system to scan his features meticulously. With a crisp beep, the door unlocked. The system confirmed the identity with a resonant voice. Recognition successful. Master, welcome home. Following this, the door lock emitted a subtle mechanical whirring sound and swiftly unlocked. Should there be multiple failed attempts at recognition or an unauthorized intrusion, an alarm would automatically sound, notifying the security personnel within the community. Is this my home? Li Luo stepped inside, and the familiar furnishings greeted his eyes. Yet, an inexplicable sense of estrangement lingered in his heart. This sensation likely stemmed from the fact that he was not a native of this world. After traversing realms, he had inherited the memories of his former self. Li Luo pushed the door open and reclined on the sofa. He then turned on the television, which was currently broadcasting the news. Recently, the maritime defense line of the Liaohai Province Military District had been repeatedly assaulted by Lord-level beast tides, resulting in thousands of soldiers injured and hundreds sacrificed. In a wilderness area of Longyu Province, a monstrous beast riot had claimed the lives of hundreds of warriors and attempted to breach supply bases to invade the city. Fortunately, it had been successfully suppressed by Chunin, a formidable warrior at the early stage of Martial Emperor, who was the president of the local Elder Council branch. Zhao Tianhai, a peak martial king from Central Plains Province, had successfully broken through to Martial Emperor 3 days prior. Let us celebrate his achievement. The content of the televised news bore significant differences from that of his previous life. It was evident that monstrous beasts were persistently attempting to invade human territories. The Blue Star world was indeed fraught with peril. Li Luo lay comfortably on the sofa, reflecting on the news broadcast with a sigh. Thankfully, he was now a martial saint, no longer having to fear being devoured by a beast suddenly invading the city. A martial saint at the initial stage in the Blue Star was already considered a top-tier powerhouse, enjoying substantial assurances of personal safety. After listening to the news for a while, Li Luo's gaze gradually became dreamy. He yawned, glancing out at the darkening sky, a wave of weariness washing over him. Despite possessing the physique of a martial saint, which allowed him to endure several weeks without sleep without feeling fatigued, he could not shake his habitual tendencies. He switched off the television and soon fell asleep on his bed. The following morning, Li Luo awoke early, filled with excitement. Today he could sign in again. Today's sign-in count has refreshed. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Sign in. Without hesitation, Li Luo affirmed within his mind, eagerly anticipating today's system reward. If he were to receive another infusion of cultivation, he could truly traverse the perilous blue star world with ease. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained affinity with the ice element. As the system's voice faded, Li Luo suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of unique power coursing through him. With a mere thought, this power erupted like a spring, swiftly filling his limbs and bones. Immediately, the surrounding air was influenced by this power, causing a rapid drop in temperature. The once warm interior transformed into a frigid realm. The air around Li Luo began to condense, forming delicate frost. This frost accumulated continuously, quickly spreading throughout the villa. A thin layer of ice crystals blanketed the floor, walls, and furniture, as if the entire villa had been enveloped by a world of ice and snow, and it continued to expand outward, threatening to engulf the entire community if left unchecked. So this is the meaning of ice element affinity. Feeling the magnitude of this power, Li Luo could not help but feel a surge of delight. He hastily focused his mind, retracting the power back into his body. With Li Luo's control, the impact was minimal. The frost within the villa began to gradually melt away, and the temperature slowly rose. The personal information panel of the system reflected changes as well. Type: Ordinary Warrior, Frost Warrior. Li Luo had now become an elemental warrior, endowed with the ability to wield the power of ice. His combat prowess had significantly improved compared to ordinary warriors, no longer ranking at the bottom among the 42 saints of the Great Xia Kingdom, including Li Luo. He could now surpass several others. Previously, his explosive power, though comparable to some seasoned early-stage martial saints, lacked any high-level martial techniques or skills and had not harnessed any natural elements. Thus, his strength was naturally at the lower end among the martial saints of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, effortlessly dispatching a martial king like Lin Yu was a trivial undertaking, requiring minimal effort. As Li Luo eagerly explored the icy power within him, his heightened perception suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual aura entering the Lin Yushan Villa community. Drawing closer to his current location, "Is someone looking for me?" he murmured, noting that it was a mid-stage martial emperor. Li Luo furrowed his brow, mentally scrutinizing the man from a distance, rapidly uncovering his details. However, sensing no malice, he dismissed the concern. As long as the intruder was not a martial god, everything would be manageable. There were only 3 martial gods in the Great Xia Kingdom, each preoccupied with their own affairs, as indicated in the news. A mere small fry like himself should not provoke them to personally investigate the secrets he harbored. Before long, a crisp knock echoed at the door, shattering the villa's tranquility. Only one person stood there, Wang Ming, the president of the Elder Council branch in Jiangning Province, who arrived with goodwill. The Elder Council was a coalition formed by the 3 martial gods and 41 martial saints of the Great Xia Kingdom, overseeing the nation and maintaining its operations. Through the reports from Lin Yu, the supply base station chief, the Elder Council had become aware of the new martial saint, Li Luo, who had unexpectedly absorbed energy crystals from the cosmos in a wilderness area. Although they were somewhat skeptical, they promptly dispatched someone to either win him over or stabilize his position, eager to discern Li Luo's decision. The consensus among the 3 martial gods was clear, regardless of how this martial saint came to be. As long as he could follow orders to repel the beast-tide invasion, all would be well. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to act. Given the current situation in the Great Xia Kingdom, an unstable martial saint could not be tolerated. This must be the place. Why does it feel a bit cold around here? Is it the community's doing? I didn't feel this earlier. How strange. Wang Ming shivered slightly after knocking, astonished at the unexpected chill. Despite having achieved mid-stage martial emperor and being a frost warrior, he had significant immunity to cold, making it all the more peculiar to feel such coldness on a clear day. Who are you? Li Luo opened the door, gazing at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Upon learning Wang Ming's identity, he invited him inside. The Elder Council's efficiency was impressive. He had just returned from the wilderness area to the supply base yesterday, and today they were already informed and sending someone over. However, it seemed they were not there to capture or study him. Regarding the Elder Council mentioned by Wang Ming, only those who had broken through to the martial saint level were eligible for an invitation to join and become one of the elders maintaining the nation's operations. Apart from Li Luo, the other 41 martial saints had chosen to join and serve as elders, enjoying prestigious status and special benefits, wielding substantial power that placed them at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom. Individuals like Wang Ming, who were the presidents of the Elder Council branches in each city, held considerably less power than the elders, but still had to be martial kings or higher to serve. In economically disadvantaged cities, the branch presidents were martial kings, while the more prosperous ones had martial emperors. Lord Li Luo, congratulations on your breakthrough to martial saint. I represent the 3 esteemed elders of the sequence to extend an invitation for you to join the Council of Elders. Upon your ascension to the rank of Martial Saint, you shall be eligible to assume the position of an ordinary elder, earning the admiration of the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom. As for the 3 sequence elders mentioned, they are renowned as the pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom, formidable martial gods whose strength is unfathomable. Chapter 6. Generous Conditions and 2 Choices. These are the benefits and terms laid before you for your consideration. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Wang Ming respectfully presented the meticulously prepared documents and stipulations to Li Luo. Very well, Li Luo replied, slightly parting his lips as he reached out to accept the materials, perusing them with great care. The conditions proposed by the Council of Elders were exceedingly generous, categorized into 2 distinct clauses. The first option allows one to become a fully fledged martial saint under the Great Xia Kingdom, with the privilege of serving as the highest commander in each province, wielding supreme authority and the power of life and death within the realm. Alternatively, one could opt to enter the military and be granted the title of general, receiving an annual budget of 200 billion for operational expenses, along with numerous privileges. However, adherence to the Council's directives and regulations is mandatory, with penalties for non-compliance. The second choice is to become an honorary martial saint of the Great Xia Kingdom's Council, bestowed with a nominal title of general, albeit with far less substantial benefits compared to the fully fledged martial saints, receiving only 20 billion annually for operational costs. This option, however, imposes no personal restrictions, allowing one the freedom to accept or decline the Council's commands. Both choices entail becoming a member of the Council's numerous elders, with the only difference lying in the degree of autonomy afforded. Some martial emperors, upon breaking through to martial saint, may wish to evade constraints or avoid trivial matters, desiring instead to focus solely on their cultivation and ascension to greater strength, thus opting for the latter choice. Conversely, others may choose the former, committing themselves to serve the nation as a fully fledged martial saint, enjoying the highest privileges while bearing corresponding responsibilities. Which path shall I choose? Li Luo found himself ensnared in contemplation before the 2 options, ultimately leaning towards the first, aspiring to become the highest commander in a province. After reviewing the various regulations of the Council, he perceived them as not overly stringent. Commands, unless in urgent situations, would rarely be issued. In day-to-day terms, one could be likened to a feudal lord, a sovereign in their own right. The constraints were also less burdensome than those faced in military service. I choose the first option, Li Luo declared after careful deliberation, having resolved within himself to undertake the role of commander. Martial Saint Li Luo, I express my gratitude for your choice, Wang Ming replied, his smile blossoming further. The number of martial saints across the entirety of Blue Star is exceedingly rare, totaling merely over 200. Every nation is in dire need of martial saints. Particularly in recent years, the frequency of beastly incursions into human territories has escalated, with multiple mid-tier lord-level beasts breaching the high-tier ranks in the oceans. Their numbers are gradually surpassing those of human martial saints. The impact on the coastal defenses of the Great Xia Kingdom has become increasingly pronounced, with several near breaches of our lines. Fortunately, each time, the sequence elders have intervened to repel the threats, yet the situation remains dire. Each year, the casualties among soldiers tasked with resisting these incursions number in the tens of thousands, with even more left injured or disabled. Land-based beasts are manageable for now, their rate of advancement not as rapid. Our defenses can temporarily hold them at bay. However, the maritime beasts grow ever stronger, and humanity finds itself at a loss for effective countermeasures. Thus, whenever a martial saint or a martial god emerges in any nation, the strain on the defenses against these beasts is alleviated significantly, reducing the likelihood of a tidal wave of beasts breaching the cities. Wang Ming was deeply appreciative of Li Luo's decision. The combat prowess of a single martial saint surpasses that of thousands of ordinary soldiers or martial artists. Even though Li Luo's strength, catalyzed through special energy crystals, might place him among the lower echelons of martial saints, his presence would still save many valiant warriors from perishing in the battles against beastly tides. Martial Saint Li Luo, do you wish to assume the position of commander in a province, or would you prefer to join the military? Wang Ming inquired with specificity. I wish to serve as the commander, Li Luo replied, a smile gracing his lips. What joy could the military bring compared to being a feudal lord? Excellent, no problem. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. Internally, he had hoped for Li Luo to enter the military, yet serving as a commander is also a commendable choice, albeit with differing levels of risk. The military stationed along the coastal defenses faces daily incursions from beasts, with the potential for an unexpected king-level beast to emerge, posing a threat even to martial saints. In a cheerful atmosphere, Li Luo swiftly completed the signing of the council's regulations. He was free to select from among the 13 provincial commanders of the Great Xia Kingdom. The number of commanders stationed in each province varied based on the frequency of beastly incursions. Coastal provinces had the highest number. For instance, Jiangning Province, which interfaces with the ocean, had 3 commanders stationed there. In contrast, The inland provinces, such as Central Plains and Jinyang, faced significantly lighter threats, necessitating only 2 commanders. After careful consideration, Li Luo decided to assume the position of commander in Jiangning province. With greater power comes greater responsibility. He was eager to witness firsthand the ferocity of the beastly tides along the coastal defenses. Martial Saint Li Luo, your choice has been approved. Congratulations on becoming the 4th commander of Jiangning province. The Council of Elders welcomes your addition. We have prepared a luxurious villa worth 10 billion for you in the city center. Here is the location of the villa. You may reside there at your convenience. Should you find it unsatisfactory, you are welcome to seek an alternative. The 200 billion operational budget will be transferred to your account shortly. If you have the time, you may proceed to your new post at the command house anytime, Wang Ming recounted with a beaming smile. Having reported Li Luo's choice back to the council, he swiftly received a response. The 3 martial gods, pleased with Li Luo's cooperation, decided to forego the second option, choosing not to impose restrictions on him at this juncture, opting instead to carefully investigate the secrets he possessed. Martial Saint Li Luo, I shall not intrude upon you any longer. After confirming Li Luo's commencement date and obtaining his consent regarding matters of personal privacy, Wang Ming prepared to take his leave. He had plans to widely publicize the emergence of yet another martial saint within the Great Xia Kingdom, inspiring countless martial artists in the process, for which Li Luo's presence would be pivotal. Thank you for your hard work, President Wang, Li Luo said, rising to see him off. Just as he sensed Wang Ming's aura leaving the Lin Yu Mountain Villa community, a notification chimed on his phone. 200 billion had been deposited into his account. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Li Luo, exhilarated, counted the balance, marveling at the substantial sum. 200 billion, neither a penny more nor a penny less. Now, I am indeed a wealthy man, he mused contentedly, reclining back on the sofa in delight. For a martial saint-level warrior, possessing 200 billion is not considered excessive. At this level of strength, an abundance of wealth holds little utility, as many precious resources cannot be purchased outright, but must instead be exchanged for resources of equivalent value. Wang Ming had also informed him that upon assuming the role of commander, the council would distribute rare resources beneficial to martial saints. All elders receive such provisions, though honorary elders receive a lesser amount. Additionally, he could freely comprehend the council's collection of numerous high-tier martial techniques and cultivation methods. However, this comes at a cost. He would eventually need to create some original techniques or martial arts to contribute to the council. What kind of resources would they provide? Perhaps I should move first. Beyond resources, the council has also prepared a lavish villa worth 10 billion for Li Luo in the city center. The villa he currently resides in was purchased for merely a few million, a price reduced in light of his status as a martial master. If a villa worth a few million is already so opulent, one can only imagine the extravagance of a 10 billion villa. Chapter 7. Moving into the villa. The 42nd Martial Saint. Is this the place? Following the address provided by Wang Ming, Li Luo swiftly arrived at his destination. His figure descended gracefully from the sky. Before his eyes lay the bustling city center, where a magnificent villa community known as the Glorious Mansion came into view. From above, it was evident that the scale and opulence of the villas within far surpassed the Lin Yushan manor he had previously resided in. This community was home to renowned martial artists and their families from Jiangning province. With the information given by Wang Ming, Li Luo quickly located the villa specially prepared for him by the Elders' Council. It was the most luxurious and well-positioned house in the entire community. It appears quite satisfactory. Li Luo smiled broadly, feeling a sense of contentment. As a formidable martial saint and one of the 4 guardians of Jiangning province, it was only fitting that his residence reflected his status. In a flash, Li Luo's figure darted down from the sky, landing steadily at the villa's entrance. At this moment, dozens of servants, already informed of his arrival, stood neatly in line at the door under the guidance of the butler. As Li Luo descended, an aura of terrifying strength radiated from him, sending a shiver through the assembled staff. What an awe-inspiring presence. The line of servants, initially startled, soon recognized him as the future master of the villa. The unmistakable aura of a martial saint could not be mistaken. An elderly gentleman clad in a crisp butler's uniform, appearing vigorous and sprightly, quickly stepped forward. His eyes sparkled with respect as he slightly bowed to Li Luo, saying, "Welcome, sir. I am your dedicated butler, responsible for managing all affairs within this villa. Please feel free to instruct me with any needs you may have." Li Luo nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the elder butler and the other servants. He sensed that while the butler's aura was restrained, it was profound and steady. Indeed, a late-stage martial spirit practitioner. However, he seemed to bear internal injuries that would likely prevent him from ever advancing further. The other servants, though merely martial disciple level, moved with a swiftness that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, having been meticulously selected and trained to serve powerful figures like Li Luo. Some martial artists, unlike Li Luo, were not solitary but hailed from influential martial families with their own kin, thus requiring assistance. "Thank you for your efforts," Li Luo spoke lightly, slightly tempering the martial saint aura that enveloped him. "Sir, if it pleases you, You may call me Butler Lu from now on, the butler replied with a humble smile. He had previously been a junior officer in the military, sustaining grave injuries while defending against ferocious beasts. Though he miraculously survived, he was left with lasting ailments that diminished his strength. The military leadership, in consideration of his condition, had approved his early retirement, granting him a severance package and assigning him a more manageable position, assuring him he would no longer need to face the battlefield. Little did he expect to become the butler for a martial saint, a truly fortunate position that he cherished dearly. Sir, please follow me, Butler Lu said, guiding Li Luo as they strolled through the villa, allowing him to familiarize himself with his new home. The villa was expansive, akin to a small palace, with vast interiors adorned with numerous priceless artworks. The structure predominantly utilized sturdy B-grade materials, with some areas reinforced with even more resilient A-grade materials, effectively resisting damage. Each room was equipped with top-tier technological amenities, from a private swimming pool to a luxurious training facility, epitomizing ultimate luxury and comfort, while symbolizing the noble status of its master. Sir, do you have any opinions regarding the number of servants? Should we consider increasing their numbers? Butler Lu, noting Li Luo's satisfaction with the villa, took the opportunity to inquire. No, I have no objections, Li Luo replied nonchalantly. Presently, the villa was staffed with 5 male and 5 female servants, all at the martial disciple level, adept in their tasks. He was not incapacitated and did not require an excessive number of attendants. Butler Lu, you may manage the affairs of the villa as you see fit. Butler Lu promptly responded, Understood, sir. Thank you for your trust. I will manage it well. Subsequently, Li Luo waved for Butler Lu to return to his duties. After resting in the villa for a brief moment, he exchanged pleasantries with Butler Lu before rising to depart, heading towards the Elders Council branch in Jiangning Province to find Wang Ming. According to Wang Ming, he intended to hold a press conference upon returning to announce the arrival of the 4th martial saint of the Great Xia Kingdom. With noon approaching, it was time to fulfill that appointment. Goodbye, sir, Butler Lu respectfully called out as he watched Li Luo leap into the air, transforming into a shooting star that vanished into the vast sky. The Great Xia Kingdom had welcomed another martial saint, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Yet, Lu had never heard of this martial saint before, as if he had materialized from thin air. Lu felt a twinge of envy towards Li Luo, who had achieved martial saint status at such a young age and risen to become an elder within the council. In contrast, his own talent was mediocre. After mustering the resolve to join the military for training, he had been gravely injured by a ferocious beast. His life would henceforth be confined to the realm of martial spirit. Chapter 8. Grand Announcements, SSS-rank Techniques. The lively atmosphere had already been ignited in the Jiangning Province, Jingyang City, at the Elders Council branch. Under Wang Ming's summons, journalists from various media outlets gathered in droves. All necessary equipment was at the ready, prepared to document this historic moment. Wang Ming stood at the front desk of the branch hall, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Greetings, esteemed journalists. I am President Wang Ming. I have convened you all here today to announce a momentous piece of news to the nation. Our Great Xia Kingdom has welcomed a new martial saint, who is currently right here within Jiangning Province. Please hold for a moment. You will soon learn the identity of this newly ascended martial saint. Wang Ming's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. A newly ascended martial saint. This is fantastic. The Great Xia Kingdom has finally seen the emergence of a martial saint once more. I wonder which martial emperor has successfully broken through? As soon as Wang Ming's words fell, a chorus of excited voices arose from the crowd. No one doubted Wang Ming's honesty. Such news was not something one dared to fabricate. Everyone was curious about which martial emperor from Jiangning Province had achieved this breakthrough. Just as Wang Ming was preparing to contact the protagonist of the event, Li Luo, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. The martial saint Li Luo had arrived. Quickly, he gathered the vice president and several senior members of the branch to go out and greet him. Upon reaching the entrance of the branch, they beheld a figure descending from the sky, landing solidly on the ground, emanating an imposing martial saint aura. Martial Saint Li Luo, you have arrived just in time. I was just about to notify you. Wang Ming warmly welcomed him, extending his hand for a firm handshake. President Wang, I haven't arrived late, have I? Li Luo asked, slightly tempering his aura, smiling as he spoke. No. You have arrived perfectly on time. Please, come inside, Wang Ming replied, beaming with a smile. Even if Li Luo had been late, he would not have dared to voice a complaint. This aura is the sacred might. The journalists who had been prepared inside instantly felt the overwhelming presence of a martial saint wafting toward them. Although Li Luo had significantly restrained his aura, it was still palpable and strikingly clear at close range. As Li Luo stepped onto the stage, the crowd gazed at this young and unfamiliar martial saint with a mix of bewilderment. None of the martial emperors within Jiangning Province seemed to have heard of such a formidable figure, which only heightened the curiosity of the multitude of reporters present. Unable to contain their excitement, they hurriedly approached Li Luo for interviews, and throughout the process, he remained cooperative. He informed the journalists that he had assumed the position of elder in the Great Xia Kingdom and had been appointed as the town guard of Jiangning Province. He elaborated on his journey to breaking through to Martial Saint, recounting the same narrative he had previously shared with Lin Luo. The reporters exhibited a mixture of skepticism and astonishment. Could there truly exist energy crystals in the universe that enable warriors to ascend from martial master to martial saint? Yet, feeling the potent aura of a martial saint emanating from Li Luo, they could only suppress their doubts. The vastness of the cosmos is not to be compared to Blue Star. Perhaps such wonders truly exist. Then, the venue erupted in fervent cheers and applause. The great Xia kingdom welcomed yet another vibrant martial saint, instilling confidence in the populace to confront ferocious beasts and igniting enthusiasm among martial artists in their training. Jiangning province became the first to host 4 martial saints, further enhancing the safety of its citizens. However, the manner in which Li Luo achieved his breakthrough left many unconvinced. Yet, the evidence stood before them, leaving no choice but to believe. Since Li Luo had fortuitously broken through as a martial saint using a unique energy crystal, the crowd instinctively placed him at the bottom tier among the 42 martial saints. Nevertheless, he was not someone an ordinary martial artist could provoke. As the interview concluded, twilight had already settled. Li Luo bid farewell to Wang Ming and prepared to return to his villa in the city center. Wang Ming had intended to extend a warm welcome to the newly minted martial saint, as he would soon be Li Luo's subordinate. However, Li Luo insisted on departing, and Wang Ming, reluctantly, acquiesced. With a sudden surge of terrifying energy, Li Luo took flight, vanishing into the sky, and reflected inwardly on the convenience of being able to fly as a martial saint, saving him considerable time. "Welcome back, sir," greeted Butler Lu, observing Li Luo descending from the heavens. Li Luo nodded, then instructed Lu to prepare dinner. At the martial saint level, a warrior could go weeks without food without feeling excessively hungry. In fact, during seclusion, they could abstain from eating and drinking for several months. Yet, given the current circumstances, one must indulge in the pleasures of the palate. After relishing a sumptuous dinner, Li Luo entered the villa's training room, which was equipped with orderly and suitable apparatus for daily training, ideal for warriors below the martial king level. "I forgot to ask Wang Ming for the S-level technique," Li Luo murmured to himself. Just as he was about to commence his training, he recalled the D-level technique, the iron bone body refinement method, which had become nearly negligible in terms of benefits for him now, being most suitable for martial spirit level warriors. Furthermore, he feared that practicing martial skills might lead to uncontrollable power, potentially demolishing the training room. The absence of a balanced technique and martial skills was Li Luo's current shortcoming. Otherwise, he could easily rival some seasoned early-stage martial saints. Alas, forget it. I shall go to sleep. Perhaps tomorrow's sign-in will yield something remarkable. Li Luo yawned and exited the training room. Without a technique, his progress was agonizingly slow. It was wiser to rest and await the refresh of sign-in opportunities the following day. Moreover, he was set to assume his position at the town guard of Jingyang City the next day, where he would receive a distribution of rare resources for all elders and could apply for techniques and martial skills above the S level from the Elder Council headquarters. The other 3 town guards in Jiangning province were stationed in various coastal cities, congregating only in emergencies or upon receiving summons from the Elder Council. Jingyang City, being relatively inland in Jiangning province, was seldom disturbed by oceanic ferocious beasts, requiring only vigilance against potential uprisings from wild beasts in the wilderness. The highest ranking among them was President Wang Ming, a seasoned martial emperor, more than capable of dealing with lord-level ferocious beasts. As time passed to the next day, Li Luo habitually signed in upon waking. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS-level technique Body Refinement Celestial Tactics. Body Refinement Celestial Tactics absorbs the special energy drifting between heaven and earth to refine the body, enhancing the practitioner's physical strength, vitality, and explosive power. As the system's voice faded, a flood of memories regarding the SSS-level technique surged into Li Luo's mind. "How formidable," he exclaimed with delight, having digested the information. This body refinement technique promised to significantly bolster his explosive power and fortify his physique. "System, you are my deity," Li Luo silently praised the system. "It is truly remarkable how desires manifest." Just yesterday, he lamented the absence of high-level techniques and martial skills, and this morning, he had acquired an SSS-level technique from the sign-in. He believed that martial skills would soon follow. Given sufficient time, the sign-in system would ensure that Li Luo grew stronger day by day. Perhaps one day, a sudden surge of cultivation would allow him to treat the ferocious beasts of Blue Star as mere wild monsters to be farmed. With the day's obligation to assume his role at the town guard, Li Luo regrettably lacked time for training, having to postpone until later in the evening. Butler Lu had already prepared breakfast, and upon awakening, Li Luo promptly indulged in a lavish meal. While dining, he opened the television to watch the daily news. Significant news. Our country welcomes a new martial saint, with the total number of martial saints advancing to 42. Former martial master-level warrior Li Luo from Jingyang City has absorbed a special energy crystal in the wilderness, breaking through 7 realms to become a martial saint. He has also been invited to become an elder and will soon assume the position of town guard in Jiangning province. Let us congratulate Martial Saint Li Luo. The broadcast transitioned to interview footage. Due to the uplifting news of his breakthrough, all television programs were airing the same report. Li Luo watched with interest, observing himself during the interview, and couldn't he help but mutter with a hint of pride, "I look rather good on camera." Chapter 9. Assuming the role of town guard. Li Luo takes office. It is time. After relishing a hearty breakfast, Li Luo felt invigorated. He tidied his attire and prepared himself, then darted into the villa's yard, soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning towards the town guard of Jingyang City. The town guard, as the core power institution of Jingyang City, was situated in the heart of the city, exuding an imposing and solemn grandeur that conveyed an air of inviolable authority. At that moment, Inspector Han Tianxiong and various dignitaries from Jingyang City, including the Director of Public Security Lin Haoran and President Wang Ming of the Elder Council, were all present. As Li Luo was to become a pivotal figure in Jiangning province, they dared not show any signs of negligence. Today marked Li Luo's first day in office, and to express their respect, they had arrived early at the town guard's entrance, awaiting his arrival. They had all seen the morning news and were quite curious about this young martial saint who had broken through by absorbing a special energy crystal. President Wang, has Martial Saint Li Luo shared any insights regarding the special energy he absorbed? Inspector Han Tianxiong inquired, his gaze tinged with anticipation as he turned to Wang Ming, who stood nearby. He had been stagnated at the mid-level of Martial King for too long. Despite consuming numerous rare resources, he had not seen even a hint of progress in breaking through. As age advanced, the likelihood of achieving the Martial Emperor level in his lifetime seemed increasingly bleak. He had already resigned himself to this fate, contemplating whether to accept it as his lot in life. Having consumed such abundant resources to no avail, it would be more prudent to reserve them for the nurturing of future generations. However, upon hearing of Li Luo's remarkable exploits, he reignited his aspiration to transcend to the martial sovereign realm. He became particularly intrigued by the unique energy crystal that Li Luo had mentioned, unwilling to relinquish even the faintest glimmer of hope. No, Wang Ming shook his head. He had come across some insider information regarding the special energy crystals. Following Li Luo's departure from the wilderness zone, the supply base commander, Lin Yu, dispatched elite troops to conduct an extensive search within the wilderness zone, turning it upside down. Yet they found nothing, not even a trace of the special energy crystals. If it weren't for Li Luo's immediate decision to join the Elder Council upon invitation, the three sequence elders had intended to take him under their control to uncover the reasons behind this matter. The secrets surrounding Li Luo, particularly regarding his potential breakthrough to Martial Saint, were irresistibly alluring. Just as they were still deliberating over the special energy crystals, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon them. It bore down like a mountain, instilling a sense of pressure even among the top-tier powerhouses of Jingyang City. The formidable presence must belong to Li Luo, the Martial Saint. Those awaiting at the entrance promptly fell silent, lifting their heads in anticipation. In the distance, a dark figure soared through the sky, swiftly approaching before landing gracefully before them. "Welcome, esteemed guardian." The crowd reverently clasped their fists, bowing to the imposing figure of Li Luo, radiating the majesty of a martial saint. There's no need for such formalities. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Li Luo retracted his martial saint aura, signaling them to ease their formality. Observing this, Wang Ming stepped forward with a smile. Introducing the individuals beside him, he gestured towards a robust middle-aged man, saying, "This is Inspector Han Tianxiong, and this is..." Those introduced by Wang Ming took a step forward, respectfully bowing to Li Luo, aiming to leave a favorable impression. Li Luo nodded, exchanging brief greetings with them, acknowledging that these individuals would soon become his subordinates. Subsequently, under Wang Ming's guidance, Li Luo entered the Guardian's office, where he was thoroughly briefed on the duties of the Guardian, which included maintaining public order, coordinating various forces, handling emergencies, and preventing beast invasions. It sounded quite burdensome. Yet if Li Luo wished to avoid such responsibilities, he could delegate them to his subordinates. Only in cases of insurmountable tasks would they be escalated to the Guardian's office, thus not interfering with Li Luo's personal cultivation. "I shall rely heavily on all of you moving forward," Li Luo remarked calmly, though his expression remained unchanged. His heart brimmed with joy. He found the responsibilities to be enjoyable and less cumbersome than he had anticipated. He felt fortunate for the choice he made when Wang Ming first invited him to join the Elder Council, for the authority of a guardian was indeed substantial. He had the power to mobilize all official martial forces, martial clans, and individual factions throughout Jiangning province at his discretion. Disobedience to the guardian's orders could be treated as treason, with the authority to apprehend and execute. "My lord, you are too modest. The chariot runs swiftly. All thanks to the head. Under your leadership, Jingyang City will surely prosper, and the populace shall live in peace, free from beastly intrusions." Han Tianxiong eagerly chimed in, his words dripping with flattery, leaving those beside him in sheer astonishment. "Wow, old Han is quite the sycophant. How come we never noticed this before?" "Oh, please refrain from such praise." Li Luo humbly waved his hand, feeling slightly embarrassed by the excessive flattery. The individuals standing beside him were not mere commoners. They were all formidable figures whose mere presence could shake Jingyang City to its core, yet they stood before him in utmost reverence. After acquiring a general understanding of the Guardian's office, Li Luo dismissed the crowd, retaining only Wang Ming as the administrative hub of Jingyang City. The Guardian's office housed both the Inspection Bureau and the Public Security Bureau. However, the Elder Council branch was not located within the Guardian's office, though it wasn't far away. Li Luo then inquired about when the rare resources promised by the Elder Council would arrive. My lord, rest assured. The headquarters has dispatched a special envoy carrying the resources from the imperial capital, expected to arrive tonight. Wang Ming replied respectfully. Good. Li Luo nodded. Allowing Wang Ming to take his leave, he pondered internally that the resources being transported from the Elder Council headquarters in the imperial capital must be quite precious. The Guardian's office was impressively spacious, equipped with comprehensive communication devices to ensure immediate contact with the Guardian in the event of emergencies. So this is the Guardian's office. Li Luo mused as he glanced around. Earlier, he had instructed everyone that administrative matters would proceed as usual, and they should approach him only for significant issues. The senior officials, upon hearing this, felt relieved, interpreting it as Li Luo's desire to take a hands-off approach. Initially, they were concerned that this young guardian might lack experience and cause chaos, but it seemed their worries were unfounded. Li Luo was eager to take a step back and focus on his cultivation, delegating his responsibilities to others. He remarked with a relaxed demeanor. It's not as difficult as I had imagined. He possessed a clear understanding of his capabilities. While dealing with beasts posed no challenge, managing administrative tasks proved to be daunting. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had merely been a student from a mediocre university. Such professional matters were best left to those with expertise. With the delegation of power, he found himself with ample time to cultivate the SSS-level technique, the body-forging celestial technique, which he had signed in for that morning. He anticipated uninterrupted cultivation until nightfall. Let the cultivation commence. Taking a deep breath, Li Luo settled into the spacious and well-lit Guardian's office, closed his eyes, and began to immerse himself in the cultivation technique. His mind gradually transcended into a state of tranquility, seemingly severing ties with the chaotic world around him. Following the memories of the technique in his mind, he sensed the unique energy drifting through the cosmos. This energy was subtle and omnipresent, akin to a gentle stream flowing silently through the air. He then guided it to flow gradually into his being. As the energy surged within him, Li Luo's robust physique began to undergo subtle transformations. He could feel his muscles growing denser and more powerful, while his bones seemed infused with newfound vitality. A warm current coursed through his body, continuously nurturing him, and his skin began to emanate a faint glow. Li Luo soon became engrossed in the process, losing track of time. It wasn't until the Elder Council's envoy arrived later that evening, and Han Tianxiong knocked on his door, that he emerged from his meditative state. Has the night fallen so swiftly? Li Luo murmured as he gazed out at the stars and moon. What astonished him even more was that despite having cultivated for less than a day, his physique had noticeably strengthened. Throughout the entire process, he had been in a state of complete immersion, unaware of how swiftly time had passed. No wonder those formidable figures would retreat into seclusion for months, or even longer. Chapter 10. SSS-level resources, Holy Light Essence. Listening to the roar of warplanes echoing across the sky, Li Luo concluded his cultivation and stepped out of the office. As the warplanes from the Elder Council headquarters landed at the Guardian's office, an aura emanating from a martial saint enveloped the area instantaneously. Is this the aura of a martial saint? Li Luo's brow furrowed slightly, his heart stirred with astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the individual delivering his resources would be a martial saint, and from the aura, he discerned that the individual had reached the mid-level of martial saint. The Elder Council's headquarters was in the imperial capital. Could it be that this envoy was the guardian of the imperial capital? As Li Luo approached the location of the warplanes, he pondered this question. Before long, the two martial saints encountered each other. Li Luo gazed at the unfamiliar man descending from the aircraft. Tall and imposing, his rugged features exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. My lord, this is. As Han Tianxiong quietly introduced him from the sidelines, Li Luo quickly grasped the identity of the individual before him. His earlier conjecture had proven correct. The envoy from the Elder Council's headquarters was none other than Qin Hong, the protector of the imperial capital. Born into a family of martial artists, he had displayed prodigious martial talents from a young age, earning a place at the prestigious Jing University. Ranked first among national martial academies. Upon graduating with distinction, he was taken under the wing of a first-order elder for meticulous training. By the age of 30, he had successfully broken through to martial saint and subsequently advanced further within a few short years. He was poised to become the fourth martial god of the Great Xia Kingdom. Remarkably, prior to Li Luo's emergence, Qin Hong had held the title of the youngest martial saint in the realm. However, this title had now been usurped by Li Luo, who had achieved the same rank at the age of merely 20. Is this Li Luo? Qin Hong observed Li Luo, their eyes locking for a brief moment. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. As a martial saint, it was essential for both to gauge each other's strength upon their first meeting. Qin Hong subtly released his aura, while Li Luo mirrored the action, not yielding an inch. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Hong's eyes. He sensed that Li Luo, who had ascended to martial saint by absorbing energy crystals, was not as feeble as he had initially presumed. Quite formidable. Li Luo, too, recognized the impressive strength of the protector of the imperial capital. Should they engage in combat, he might very well find himself at a disadvantage. After a brief exchange of probing energies, both parties retracted their auras. This prompted a sigh of relief from Han Tianxiong, who finally grasped the terrifying power of a martial saint. The saying, without reaching martial saint, one remains an ant, resonated deeply with him in that moment. Elderly. Qin Hong approached without airs, a smile gracing his features as he greeted Li Luo. Acknowledging the absence of malice in the encounter, Li Luo returned the smile, engaging in a few pleasantries. After exchanging cordialities, Qin Hong removed a spatial ring from his finger and presented it to Li Luo. Elderly. This is a compilation of resources prepared for you by the Elder Council. Everything is contained within. Understood. Li Luo accepted the spatial ring, donning it and immediately inspecting its contents. The ring's interior was relatively spacious, approximately 50 cubic meters in volume. Inside lay a fist-sized, translucent, iridescent energy crystal, alongside a set of S-grade battle armor and a long blade, both radiating a chilling gleam. At this moment, Qin Hong elaborated. This crystal is known as the Holy Light Essence, rated at SSS level for its rarity. Absorbing it will significantly enhance both your physique and mental fortitude, providing a notable boost even to a martial saint. The S-grade armor and blade have been custom crafted for you, the newly appointed protector. Furthermore, as a protector, you are entitled to receive resources free of charge once a year. Having conveyed this, Qin Hong produced another object resembling a bracelet from his pocket, continuing his explanation. This is the Spirit Swift Ring, an exclusive item for elders, crafted from a unique S-grade material. It is exceptionally sturdy and can be transformed into any decorative shape according to personal preference. Should the Elder Council convene, you may participate via projection through the Spirit Swift Ring, eliminating the need to travel to headquarters personally. Additionally, it grants access to the Council's exclusive website for internal members, where you can freely select from various rare martial techniques and methodologies not available elsewhere, and learn directly through the ring. Each elder may also exchange personal contribution points for various rare resources on this platform. Equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence, Dreamweaver, it can swiftly locate relevant items or information based on your requests. Li Luo listened intently, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Resources rated SSS level were exceedingly rare, unattainable even with wealth. Moreover, the ability to exchange personal contributions for rare resources through the ring was unparalleled. Elderly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall meet again another day. After handing over all the items, Qin Hong bid farewell to Li Luo with a smile. Ah, won't you stay for a meal, Elder Qin? Li Luo extended a warm invitation to Qin Hong, hoping to extend the hospitality of a host, especially since a mid-stage martial saint had traveled a considerable distance to deliver resources personally. Thank you, but I cannot impose. Elderly. I have pressing tasks awaiting me back in the imperial capital. Qin Hong politely declined Li Luo's generous offer. The situation in the imperial capital had recently grown tumultuous, with frequent beast-tide assaults on their defenses. Had it not been for his master stationed there, he likely would not have made the trip to deliver resources personally, primarily driven by curiosity regarding Li Luo's capabilities. Very well, Li Luo reluctantly acquiesced. Waving goodbye to Qin Hong, the roar of the aircraft thundered once more, and the imposing vehicle vanished in an instant, soaring towards the imperial capital at breathtaking speed. Such remarkable velocity. I must acquire an aircraft like that when the opportunity arises, Li Luo marveled inwardly as he observed the rapid departure. As he gazed at the now darkened sky, Li Luo realized it was time to conclude his duties for the day. After relaying his instructions to Han Tianxiong, he rose to return to his villa in the city center. The distance from the protectorate to his villa was not great, allowing him to respond swiftly to any urgent intelligence. Rest assured, my lord, with me here, you need not worry, Han Tianxiong assured Li Luo, patting his chest. He then watched Li Luo's figure fade into the distant sky, filled with envy. Why had he not encountered such fortune in the wilderness to discover that extraordinary energy crystal? Chapter 11. Absorption, Sign-in Critical Hit. In the deep of night, after a period of simple exploration, Li Luo had begun to comprehend the Spirit Swift Ring distributed to each elder by the council. It was akin to an upgraded smartphone, enabling communication with any elder and allowing resource exchanges based on personal contribution points. For instance, now that he had assumed the role of protector of Jiangning Province, he had acquired 30 initial contribution points, sufficient to redeem some A-grade resources. The method of acquiring contribution points was straightforward. One earned them through repelling beast tides or making significant contributions, with the exact amount determined by the 3 first-order elders. Furthermore, contribution points could be exchanged for virtually anything. Even the aircraft ridden by Qin Hong was up for grabs, albeit requiring an exorbitant amount of points. A fully crafted elite-grade aircraft made from A-grade materials demanded over 100 points, and Qin Hong's was evidently of a higher tier. How exorbitantly priced. It seems I must vanquish more ferocious beasts to freely exchange resources, Li Luo mused as he contemplated the projection on the ring. Having grasped the basics of the Spirit Swift ring, he closed the page and proceeded to the training room of his villa. He retrieved the holy light essence from the spatial ring, preparing to absorb it. How beautiful, Li Luo remarked, holding the fist-sized energy crystal, a smile gracing his lips. The surface of the crystal shimmered with a gentle glow, its texture smooth yet slightly cool, imbued with abundant energy. Taking a deep breath, Li Luo closed his eyes and focused, ready to absorb the holy light essence. A refreshing and potent force radiated outward, swiftly coursing through his entire being. Li Luo could distinctly feel his physique being nourished by this power. Every muscle, every meridian greedily absorbed the energy contained within the holy light essence. Simultaneously, his mental acuity experienced a marked enhancement. The mind has become increasingly agile, capable of perceiving the more subtle movements and changes in the surroundings. Under the nourishing power of this energy, my cultivation has also gradually advanced a notch. However, to transcend the mid-stage of Martial Saint, this singular holy light spirit essence is insufficient. As the last vestige of energy was completely absorbed, Li Luo opened his eyes. What a delightful sensation. He then engaged in some simple physical movements, feeling the surging power within him, a joyful smile gracing his face. I never imagined that a crystal the size of a fist could harbor such terrifying energy, truly deserving of its classification as an SSS-level resource. If only I could acquire a few more, Li Luo murmured with a hint of regret. During his recent browsing of the Elder Council's official website, he also encountered information regarding the Holy Light Spirit Essence, an SSS-level resource. One piece requires several hundred contribution points. Alas, perhaps I shall consider it at a later time. The exorbitant price deterred him. Subsequently, Li Luo did not opt for his usual rest, but instead resumed his practice of the body-tempering celestial technique. He soon entered a state of oblivion, only concluding his training when Butler Lu came to summon him for breakfast the following morning. With a flicker of thought, Li Luo activated the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, Early Martial Saint. Punch power, 735,120 kilograms. Force output, 42 times. Cultivation method, SSS level body tempering celestial technique. D level iron bone body method. Martial skills, C level shattering void fist, advanced. Basic sword technique, intermediate. Type, Frost Warrior. Compared to the last time, his punch power had surged by over 10,000 kilograms, and his explosive power had increased by 0 for times. This remarkable improvement was largely due to the Holy Light Spirit Essence. Otherwise, mere practice of the body-tempering celestial technique over these 2 days would not have yielded such gains. Li Luo retracted his focus and closed the system page, then proceeded with his daily sign-in ritual. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit, increasing the quantity of obtained items. Congratulations to the host for fully comprehending the SSS level martial skill, Frost Divine Cannon. Congratulations to the host for elevating basic sword technique to perfection. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 S-level spirit crystals. A sign-in critical hit. There's a hidden feature. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice echoing in his mind, before his face transformed into one of sheer delight. Typically, each sign-in yields only one item. But with this critical hit, the quantity doubled. Moreover, all items are beneficial for enhancing his strength. As the system's voice faded, 2 distinct memories surged into his mind, which he swiftly assimilated. His understanding of the SSS-level martial skill Frost Divine Cannon and basic sword technique had reached a state of perfection. Additionally, 10 thumb-sized blue-purple crystals materialized around him, brimming with rich energy. This SSS-level martial skill contained an extensive array of techniques pertaining to the manipulation and control of ice elements. Upon fully digesting the memories, Li Luo was left in awe. It encompassed an array of devastatingly powerful moves. From the simple ice palm to the complex 10,000 miles of frozen land, Li Luo had comprehended them all. It truly is the case that when one is in need, fortune smiles upon them. With this SSS-level martial skill and perfected basic sword technique, he now possessed no shortcomings. I am undoubtedly the strongest among the early martial saints, Li Luo thought confidently to himself. With the rewards from this sign-in, his power had directly surpassed those veteran martial saints who remained stuck in the early stages, even when faced with the formidable Qin Hong of the mid-stage martial saint realm. As long as the opponent did not reveal their trump card, he could navigate the encounter with ease. In his elation, Li Luo's gaze fell upon the S-level spirit crystals shimmering with a faint glow around him. Though merely the size of his thumb, the energy contained within was formidable. It was only slightly inferior to the holy light spirit essence he absorbed the previous night. Li Luo swiftly gathered them, picking up one for closer inspection. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. S-level spirit crystal. Absorption will enhance level cultivation with no side effects. Enhance cultivation levels? Li Luo's heart raced with excitement, rendering him momentarily speechless. The items obtained from this sign-in were truly remarkable. By absorbing these 10 S-level spirit crystals, he was confident he could directly break through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint. His strength could potentially rival that of Qin Hong, a prodigy who had enjoyed abundant resources and the personal guidance of a first-sequence elder since childhood. Ha ha! Li Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter, his spirits soaring high. Sir, are you all right? Butler Lu, hearing Li Luo's booming laughter, hurried over, cautiously inquiring. It's nothing, Li Luo replied, waving his hand, though the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. At this pace, the attainment of the martial god level is no longer far off. Chapter 12, a second breakthrough. A call for help. Ahem. Li Luo cleared his throat, suppressing his smile. He turned to Butler Lu with a serious tone and instructed, from now on, unless something of utmost importance arises, do not disturb me. Understood, sir. Butler Lu promptly replied with a respectful nod. Observing Li Luo's earnest demeanor, he was intensely curious about his intentions, yet wisely refrained from prying further. He silently withdrew, notifying the other servants to avoid disturbing Li Luo, lest the consequences be severe. Once Butler Lu departed, Li Luo tightly clutched the 10 shimmering blue-purple S-level spirit crystals in his hand, feeling the terrifying energy they contained. He murmured to himself with a smile, let the absorption and breakthrough commence. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of distractions. He began to focus entirely on absorbing the energy from the 10 S-level spirit crystals. Upon absorption, Li Luo distinctly felt a warm, powerful force flowing gently from the spirit crystals into his body. Like a gentle stream gradually converging into a mighty river, it continuously nourished his physique. Though its effects could not rival the SSS Holy Light Spirit Essence, its sheer quantity, 10 in total, was a significant advantage. As time passed, Li Luo could palpably sense his cultivation advancing steadily. The aura emanating from him grew stronger and more stable. A breakthrough to the mid-stage of Martial Saint was undoubtedly within reach. Several hours later, a formidable mid-stage Martial Saint aura erupted from the training room. It was as fierce as a tempest, accompanied by waves of chilling air that instantly filled the surrounding space. The air around vibrated under the rapid expansion of this aura, shrouded in a faint mist, a sign of frost coalescing. Is this the master? Butler Lu, within the villa, was startled into a tremor by Li Luo's sudden surge of power. How terrifying! Why is it so suddenly cold? Under this overwhelming Martial Saint aura, even Butler Lu, despite being a martial spirit-level warrior, felt no different from the other servants. Despite exerting his full strength, he found himself utterly helpless, sprawled on the ground, trembling from the intense cold. As the temperature within the villa plummeted, the expressions of those present were filled with shock and reverence. This was undoubtedly Li Luo's aura, unmistakably stronger than it had been in the morning. At that moment, a wildly improbable thought crossed Butler Lu's mind. Could Li Luo, the newly ascended Martial Saint, have achieved a breakthrough? The powerful mid-stage Martial Saint aura did not linger long. It swiftly dissipated, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. Fortunately, the training room in the villa was robust enough that it did not collapse under the impact of the mighty Martial Saint aura, unlike the previous cave incident. Accompanying this was Li Luo's jubilant laughter. I did it. Ha ha. Li Luo had now mastered his breath perfectly and could distinctly sense the qualitative leap in his physique and strength following his breakthrough. Overwhelmed with joy, he instinctively opened the system panel. Name, Li Luo level, mid-stage Martial Saint, fist strength, 920. 000 kg force output, 50 times, cultivation method, SSS grade body forging heavenly gang art, D grade iron bone body forging method, martial skills, C grade shattering fist advanced. Basic sword technique, complete. SSS grade frost divine cannon, complete. Type, frost warrior. His fist strength had surged by nearly 200,000 kilograms post-breakthrough, and his explosive power had increased by 0.8 times. Coupled with the recently acquired complete basic sword technique and SSS grade martial skills, his strength had already surpassed that of many seasoned martial saints who were stuck in the mid-stage. He was now on par with prodigies like Elder Qin Hong. In a one-on-one duel, while he could not claim absolute certainty of victory, a 50-50 chance seemed entirely plausible. Congratulations, sir, on taking another step forward. Steward Lu, sensing Li Luo's successful breakthrough, hurried to the training room's entrance, his voice brimming with admiration for Li Luo. After all, he was a formidable mid-stage martial saint. Across the entire Blue Star, among the over 200 martial saints, countless had stagnated at the early stage after their promotion, unable to make further progress throughout their lives. Li Luo's rate of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. In less than a week, he had ascended from martial master to martial saint. And now he had just achieved another breakthrough. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps such a powerful being held the key to healing his internal injuries. Reflecting on this, he hurriedly lavished Li Luo with praise. Your exceptional talent, combined with relentless training day and night, has led to such remarkable achievements. We can only look up to your grandeur, forever out of reach. At that moment, Li Luo stepped out, and upon hearing Steward Lu's congratulations, he could not help but smile slightly. Rather than attributing his success to innate talent, he believed it was more a matter of good fortune. Just then, the spirit swift ring on his wrist, a communication device glowing softly, suddenly vibrated urgently. What is this? Li Luo paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. This was a distress signal sent from other garrison commanders stationed in Jiangning province. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Luo quickly connected the communication to ascertain what was happening. A projection swiftly appeared, revealing a burly, resolute middle-aged man, Commander Chen Lei, who was stationed in Jiangbin City, Jiangning province, an experienced early-stage martial saint. Upon seeing Li Luo, he bypassed pleasantries and succinctly recounted the current crisis in Jiangbin City. Elderly, I require assistance. The oceanic defense line of Jiangbin City has suddenly come under fierce attack from a beast tide, which includes several high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts. To make matters worse, the city itself is being ravaged by the long-sneaking beast god cult, plunging the situation into chaos, seemingly premeditated. Chen Lei's voice was laced with urgency and concern. One could faintly hear the roars of ferocious beasts and the sounds of cannon fire in the background. Jiangbin City's predicament was dire. Aside from Li Luo, he had already sent distress calls to 2 other commanders who were en route to provide support. However, to ensure absolute certainty, he had also reached out to Li Luo, the newly appointed and enigmatic martial saint stationed in Jiangning province. Though they had never met, Chen Lei was well aware of Li Luo's exploits, absorbing special energy crystals in the wilderness to ascend from martial master to martial saint. Yet, he was uncertain of Li Luo's combat prowess. While he undoubtedly lacked experience against high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts, as a martial saint, he could still alleviate some of the pressure. Chapter 13. Reinforcing Jiangbin City, Suppressing the Beast God Cult. Upon hearing Chen Lei's succinct account, Li Luo's heart sank. According to the commander, 4 high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts had already appeared amidst the beast tide attacking the defense line. The military's defense was crumbling under the relentless assault of the beast tide, with soldiers falling on the battlefield every moment. Moreover, numerous members of the beast god cult were creating chaos within the city, though reinforcements had been dispatched to suppress them. The higher-tier combatants were preoccupied with fending off the beast tide, resulting in less-than-ideal suppression. Li Luo understood the gravity of the situation and decisively responded, Elder Chen, please hold on. I will rush to Jiangbin City as swiftly as possible. If Jiangbin City falls to the combined onslaught of the oceanic ferocious beasts and the beast god cult, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Chen Lei concluded the communication hastily, needing to return to fend off the 4 high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts. Upon receiving the distress call, Li Luo's eyes glimmered with intense battle fervor. With his strength significantly augmented after breaking through to mid-stage martial saint, it was the perfect opportunity to test his capabilities against these high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts. He then focused his thoughts and retrieved the S-grade battle armor, a complimentary gift from the Elder Council, from his spatial ring. The armor radiated a faint chill and enveloped him in a cold luminescence, exuding a formidable aura. Sir, please be cautious, Steward Lu. Having learned of Li Luo's impending journey to the front lines, urged with concern. Those are 4 high-ranking Lord-class ferocious beasts, equivalent to human martial saints. Even the residual force could annihilate someone like you. Do not worry, Li Luo replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he nodded. He believed that after this battle, his influence within the Elder Council would undoubtedly rise considerably. With urgency gripping him, Li Luo did not linger. He swiftly exited the training room, emanating a powerful aura. With a mighty leap, he soared into the sky, heading toward Jiangbin City. His speed had notably increased compared to before. Jiangbin City, I am on my way. Li Luo felt the abundant power coursing within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just after his breakthrough, an opportunity to prove himself awaited him. While en route to provide support, Li Luo contacted Wang Ming, the president of the Elder Council branch in Jingyang City, commanding him to lead the members of the council to assist Jiangbin City immediately. He also recalled the chaos instigated by the beast god cult within Jiangbin City. Li Luo remained vigilant, realizing that if there were cultists lurking in Jiangbin City, there was a high likelihood of similar threats in Jingyang City. However, he had been in office for too short a time to uncover such issues. To prevent these cultists from wreaking havoc while he was away, he notified Inspector Han Tianxiong and Chief of Security Lin Haoren to bolster the city's defenses, closely monitoring any suspicious activities to thwart any potential sabotage by the cultists. As for the military stationed around the wilderness region, they could not be easily mobilized. This force was crucial for maintaining stability in the wilderness. Any deployment might incite greater chaos. In Jiangning province, Jiangbin City, the once thriving city was now shrouded in the shadow of fear. The distant oceanic defense line was battling against the invasion of ferocious beasts. The roars of these beasts and the thunderous sounds of cannon fire echoed in the ears of the citizens, instilling immense panic. Within the city, the cultists proclaimed, "This is the judgment of the beast god. Accept your fate. The will of the beast god cannot be defied. We are here to lead you to the light. Resistance is a futile choice." The followers of the beast god cult brazenly roamed the streets, inciting chaos and spreading terror. Passers-by hurriedly sought refuge. A handful of audacious warriors endeavored to organize a rebellion. However, against the ferocious cultists, their efforts proved largely ineffectual. "Damn it, a pack of savage beast lackeys," they muttered, as they beheld the chaos wrought by the cultists slaughtering innocent civilians. The members of the Security Bureau, dispatched to quell the unrest within the city, could not suppress their indignation. They rushed forward with urgency to intervene. "Be cautious. That individual is a martial sovereign," one of them warned. With the higher echelons of combat power diverted to the front line to confront the beast tide, they faced immense pressure. The most formidable among them, the captain, had merely reached the pinnacle of martial spirit and was no match for the martial sovereign cultist. Soon, he sustained severe injuries and was forced to retreat. The cultist, displaying a sinister grin, taunted, "You ignorant fools, do you still intend to hinder me?" With a lethal strike prepared, he was poised to eliminate them. Just then, amidst the despair, an overwhelming aura surged forth. The cultist barely had time to react before he was instantaneously encased in ice, only to shatter into countless fragments. Dissipating into the air, "It's the aura of a martial saint," exclaimed the captain. "We are saved." This spectacle left the members of the Security Bureau astonished and exhilarated. A martial saint had arrived to provide assistance. The end for these cultists was nigh. As they lifted their eyes, they beheld a figure soaring through the sky. Clad in battle armor, Li Luo, whose martial saint aura radiated openly, calming the panicked citizens of Jiangbin City while instilling fear in the beast god cultists. A pack of filthy rats. Li Luo's gaze was as frigid as ice, swiftly scanning the chaotic scene below, searching for the high-ranking combatants of the beast god cult, who were wreaking havoc. In the blink of an eye, he locked onto several leaders of the beast god cult resisting the Security Bureau, along with numerous ordinary cultists. "Die!" Li Luo uttered coldly within, an ominous power erupting from him. An intense chill emanated from his being, surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the cultists instantly. Is the Security Bureau really this feeble? Ha! The arrogant laughter of several beast god cult leaders faltered as they realized they were ensnared by a terrifying cold, as if trapped in an ice cellar. What? A martial saint? Their expressions froze, panic-stricken shouts escaping their lips. How could a martial saint abandon the front line to deal with mere underlings like them? Yet, no answers came. Their voices quickly frozen in the air as their bodies succumbed to the encroaching frigid power, stiffening and exuding icy vapors. Ultimately, they transformed into ice sculptures before the astonished eyes of the Security Bureau, their faces frozen in disbelief. Chapter 14, Frostbound, Confronting High Lord-Level Beasts. "The remaining rabble is yours to handle," Li Luo declared, his aura exuding terror as he gazed down at the still-dazed members of the Security Bureau. He had already dealt with the most powerful leader of the beast god cult within the city, and nearly half of the ordinary cultists had been obliterated. The remaining minions were within the capacity of the Security Bureau to subdue. Moreover, President Wang Ming had already led the high-ranking members of the Jingyang City branch to provide support and would arrive shortly. The beast god cultists instigating chaos within the city could no longer stir significant trouble. "Yes, Commander Li," the members of the Security Bureau replied, their eyes filled with excitement as they beheld Li Luo, who radiated the formidable aura of a martial saint from above. This newly ascended martial saint was well known to them, and they were astonished at the extent of his power. With a single strike, he had dispatched numerous beast god cultists. After a brief exchange, Li Luo unleashed an even more terrifying aura and sped towards the front line, where fierce battles raged against the beast tide. "Fortunately, I have not arrived too late." As he drew closer, Li Luo sensed the presence of 3 human martial saints and 4 high lord-level beasts ahead. 2 other commanders, responding to Chun Lei's call for aid, had already arrived before him and were engaged in combat with the 4 high lord-level beasts. However, the situation was dire. They were outnumbered 4 to 3, and before the 2 reinforcements could arrive, Commander Chun Lei, stationed in Jiangbin, had valiantly withstood the sudden assault of the 4 high lord-level beasts, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Were it not for the robust defenses of Earth-type warriors and the use of gene-enhancing elixirs, he might have already perished. "It is my turn to take the stage." Li Luo, inhaling the scent of blood from the battlefield, felt a surge of murderous intent. Drawing the S-class longsword from his spatial ring, he plunged into the fray. As the battlefield reached a boiling point, an intense and frigid aura suddenly enveloped the entire area. The surging ocean was extensively frozen, and the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. The ferocious beasts that continued to emerge from the ocean were instantaneously encased in frost. In an instant, the battleground transformed into a grand exhibition of ice sculptures, countless beasts frozen into exquisite forms by this mysterious power. Then, a cacophony of shattering glass rang out, as these ice sculptures seemed to be obliterated by a colossal hammer, scattering into the wind like snowflakes. Simultaneously, Li Luo's figure appeared above the battlefield, wielding his longsword, fully armored, emanating an overwhelming martial saint aura that sent chills down spines. Splendid. Another martial saint has come to our aid. The soldiers on the front line, valiantly resisting the beasts, were filled with astonishment and exhilaration at this sight. They were utterly exhausted. Facing an overwhelming tide of beasts and the disadvantageous situation at Commander Chun-Lei's end, their hearts heavy with despair. Yet, at this moment, Li Luo's appearance rekindled their hope. With a single strike, he had decimated at least tens of thousands of beasts, accomplishing this feat in a mere heartbeat. A wave of profound respect and admiration surged within the hearts of the soldiers, significantly boosting their morale. As Li Luo unleashed his might, transforming countless beasts into ice shards, the High Lord level beasts engaged in fierce combat with the other three commanders could not help but be taken aback. These sophisticated beasts from the depths of the sea sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from Li Luo. Among them, a colossal beast adorned with deep blue scales, known as the Sea Fiend, glared with bloodthirsty red eyes. It sensed the intense aura radiating from Li Luo, particularly the biting cold that left it profoundly unsettled. The intellect of High Lord level beasts rivaled that of humans, and in an instant, the Sea Fiend deduced that this sudden human warrior posed a greater threat than the other three martial saints. Eradication was imperative. With a thunderous roar, the Sea Fiend unleashed a sound wave that sent ripples across the sea surface, shattering the icy barrier. Signaling the other three High Lord level beasts, it swiftly disengaged from combat, propelling its massive form like a bolt of blue lightning towards Li Luo, moving with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Li Luo in an instant. Come forth. Li Luo gazed at the colossal marine behemoth before him, his visage devoid of any trace of fear. The S-class long sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light under the sun. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the sea demon. Armed with his consummate mastery of the basic sword technique, Li Luo held his ground against the formidable sea demon, which was on par with a mid-stage human martial saint, teetering on the brink of advancement to the late stage. He showed no signs of retreat. The long sword traced elegant arcs through the air with each swing, carrying the weight of thunderous momentum. Each clash against the demon's iron-like scales produced a cacophony of metallic reverberations. The sea demon, in turn, exhibited its astounding prowess as a high-ranking lord-level beast, the sovereign of the ocean. Each of its attacks was imbued with immense force and lethal intent, aiming to rend Li Luo to shreds. The battle between man and beast intensified. Is this the mid-stage of martial saint? Elderly has broken through again. The realization that he could hold his own against the sea demon left Chun-Lei and the other two guardians astounded, particularly Chun-Lei, who had been stuck in the early stage of martial saint for years, never anticipated that Li Luo, a newcomer who had only recently ascended to martial saint, could achieve mid-stage so swiftly. Even more shocking was that Li Luo had mastered the power of ice elements. His usage of it was remarkably adept. They recognized that they had underestimated this enigmatic new martial saint. Li Luo undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to them. With Li Luo stalling the most potent of the four high-ranking lord-level beasts, the pressure on their side diminished significantly. One-on-one, they could finally unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, the guardian Li Zhendong, possessing the same mid-stage martial saint cultivation, grinned as the sea demon was drawn away by Li Luo. Previously, they had been relegated to passive defense in a 2-on-1 scenario, but now they could finally mount a vigorous counterattack. He then turned to the heavily injured Chun-Lei with concern. "Old Chen, can you hold on? Is that even a question? Can't you see for yourself?" Chun-Lei retorted, casting a glance at Li Zhendong, his expression one of exasperation. The fact that he had not succumbed yet was a miracle in itself. Before reinforcements arrived, he had been fighting 4 beasts simultaneously. Fortunately, he had stocked up on ample healing potions and, coupled with his resilience, had managed to endure. Chapter 15, Absolute Zero. The Wrath of the Sea Demon. Chun-Lei's complexion was as pale as paper. His SS-class battle armor lay in tatters, revealing horrifying cracks. The aura he emanated was chaotic, indicating he was nearing his limits. If he continued to stubbornly endure, he risked falling. "Old Chun, retreat for now. We will handle this," Li Zhendong said, a flicker of worry in his eyes as he assessed Chun-Lei's condition. Chun-Lei glanced at the battlefield, not forcing himself to stay, and nodded. "Be careful. These creatures are not easy to deal with." With that, he swiftly turned and retreated to safety. However, the 3 high-ranking lord-level beasts were unwilling to let Chun-Lei escape so easily. Opportunities to slay a human martial saint were rare. With a thunderous roar, they decisively abandoned their struggle with Li Zhendong and the other guardian, Zhang Yunfeng, surging forward like a tidal wave toward the retreating Chun-Lei. "We can't let him get away." The deep-sea magic shark, one of the ocean's rulers, opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs, eyes glinting with malevolence. The other 2 high-ranking lord-level beasts, the frost octopus and the tempest dragon tortoise, unleashed chilling gales and summoned towering waves. "This is bad. We cannot allow them to succeed." Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng, both mid-stage martial saints, rushed forward to intercept. "Stop right there," Li Jindong bellowed, wielding his sword as its light flickered like lightning, slashing toward the deep-sea magic shark. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Yunfeng, equally unyielding, swung a massive hammer, each strike resonating with thunderous might aimed at the Tempest Dragon Tortoise. "Old Zhang, you hold that turtle back? I'll handle these two," Li Jindong shouted. Although he was slightly stronger than Zhang Yunfeng, tackling two high-ranking lord-level beasts was still arduous. Yet he managed to maintain the situation and block their advance. "Understood," Zhang Yunfeng replied, swiftly adjusting his stance to focus on the Tempest Dragon Tortoise. Together, their combined assaults temporarily halted the three beasts. Damn these two, they are indeed tenacious. After a brief skirmish, the three beasts realized they could not dispose of Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng in the short term, and Chunlei had already retreated to safety. Reluctantly, they abandoned their pursuit of Chunlei and redirected their focus to the remaining Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng. Meanwhile, Li Luo's battle had escalated to unprecedented heights. The confrontation with the sea demon had persisted for a considerable duration, yet neither party gained the upper hand. The sea demon's strength was not to be underestimated among the myriad high-ranking lord-level beasts. Nevertheless, Li Luo's adept control over the ice elemental power and his mastery of the basic sword technique allowed him to contend evenly with the sea demon, even forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The surrounding tide of beasts was deterred by the energy fluctuations emanating from Li Luo, daring not to approach. What a formidable human. Is he truly a newly ascended martial saint? The sea demon was taken aback, realizing it could not subdue this human. Li Luo exuded an unprecedented pressure that startled it. According to reports from the Beast God sect, the sea demon was aware that another human had recently achieved martial saint status and fortuitously stationed in Jiangning province. However, they had not taken Li Luo seriously, assuming that a martial saint who had fortuitously absorbed energy crystals could not pose a significant threat. They had not anticipated that this new martial saint would become such an impediment. Yet, for Li Luo to subdue it in a short time was akin to a fool's dream. Conversely, the sea demon could not swiftly vanquish this troublesome human either. The battle between them had reached a stalemate. A hint of retreat began to flicker in the sea demon's gaze. If this impasse continued, the situation would grow increasingly unfavorable for it. The original plan had been to swiftly conquer Jiangbin City before the humans could react, but they had faced consecutive setbacks. They had initially believed that Chunlei, being the weakest among Li Jindong and the others, would be an easy target. Yet they had failed to defeat him even in a 4-on-1 scenario. Now, a new variable, Li Luo, had emerged. At the moment the sea demon considered retreat, a peculiar smile crept across Li Luo's lips. "Let us see just how resilient you are." Absolute zero. With a thought, Li Luo's aura transformed into something razor-sharp. He then swung his hand forcefully, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. The temperature around plummeted dramatically, as if the very air were on the verge of freezing. Layers of frost rapidly formed on the ground, spreading outward. The beasts in the distance that came into contact with this chilling wave had no time to scream, instantly becoming frozen sculptures, their faces still contorted in ferocity. "This is bad." The sea demon realized the peril too late. It hastily assumed a defensive posture, attempting to shield itself with its formidable scales against the impending cataclysmic assault. Flash! Li Luo charged the attack onto his long sword and struck down with ferocity. An ice-blue blade of light cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the sea demon. Wherever the blade passed, everything froze into solid ice, as though even the air had been solidified. With a resounding crash, a powerful wave of energy erupted, followed by a cry of anguish and fury. Though the sea demon possessed a tough hide and resilient flesh, it sustained considerable damage from Li Luo's full-force strike. Its body was struck by an icy blue blade, instantly encasing it in a colossal block of ice. The surrounding ground was also enveloped in a thick layer of frost. Subsequently, the ice shattered, revealing the sea demon's body marred with cracks and blood seeping from its wounds. Yet, being a high-ranking lord-level beast, its vitality was formidable. To slay it with a single blow was no simple feat. With a low growl, the sea demon struggled to rise. Despite its grievous injuries, it remained alive, its eyes glinting with fury as it fixed its gaze on Li Luo. "You have successfully enraged me, human," it roared. The creature had underestimated Li Luo's strength, mistakenly believing itself to be superior. This endeavor not only failed to conquer the human city, but also left it with significant wounds, a complete loss. "Oh, you're still alive? Quite resilient," Li Luo remarked, unfazed by the beast's threats. After catching his breath, he charged forward once more, wielding his long blade. "I shall see how long you can endure." Although he had just unleashed absolute zero, depleting much of his strength, the sea demon's injuries were equally severe, and lingering cold energy remained within it. If he did not retreat soon, Li Luo had a threefold assurance of being able to slay it. However, Li Luo too had underestimated the sea demon's prowess. He had thought absolute zero would be sufficient to inflict serious harm, but the unfolding scene left him astonished. The sea demon, eyeing Li Luo as he charged again with his long blade, bellowed in rage. Do you believe you have already triumphed, human? You are far from victory. Li Luo paused, momentarily taken aback by the creature's audacity, then chuckled softly in response. Oh, so you still have trump cards to play? Then hurry and reveal them. Otherwise, you may not have another chance. As his words faded, the sea demon suddenly radiated a faint glow. The wounds, from which blood was seeping, began to heal at a visible rate, leaving only shallow scars. The residual cold within it was expelled instantaneously. Not only that, but the sea demon's aura surged, nearly doubling in intensity. Its massive form stood like an immovable mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Now, allow me to showcase my true power. The sea demon roared as it charged at Li Luo, eager to unleash its pent-up fury. Is this its second form? Observing the sea demon's transformation, Li Luo's expression grew grave. It appeared he had indeed underestimated this high-ranking lord-level beast. It was far from easy to contend with. Resolving not to take it lightly any longer, Li Luo prepared to give his all. A 50-fold surge of power erupted from him, amplifying his presence to a terrifying degree. Let me see how strong you truly are. Li Luo, brimming with combat spirit, advanced once more, engaging the sea demon in battle. Take this, Li Luo shouted, unleashing a series of razor-sharp slashes with his long blade. Each strike contained nearly 460,000 kilograms of force, enough to cleave a small mountain asunder. Despite the ferocity of his assault, each blow against the sea demon's massive form felt akin to striking solid rock, failing to penetrate its defenses. Each seemingly fatal wound healed almost instantaneously, leaving only faint marks on its scales. Its regenerative capacity has become astonishingly robust. Li Luo furrowed his brow, astonished. I refuse to believe you can sustain such rapid recovery. He continued to unleash his strength, striking the sea demon's formidable body repeatedly, yet the results remained largely unchanged. Human, is that the extent of your might? The sea demon taunted, its eyes filled with derision. Are you fatigued? Now it is my turn. As soon as the words left its lips, the sea demon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of potent energy. Fiery flames coalesced within, threatening to incinerate everything in their vicinity. This is bad. Li Luo's expression changed as he realized he could not evade in time. He hastily crossed his long blade before him, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. Boom. The flames erupted like a dragon, crashing against Li Luo's blade with tremendous force. The impact propelled him backward, yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly gripping his weapon. The S-class battle armor he wore played a crucial role at that moment, absorbing a significant portion of the damage. Though the armor bore severe cracks, Li Luo himself was spared from grievous injury. That was close. Li Luo silently rejoiced. Without the protection of the armor, the outcome might have been far more dire. However, the sea demon's demeanor was not as carefree as it appeared. It had not anticipated that this newly minted human martial saint would force it to reveal its second form. In a short span, its physical attributes had surged dramatically, but the aftermath would leave it in a prolonged state of weakness. Generally, the sea demon would not resort to this ability unless absolutely necessary. It had expected to easily teach this audacious human a lesson, or even slay him. Yet, upon entering its second form, Li Luo had unleashed a remarkable strength, capable of matching it blow for blow. Roaring in a blend of rage and helplessness, the sea demon let out a thunderous cry, briefly communicating with the three high-ranking lord-level beasts engaged in combat nearby. Through a unique form of communication, they swiftly exchanged opinions. The plan to assault the human city had utterly failed. Continuing this engagement would benefit no one. What astonished the three high-ranking lords and beasts even further was that this human martial saint could withstand the sea demon in its second form. After a brief discussion, the sea demon made a difficult decision. It cast aside its long blade and began to lead the massive tide of beasts slowly retreating into the ocean behind it. The ocean was their domain. Even human martial saints dared not venture too deep. You are formidable, human, but this is where our encounter ends for today. The sea demon glanced back at Li Luo, its eyes shimmering with complex emotions. We shall meet again soon. Next time, I will slay you. Li Luo, witnessing the retreating sea demon, chose not to pursue further. He halted, gazing at the beast as it slipped into the ocean, and replied coolly, If you have the ability, why not come and slay me now? Hearing Li Luo's boastful words, the sea demon's eyes filled with disdain and provocation, attempting to bait him into the ocean. Yet, Li Luo remained unmoved. After signing in a few more times, perhaps he could treat the creature as a wild monster to farm. Besides, he was not foolish enough to plunge into the ocean and seek his own demise. Thus, the sea demon reluctantly conceded. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the deep-sea magic shark and its companions swiftly extricated themselves from the relentless pursuit of Li Jindong and Zhang Yinfeng. Retreat, leading the massive tide of beasts. They followed the sea demon into the ocean. Trying to escape, Li Jindong fixed his gaze on the colossal tide retreating into the ocean. Slightly turning his head, he exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Yinfeng. It's time to collect some interest. You won't be leaving so easily, Li Jindong bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. Wielding his sword, Each swing was accompanied by a wail, as those beasts that had yet to retreat fell beneath his blade. Zhang Yunfeng wielded his colossal hammer, specifically targeting the formidable beasts within the tide of creatures. As time progressed, the number of ferocious beasts on the battlefield dwindled, eventually resulting in the annihilation of those that had not yet retreated at the hands of Li Zhendong and Zhang Yunfeng. Meanwhile, the high-ranking Lord-level beasts, led by the likes of the Sea Demon and Deep-Sea Demon Shark, successfully retreated into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 17. Clearing the battlefield, bountiful harvest. Once the beast tide was repelled, the soldiers stationed on the defensive line erupted in exuberance. Cheers and shouts resounded, echoing through the heavens. The beast tide has receded. We have held our ground. We are victorious. They fervently waved their weapons, their faces aglow with the joy of triumph. Amidst the throng, the names of the four commanders, Li Luo, Chen Lei, Li Zhendong, and Zhang Yunfeng, were frequently mentioned, particularly that of Li Luo, whose name was chanted by the soldiers with immense reverence and excitement. It was indeed Li Luo's timely support that transformed the tides of battle, gradually shifting the once unfavorable situation. Not only did he withstand the mightiest of the four high-ranking Lord-level beasts, the Sea Demon, but he also subtly suppressed the adversary. Even when the enemy resorted to their trump cards, they could not gain the upper hand against Li Luo. The numerous soldiers stationed on the defensive line bore witness to the entire ordeal, their admiration for Li Luo burgeoning. The energy fluctuations generated during their clash reverberated even across their side of the line, instilling a sense of terror and shock. Li Luo's final declaration, "Next time we meet, I shall slay you," pierced through the hearts of the soldiers like a keen blade, igniting their warriors' spirit and fervor. The excited murmurs of the army reached the ears of Li Zhendong and Zhang Yunfeng, both drenched in beast blood. Glancing at Li Luo's figure lying in the distance, their eyes brimmed with admiration and astonishment. They had not anticipated that the most significant influence on the battle would stem from this newly ascended martial saint. In merely a few days, he had advanced to the mid-stage, showcasing an exceptionally formidable prowess. Given Li Luo's terrifying rate of growth, his words of "next time we meet, I shall slay you" were likely to materialize into reality. Subsequently, Li Zhendong and Zhang Yunfeng began orchestrating the troops to clear the battlefield and reinforce the defenses, preparing against any potential counterattacks from the beasts. Their injuries were not overly severe, and their energy expenditure paled in comparison to Li Luo's. As for Chen Lei, the commander stationed in Jiangbin City, he was receiving treatment in a secure location due to the severity of his wounds and would not be able to make an appearance for some time. Full recovery was likely to take a considerable duration. If he could obtain resources of S-grade or higher that promote recovery, the healing process might be expedited. The consumption has been rather significant, Li Luo muttered wearily as he lay on the blood-stained battlefield. The backlash from his excessive energy expenditure was undeniably substantial. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to lie there and take a nap. Li Luo, Li Luo. Hearing the fervent calls of numerous soldiers from the defensive line, he thrust his severely damaged long knife into the ground and, with great effort, rose to his feet. He smiled and nodded at Li Zhendong and Zhang Yunfeng in the distance, as well as the soldiers manning the line. Elder Li is quite resilient, Li Zhendong mused, having sensed the fatigue radiating from Li Luo. Recognizing that Li Luo's current state belied the ease he projected, he shook his head with a smile and approached, gently patting Li Luo on the shoulder. "Elder Li, we owe you much this time." He then retrieved an S-grade elixir from his spatial ring, its surface shimmering with a crystalline sheen and emanating a faint fragrance, imbued with potent vitality. "This is an S-grade recovery pill, capable of swiftly replenishing stamina and restoring spirit. Brother Luo, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me." The term of address shifted from Elder Li to Brother Luo, signifying a closer bond. "Thank you, Donggu," Li Luo replied without pretense, accepting the S-grade elixir with gratitude. As Li Zhendong, an established mid-stage martial saint nearing 50, it was not inappropriate to refer to him as brother. Upon swallowing the elixir, a warm current surged within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The vitality contained within was akin to a refreshing spring, swiftly rejuvenating his weary form. He could distinctly feel his strength gradually returning, the fatigue beginning to dissipate. Though he had not fully regained his peak condition, he had reclaimed a measure of his strength, leaving him with a sense of relief. Seeing Li Luo's condition improve, Li Zhendong felt reassured and returned to organizing the troops for battlefield cleanup and reinforcement of the defenses. He was acutely aware of the cunning of the beasts. Although they had retreated, it was essential to remain vigilant against any potential resurgence. As for the secrets surrounding Li Luo, it was not the appropriate time to inquire. Observing Li Zhendong directing the defense preparations, Li Luo wished to assist, yet he found himself lacking in knowledge regarding military deployment and tactical arrangements. While he was more than capable of dealing with a ferocious beast, the complexities of military strategy posed a challenge. This was one of the reasons he had opted against a military career in the first place. Every craft has its specialization. I shall refrain from complicating matters. Li Luo mused with self-awareness, smiling as he leapt away from the battlefield and returned to the rear. The chaos within Zhongbin City was successfully suppressed following Li Luo's intervention and the arrival of additional reinforcements. Numerous beast god cult followers were apprehended or eliminated, and the city had largely restored its order, thwarting the beast's plans to infiltrate and conquer Zhongbin City. Nightfall descended upon Zhongbin City, which, after enduring a fierce battle, finally welcomed a moment of tranquility. Due to Commander Chun Lei's severe injuries sustained during the fight, he was unable to personally extend hospitality to Li Luo, who had arrived just in time to turn the tide of battle. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the honor bestowed upon Li Luo within Zhongbin City. "Lordly, please this way," a voice beckoned, as Li Luo was escorted by Gu Yu, the vice president of the Elder Council in Zhongbin City, to a distinguished dining hall within the supply base, dedicated to receiving esteemed guests. A sumptuous feast awaited him, with an array of delectable dishes that dazzled the senses. "Thank you for your efforts, President Gu," Li Luo expressed with a nod of satisfaction. Although he still felt somewhat fatigued, the allure of the culinary delights sparked his appetite. After dinner, Gu Yu guided Li Luo to a spiritual spring for a rejuvenating soak, cleansing him of fatigue and the stench of blood. "How refreshing," Li Luo remarked, feeling a wave of relaxation and comfort wash over him. Following his bath, Gu Yu escorted Li Luo to a VIP room for rest. "Finally, I can take a break," Li Luo sighed as he reclined on the bed, soon succumbing to sleep. In contrast, Commanders Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng did not enjoy the same ease as Li Luo. After hours of effort by numerous soldiers, they finally cleared the remains of the beasts from the shore, filling several warehouses within the supply base. Looking at the now barren shoreline, Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the defensive line had suffered significant losses during the unexpected assault of the beast tide, they had nevertheless reaped a bountiful harvest of beast carcasses, ranging from lowly creatures to mid-level lord beasts. The skins, bones, and internal organs of these beasts were all invaluable materials for crafting weapons and elixirs. Chapter 18. The Attention of the Sequence Elder? Frost God Veins. In the dead of night, beneath the hazy moonlight, Li Jindong, having treated his injuries, gently glided his fingers over the spirit communication ring. He meticulously reported the details of the recent battle to Sequence Elder Xiang Yuan. "Elder Xiang, during the battle for Zhongbin City, we encountered a sudden attack from 4 high-ranking lord-level beasts. Our casualties amounted to tens of thousands of soldiers, with thousands more severely wounded, resulting in significant losses. Elder Chun had sustained severe injuries and narrowly escaped demise," Li Jindong reported gravely to the Elder of the Second Sequence, emphasizing the remarkable achievements of Li Luo in this battle. Firstly, he had forcefully suppressed the chaos instigated by the beast god cult's followers within the city. Subsequently, he made a timely appearance, successfully restraining the formidable Hai Sha, one of the 4 high-level lord-class beasts, which significantly influenced the victory of this campaign. Without his intervention, the casualties among the soldiers would have undoubtedly escalated, and Commander Chun Lei would have been at a high risk of perishing. Should the beast tide breach the military defenses, the lives of millions residing in Zhongbin City would be in grave jeopardy. The consequences were simply unimaginable. "Oh, Li Luo?" The steady voice of Elder Xiang Yuan from the second sequence transmitted through the spirit communication ring, tinged with a hint of astonishment. It was evident that Li Jindong's admiration for Li Luo's prowess was profound, leading him to question whether Li Jindong was perhaps embellishing the truth. How could Li Luo, who had just transitioned from a martial master to a martial saint in the early stages, withstand one of the ocean's dominators, Hai Sha? Indeed, Elder Xiang, it is the newly promoted martial saint Li Luo. Not only did he force Hai Sha to activate its second form, but he also fought evenly with it. Crucially, his cultivation has further advanced. He has already ascended to the mid-stage of martial saint and has mastered the power of ice. As soon as Li Jindong's words fell, a brief silence enveloped Elder Xiang Yuan's end. An ice martial artist? Mid-stage martial saint? So soon? The elder's voice carried a trace of incredulity, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Hadn't Li Luo only returned from the wilderness area after breaking through to martial saint a mere week ago? To have progressed to mid-stage so swiftly, and moreover, to have transformed from an ordinary martial artist into one wielding the power of ice, would surely astonish those seasoned veterans who remained stagnant in the early stages of martial saint. Even Qin Hong, that exceptionally gifted prodigy, took several years to advance to mid-stage after his initial breakthrough. Li Luo's rapid advancement was unprecedented in the elder's experience. Yes, Elder Xiang, I too find it hard to believe. However, the aura emanating from Li Luo is undeniably genuine, and he managed to withstand Hai Sha, freezing the entire sea. Li Jindong replied respectfully. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of envy towards Li Luo's breakthrough speed. Had it not been for Qin Hong thoroughly scouring the wilderness area where Li Luo broke through to martial saint, he might have sought out potential opportunities for himself. Li Luo's rapid ascendance was undoubtedly closely linked to the fortuitous encounters he had in that wilderness. Elder Xiang Yuan lapsed into silence once more, pondering. What secrets does this young man harbor? My curiosity grows by the day, not only in the Great Xia Kingdom, but even across the entirety of Blue Star. There is no other martial saint who has advanced so swiftly. Even as his cultivation reaches the pinnacle of martial god, he cannot help but feel a deep-seated curiosity. How did Li Luo achieve this? Could it truly be due to some extraordinary energy crystal? This young man must be concealing numerous secrets. I must keep a close watch on his movements. He then spoke slowly. Well done. Although the beast tide has receded, we must not relax our defensive efforts in Jiangbin City. It is imperative to ensure the fortifications remain steadfast. We absolutely cannot allow another wave of beasts to infiltrate the city. Elder Xiang Yuan instructed. Since Chun Lei is gravely injured, he must rest adequately. For the time being, the task of guarding the oceanic defense line shall be entrusted to Li Luo. He proceeded to make some arrangements and reallocations for the defense of Jiangbin City. Both Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng had their respective coastal cities to defend and could not remain in Jiangbin City indefinitely. With Commander Chun Lei incapacitated and unable to recover in the short term, it was fitting for Li Luo, stationed in Jingyang City, to temporarily take his place, serving also as a means to cultivate Li Luo's command abilities. As a commander, one must not only know how to engage in battle. Yes, Elder Xiang. I will inform Elder Li, Li Jindong replied resolutely. After severing the connection with the spirit communication ring, he received a reward of 120 contribution points, assessed by the Elder of the second sequence. Exhausted from a long day, Li Jindong soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as the first light of dawn graced the horizon, Li Luo awakened. A refreshing sleep had fully restored his strength, likely attributable to the S-grade elixir and the spirit spring. He sat up in bed, feeling the surging power within him. The fatigue from the previous day had dissipated entirely. What is this? A glance at his wrist revealed an alert on the spirit communication ring. Master, allow me to explain. The artificial intelligence within the ring, named Dreamweaver, began to elucidate to the newly awakened Li Luo. Due to your exemplary performance in repelling the beast tide yesterday, you have been awarded 150 contribution points after evaluation by the Elder of the second sequence. Quite substantial, Li Luo remarked upon learning the reason. With the base contribution points awarded for assuming the role of commander, he now possessed a total of 180 points. After understanding this, Li Luo exited the spirit communication ring. Although 180 contribution points were considerable, they were still insufficient to redeem the formidable aircraft previously utilized by Elder Qin Hong. At this moment, acquiring an aircraft was of no immediate use. He preferred to reserve the points for higher-grade cultivation resources. Li Luo contemplated aloud, yet there is no hurry to redeem them, as I have more pressing matters to attend to. He then settled at the edge of his bed, closing his eyes and immersing his mind within. System, sign in. Li Luo silently intoned, fervently wishing for another critical sign-in reward. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Frost God bloodline. Frost God bloodline. Originating from an ancient race deep within the cosmos, it inherently commands the laws of ice. With a genetic level 10 times that of a human martial saint, will the host choose to fuse with it? What the heck? An extraterrestrial race's bloodline? Li Luo exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the system's inquiry in his mind. He could hardly believe that this time, the sign-in reward was the bloodline of an ancient cosmic race. The system could actually bestow such a gift? Fuse. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Luo resolved to merge with it, as this would undoubtedly enhance his strength. The effects would far surpass those of any gene-enhancing elixir. As Li Luo uttered the firm command to fuse within his mind, an unprecedented wave of energy surged forth from the depths of his consciousness, pouring into his body. This energy was frigid and pure, akin to the core of ice from the universe's deepest reaches. As the energy flowed in, Li Luo's body began to tremble, involuntarily contorting his face in pain. Every cell within him clashed and merged with this energy in fierce turmoil. A faint layer of frost began to form upon his skin, encasing him entirely in crystalline ice. However, this was merely the beginning. As the fusion process deepened, it felt as though every cell within Li Luo was being reshaped by this energy. His genetic level experienced a qualitative leap in an instant. Li Luo could distinctly sense his vitality intensifying continuously, and his mastery over the laws of ice gradually enhancing. This process was both agonizing and exquisite, akin to a rebirth. When the fusion concluded, his appearance remained the same, yet a monumental transformation had taken place within him. Feeling rejuvenated in his body, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a chilling light, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 19. Passive Cultivation, Surge in Strength. With a mere thought, he activated the system panel, noticing the addition of a bloodline section. Name, Li Luo. Level, Mid-Stage Martial Saint. Punch Power, 130,000 kg. Output, 70 times. Cultivation Technique, SSS-grade Body Forging Heavenly Gang Art, D-grade Iron Bone Body Forging Method. Martial Skills, C-grade Void Shattering Fist, Advanced. Basic Sword Technique, Perfected. SSS-grade Frost Divine Cannon, Perfected. Bloodline, Frost Divine Bloodline. Upon merging with the Frost Divine Bloodline, not only was the affinity for ice elements dramatically enhanced, But the power of his punches also surged by over 200,000 kilograms. His explosive strength saw a significant elevation as well. Furthermore, he distinctly felt that his comprehension had multiplied. Most astonishingly, Li Luo was taken aback by the speed of his cultivation, which was nearly 5 times faster than before. In an extremely frigid environment, the speed of his cultivation could be significantly amplified once more. This was passive cultivation. Suddenly, Li Luo sensed something, his face displaying a look of astonishment. While practicing the SSS grade technique body forging Heavenly Gang art, he felt a peculiar energy actively flowing into his body. However, compared to active cultivation, the absorption effect was considerably inferior. Yet, it was still terrifying. It was as if his vital energy was increasing every second. Such an incredibly potent frost, divine bloodline. After experiencing the changes within his body, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Li Luo's face as he gazed at the newly brightened sky outside his window. Closing his eyes, he began to comprehend the C-grade martial skill Void-Shattering Fist. Eager to test how long it would take to fully grasp a skill from advanced to perfection with his current level of comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the C-grade martial skill Void-Shattering Fist to mastery level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the C-grade martial skill Void-Shattering Fist to perfection. It was done. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, a smile curved Li Luo's lips as he slowly opened his eyes, ending his state of comprehension. Merely half an hour had passed, and he had elevated a C-grade martial skill from advanced to perfection. If he were to start from scratch, it would take at most 2 hours to elevate a C-grade martial skill from a 0 state to perfection. Such speed was astonishing. Haha, I have completely surpassed that genius prodigy Qin Hong now. Just as Li Luo reveled in his inner joy, a sudden knock echoed from outside his room. From the aura he sensed, Li Luo knew without looking that it was the Guardian Commander, Li Zhendong. Brother Dong has arrived. Li Luo responded. After calming his excited heart, he opened the door to his room. Lo, my little brother, wait. Upon seeing Li Luo, Li Zhendong intended to convey Elder Xiang's instructions and arrangements from the previous night. However, his heart suddenly stirred, and a look of shock crossed his face. His previously calm demeanor became somewhat unhinged, his eyes filled with wonder. As Li Luo opened the door, Li Zhendong distinctly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him. It was even more intense than when he had unleashed his full power yesterday. Akin to the biting cold wind atop an ice mountain, sharp and fierce. At this moment, the temperature in the room had plummeted. If a common martial artist had knocked on the door, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the chilling aura that permeated the air, likely freezing into a statue on the spot. There was even a risk of death for those with slightly lower strength. This was precisely why Li Zhendong had lost his composure. How could Li Luo have suddenly become so powerful overnight? Could it be that he was cultivating some extraordinary technique? Or had he inadvertently opened his meridians during the battle with the sea demon? Brother Dong, what's the matter? Li Luo asked, noticing Li Zhendong's astonished expression, quickly retracting his aura and smiling, as if nothing had happened. Lo, what are you doing? Cultivating a technique? Can you let your older brother take a look? Li Zhendong's expression quickly regained its composure, boldly inquiring. If Li Luo was indeed practicing some extraordinary technique that could greatly enhance his strength, he would be willing to set aside his pride or pay a hefty price just to catch a glimpse. It was simply too enticing, more potent than any drug. Oh, well, Li Luo, hearing Li Zhendong's inquiry, racked his brain for a plausible excuse to brush it off. Is that so? Well then, Li Zhendong, realizing Li Luo's intent, had no choice but to give up. Given Li Luo's displayed potential, it was imperative not to become adversarial with him. Brother Dong, is there something you needed to discuss so early? Li Luo then redirected the conversation to the main topic, his expression becoming serious. Little brother Lo, it's like this. Li Zhendong conveyed the arrangements made by Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence to Li Luo. Meanwhile, stationed in Jingyang City and Jiangbin City, he and Zhang Yunfeng would soon return to their respective cities to prevent beasts from launching surprise attacks like they had in Jiangbin City. The defensive arrangements regarding the marine front in Jiangbin City had been finalized. As long as Li Luo did not act recklessly, there should be no issues. They merely needed to replenish the lost personnel and rebuild the defensive facilities that had been damaged by the beasts. No problem, Brother Dong. With great power comes great responsibility. Leave Jiangbin City to me. You need not worry. The beast will not breach the defenses. Li Luo stated confidently. Jingyang City was not coastal, and aside from preventing beast riots in the wilderness, there were generally no major issues. His presence there was inconsequential. Previously, Jingyang City had not had a guardian commander stationed, yet there had been no problems. Even if they had Vice President Wang Ming, he could manage. Li Luo's presence was merely a reassurance for the ordinary populace. However, Jiangbin City was different, frequently facing beast intrusions. Without a martial saint-level warrior stationed, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Now that Chen Lei was injured, they could only have Li Luo temporarily assist in the defense. Little brother Lo, your words put my mind at ease. Yet there are still matters that must be reiterated to you. Upon hearing Li Luo's confident agreement, Li Zhendong still felt the need to caution him about certain things. Jiangbin City was far more perilous than Jingyang City. Even with Li Luo's current strength, he could not afford to be careless. The beasts in the ocean were cunning, and he did not wish for Li Luo to meet an untimely end due to negligence. In Li Jindong's heart, if Li Luo maintained such a terrifying rate of breakthroughs, it was highly likely he would surpass the prodigy Qin Hong and the few established martial saint peaks, becoming the fourth martial god of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 20. Taking charge of the defense line, Li Luo's arrangements. After engaging in a few more casual conversations with Li Luo, Li Jindong glanced at the time and said, "Little brother Lo, it's getting late. I shall take my leave." He then departed Jiangbin City's supply base with another guardian commander, Zhang Yinfeng, along with their respective subordinates and troops. Li Luo watched the direction in which Li Jindong had left, aware that the burden he would bear was significantly heavier than merely idling in Jingyang City. "Come in." Subsequently, Li Luo summoned Wang Ming, the vice president of the Jingyang City branch, who was still waiting for orders at the supply base. "President Wang, during this period, I must remain stationed in Jiangbin City to monitor the beasts. I entrust Jingyang City to you," Li Luo stated earnestly. Wang Ming nodded, patting his chest in assurance. "My lord, do not worry. With me here, there will be no issues in Jingyang City." His gaze towards Li Luo was filled with admiration and respect. Upon receiving Li Luo's order to assist in Jiangbin City, although he had not joined the frontline battle against the beast tide, merely assisting the public security department in suppressing the remnants of the beast god cult within the city, he had heard of Li Luo's glorious achievements on the battlefield. "I appreciate your efforts, President Wang," Li Luo said, his eyes revealing acknowledgement. With Wang Ming in Jingyang City, there was no need for concern. He could now focus entirely on the beasts outside the marine defense line in Jiangbin City. After everyone gradually departed from the Jiangbin City supply base, Li Luo first headed to the medical center, guided by the physician to find the severely injured guardian commander, Chen Lei, who was recuperating. Having successfully extricated himself from the peril of collapse, Chen Lei now found himself in a state of extreme physical frailty, his complexion ashen. His entire body was enveloped within a specialized nutrient chamber, leaving only his head exposed. As he sensed the presence of others nearby, he gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing Li Luo approach, a faint smile crept across his lips. Initially, he had assumed that Li Luo had merely just broken through to the martial saint realm, and that too by forcibly catalyzing his advancement through the consumption of special energy crystals, lacking any foundational strength or experience in confronting formidable high-level beast lords. He had anticipated that Li Luo would only be capable of restraining a weaker high-level beast lord during combat, thereby alleviating some of their burden. However, to his astonishment, Li Luo had actually advanced to the mid-level of the martial saint realm, showcasing extraordinary prowess. The erstwhile auxiliary had now transformed into the mainstay, and even the second form activated Sea Fiend had found no advantage against Li Luo. This stark contrast continued to reverberate within Chen Lei's heart, leaving him in a state of profound shock. "Li Elder, you have arrived." Chen Lei's voice, though faint, was imbued with admiration. He had been stuck at the initial stage of martial saint for years without a breakthrough, while Li Luo had ascended from the initial to the mid-level in less than a week. Such terrifying talent was undeniable. "You have worked hard, Chen Elder." Li Luo inquired with concern, "How are your injuries?" With a light sigh, Chen Lei jested, "Just a trivial fatal injury, nothing to worry about." Then, adopting a serious tone, he added, "I merely need some time to recuperate. The ocean defense line of Jiangbin City will be temporarily entrusted to you, Li Elder." He had already received directives from the Elder Council, advising him to focus on recovery and regain his peak condition during this period. The defense line would be managed by Li Luo for the time being. "Such a trivial fatal injury," Li Luo remarked, taken aback by Chen Lei's humor. Unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, he could discern the perilous nature of the battle they had just endured. Had it been any other initial stage martial saint lacking defensive prowess, they might have truly perished when confronted with 4 high-level beast lords. Chen Lei needed to rest and recuperate properly. After assessing the injuries and briefly consulting Chen Lei regarding matters of defense line management, Li Luo felt it inappropriate to linger further and took his leave from the medical center. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, he would be stationed in Jiangbin City. He mused to himself after confirming Chen Lei's condition. The duration of his stay could range from a few weeks to a couple of months. It was now time to test his military acumen. However, Li Luo felt no trepidation. Rather, a sense of ease enveloped him. With the integration of the Frost Divine Vein, his mind had become agile, and after consulting with Chen Lei, he was now adept at handling tasks related to military defense and deployment. Thus, Li Luo formally took over the defense line from Chen Lei, managing all affairs within the supply base. He first issued orders to summon the high-ranking officers in the supply base for an urgent meeting, intending to ascertain the current status of the defense line. The senior officers quickly assembled in the spacious conference room upon receiving the summons. As they entered, their gazes instinctively gravitated towards Li Luo. Seated at the head of the table, his composed demeanor and self-assured presence evoked feelings of respect and admiration among them. They believed that with Li Luo stationed here, The beasts would certainly refrain from launching another assault in the near future. Minutes later, apart from the high-ranking officers who had tragically perished on the battlefield, the remaining personnel had arrived. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice. Li Luo spoke with a smile, his voice resonating with an undeniable authority. The officers present bore varying degrees of injuries, and Li Luo held great respect for these soldiers who had stood resolutely at the forefront during times of crisis. Due to Chun Sheng's physical condition, I will be assuming command of the defense operations during this period, Li Luo announced, casting his gaze over the assembly. He then began to inquire about the specific circumstances regarding the defense line. As Li Luo posed his questions, Zhao Taizhan, a peak martial king holding the rank of colonel, rose with a pained expression to report. Following yesterday's fierce battle, tens of thousands of soldiers bravely sacrificed their lives, with thousands more wounded and currently receiving treatment at the medical center. Our defensive fortifications have suffered significant damage. Although we have mobilized a considerable number of engineers and soldiers for repairs and reinforcement, the restoration efforts will still require time. Most tragically, we have lost 2 martial emperor-level brigadier generals, with other officers of various ranks also suffering varying degrees of casualties. Zhao Taizhan's voice echoed within the conference room, each word striking the hearts of the attendees like a hammer. They had achieved victory, yet at an exceedingly grave cost. I understand. Please take your seats, Li Luo replied. His brow furrowed as he absorbed Zhao Tieshan's report. The losses were even more severe than he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Li Luo began to methodically issue a series of commands to repair and reinforce the fortifications damaged by the beasts, to distribute compensation for fallen soldiers, and to replenish lost personnel. He appeared to be a seasoned leader, rather than a novice without any prior experience in commanding military defense. Understood. The high-ranking officers responded in unison, their voices filled with respect for the 20-year-old martial saint. Chapter 21. Resource Exchange and Preparations for Cleanup. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the various ranks of officers swiftly set about executing Li Luo's orders. Yet amidst the flurry of activity, Li Luo did not rush to depart. Instead, he remained seated alone in the now-empty conference room. Gently lifting his wrist, he activated the Lingshuan ring, preparing to utilize the contribution points acquired from repelling the beasts to exchange for some cultivation resources. The Elder Council's treasury contained numerous rare treasures that could not simply be purchased with money. Upon entering the official website designated for internal members, a holographic projection materialized in midair, displaying an array of dazzling resources before Li Luo's eyes. What should he exchange for? Gazing at the multitude of rare resources presented in the holographic display, Li Luo found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision, uncertain of which resource would be most suitable. Dreamweaver, please assist me in selecting some appropriate cultivation resources, Li Luo addressed the intelligent assistant, Dreamweaver, embedded within the Lingshuan ring. He recalled Elder Qin Hong mentioning that the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver possessed similar search capabilities. Dreamweaver had been meticulously crafted by the researchers who developed the Lingshuan ring, embodying a significant investment of effort. It boasted formidable computational and data analysis capabilities, capable of swiftly filtering the most suitable resources based on the user's requirements and contribution points, while also featuring functionalities such as automated piloting of aircraft. Of course, Master, Dreamweaver responded upon activation, its form flickering into view within the projection as a charming little white fox, devoid of gender, before commencing its selection process. In no time, Dreamweaver had curated a selection of 3 S-grade resources for the frost martial artist Li Luo. The first was the Ice Heart Dew, an exceptionally rare spiritual liquid that could only be produced in frigid regions, serving as an excellent auxiliary for martial artists attuned to the frost principle. The second and third items were a special energy ice crystal, the size of a watermelon and suitable for absorption by frost martial artists, and a medicinal pill. All 3 resources were rated as S-grade, aligning perfectly with Li Luo's desire for rapid enhancement of his strength. Moreover, together, these 3 items consumed exactly 180 contribution points, making them the most suitable options available. Very well, I shall select these 3, Li Luo confirmed with certainty. Subsequently clicking the exchange button, the 180 contribution points in his account vanished in an instant. Exchange successful. A representative dispatched by the Elder Council will deliver your selected resources within a week at the latest. Dreamweaver's melodious voice chimed once more, informing Li Luo of the delivery timeline. Understood. That time frame is quite reasonable. Li Luo nodded with satisfaction before exiting the Lingshuan ring. Gazing at the vacant conference room, Li Luo stepped out and made his way towards the forging district of the supply base. His S-grade battle armor had sustained significant damage during the clash with the Sea Fiend, and his long sword bore cracks that necessitated repair. As soon as Li Luo entered the forging area, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard approached him respectfully. My lord, what brings you here in person? Is there something you require? The overseer, Feng Wu, inquired earnestly. Li Luo nodded and flicked his wrist, causing the damaged S-grade battle armor and long sword to materialize before Feng Wu's eyes. Pointing at the equipment, he asked, Can these 2 items be restored to their original state? Please wait a moment, my lord. Let me examine them closely, Feng Wu replied, taking the armor and sword to scrutinize them carefully. His brow initially furrowed but soon relaxed, and with a smile, he looked up at Li Luo, saying, "My lord, although these items are quite severely damaged, rest assured, we will be able to restore them. They will be ready for you in 3 days." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Luo's eyes. He had approached with merely a tentative hope, fully prepared to replace them. He had not anticipated that restoration was indeed possible, albeit requiring a little time. However, 3 days was a trivial matter to him. After entrusting the armor and sword to Feng Wu, Li Luo exited the forging district. The defense line had been meticulously arranged and posed no significant issues, even if the ferocious beasts dared to invade again. With his newly integrated frost divinity, any beast below the intermediate lord level would certainly meet their demise should they dare to approach. Even the high-level lord beast, Sea Fiend, was no longer a concern for him. Their next encounter would not merely be a contest of equals. Although the army's defense line had suffered considerable losses, Li Luo was confident that the ferocious beasts had also faced their share of adversity. For the foreseeable future, it was unlikely they would launch a large-scale assault on the defense line. Now it was time to deal with those treacherous elements lurking within the city. A cold smile crept upon Li Luo's lips. With the pressure from the beasts alleviated, it was time to address the cultists hiding in the shadows. As humans, their allegiance to ferocious beasts marked them as true traitors. While most of the beast god cult's followers had either been suppressed or captured by the security forces, some surely remained hidden. Li Luo's objective now was to root them out and eliminate them altogether. He then returned to his office and instructed his aides to notify Gu Yu, the president of the Jiangbin City branch, with whom he had previously made acquaintance, preparing to eradicate the malignant presence of the beast god cult. Upon receiving the notification, Gu Yu hurried over, his serious expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. "My lord, you summon me?" As a late-stage martial emperor, Gu Yu sensed the formidable aura emanating from Li Luo, even from afar. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but he seemed even more terrifying than the previous night. Indeed, Li Luo nodded, gesturing for Gu Yu to take a seat. He then proceeded to lay out his plans in detail, expressing his intention to thoroughly cleanse the beast god cult. "Eradicate the beast god cult," Gu Yu exclaimed, surprise lighting up his face. He had not anticipated such swift action from Li Luo. In less than a day, he was prepared to obliterate this group of foul rats hiding in the city's shadows. Had he not been preoccupied with holding back the ferocious beasts, he would have personally dealt with these chaos-inspiring cultists. Fortunately, Li Luo had intervened in time, suppressing them with overwhelming force, thus preventing further destruction and casualties within the city. In Chapter 22, the elite forces mobilized to annihilate the beast god cult. Subsequently, Li Luo elaborated on his strategy to Gu Yu. The Jiangbin City branch, along with the inspection and security departments, would each dispatch elite personnel to conduct a comprehensive search of the city, leaving no corner unchecked. Simultaneously, the city's entry and exit points would be sealed to prevent the cultists from fleeing. Li Luo's voice bore an unmistakable decisiveness, with the 3 official forces collaborating, and with him, a martial saint, personally intervening. There was no need to deploy the army for a siege. Were it not for his duty to guard the defense line and monitor the movements of the beasts in the ocean, the unfortunate fate would not be limited to just the cultists in Jiangbin City. The entire Jiangning province's myriad cults would face a severe reckoning. However, this was merely a matter of time. Once cultists were discovered, there would be no hesitation, immediate execution. These wretched lackeys of the ferocious beasts do not deserve to exist in this world, Li Luo added coolly, his words laced with an air of lethal intent, leaving no opportunity for these vile cultists to surrender. "Yes, my lord," Gu Yu replied, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This operation would surely eradicate the cult that had long been lurking within the city. Soon after, Gu Yu departed to organize personnel swiftly within the branch per Li Luo's instructions. He also informed the inspection officer and the chief of the security department in Jiangbin City about Li Luo's latest directives. President Gu understood. "Rest assured, we will cooperate fully," they assured, eager to seize this opportunity to impress before Li Luo, the guardian. They harbored deep disdain for the beast god cult, which had taken advantage of the chaos following the beast tide. Had the situation not been so dire at the time, they would have personally quelled the chaos within the city and crushed those miscreants, especially the chief of the security department, who had suffered significant casualties due to the lack of higher-level combatants during the suppression of the beast god cult amidst the urban turmoil. Under the cover of night in Jiangbin City, a joint operation against the beast god cult, led by official forces, quietly commenced. As time passed into the evening, the inspection department, security department, and Jiangbin City branch responded to Li Luo's commands, selecting hundreds of elite martial artists, all at least at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, and preparing for action. Simultaneously, all city entry and exit points were hastily sealed to ensure that the hidden cultists could not escape. In the Jiangbin City Elder Council's branch hall, Gu Yu and his companions respectfully addressed Li Luo, who radiated the aura of a martial saint. "My lord, the city is now sealed, and our personnel are ready to act at any moment." Good, then let us proceed, Li Luo responded, observing the assembled elite martial forces with an approving gaze. Although some had fallen during the defense against the beast tide, those who survived the battlefield were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. They were more than capable of dealing with a group of traitors who worshipped ferocious beasts. Let us move out. With Li Luo's command, Guyu, along with the inspection officer and the chief of the security department, personally led their forces to commence a thorough search within Jiangbin City. Are those from the security department and the inspection department, along with the elder council branch, all high-level martial artists? What could they possibly be up to? The onlookers in the streets were astonished at the sight of the official forces mobilizing in droves, realizing that something significant was about to unfold that night. However, with Li Luo, the martial saint, stationed in Jiangbin City, they felt a sense of reassurance. The teams navigated through the city's chaotic, gray areas, gathering information from the captured cultists. These locales, due to the lack of stringent oversight from official forces, had become a breeding ground for various factions, making them ideal hiding spots for the remaining cultists. In the dilapidated, old-fashioned neighborhoods, Guyu led the elite warriors of the branch, stealthily approaching a hideout of the beast god cult's followers. As they drew nearer to their target, the tense atmosphere in the air seemed to suspend time itself. Suddenly, an alarming shout broke the silence. Oh no! A multitude of elders from the branch has arrived outside. It appears they have discovered us. A lowly minion, peering through a crack in the window, exclaimed in panic. Calm down. The small leader, possessing late-stage martial sovereign prowess, shot a fierce glare at him, attempting to restore order. Damn it, it seems there's no escaping this time. But fear not, we shall fight to the death. The beast god will avenge us. He brandished his massive axe, rallying the remaining followers for a desperate stand. Just as he continued to indoctrinate the other cultists, a chilling snort echoed ominously in his ears, the voice deep and frigid as if it hailed from the depths of hell. Who? The followers involuntarily shivered at the sound. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped the entire room, one that belonged to a martial emperor, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression in the cultists present. Before they could react, a figure darted into the room like lightning, wielding a longsword that traced a deadly arc through the air. With a muffled thud, the small leader's grotesque head rolled to the side, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Martial Emperor, run. I surrender, spare my life. The previously defiant followers were now paralyzed with terror, shrieking in panic and even resorting to kneeling in supplication. Yet, Guyu granted them no opportunity for mercy. He refrained from further violence, instead assigning them to the capable hands of the elite warriors behind him. The remaining rabble is yours, Guyu casually gestured to his comrades. Kill. Upon receiving the command, the elite warriors sprang into action, armed and fierce as wolves, pouncing upon the remaining cultists. Their coordination was impeccable, their assault ferocious, showcasing astonishing might. Soon, all remaining cultists lay slain, the room descending into a deathly silence, with only the twitching bodies of the fallen betraying any sign of life. Guyu surveyed the battlefield with a cold gaze. Let us proceed to the next location. Satisfied there were no survivors, he departed with his elite warriors. Dealing with these insignificant leaders, who lacked even the strength of a martial king, did not pique Li Luo's interest enough to engage directly. However, to prevent any unforeseen casualties, he entrusted the task of handling these minor leaders to Guyu and his companions, pondering whether they might uncover a significant target. Otherwise, the endeavor would prove rather tedious. Chapter 23. The Traitorous Martial Family. Li Luo takes action. Under the cover of night, the remnants of the beast god cult's influence in Jiangbin City resembled cornered beasts. Faced with hundreds of elite warriors dispatched by the authorities, they had no means of resistance and were swiftly annihilated. Numerous clandestine hideouts were rapidly dismantled within a short span of time. As the search operations intensified, every shadow within the city was meticulously scrutinized, leaving no corner unexamined for possible hiding spots of the heretics. This overwhelming, thunderous momentum sent the beast god cult and other assorted cultists, who had previously harbored some hope, spiraling into panic. The other heretical sects, not belonging to the beast god cult, were caught in the crossfire, suffering unmerited calamity. The Peacekeeping Bureau showed no leniency. Any individual, not an ordinary citizen, would be slain on the spot, regardless of their affiliation with the beast god cult. Meanwhile, within the opulent estate of the Liu family in Jiangbin City, an unprecedented atmosphere of tension permeated the air. Originally a rather ordinary third-rate family, the Liu family had begun to rise in prominence due to the sudden ascent of their patriarch, Liu Tianqing. He had first broken through to martial king from the peak of martial general, and subsequently advanced to the mid-stage within a few years, rapidly expanding the family's influence and successfully elevating them to the ranks of second-rate martial families. The Liu family's swift rise was shrouded in a secret. Liu Tianqing had allied himself with the beast god cult. This connection not only granted the family an abundance of resources and support, but also allowed them to thrive within the cult, even securing a position as a protector of the Jiangbin City branch, elevating Liu Tianqing's status and further expanding their family's power. Ordinary individuals dared not provoke them lightly. However, at this moment, the patriarch Lu Tianqing was restless. He had just received news that the acting governor of Jiangbin City, Li Luo, had dispatched numerous elite personnel under the cover of night to eradicate the hideouts of the beast god cult. If the authorities were to discover the close ties between their family and the cult, the Lu family would face annihilation. Most dire of all, the Lu family was currently harboring a multitude of beast god cult followers. In such an event, they would be left with no recourse, facing certain doom. Father, I've heard that Li Luo has already taken action. What should we do? If we're caught, the Lu family is finished. Lu Tianqing's son, Lu Xiong, paled. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he spoke anxiously. Why are you panicking? Lu Tianqing glared at his son, his voice tinged with irritation. He furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought for a strategy. Seeing his father's demeanor, Lu Xiong steeled himself and proposed, Father, since we are doomed either way, why not gather the family's warriors and remaining cultists and confront Li Luo? His reasoning was simple. Faced with impending disaster, one might as well go down fighting. Silence. Do you comprehend the strength of a martial sage? What do we have to contend with? Even if we all attacked together, we would be no more than mere ants to him, easily crushed. Lu Tianqing rebuked his son for his naivety. No matter how much the Lu family's power grew, Li Luo could effortlessly decimate them. Even the beast god they revered would find no favor before Li Luo. Father, I understand, Lu Xiong replied, chastened, lowering his head. After this reprimand, his mind cleared somewhat, but in the face of the current situation, what else could they do but fight to the bitter end? Do not despair. Li Luo has yet to arrive. Allow me to devise a plan. Lu Tianqing inhaled deeply, feigning calmness, and began to think of countermeasures. His initial decision to ally with the beast god cult was driven by the hope of breaking through to the martial king realm, thereby strengthening the Lu family. Now, having utilized the special resources provided by the cult to successfully reach the mid-stage of martial king, the Lu family's influence had burgeoned, making them a well-known martial family in Jiangbin City. Lu Tianqing was unwilling to see his hard work crumble so easily. Although he held the position of protector within the beast god cult, he did not intend to sacrifice himself like those brainwashed followers. He contemplated that if he surrendered voluntarily and provided Li Luo with intelligence regarding the cult and the followers hidden within his household, perhaps this governor would show leniency towards the Lu family and himself, sparing them from the guillotine. Just as Lu Tianqing anxiously pondered his strategy, the elite warriors of the inspection bureau, like phantoms, had stealthily surrounded the Lu family estate, following the leads they had previously gathered. With swift precision, they sealed off all exits and, without a word, incapacitated the patrolling guards, expertly brandishing their weapons to blast open the front door and storm inside. What is happening? Lu Xiong, tense and awaiting his father's orders, asked. Suddenly, he beheld the grand entrance of his home being forcefully blown apart, followed by a cadre of elite warriors clad in standard battle armor rushing in. This is bad. They have discovered us so swiftly. In a state of panic, Lu Xiong commanded the family warriors beside him to intercept. At that moment, a piercing gaze swept down from the sky, locking directly onto Lu Xiong. It was none other than the garrison commander, Li Luo, who had taken notice of the commotion. Lu Xiong felt an indescribable pressure bearing down upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Then, without hesitation, Li Luo unleashed a punch, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Lu Xiong had no time to react before he was brutally struck down to the ground. No, Xianger. This scene drove Lu Tianqing to the brink of madness. As he watched his son perish tragically before his eyes, the anguish and fury within him surged like a tidal wave, impossible to suppress any longer. I will make you pay for this, he bellowed, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage martial king aura, causing his garments to rustle ominously in the wake of his overwhelming presence. He intended to drag the elite of the inspection division down with him. Though consumed by rage, he had not completely lost his wits. He knew he could not defeat Li Luo, a mid-stage martial saint, but he was determined to vent his fury by taking down a few of the inspection division's warriors before his demise. How foolishly arrogant, Li Luo remarked coldly, casting a mere glance at Lu Tianqing. He then struck out once more, the aura emanating from him even more terrifying than before. As if it could shatter the air itself, a thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by a billowing cloud of white mist. The mid-stage martial king, Lu Tianqing, had no power to resist and was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing heavily into the wall of the estate before sliding helplessly to the ground. His eyes filled with despair and resentment. Spare us, my lord. Witnessing the dire fates of Lu Tianqing and Lu Xiong, and feeling the overwhelming martial saint pressure radiating from Li Luo, the remaining cultists were utterly terrified and devoid of any will to fight, collapsing to their knees in desperation, pleading for mercy. This is all the doing of Lu Tianqing and his son. It has nothing to do with us, my lord. We had no idea those individuals were from the beast god cult. The other relatives of the Lu family and the warriors within the estate hastily knelt, panic-stricken, attempting to justify themselves, still clinging to a final glimmer of hope. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? The Lu family has colluded with the beast god cult and betrayed the Xia kingdom. Such treachery cannot go unpunished. Li Luo's cold voice echoed through the night. Today, I act on behalf of the Elder Council to eradicate the Lu family. He dismissed their claims without a second thought. Having chosen to ally with the beast god cult, they would meet their end at the hands of the very beasts they consorted with. By the command of the garrison commander, the Lu family shall be executed for treason. The captain of the inspection division, having received Li Luo's orders, spoke with chilling resolve, an icy malice evident in his tone. With that command, the elite warriors of the inspection division sprang into action, the opulent Lu estate echoing with screams, suffused with the acrid scent of blood. Li Luo hovered above, releasing his oppressive aura, his eyes cold and indifferent as he observed the chaos unfolding within the Lu residence. This crude yet effective method served as the best deterrent against those who might consider siding with the beast god cult. The fate of the Lu family was a stark warning. No matter the reasons behind their collusion with the cult, once discovered, their only outcome was death. As the night gradually receded, the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. After a night of relentless effort, the hidden factions of the beast god cult and other malevolent forces within Jiangbin City were completely eradicated under Li Luo's relentless assault. Remarkably, throughout the entire operation against the cult, the official elite warriors suffered no casualties, managing to suppress the remnants of the beast god cult without fail. Li Luo stood in the conference room of the supply base, gazing at the rising sun with a twinkle of satisfaction in his eyes. The eradication of the long-embedded beast god cult in Jiangbin City was akin to blinding a monstrous ocean beast that had been gathering intelligence within the city. Had it not been for the recent attack by the beast god cult's clandestine existence might have remained hidden for much longer, necessitating considerable effort to uproot them entirely. Well done, Li Luo turned, complimenting Gu Yu and the others who had just completed their mission. Upon hearing his praise, Gu Yu and the others wore humble smiles, insisting it was their duty. All right, after a night of hard work, you may return to rest. Li Luo waved his hand, signaling their departure. Yes, my lord. Gu Yu and the others bowed respectfully before exiting the conference room. With internal troubles resolved, only external threats remained. Li Luo left the conference room, gazing out towards the sea while murmuring to himself. With his current strength, if he were to face the sea fiend again, even if it were to enter its second form, he was confident in his ability to slay it without a second thought. Stretching lazily, he returned to his office, where the attendant had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him on the table. Time to eat, Li Luo beamed, indulging in his meal. After finishing, Li Luo wiped his mouth and began his daily check-in within his mind. System, check-in. His heart raced slightly at this moment, curious about what treasures today's check-in might yield. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS grade technique, Xianbing Divine Art. As the system's voice resonated, a flood of memories regarding the SSS grade technique, Xianbing Divine Art, surged into Li Luo's mind. In no time, he firmly engraved it in his memory. Another SSS grade technique. The realization of the item S grade and the newfound memories brought an ecstatic smile to Li Luo's face. The system had never once disappointed him. Let me see what this entails, he thought, a smile gracing his features as he delved into the specifics of the SSS grade technique. Upon understanding its intricacies, a look of enlightenment washed over Li Luo as he marveled. So that is how it is. Truly deserving of being an SSS grade technique from the system. It's indeed formidable. The function of the Xianbing Divine Art bore resemblance to the previously obtained Tiangang body forging technique, both drawing upon the unique energies of the world to enhance one's self. However, their effects differed. The Tiangang body forging technique reinforced physical defenses and vitality, while the Xianbing Divine Art elevated one's cultivation level and mastery over ice elements. Can the Xianbing Divine Art also be practiced passively? Li Luo suddenly sensed a transformation within his body, astonished. The subtle icy elemental energy surrounding him was now flowing into his being, akin to tadpoles seeking their mother. However, the effects were notably diminished compared to active cultivation. Moreover, simultaneously practicing two SSS grade techniques passively also diluted the efficiency compared to focusing on just one. Thankfully, Li Luo had the freedom to select which techniques to cultivate passively. Otherwise, if he were to draw a hodgepodge of random techniques during his check-ins, the passive cultivation of the Frost Divine Vein would have rendered him nearly ineffective. A breakthrough to martial god was just around the corner. Li Luo's excitement was palpable, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin. The system was incredibly powerful, almost as if it anticipated his needs perfectly. The combination of the SSS grade technique and the Frost Divine Vein yielded remarkable results, with the passive absorption rate significantly outpacing that of the Tiangang body forging technique. If I were to actively cultivate the Xianbing Divine Art in an extremely frigid environment, wouldn't my rate of improvement soar? Li Luo suddenly recalled another hidden effect of the Frost Divine Vein, his eyes lighting up. He could hardly contain his eagerness to actively practice the Xianbing Divine Art and experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement. But first, He needed to ensure he would not be disturbed. Subsequently, Li Luo entrusted several high-ranking officers with various affairs along the defense line, before embarking on a meticulous patrol across the ocean before the front lines, confirming that the ferocious beasts remained docile, showing no signs of impending attack. He proceeded to the training area within the supply base. In a tranquil chamber, Li Luo sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, immersing himself wholly in the cultivation of the mystical ice divine art. Gradually, delicate strands of icy elemental energy began to converge from all directions. Drawn by the allure of the frost divine pulse, these icy energies seemed to have found their sanctuary, surging into Li Luo's body. He could distinctly feel these icy elemental energies flowing within him, following specific meridian pathways, continuously nourishing his physique and fortifying his cultivation. As time elapsed, Li Luo sensed his cultivation steadily advancing, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Under the enhancement of the frost divine pulse, the rate of his cultivation's growth was markedly evident. In an extremely frigid environment, the effects would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. He found himself unwittingly engrossed in this state of cultivation. Chapter 25. The Arrival of the Elder of the Sequence, Li Luo's Secrets? Time slipped quietly to midday. Li Luo, absorbed in the euphoric sensation of elevating his cultivation through the mystical ice divine art, was enveloped by a faint ice-blue radiance, almost merging with the surrounding chill. The temperature within the entire training chamber plummeted, crystalline frost flowers forming on the walls. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly potent and spine-chilling aura permeated the air from the heavens, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the training chamber. Li Luo's eyes shot open, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his gaze as he thought in alarm. Is it the martial god? He swiftly concluded his meditative state, the icy elemental energy coursing within him returning to a tranquil state. In the Desya Kingdom, who else could wield such oppressive power but the three esteemed elders of the sequence, each stationed in different regions? Only those who had attained the status of martial god could truly be considered masters of their own destinies in the Blue Star. Upon this realization, Li Luo was struck with profound astonishment, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Why had the elder of the sequence come so unexpectedly? Was there a matter of urgency? He promptly rose, adjusting his attire, and resolved to investigate the supply base. The moment he stepped out of the training chamber, he inhaled deeply, attempting to steady the tumult within. He pondered who the visiting elder might be, uncertain if they would merely exchange pleasantries or if there would be an unexpected confrontation. Following the intense aura as his guide, his gaze traversed the layers of the base's structures, ultimately resting upon an expansive open space. There, he beheld a uniquely designed, imposing Imperial-class warplane descending gracefully. Its fuselage cloaked in sleek silver armor, it glimmered with a fierce radiance under the sunlight. It was none other than the exclusive transport of Heejing, the first elder of the sequence stationed in the Imperial Capital Province. Recognizing the identity of the aircraft's owner, a wave of inexplicable tension washed over Li Luo. He recalled that the last time this elder had come to deliver the SSS Holy Light Spirit Essence and the elder's exclusive Spirit Swift Ring, it had been through Qin Hong, the true disciple of this very elder. Now, with the first elder himself gracing them with his presence, it was impossible not to entertain a multitude of speculations. Could it be that he had also come to bestow resources upon me? A nervous thought surged within Li Luo's mind. Not long ago, he had exhausted all his contribution points on the Elder Council's official website, exchanging them for 3 S-grade cultivation resources. The arrival of the first elder of the sequence at the headquarters of the Elder Council today left little room for doubt. After a moment, Li Luo shook his head gently, dispelling the distractions from his mind. Regardless of the first elder's purpose for visiting today, as the protector of Jiangning Province, he must personally extend a warm welcome. Straightening his attire, he proceeded confidently toward the base's entrance. My lord. A cadre of equally solemn-faced officers followed closely behind him. Upon seeing Li Luo, they immediately halted, respectfully greeting him. The sudden arrival of the first elder of the sequence, one of the guardians of the Desya Kingdom, filled them with both tension and anticipation. Let us go, inform everyone to join me in welcoming the elder of the sequence. Li Luo instructed in a low voice to the officers beside him, his tone imbued with subtle authority. Yes, my lord. The officers promptly responded with deep respect. Even without notifying the other officers, their presence was guaranteed. After all, this was one of the 3 great guardians of the Desya Kingdom. The tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers and martial artists stationed along the defense line felt the weight of this aura, their eyes glinting with excitement and curiosity. They all lifted their gazes, eager to catch a glimpse of the martial god-level powerhouse. As Li Luo and the high-ranking officers drew nearer, the oppressive presence emanating from the martial god grew increasingly palpable. Yet, none faltered. Instead, they stood taller, embodying the spirit of the Desya Kingdom's military. At that moment, Li Luo himself felt a surge of anxiety. The first elder of the sequence was indeed a martial god-level powerhouse, his cultivation having reached the latter stages. Even if he unleashed his full potential, he might not be a match. He hoped fervently that the elder had not come seeking him. Finally, The warplane descended smoothly onto the designated area, its hatch gradually opening. An indescribable aura of authority and power immediately enveloped the space. It was soon tempered by a gentle calm, leaving only a faint trace of its presence. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Such a formidable aura, they thought, exhilarated at the prospect of finally meeting one of the esteemed elders of the sequence, one of the three guardians of the Desya kingdom. An elder clad in a simple robe, his visage somewhat aged yet brimming with vitality, stepped forth under the gaze of the assembly. Each of his strides seemed to resonate with the hearts of those present, stirring ripples of awe. Greetings, esteemed elder of the sequence. A chorus of synchronized salutes erupted within the base, each gaze imbued with profound respect. This elder was not only a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the martial god realm, but also one of the guardians of the Desya kingdom. His accomplishments and prestige unparalleled. For centuries, he had safeguarded the northern borders of the Desya kingdom. He Jing smiled warmly, gesturing for the gathered assembly to refrain from excessive formality. His smile radiated warmth and kindness, as if capable of dispelling all shadows. Thank you for your hard work. Please, go about your business. I have come merely to meet my young friend, Li Luo. His gaze finally settled on Li Luo, sparkling with admiration and intense curiosity. Feeling the elder's call, Li Luo's heart raced with trepidation. Yet, he sensed no malice from the first elder. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Junior Li Luo pays his respects to the esteemed elder of the sequence. Ah, quite good. Mid-stage martial saint, remarkable progress. He Jing appraised Li Luo with a discerning eye, nodding in satisfaction. Hearing that Li Luo had leaped from the initial stage of martial saint to the mid-stage in a remarkably short time ignited a profound interest within He Jing. Even after nearly 3 centuries of life experience, his curiosity regarding this prodigious youth was thoroughly ignited. Such an extraordinarily gifted individual was a rarity not only in the Desya kingdom, but across the entire Blue Star. Indeed, Li Luo was singular. Unable to contain his intrigue any longer, He Jing had personally ventured to Jiangning province to discern the secret behind Li Luo's astonishing leap in such a brief span. Despite his curiosity brimming, He Jing refrained from inquiring about Li Luo's secrets in such a public setting. Young friend Li Luo, there is no need to feel anxious. These are the resources you exchanged, he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Lightly patting Li Luo's shoulder, he deftly diverted the conversation without delving directly into the matter. Then, with a subtle wave of his right hand, a delicate space ring shimmered briefly. From within, 3 neatly packaged cultivation resources emerged, landing steadily in Li Luo's hands. Not long ago, on the official website of the Elder Council, 3 S-grade resources were exchanged for contribution points. Chapter 26, A Gift of SS-grade Spirit Herb, the Inheritance Crystal? Thank you, esteemed Elder Su, Li Luo expressed with deep respect in his eyes, hastily extending his hand to receive the items. As his fingers lightly brushed against them, he securely stored the 3 S-grade cultivation resources, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow, into the spatial ring adorning his finger. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The first elder, whose cultivation had reached the late martial god stage, had unexpectedly traveled from the imperial capital to Jiangbin specifically to deliver him the exchanged resources. Surely, he must possess quite the stature to warrant such attention. However, it seemed that elder he was likely preoccupied with other matters and had merely taken the opportunity to deliver resources to Jiangbin. Although possessing mid-level martial saint cultivation already classified him as a formidable figure in Blue Star, he knew that without breaking through to the martial god stage, he would not be invincible. Until he achieved absolute strength, he preferred not to draw the focused attention of the 3 elders. Yet, it was challenging to avoid the gaze of such influential figures, especially given his system's extraordinary capabilities. His cultivation improved daily, and in due time, he would effortlessly ascend to the late martial saint stage. To think that the first elder personally delivered resources to Commander Li. With his youth and swift rise to mid-level martial saint, Commander Li would undoubtedly earn the elder's favor. Indeed, with Commander Li's exceptional talent, it would not be long before the Great Xia Kingdom would witness the emergence of another unparalleled powerhouse. The surrounding high-ranking officers and soldiers watched the scene in stunned silence, their whispers rising and falling in a cacophony of astonishment. Hearing the murmurs, He Jing turned his gaze towards Li Luo with a benevolent expression and said, Young friend Li Luo, I have a few words I wish to discuss with you privately. Would you be willing to indulge me? The younger generation would listen attentively. Li Luo responded without a hint of hesitation. The first elder's visit, it seemed, was not merely to deliver resources. Li Luo had already surmised the nature of their forthcoming conversation, likely revolving around how he had transitioned from martial master to martial saint with such remarkable speed. Fortunately, he had anticipated this day and had prepared his words accordingly, remaining calm and composed. Very well, let us find a quiet place, He Jing replied, his smile unwaveringly warm. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two walked side by side towards a resting room within the supply base, akin to ordinary folks taking a stroll. Once inside the resting room, the door closed softly, isolating them from the external clamor. The The sentinels stationed outside understood that the first elder and Commander Li were engaged in matters of great importance and discreetly withdrew, releasing the formidable perception of a martial god. He Jing ensured that no one could overhear their conversation. "Young friend Li Luo, please have a seat," he said, settling comfortably into a chair and gesturing for the amiable Li Luo to do the same. He did not rush to inquire about the secrets Li Luo harbored. With a flick of his finger, He Jing produced an ethereal blue-hued spirit herb, the ice spirit snow lotus, from his seemingly unremarkable spatial ring. This is an SS-grade spirit herb, the ice spirit snow lotus, which holds great benefits for martial artists attuned to the ice element, enhancing their cultivation and mastery over it. "Young friend Li Luo, please accept it." His words bore an undeniable authority, accompanied by a glimmer of expectation and care in his eyes, as neither he nor his disciple, Qin Hong, were practitioners of ice martial arts. The herb's absorption would yield minimal effect for them. Rather than keeping it merely as a collection, it was far more beneficial to bestow it upon Li Luo to bolster his strength, aiding him in his pursuit of breaking through to martial god. "Thank you for your generous gift, Elder He. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Li Luo momentarily stood in shock before promptly reaching out to accept the herb. As he felt the intense ice element radiating from the spirit herb, surprise and delight flickered in his gaze. He had not anticipated that the first elder would bestow upon him an additional SS-grade spirit herb. Truly, a martial god-level practitioner was indeed magnanimous in their generosity. Seeing Li Luo accept the gift, He Jing's smile deepened, and he prepared to discuss more serious matters. Gazing at the elated Li Luo, his tone became particularly gentle. "Young friend Li Luo, I have long been curious about your experiences in the wilderness, your transition from martial master to martial saint, and your subsequent rapid advancement to mid-level martial saint in just a few days is a phenomenon unparalleled across Blue Star. Might you share a few insights with me?" At this juncture, He Jing's gaze grew profound, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. "I have traversed the storms of Blue Star for over 300 years, encountering countless rare treasures. Yet, I have never heard of a crystal imbued with such astonishing energy as you have described." He Jing did not state his thoughts overtly, but the implication was unmistakable. He was aware that Li Luo had fabricated his previous account, yet he chose not to expose the lie, but rather to elicit a genuine explanation from him. Li Luo's expression remained largely unchanged, although his mind raced with contemplation. He realized that the notion of absorbing a special energy crystal was a tale he scarcely believed himself, likely only fooling lower-tier martial artists. He was acutely aware that someone as seasoned and knowledgeable as He Jing would easily discern the fallacies within. Fortunately, Li Luo had anticipated this moment, albeit slightly later than expected. His astonishing breakthrough speed would inevitably attract the attention of formidable figures like He Jing. As his thoughts swiftly churned, the narrative he had meticulously prepared began to coalesce seamlessly after his encounter with the Frost Divine Vein. With a gentle sigh, Li Luo's gaze conveyed sincerity and respect as he slowly began to speak. "Elder He, you see clearly. I must confess that I did indeed speak falsely before. In the wilderness, I did not absorb any special energy crystals." Pausing to gauge He Jing's reaction, he noted the elder's focused expression, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Encouraged, Li Luo continued, "Rather, I encountered an extraordinary crystal, one that does not belong to Blue Star. It appears to be an inheritance crystal left behind by an ancient, mysterious race from the depths of the cosmos. While seeking refuge from ferocious beasts in a cave, it unexpectedly fused with my bloodline, causing my cultivation to surge and granting me insight into the essence of the Frost Law, thereby significantly enhancing my talent and training speed." Li Luo spoke with earnestness and reverence, recounting the tale he had crafted for Elder He Jing. The narrative of an inheritance crystal from a cosmic race accidentally falling into the wilderness of Blue Star, only to be merged with him, seemed plausible enough. He had previously researched that certain ancient ruins on Blue Star had indeed yielded similar inheritance crystals, which, once fused, led to rapid increases in strength. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and those discovered in ancient ruins were typically seized and absorbed by the strongest among various nations. Chapter 27. A Cosmic Fortuity, He Jing's Astonishment. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, he might have struggled to pass the scrutiny of the first elder today. He Jing listened intently to Li Luo's explanation. His brow initially furrowed but soon eased, replaced by a glimmer of astonishment and contemplation. He whispered, "The inheritance crystal from an ancient, mysterious race in the depths of the cosmos has fortuitously found its way to you, young one. Truly, you are a chosen individual." Each word resonated within him like a hammer striking upon the waters of his heart, sending ripples of profound thought. He had not anticipated that an inheritance crystal from the cosmos would fall to Blue Star, and even more surprisingly, that it would be merged with Li Luo. The changes in Li Luo's cultivation readily indicated that the level of this inheritance crystal surpassed those commonly discovered in ancient ruins. It had enabled an ordinary martial master to ascend directly to martial saint, grasp the Frost Law, and enhance the genetic tier of the fusion's host. Within this ancestral crystal, what terrifying energy and mysterious technology lie concealed? Moreover, it manifests no adverse effects. To refer to Li Luo as the Chosen One is hardly an exaggeration. The opportunity he has encountered is indeed monumental. It is no wonder. He Jing's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, having come to believe in Li Luo's assertions. Upon first encountering Li Luo at the supply base in Jiangbin City, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him, distinct from any martial artist he had previously encountered. Yet, what precisely this aura was eluded even him, a martial god. Now, with Li Luo's explanations, clarity dawned. It was the result of merging ancestral crystals from other races in the universe, explaining the earth-shattering transformations. Everything fell into place. Li Luo's fortune did not originate from Blue Star, but rather from the cosmos. Such an absurd advancement to the mid-stage of a martial sage within mere days. Had Li Luo presented a different narrative, the well-versed He Jing would certainly have been skeptical. That would have led to an awkward impasse. He Jing raised his gaze to Li Luo, his expression filled with admiration and anticipation. Young Li Luo, your fortune is truly enviable, he exclaimed, awestruck, while internally, a sense of excitement blossomed. A human unexpectedly endowed with an ancestral crystal from a cosmic race had emerged. Given his formidable talent, he might very well surpass these seasoned veterans, achieving a level beyond that of martial gods. The eradication of ferocious beasts and the reclamation of the territories humanity lost during the Great Cataclysm remain critical. The Great Xia Kingdom once encompassed far more than the current 13 provinces, having lost half its land since the global disaster. Were it not for the emergence of martial artists gradually reversing humanity's decline, even this last bastion might not have been preserved. Let alone the establishment of military defenses to keep the beasts at bay, it was merely a stroke of luck. Li Luo, hearing He Jing's praises, humbly smiled. Observing that the elder did not harbor any doubts and had accepted his words, Li Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the elder continued to press with inquiries, the atmosphere would have inevitably grown tense, necessitating alternative excuses. He certainly could not divulge that he had bound himself to a system and acquired these treasures through daily sign-ins, could he? Young Li Luo, you need not fret. Your fortune is indeed a blessing, and I shall naturally keep this secret for you, He Jing replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. A smile that seemed capable of soothing all worries. He held great expectations for this young man. His instincts were sharp, and he believed that once Li Luo matured, he would undoubtedly surpass all martial god-level warriors on Blue Star, including the 3 guardians of the Great Xia Kingdom. The hope for humanity's triumph over the ferocious beasts might very well rest upon Li Luo's shoulders. As he spoke, He Jing gently waved his hand, and the seemingly unremarkable spatial ring appeared within his grasp. With a delicate touch, a vibrant SS-level spirit herb materialized in his palm, exuding an overwhelming vitality. The herb's lush green leaves brimmed with endless life and vigor, infusing the entire room with a refreshing aroma. This source of life herb was acquired in my early years, containing an exceptionally rich essence of vitality. Give it to that young rascal Chun-Lei. His injuries will swiftly heal, He Jing said, handing the herb to Li Luo. His tone imbued with concern for the younger generation. Li Luo accepted the herb with both hands, feeling the warm aura radiating from the SS-level spirit plant, fostering a deep fondness for the first elder within him. Such an invaluable SS-level resource, given so freely, was astounding. Moreover, upon learning of the secret he carried, He Jing's demeanor remained only slightly excited, without any significant change. On behalf of the younger generation, I extend my gratitude to you, Elder He. He Jing nodded, his gaze filled with anticipation. I have grown old. The future of the Great Xia Kingdom will rest upon you young ones. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, He Jing stood to take his leave, preparing to return to the imperial capital province. At that moment, as if recalling something, He Jing's expression momentarily turned solemn before softening again as he spoke gently. Young Li Luo, may I request a drop of your blood? He meant no ulterior motive. He merely wished to conduct research on the disparity between humanity and these cosmic races through data. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Should you have any reservations, I shall not insist, He Jing added, fearing Li Luo might misconstrue his intentions. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt no disturbance within. With a smile, he nodded and replied, Elder He, you overestimate the significance. A mere drop of blood poses no inconvenience to me. I shall procure it for you immediately. With that, Li Luo activated the blood within his body, flicking his fingertip to gather a vibrant red droplet infused with life, which fell into the specially prepared vessel He Jing had set forth. His blood was robust, and the loss of this small amount would be effortlessly replenished. He Jing accepted the container filled with Li Luo's blood. Although its appearance resembled that of an ordinary person's, he could sense the powerful elemental ice energy contained within. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and gravely, he assured Li Luo, rest assured, young friend, I shall safeguard this secret until you have matured. He held no personal ambitions regarding the cosmic heritage that Li Luo possessed, only hope. However, this did not imply that other forces on Blue Star particularly martial gods, would not be tempted. In this era where strength reigned supreme, any opportunity or resource that could enhance one's power would inevitably invite contention. Not to mention the alluring cosmic heritage that Li Luo bore. Chapter 28. The Yuqiong Pearl, above SSS level. He Jing's gaze lingered on Li Luo for a brief moment. A flicker of barely perceptible concern crossing his features. After a moment of contemplation, as if making a crucial decision, he sighed softly. From that enigmatic spatial ring, he slowly withdrew a pearl, its surface marred by numerous fine cracks, appearing rather unremarkable. Though its exterior was damaged, it emanated an indescribable aura of antiquity and weariness. Young one, take this protective pearl, He Jing said, offering the pearl with a gentle tone. Elder He, what is this? Li Luo inquired. Curiosity piqued as he eagerly accepted it. His fingertips grazed over the cracks, and he felt a profound astonishment. Despite its tattered appearance, he could not discern the pearl's true grade. Yet, he could faintly sense an overwhelmingly terrifying energy within it. This protective pearl, known as the Yuqiong Pearl, was fortuitously acquired during my exploration of an ancient ruin in my youth. It has saved my life on several occasions since its acquisition. The energy contained within is formidable, yet due to its frequent use, the surface has developed cracks. Regrettably, the current technology on Blue Star cannot repair it. Nonetheless, even after multiple uses, the Yuqiong Pearl still harbors the energy to withstand an all-out strike from a peak martial god or a king-level beast. He Jing recounted the origins of the pearl with a serene smile, unhurried in his narration. Elder, this is far too precious, Li Luo exclaimed, carefully cradling the pearl in his palms, gazing at He Jing with astonishment. The fact that it still contained the power to repel a king-level beast's full-force attack rendered it one of the most crucial life-saving trump cards. He had never anticipated that Elder He would gift him the Yuqiong Pearl so readily upon their first meeting. The value of such a treasure was defined by its application. He Jing smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with kindness. Although the Yuqiong Pearl has been used many times, its energy remains terrifying. In a critical moment, it may very well ensure your safety. Remember, as long as you hold it in your hand and concentrate, you can activate the energy shield within to defend against formidable foes. He has lived for nearly 3 centuries. Yet due to his limited gifts and the numerous hidden injuries within him, the prospect of transcending to the pinnacle of a martial god appears bleak. Ordinary treasures of heaven and earth prove inadequate for his healing. At best, he has a few more decades before approaching the end of his life. The duty of safeguarding the Great Xia Kingdom must thus be entrusted to a new generation of prodigies, like Li Luo. His current responsibility is to ensure Li Luo's safety, preventing any unforeseen calamities before the latter has fully matured. I understand, Li Luo replied solemnly as he stowed the pearl into his spatial ring. A warm current surging within him. The esteemed elder of the first sequence truly spared no expense. This pearl, derived from ancient relics, must be rated above SSS. Subsequently, He Jing rose and bid farewell to Li Luo. He had accomplished his purpose for coming to Jiangbin City, and remaining here held no further significance. It was time to return to the imperial capital. Should that beast king in the north sense his absence, it might instigate some grand upheaval. Farewell, young friend Li Luo, He Jing said softly, turning to glance at Li Luo before boarding the aircraft. Farewell, Elder He, Li Luo responded with profound respect. Soon after, He Jing entered the aircraft, and the hatch gradually closed. With the roar of the engines, the aircraft ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing from the skyline of Jiangbin City. Li Luo stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the receding aircraft, the warmth within him intensifying. A confident smile graced his lips. With the formidable cultivation speed granted by the frost god Vane, he was entirely assured of breaking through to martial god within a year. This projection did not even factor in the resources obtained through the system's sign-in, which could potentially expedite the process further. Had the elder of the first sequence departed so swiftly? One could only wonder what significant matters were discussed between the elder and Lord Li. Surely, it must pertain to vital intelligence regarding the security of the Great Xia Kingdom. Otherwise, why would the elder personally make an appearance? As the roar of the aircraft faded into the distance, soldiers and officers within the supply base collectively looked up towards the sky, their faces reflecting a sense of reluctance and regret. It was a rare opportunity to witness one of the Great Xia Kingdom's guardians, the elder of the first sequence, up close, only to see him depart so quickly. Li Luo's figure soon disappeared from view as he hastened towards the medical center within the supply base. Inside the center, beneath the soft glow of lights, Commander Chun lay quietly within a container filled with nourishing liquid. Though his complexion appeared slightly pale, his breathing had begun to stabilize. Li Luo stepped in gently, his gaze falling upon Chun Lei, before retrieving the precious S-class spiritual herb, the source of life, from his spatial ring. Here is the S-class spiritual herb, the source of life. Please administer it to Elder Chun, he instructed the physician who had been waiting nearby. The physician took the herb with trembling hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. This is indeed the S-class source of life. With this, Commander Chen's injuries will soon recover completely, he exclaimed, immediately setting about to dissolve the herb into the nourishing liquid. As the herb gradually melded into the solution, a faint glow emanated, and a refreshing, potent vitality began to permeate the air. Chunlei's brow seemed to relax, a peaceful smile gracing his features. Li Luo observed this scene, astonished by the remarkable healing properties of the S-class spiritual herb. It seemed that the severe injuries sustained by Chunlei would soon be rectified, allowing him to return to his peak form. Thus, Li Luo would no longer need to remain stationed in Zhongbin City. I leave Elder Chun in your capable hands. Li Luo instructed the physician after noting Chunlei's considerable recovery before departing the medical center. He returned to the training room, where he retrieved 3 carefully selected S-class resources, as well as the ice spirit lotus gifted by the elder of the first sequence from his spatial ring. Upon the emergence of these treasures, the training room was instantly suffused with a rich essence of ice, the temperature plummeting dramatically. Yet Li Luo felt no discomfort. A smile of joy appeared on his lips as he murmured, "Once I absorb these 4 resources, my cultivation will undoubtedly advance significantly." With that, Li Luo slowly extended his hands and drank from the jade vial containing the S-class ice crystal dew. The refreshing liquid coursed through his veins like a gentle stream, providing a wave of coolness that nourished his formidable physique. He then proceeded to absorb the remaining resources, a massive S-class ice crystal, an S-class pill radiating a faint blue cold light, and the SS-class spiritual herb, the ice spirit lotus, each taken into his body in succession. As he absorbed these resources, Li Luo felt as though he were standing upon an endless expanse of icy plains, surrounded by biting cold and pure ice essence. The powers churned and fused within him, enhancing his mastery over the ice elements and steadily elevating his cultivation. When the last vestige of essence was thoroughly absorbed, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, a newfound brilliance shimmering within them. The aura of power emanating from him had become richer and more profound, marking a noteworthy advancement in his cultivation. Delighted by his progress, he reflected on how remarkably effective his absorption of these resources had been, given his frost god vein. He was now one step closer to the late stages of Martial Saint. Resolutely, he resolved to continue his training, striving for an early breakthrough to Martial God. A slight smile curved his lips, excitement bubbling within him, since sensing the formidable aura of a martial god emanating from the elder of the first sequence. His determination to rapidly ascend to that level had only intensified. To become a martial god would signify true strength in the blue star. The martial saint was merely a threshold to that realm. Though he possessed considerable strength, even for a typical martial saint, he lacked the means to counter a martial god. Therefore, while he harbored immense potential, he was by no means invincible. Thus, Li Luo cast aside his wandering thoughts and focused intently on refining the profound ice divine technique. Let us begin. As he commenced his absorption, wisps of delicate ice elements materialized around him, converging into his body and incrementally enhancing his cultivation. As time passed, the training room was filled solely with the sound of Li Luo's steady breaths and the faint crackle of ice flowers forming on the walls due to the low temperatures. Night soon descended, yet Li Luo remained immersed in his training, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, an unexpected aura of a mid-tier martial saint erupted from a direction within the supply base. Like thunder cleaving through the night sky, it instantly captured Li Luo's attention. What is this? Li Luo swiftly concluded his training, his brow furrowing before relaxing. Has Chunlei broken through? A knowing smile spread across his face. This familiar aura belonged to Commander Chunlei. It appeared that thanks to the healing effects of the S-class source of life, Chunlei not only regained his peak state, but also transcended the mid-tier martial saint realm, achieving a qualitative leap after decades of stagnation in the early stages. Perfect. Now I need not remain stationed in Zhongbin City, Li Luo thought, a sense of relief washing over him. He could finally cease worrying about the security of the Zhongbin City defense line and return to Jingyang City to focus on his own ascension. With Chunlei, a veteran early-tier martial saint, having advanced to the mid-tier, the oceanic defenses of Zhongbin City would be more secure than ever. It would be much more pleasurable to concentrate on his training in Jingyang City. Li Luo closed his eyes, savoring the changes brought about by the afternoon's training. In just a few hours, his cultivation had significantly progressed. The power of the ice elements within him had become denser. If I were to encounter the sea demon once more, perhaps I could vanquish it with a single, powerful strike before it even transitions to its second form. The next time we meet, I shall not treat you as a mere wild beast to be hunted down. Li Luo's mind wandered back to the piercing gaze with which the sea demon had once taunted him, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The growth of his cultivation had significantly bolstered Li Luo's confidence, rendering the sea demon, a tyrant of the nearby maritime realms of the Great Xia Kingdom, a trivial concern in his eyes. Casting aside all distractions, Li Luo immersed himself once again in the cultivation of the mystic ice divine art. The exhilarating sensation of witnessing tangible advancement in his cultivation was utterly delightful. It was not until the following morning that Li Luo slowly opened his eyes. Savoring the surge of his internal power, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. In just one night, his cultivation had leaped forward significantly. The Frost Divine vein is truly formidable. The rapid progression in his cultivation was entirely attributable to the integration of the cosmic lineage blood within him. At this pace, Li Luo felt utterly confident that he could break through to the late Martial Saint stage within a month. And this was under the slowest of circumstances. Should he acquire additional cultivation resources during this time, his speed would only accelerate. If the Martial Saints who had toiled for years were to hear such claims, they would undoubtedly be left in awe and envy. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, Mid-Martial Saint. Punching power, 145,000 kg. Power output, 71 times. Cultivation techniques, SSS grade Body Forging Heavenly Gang Art, SSS grade Mystic Ice Divine Art, D grade Iron Bone Body Forging Method. Martial skills, C grade Shattering Fist, complete. Basic Swordsmanship, complete. SSS grade Frost Divine Cannon, complete. Bloodline, Frost Divine Vein. Items, Damaged Yuqiong Pearl. After consuming 4 rare resources, not only had his control over the ice element significantly improved, but even his punching power and explosive force had seen a slight increase, surpassing 110,000. Furthermore, after receiving the Yuqiong Pearl from the first sequence elder, an additional item slot had been opened. Li Luo then closed the system panel, silently reciting, System. Sign in. His mood brightened with anticipation, wondering what treasures today's sign-in would yield. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring infinite storage space. Infinite storage space. The space is boundless, capable of holding any items except living beings, and is unaffected by external factors, with no passage of time within the space. The host can place any items held in hand into the space with a mere thought. Infinite storage space? This is akin to an oversized spatial ring. Upon hearing the system's description, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sign-in reward was decidedly practical. He promptly began experimenting in the training room. Anything held in hand could be effortlessly stored in the infinite storage space, vanishing as if into thin air. Its safety surpassed that of a spatial ring by far. Could I store the training room itself? Pondering the system's explanation, Li Luo suddenly had an idea. He attempted to touch the walls of the training room, wishing to absorb it into the infinite storage space. Come to me. However, predictably, he met with failure. Why couldn't I store it? It seemed there were size restrictions on the items as well, Li Luo mused with a frown. Regretting his inability to store the ancient ruins from Blue Star within the infinite storage space. Chapter 30. Farewell, and return to Jingyang City. It seems I was overly ambitious. Li Luo exhaled softly, stepping out of the tranquil training room. Now that Chun-Lei had fully recovered and successfully advanced, there was no longer a need for him to remain in Jiangban City. It was time to return. Li Luo paused, utilizing his keen perception to swiftly search for Chun-Lei's aura within the supply base. Moments later, a faint smile crept across his lips as he pinpointed Chun-Lei's location. Found him, over there. Li Luo then made his way to the front lines, his gaze piercing through the crowd to accurately lock onto Chun-Lei, who stood atop a platform, enveloped in the faint aura of a mid-martial saint. He had evidently achieved a successful breakthrough and was presently focused on solidifying the foundations of his new realm. Congratulations, Elder Chun. Li Luo's voice rang out, vibrant and clear, cutting through the air to reach Chun-Lei's ears. Chun-Lei turned at the sound, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, swiftly replaced by delight. He leaped down from the platform to greet Li Luo, exclaiming, Elderly, have you also made progress in your cultivation? Upon seeing Li Luo for the first time, Chun-Lei sensed the formidable aura radiating from him. It was undoubtedly stronger than when he had previously come to aid against the sea demon, and the difference was striking. Chun-Lei was curious about the rapid advancements Li Luo had made during his days of recuperation in the nutrient chamber. Li Luo smiled nonchalantly, shaking his head. Not at all, merely a slight improvement. He continued, Congratulations to you as well, Brother Chen, on reaching the mid-martial saint stage. In truth, Li Luo's cultivation had not merely improved slightly. He was on the verge of breaking through to the late martial saint stage. However, out of consideration for Chun-Lei's recent triumph, he refrained from disclosing this information. Chun-Lei, hearing Li Luo's modest claim of a slight improvement, couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling his own joy at reaching the mid-martial saint stage diminish slightly. I had hoped that once you finished your cultivation, we could have a proper sparring session to gauge the difference between us. Now it seems my progress would hardly serve as a warm-up for you. Although both were at the mid-martial saint level, the aura emanating from Li Luo was palpably stronger. It appeared that seeking a spar would be better suited with his good friend Li Zhendong, for Li Luo was simply too extraordinary. Chun-Lei then shifted the topic, patting Li Luo's shoulder with warmth. Elderly, I cannot thank you enough for your presence in Jiangban City these past few days. Although Li Luo's stay to guard the defenses was brief, less than a week, his management had been meticulous, successfully purging various cults lurking within the city. Your words are too kind. Elder Chun, it was but a small effort, Li Luo replied, a smile playing on his lips at Chun-Lei's praise. Finally, he waved his hand, laughing gently. Now that you have recovered, it is indeed time for me to return to Jingyang City. So soon? Chun Lei's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly accepted the situation. Li Luo had merely been temporarily stationed in Jiangbin City during his recovery. With Chun Lei's injuries healed and his breakthrough achieved, Li Luo's departure posed no issue. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, he was now more vigilant against the ferocious beasts of the ocean. I shall take my leave now, Elder Chun. Li Luo nodded lightly, offering Chun Lei a reassuring smile. With that, he moved gracefully, like a gentle breeze, leaping into the air and vanishing in a streak of light before Chun Lei's eyes. However, Li Luo did not hasten back to Jingyang City. Instead, he first made his way to the forging area within the supply base. His battle armor and long sword were still under repair. He wondered if they had been completed. Entering the forging area, Li Luo was met with the responsible craftsman, Feng Wu, and 2 artisans, each bearing a set of battle armor and a brand new long sword. My lord, your arrival is perfectly timed, Feng Wu exclaimed, gesturing to the artisans behind him. We have just completed the reforging of your battle armor and weapon. Please, take a look. Li Luo accepted the items, his hands gliding over the newly forged armor, expressing satisfaction. The transformation from its previous cracked state was nothing short of astonishing. The craftsmanship of these artisans was truly remarkable. Excellent work, my friends. Feng Wu listened intently to Li Luo's promise, a pleasing smile gracing his features. This was a commitment from a martial saint-level guardian, its worth far surpassing the expenses of repairing battle armor and long swords. He had, without a doubt, stumbled upon an extraordinary windfall. After placing the battle armor and long sword into his infinite storage space, Li Luo leaped gracefully from the supply base, speeding towards the distant direction of Jingyang City. Before long, a bustling metropolis unfolded before Li Luo's eyes, and he soon found himself hovering above a luxurious villa within the city. Home at last, a smile of joy curved upon his lips. He descended steadily, landing securely within the confines of the villa. Is the master back? In the villa, Butler Lu felt a familiar aura suddenly enveloping the surroundings, his heart racing in disbelief. Li Luo's presence seemed even more formidable than when he had first broken through to the mid-tier of Martial Saint. Hastily, he summoned the remaining 10 servants within the villa to the courtyard to greet Li Luo. Gazing upon that familiar figure, Butler Lu's voice trembled with excitement. Master, you have returned. The other servants bowed respectfully, their eyes brimming with admiration. Li Luo nodded lightly. He then raised his hand gently, a pure ice-blue radiance coalescing in his palm. This was the ice elemental power harbored within him, now being tenderly guided forth, transforming into gentle currents of chill that encircled Butler Lu before gradually permeating his being. Master you. Butler Lu stared at this unforeseen spectacle, somewhat flustered. But Li Luo cast him a calm glance. Sensing that Li Luo bore no ill intent, he offered no resistance. Soon, a refreshing essence surged from the outside, swiftly enveloping him. The internal injuries sustained during the battle with ferocious beasts began to miraculously heal at that very moment. What is this? Butler Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort within. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The internal injuries that had resisted total healing despite considerable resources were effortlessly mended by Li Luo, this martial saint-level warrior. Master, thank you, thank you. Butler Lu's hands trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He expressed his gratitude profusely to Li Luo while pledging his unwavering loyalty. Willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for him, Li Luo observed the scene with a serene demeanor, merely waving his hand dismissively. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly instructed, "All right, Butler Lu, please prepare some breakfast." The efficacy of the ice element was greatly thanks to the frost divine pulse. Though with his robust martial saint physique, he could easily go weeks without food, he still cherished the habits of his former life, which he would gradually amend. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu's face illuminated with joy. Yes, master, please hold on. I will make the arrangements immediately. His words were laden with gratitude and excitement. Butler Lu had once thought himself destined to be merely a martial spirit warrior in this lifetime. Yet Li Luo had bestowed upon him the hope of breaking through to a higher level of martial prowess. Moreover, the frost energy that had merged with his body not only healed his internal injuries, but continued to nourish him. With just a little more time, he could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of martial spirit or even reach martial zone. You all may return to your duties, Li Luo addressed the remaining servants, who gazed at him with envy, his tone imbued with authority. Earlier, he had whimsically decided to test whether the ice element could heal Butler Lu's internal injuries. And to his surprise, it had indeed been effective. It seemed that he had also enhanced Lu's martial meridians, discovering an additional benefit of the frost divine pulse. Understood, master. The other servants, hearing Li Luo's command, bowed respectfully and hurriedly departed, pondering how best to impress this martial saint in the future, hoping to share in the fortune that had befallen Butler Lu. There is no place like home. Li Luo strolled into the spacious living room, stretching lazily before collapsing onto the soft fur sofa. He switched on the television, where a news broadcast was replaying footage of the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City being suddenly besieged by a horde of beasts, showcasing his own intervention against the Sea Devil. Just 4 days ago, the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City had been unexpectedly assaulted by a multitude of ferocious beasts, with 4 high-ranking Lord-level beasts joining forces, putting the defense at risk. Fortunately, the martial saints Li Luo, Zhang Yunfeng, and Li Jindong had arrived in time to assist the guardian Chen Lei, repelling the fierce assault and averting the crisis. Shortly thereafter, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out before Li Luo at the dining table, a feast of exquisite beast meats and juices pressed from Class C spiritual fruits. Clearly the result of Butler Lu's meticulous preparation. "Master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Butler Lu managed to suppress his excitement as he spoke. Li Luo nodded nonchalantly, then began to indulge in the lavish breakfast. Given his current level of cultivation, the benefits of consuming such beast-grade meat and low-tier spiritual fruits were minimal, but the taste was simply delightful. After finishing his meal, Li Luo utilized the communication function of the Spirit Swift Ring to inform the Vice President Wang Ming of his return to Jingyang City, indicating that he was available should any significant matters arise. Upon learning of Li Luo's return, Wang Ming promptly responded, "Your Excellency, you are indeed wise and prescient." He showered Li Luo with praise before continuing. "Shortly after you departed for Jiangbin City, Inspector Han, following your orders, intensified the city's defenses, successfully capturing a group of beast god cultists attempting to stir trouble in your absence. Thanks to your foresight, all the leaders of the cult have been apprehended. The remaining cultists are now terrified, daring not to make any further moves." Li Luo's lips curled into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. As he had anticipated, there were indeed beast god cultists lurking within Jingyang City. They had merely concealed themselves too well until now. Were it not for his urgent desire to break through to the later stage of Martial Saint, he would have been determined to root out these foul rats hiding in the shadows. "Very well, Han Tianxiong has done commendably," Li Luo remarked with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. After exchanging a few more casual pleasantries with Wang Ming, he concluded the communication and made his way to the training room within the villa, preparing to continue his cultivation, methodically advancing towards the later stage of Martial Saint. At the entrance to the training room, Li Luo instructed Butler Lu, "Butler Lu, unless there is something of great importance, do not disturb me." "Understood, Master." Butler Lu responded swiftly, aware that Li Luo was preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. Li Luo nodded and stepped into the training room. As the door slowly closed behind him, he soon immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, surrounded by a faint ice-blue glow, the unique energy fluctuation of the mystic ice divine art. The temperature of the entire villa began to drop once more as Li Luo entered his meditative state. A day slipped by unnoticed, and by noon the following day, a buzzing vibration from the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist interrupted Li Luo's cultivation. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. He initially thought it might be news from the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City. After departing, a ferocious beast took the opportunity to launch an attack. However, it quickly became apparent that it was a misunderstanding. "Master, the Elder Council has prepared a royal-class battle aircraft for you, which has now arrived in Jingyang City. Please take possession," announced the artificial intelligence, Dreamweaver, through the spirit communication ring, displaying the precise location of the aircraft currently en route to his villa. "A royal-class battle aircraft?" Li Luo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This was the specialized vehicle provided by the Elder Council for each Guardian Envoy. Not only was it capable of lightning-fast speeds, but it also boasted formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. The charming image of the little white fox, Dreamweaver, projected from the spirit communication ring, adorned with an endearing expression as it explained to Li Luo. After absorbing Dreamweaver's explanation, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, it turned out that being appointed as a Guardian Envoy came with a complimentary aircraft. He was relieved he hadn't opted to exchange his contribution points for a battle aircraft on the Elder Council's official website. Otherwise, he would have suffered a considerable loss. He couldn't help but wonder how this one compared to the aircraft that Elder Qin Hong piloted. Since they were both royal class, the differences should not be too pronounced. He mused. Rising from his seat, he exited the training room and stepped outside. Indeed, as he emerged, a series of booming sounds echoed from the sky, growing ever closer. "They've arrived so quickly," Li Luo exclaimed as he turned his gaze upward, witnessing a silver and ice-blue aircraft slicing through the sky, approaching his villa. Chapter 32, a second critical hit, Snow Spirit Crystal. The silver and ice-blue aircraft landed gracefully in the villa's backyard, akin to an elegant giant bird, stirring up ripples of fine dust. Li Luo's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The aircraft appeared impressive. He hastened forward, pondering who would be delivering this royal-class aircraft to him this time. Surely it wasn't Qin Hong, was it? As he continued his stride, the broad hatch of the aircraft gradually opened, revealing no welcoming voices or figures as he had anticipated. Instead, a faint metallic and high-tech chill enveloped him, devoid of any signs of life. Strange, is there no one here? Or perhaps it is a master of extraordinary skill. Li Luo furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with confusion. Could it be that yet another master had arrived, equipped with means to shield their presence? Let me see what this is all about, he thought as he stepped into the spacious, technologically advanced interior of the aircraft. The cabin was meticulously designed, brimming with high-tech features. Every detail exuded excellence. More notably, a massive holographic screen on the central control panel suddenly illuminated, and the familiar, endearing image of Dreamweaver reappeared, smiling warmly at Li Luo. Master, welcome aboard your royal-class aircraft. This flight will be entirely automated by me, traversing from the imperial capital province to Jingyang City over thousands of kilometers, safe and efficient. Dreamweaver's playful voice emanated through the speakers, imbued with a hint of pride as it showcased its accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's understanding dawned upon him, and a smile formed at the corners of his mouth. So it's on autopilot. That explains why there seemed to be a presence I couldn't sense. He marveled at the advanced technology of Blue Star, especially the artificial intelligence of Dreamweaver, which had reached an impressively sophisticated level. His curiosity fully piqued. Li Luo began to explore the aircraft's interior meticulously, as it was his first time inside. Dreamweaver transformed into a patient tour guide, gradually leading him through the aircraft's various functions and operational interfaces via the holographic screen. Master, here is the manual driving mode of the aircraft. Although it may appear complex, once you master it, you can experience the thrill of piloting it yourself. Dreamweaver's voice was gentle and enticing, and with a light touch. The screen displayed a complicated driving interface and operational process. That doesn't seem too complicated, Li Luo thought, his mind exceptionally agile, swiftly grasping the key information within Dreamweaver's words. Before long, he had mastered the basic principles of manual piloting, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Quite simple, really. However, with Dreamweaver's assistance, I hardly need to pilot the aircraft manually. Most of the time, I can leave it to Dreamweaver as autopilot. Then, Dreamweaver's holographic projection appeared beside Li Luo, its lively eyes sparkling with bright light as it reminded him, Master, since this aircraft is exclusively yours, why not give it a special name? It will foster a greater sense of belonging during each flight. At this, Li Luo momentarily paused in contemplation. After a brief interval, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let us call it the Cold Star. The Cold Star? What a splendid name! Dreamweaver exclaimed joyfully, its holographic image bouncing with glee. Master, you are truly talented. It didn't he forget to compliment Li Luo. I think so too, Li Luo replied with a slight smirk, his tone nonchalant. Truly impressive for the top-tier artificial intelligence of the Daxia Kingdom. It's incredibly human-like. Satisfied, Li Luo exited the aircraft, sunlight bathing his face and lending him an invigorated demeanor. Butler Lu and a host of servants had already gathered, drawn by the sudden commotion. They gazed in wonder at the royal-class aircraft that had unexpectedly materialized in the villa, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Sir, is this truly the legendary royal-class aircraft? Butler Lu inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. His tone was laced with reverence, as he had previously had the fortune of glimpsing a royal-class aircraft from a distance during his military service, thus recognizing it. Royal-class aircraft were not possessions for the common folk. Their manufacturing costs were extraordinarily high, and even with wealth, one could not acquire one without the proper status. Indeed. Li Luo smiled and nodded. After a brief introduction, he instructed Butler Lu to prepare lunch, at which point the onlookers reluctantly turned their gaze away and resumed their tasks. After taking a moment to rest, Li Luo reclined on the sofa in the living room, ready to relax for a bit before continuing his training post-meal. Balancing work and rest, he suddenly realized that he hadn't signed in yet today. Sitting up on the sofa, he silently declared, System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering an increase in the quantity of critical hit items. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS level Snow Spirit Crystal. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS level Snow Spirit Crystal. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S level Snow Spirit Crystal. Snow Spirit Crystal. Absorbing it can enhance level cultivation and affinity for ice elements, with no side effects. Another critical hit. Li Luo sprang from the sofa, his face alight with joy. After so many sign-ins, he had finally hit another critical jackpot. The items from this critical hit were remarkably uniform. All resources capable of enhancing his cultivation, unlike the last time when they were so varied. It seemed that each critical hit yielded items filled with randomness. Moreover, due to the system's infinite storage space, these 3 Snow Spirit Crystals did not appear beside Li Luo, but were automatically placed within the infinite storage. 3 snow-white energy crystals of varying sizes, each containing different levels of energy, lay quietly within. Once again, I've hit the jackpot. Haha, Li Luo exclaimed, exhilarated. It's true that when in need, help arrives. With these 3 energy-rich Snow Spirit Crystals, he would no longer require a month to break through to the late Martial Saint stage. One day would suffice. Chapter 33, Li Luo's Breakthrough. Northern Cold Continent. Li Luo momentarily restrained his excitement, choosing not to directly retrieve the 3 Snow Spirit Crystals from his infinite storage space just yet. First, he had a meal. After swiftly enjoying a sumptuous lunch, he hurriedly returned to the training room. With a mere thought, the 3 snow spirit crystals, varying in size and radiating a faint, icy luminescence, materialized in his hand. Each crystal was imbued with a heart-stirring purity of ice elemental energy, ideal for absorption by frost warriors. Fortune indeed smiled upon him. Li Luo gazed fervently at the 3 energy crystals, a flicker of exhilaration dancing in his eyes. Gently caressing the chilling surface of the snow spirit crystals, he reveled in the rich energy they contained, becoming irresistibly entranced. Let us commence. May these 3 snow spirit crystals aid me in breaking through to the late stage of Martial Saint, he whispered, settling into a meditative posture. He delicately lifted the 3 pristine energy crystals and, with closed eyes, began to guide the pure energy they released to flow gradually into his body. In an instant, an invisible chill enveloped the training room. It was the pure ice elemental power surging from the snow spirit crystals. Under the full operation of the frost divine meridian, Li Luo's body transformed into a black hole, drawing in and converting this potent energy. Ah, this energy, Li Luo murmured, feeling his body swell with ice elemental essence. The barrier between the mid and late stages of Martial Saint was on the verge of crumbling under the intense impact of this concentrated energy. His cultivation soared at an astonishing pace, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the training room, only the sound of Li Luo's steady breathing and the subtle hum of energy being released by the snow spirit crystals remained. As night fell and stars adorned the sky outside, profound transformations quietly unfolded within Li Luo, who remained focused on his cultivation breakthrough. Finally, in a moment of explosive power, a more formidable aura of late-stage Martial Saint erupted. Yet, in an instant, Li Luo firmly contained it with astonishing willpower, preventing any hint of it from leaking out. He slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered with authority and intensity, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. I have achieved the late stage of Martial Saint, Li Luo exclaimed with elation, rising to his feet and feeling the surging power within him. In less than a week's time, he had advanced from the mid to late stage of Martial Saint. Who could rival such speed? Perhaps he was the only one in all of Blue Star throughout history. With a thought, he activated the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, late stage Martial Saint. Punch power, 1, 560,000 kg. Force output, 82 times. Cultivation techniques, SSS level body forging heavenly gang technique, SSS level mystical ice divine technique, D level iron bone body forging method. Martial skills, C level void shattering fist, perfect. Basic sword technique, perfect. SSS level frost divine cannon, perfect. Bloodline, frost divine meridian. Items, damaged celestial pearl. With the breakthrough to the late stage of Martial Saint, his punch power successfully exceeded 1,500,000 kilograms, reaching an astounding force of 1,560,000 kilograms. His explosive power also increased slightly. In a fully unleashed state, a single punch now boasted a terrifying strength of over 12 million kilograms. Coupled with some devastating martial skills, the resulting power would be even more formidable. Gradually withdrawing from the euphoria of his breakthrough, Li Luo began to calm down. He had no intention of publicly announcing his advancement to the late stage of Martial Saint to avoid unnecessary complications. While the various nations on Blue Star were united in their efforts against the fierce beasts, if word got out that he had advanced from a martial master to a Martial Saint, and then from the initial to late stage in less than a month, it would undoubtedly draw the envy of those stagnating Martial Saints or Martial Gods. Not all Martial God experts were as selfless as Elder He Jing, who solely sought humanity's victory over the fierce beasts. Moreover, the threat from the fierce beasts loomed dangerously. The Beast Kings would undoubtedly devise myriad schemes to thwart his rise, even going to great lengths to eliminate him in his cradle. Many of the talented prodigies from various nations had already become targets for assassination by the Beast God cult. Sighing, Li Luo lamented, advancing too quickly can also be a burden. He exhaled deeply, consolidating his cultivation while muttering to himself. He held no fear of the Martial Saints. With his current cultivation, he regarded even the most seasoned peak Martial Saints with indifference. However, the true dangers lay with the Martial Gods and Beast Kings. As he contemplated, Li Luo suddenly recalled how Elder He Jing had requested a vial of his blood before leaving. Given the time elapsed, the differences in his blood should have already been detected, proving that he had not been deceitful. Strategically, Li Luo considered leveraging this opportunity to propose to Elder He Jing his intention to break through in the frigid lands of North Cold Continent. The entirety of North Cold Continent was blanketed in snow and ice, with its low temperatures resulting in a relatively sparse variety and number of fierce beasts inhabiting the region. This environment was exceptionally conducive to his frost divine meridian. In such an extreme cold, both his strength and cultivation speed would be significantly enhanced, surpassing any progress he might achieve in the Great Xia Kingdom. Once he broke through to the Martial God realm in North Cold Continent, he would emerge as a true peak powerhouse of Blue Star. Then, with a commanding presence, he would return to the Great Xia Kingdom and see who would dare oppose him. In the extreme cold of North Cold Continent, Li Luo was confident he could advance from the late stage of Martial Saint to the Martial God realm within 6 months. If he could secure additional top-tier cultivation resources during this time, the required duration could be further shortened. Li Luo reined in his aura and exited the training room, heading to the living room couch to rest while instructing butler Lu to prepare dinner. His mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of his plan to break through to the Martial God realm in North Cold Continent. Fortunately, the Elder Council had also provided him with a specialized war aircraft as the Guardian Envoy. This would serve as his means of transportation to North Cold Continent, significantly reducing the chances of encountering fierce beasts along the way. The distance from Jiangning province of Great Xia Kingdom to North Cold Continent was considerable, requiring passage through the now nearly fallen eastern regions of Sandbear Kingdom. Without using the war aircraft, the journey would likely take at least a week. It was not that the speed of a martial saint was slow, rather, the frequent encounters with various fierce beasts would necessitate constant vigilance, hindering travel speed. Moreover, careful route planning was essential to avoid straying into the territories of beast kings, which could spell disaster. Fortunately, the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver could effectively address this concern. Yet, Li Luo pondered whether the 3 elder sequences would agree to his request. As the officially appointed guardian envoy of Jiangning province, it seemed somewhat unreasonable for him to embark on a 6-month journey to North Cold Continent. Regardless, I am determined to go to North Cold Continent. No one can stop me, Li Luo resolved firmly. Chapter 34. He Jing's Decision, the Potent Bloodline of the Cosmic Race. The following morning, Li Luo awoke early. His mind resolute. He had to go to North Cold Continent. No one could deter his breakthrough to the Martial God realm. Would Elder he agree? Li Luo's heart was filled with apprehension as he contemplated the possibility of having to resort to his second plan, sneaking away to North Cold Continent. After achieving the Martial God realm, he would return and astonish everyone. However, this could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. May everything proceed smoothly, Li Luo muttered, shaking his head to dispel his overthinking. He then gently pressed the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist, accessing the Elder Council's official website to find the contact icon for the first sequence elder. A gentle glow flickered as he connected with Elder He Jing, stationed far away in the Imperial Capital Province. In the central city of Imperial Capital Province, the solemn Elder Council headquarters exuded an air of authority. One of the 3 guardian deities of the Great Xia Kingdom, He Jingzheng, closed his eyes in contemplation, attuning himself to the subtle movements of the ferocious beasts surrounding the city. Suddenly, the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist vibrated gently, interrupting his reverie. He Jing slowly opened his eyes, which resembled ancient pools, and an indescribable aura burst forth from them. Turning his gaze towards the still quivering Spirit Swift ring, a smile graced his lips. What could this little fellow want from me? He Jing mused internally, pondering the purpose of Li Luo's contact. With a gentle tap, a holographic projection materialized from the Spirit Swift ring, revealing Li Luo's figure. In a warm tone, He Jing spoke first. Young friend Li Luo, what brings you to seek my counsel? He appeared like a benevolent grandfather, showing no signs of being a formidable martial deity at the pinnacle of his power. Seeing the connection established with the elder, Li Luo expressed his earnestness. Elder He, I have a request. I wish to temporarily leave the Great Xia Kingdom to travel to the North Cold Continent for cultivation and breakthroughs, which will likely take around 6 months. At this point, Li Luo felt a flicker of nervousness, pausing before continuing. Do you consent? Typically, those who chose to serve as guardians, especially martial saints, remained stationed within the provinces to guard against ferocious beasts and rarely departed. Now, Li Luo intended not only to leave the Great Xia Kingdom, but to do so for an extended period. It was akin to drawing a full salary as a martial saint while enjoying the privileges of an external martial saint. Furthermore, he had only just received the king-level battle machine allocated for the Elder Council's defense, which made him feel somewhat sheepish. Upon grasping Li Luo's intentions, He Jing's profound gaze flickered with insight. He then smiled lightly, as if he could see through Li Luo's tension. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, no problem. You may proceed with peace of mind. He further praised, indeed, you possess extraordinary talent. It is remarkable that you can achieve a breakthrough to the late martial saint stage so swiftly. Becoming the 4th elder of the Great Xia Kingdom is merely a matter of time. Currently, only he and 2 other elders within the Great Xia Kingdom were aware of Li Luo's fusion with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal. They had already analyzed the approximate data of Li Luo's blood, discovering that its genetic level far surpassed that of ordinary humans. In an instant, He Jing understood why Li Luo could break through realms with such ease. The bloodline of this ancient cosmic race was simply terrifying. The inheritance crystals found in ancient ruins were utterly dwarfed in comparison. They belonged to entirely different tiers of items. Research even suggested that Li Luo's strength and cultivation speed would see enhancements in extremely cold environments. The exact magnitude of this improvement was known only to Li Luo himself, likely a key reason for his desire to venture to the North Cold Continent for a breakthrough. He Jing firmly believed that if Li Luo cultivated in the North Cold Continent, he would undoubtedly return in 6 months with astonishing results. Should he successfully break through to the martial deity level, it would alleviate considerable pressure from the 3 elder martial deities. Each of the 3 elders was stationed at different strategic points across the Great Xia Kingdom, monitoring ferocious beasts to prevent incursions by beast kings. Among them, the second elder, Xian Yuan, who possessed the highest rank and greatest talent, bore the most significant burden defending against the oceanic beast king to the east. Elder He, you agreed? Li Luo's voice brimmed with surprise, as he had anticipated considerable resistance to his request, which he acknowledged was somewhat audacious. He Jing's laughter resonated through the holographic projection. Warm and kind, why would I not agree? If I am not mistaken, your cosmic racial inheritance should indeed have enhancements in extremely cold environments, correct? To be honest, that is indeed the case, Li Luo replied, scratching his head with a smile. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to travel to the distant North Cold Continent for cultivation. Do you require me to dispatch an elite escort team to ensure your safety during your breakthrough? He Jing inquired earnestly, concerned about Li Luo potentially facing ferocious beasts or disturbances while cultivating in the North Cold Continent. Although the types of ferocious beasts in the North Cold Continent were limited, they were not absent, and their power surpassed that of those dwelling in more temperate environments. An untimely encounter during a breakthrough could be quite detrimental. No need, Elder He. I can manage on my own. Li Luo quickly waved his hand, confidence glimmering in his eyes. At present, Elder He was unaware that he had already broken through to the late Martial Saint stage. His current prowess could be deemed invincible beneath the Beast King level. High-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts were no match for him, as long as he did not encounter a Beast King in the North Cold Continent. His personal safety would be largely assured. Moreover, if the ferocious beasts he encountered were unable to contend with him, one could only imagine how ineffectual an escort team would be. The potential losses would be severe, possibly leading to a complete annihilation of the team. He might even have to step in to ensure the safety of the escort team, rendering their presence unnecessary. Very well then. He Jing, upon hearing Li Luo's refusal, did not press the issue further but cautioned, exercise caution in the North Cold Continent. If you encounter danger, no one will be able to rescue you. Avoid any unforeseen incidents and return promptly after your breakthrough. A hint of worry laced Elder He's voice. The North Cold Continent, with its harsh environment, maintained temperatures well below freezing, wholly dominated by ferocious beasts. The region was perpetually blanketed in snow, making it exceedingly difficult to locate hidden cultivation resources without special means. Furthermore, it mostly favored ice or water-type martial artists, making exploration often a fruitless endeavor. Few human martial artists ventured into this continent. He certainly did not wish for Li Luo, this rising genius, to meet an untimely demise in the North Cold Continent. The cosmic opportunity Li Luo had stumbled upon was already a once-in-a-millennium find. Should he perish, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Chapter 35, Preparing Supplies, Supreme Golden Card. Hearing Elder He's words, a confident smile crept onto Li Luo's face as he readily assured, I understand, Elder He, you need not worry. With his late Martial Saint cultivation, as long as he did not encounter a king-level ferocious beast in the North Cold Continent, he could navigate with ease. Even if he were to face a beast king by chance, he possessed the life-saving trump card, the Yuxiong Pearl, bestowed by Elder He. Coupled with his formidable strength, he was highly confident in his ability to retreat unscathed from the beast king's grasp. After patiently listening to Elder He's advisories, Li Luo concluded the communication, a relaxed expression gracing his features. He had not expected his forthcoming 6-month journey to the North Cold Continent for cultivation and breakthroughs to proceed so smoothly. Elder He had almost immediately consented, and it appeared that the other 2 elders, whom he hardly knew, were also aware of his fusion with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal. They seemed fully supportive and protective of him. It seemed the 3 martial deity-level warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom were entirely trustworthy, harboring no ulterior motives regarding his secrets. However, the martial deities from other nations might not share the same sentiment. Li Luo pondered internally, realizing that it was prudent to attain martial deity status sooner rather than later. That way, even if his secrets were exposed, he would possess ample strength to contend with any adversities. Should they prove ungrateful, Li Luo would not hesitate to reduce the number of martial deities among the Blue Star. With a thought, Li Luo retrieved a golden supreme card crafted from a special material from his infinite storage space, removing the spatial ring from his hand as well. He glanced at the golden supreme card, which was meticulously crafted from unique materials, its intricate engravings seemingly imbued with boundless power and status. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, only individuals of the utmost prominence could possess such a card. Inside lay a staggering 2 billion operational funds granted by the Elder Council, a sum that would undoubtedly entice numerous martial artists. Yet, Li Luo merely observed it calmly, his heart remaining largely unperturbed. The spatial ring was a complimentary gift bestowed upon him during Qin Hong's last visit, when he delivered the SSS-grade resource, the Holy Light's Spirit Essence. He then softly summoned Butler Lu. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an undercurrent of inner strength that resonated throughout the spacious villa. ensuring that Butler Lu could hear him clearly. Is that the master's voice? Butler Lu mused, promptly hurrying from the villa to stand before Li Luo, his demeanor respectful, yet tinged with curiosity. Master, how may I assist you? Breakfast will be ready shortly. Please bear with me for a moment. However, Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. It is not breakfast I require. I have other matters for you to attend to. With that, he handed Butler Lu the supreme golden card and the spatial ring, offering an explanation. I have significant tasks to undertake over the next 6 months. This golden card contains 2 billion. Please procure some living essentials and healing elixirs with it. As I intend to depart today. Of course, master. I shall attend to it immediately. Butler Lu committed Li Luo's instructions to memory, accepting the weighty supreme golden card and the spatial ring with reverence, and turned to head towards the city for the purchases. Wait, Li Luo called out, a sudden thought crossing his mind that prompted him to halt Butler Lu. Butler Lu, you must be on the verge of a breakthrough, am I correct? Taken aback, Butler Lu hadn't anticipated that Li Luo would discern such details. His expression shifted to one of gratitude as he replied, yes, it is thanks to you, master, that I have healed from my internal injuries, and a residual force has fortified my meridians. Indeed, Li Luo nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In that case, do procure some resources necessary for your breakthrough as well. I hope that upon my return, I shall stand before a newly ascended martial sovereign. Butler Lu's martial meridians had greatly improved under the influence of Li Luo's pure ice elemental energy. His stagnant cultivation would surely be unblocked after healing, allowing him to reach the martial sovereign realm within a year without external resources. He might even harness the ice elemental energy fully, potentially transforming into a frost martial artist from an ordinary martial practitioner. Li Luo eagerly anticipated the level of martial prowess Butler Lu might attain through the opportunity he had provided. Overcome with emotion, Butler Lu's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out, "Thank you, master." He did not refuse Li Luo's goodwill. Having lived a significant portion of his life, he felt he had finally encountered a benefactor and was filled with a fervent desire to pledge his loyalty. He wisely refrained from inquiring about Li Luo's destination, recognizing it was not his place as a mere butler. To avoid delaying Li Luo, Butler Lu respectfully turned to leave the villa, heading into the city to procure the items Li Luo had instructed, as well as resources for his own cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Luo boarded his warplane, assessing the distance between Jiangning City and the North Cold Continent. The most direct route required traversing the northern regions of the Great Xia Kingdom, which had succumbed to the invasion of the northern frontier, and then crossing through the eastern territories of the Sandbear Kingdom, also fallen. After crossing an ocean, he would arrive at the harsh environment of the North Cold Continent, one of the 2 frigid extremes of the Blue Star. In contrast, the South Cold Continent was significantly more distant, necessitating passage through territories rife with ferocious beasts and perilous waters, teeming with oceanic monsters, as well as the desolate continent now devoid of human life, a domain of rampant beasts. Only those confident in their strength would dare venture there for training. To be prudent, I shall choose the North Cold Continent. I have no desire to encounter a beast king in that cursed place. After reviewing the routes, Li Luo decisively opted for the North Cold Continent. The environmental temperatures were comparable, and there was no need to complicate matters. Time flew by, and before long, it was nearly noon. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating Butler Lu's face, which bore signs of fatigue, yet was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He returned to the villa, adorned with a spatial ring brimming with various supplies and elixirs, and the resplendent supreme golden card. Master, everything you requested has been prepared, he stated, standing before Li Luo and respectfully offering the spatial ring and the golden card. Li Luo accepted the items, casting a cursory glance at the neatly arranged supplies and elixirs within the spatial ring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. To mitigate the risk of unforeseen circumstances, he deemed it wise to stock up on additional healing elixirs. Chapter 36, Journey to the North Cold Continent, Warplane Weapon Systems. As for the expenditure incurred in acquiring these resources, Li Luo did not bother to inquire. For someone of his stature, the lengthy string of 11-digit numbers on the Supreme Golden Card was merely numerical data. At this juncture, Li Luo had entirely lost interest in monetary matters. Otherwise, he could easily venture into the wilderness or those long-fallen human cities, wreaking havoc at will. With his formidable combat prowess as a martial saint, the value of the beast corpses he could amass would easily amount to hundreds of billions. After resting for a moment in the villa and enjoying a final sumptuous lunch, Li Luo made his way to the backyard, where he boarded his warplane, the Cold Star. Butler Lu, I entrust the villa's management to you during my absence, Li Luo stated gravely before the hatch of the warplane. By the time I return, I shall not merely be a martial god, but a peak martial saint. Butler Lu straightened, his eyes shining with unprecedented loyalty as he responded, Master, rest assured, I will manage everything meticulously while you are away. I await your triumphant return. With a slight nod, Li Luo turned and entered the warplane, the hatch closing slowly, isolating him from the tumult of the outside world. Xiao Ming, set the destination to the North Cold Continent and commence the journey. Li Luo commanded, his voice steady within the confines of the warplane. With a gentle touch, he transferred control of the Cold Star to the artificial intelligence, Mengji, initiating autopilot mode. At your service, Master. Allow me to present and confirm the optimal flight path. Mengji's holographic image materialized within the warplane, her voice crisp and melodious, imbued with a hint of playfulness. On the large screen, multiple routes to the North Cold Continent unfurled like a constellation, each annotated with comprehensive danger assessments and estimated travel times for Li Luo's selection. Given that he would be flying directly to the North Cold Continent, he would not be hindered by numerous land-based beasts and could disregard the terrain. Thus, a plethora of routes were available for him to choose from. Which route should I select? Li Luo pondered the options displayed on the screen for a moment. Ultimately, he opted to leave the decision to Mengji. Please select the most suitable route automatically. The arrival time is inconsequential, but I prefer to encounter minimal troubles along the way. He articulated his requirements for the route, mindful of the need to fly above the domain of ferocious beasts, for he had no desire to attract the attention of a beast king due to haste. Understood, Master. I have selected the most suitable route for you. If everything is in order, we can set off, Mengji replied after processing Li Luo's requests. Once the warplane exited the human territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, it would circumvent the Beast King in the northern frontier, veering into the northwestern direction of the Grassland Kingdom, which had vanished from history during the global upheaval. Subsequently, it would enter the southern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom. After traversing the northern region and crossing a body of water, they would arrive at the North Cold Continent. Very well, I choose this route. Let us depart. Li Luo nodded after reviewing the selected path, which indeed met his criteria. With Li Luo's confirmation, Mengji's voice rang out cheerfully. All right, Master, we are ready to take off. The Cold Star, stationed in the villa's backyard, swiftly ascended into the sky, emitting a powerful and commanding roar. As the thunderous roar of the fighter jet reverberated, Li Luo felt a faint smile grace his lips as he cast a glance through the porthole at Butler Lu and the array of servants below. They stood in orderly formation, waving him farewell with the utmost reverence, particularly Lu, whose eyes brimmed with reluctance and admiration. The aircraft sliced through the sky at an astonishing speed, swiftly crossing the border of Jiangning province and hurtling towards the distant expanse of Bayan continent. During the flight, Li Luo took a moment to inform Vice President Wang Ming of his temporary departure from Jingyang City on a mission, entrusting him with all matters concerning the city. After all, he rarely intervened in its affairs, and everything had been running smoothly. Thus, he had no reservations about leaving it in Wang Ming's capable hands. One must admit, the position of guardian was indeed liberating. With some time to spare, Li Luo stood by the porthole, gazing at the fleeting landscapes below, and silently commanded. System, sign in. He initiated his daily sign-in routine in his mind. Congratulations, host has achieved complete comprehension of S-rank martial technique Phantom Step. Phantom Step. By harnessing the martial artist's inner energy, one can leave behind an afterimage at the original location and swiftly move in any direction. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, a surge of memory flooded in, and upon fully digesting it, Li Luo realized he had attained mastery over the S-rank martial technique Phantom Step. He mused to himself about having acquired a skill focused on evasive movement, which not only addressed one of his shortcomings, but also enhanced his safety for this journey to Bayan continent. Had he possessed this technique during his battle with the Sea Demon, he might have had a significant chance of evading its fiery onslaught. Eager to test its efficacy, Li Luo stepped away from the porthole and observed the spacious interior of the fighter jet, unable to contain his excitement to experiment with Phantom Step. I shall vanish. With a sudden surge of inner strength, Li Luo transformed into a faint shadow. Like a specter, he darted rapidly within the confines of the aircraft, leaving behind a series of elusive afterimages that made it difficult to pinpoint his true location. Such incredible speed, he exclaimed, a look of joyful astonishment illuminating his face after the trial. Each flicker spanned several hundred meters, and he moved with an alacrity akin to teleportation. Only highly skilled martial artists might discern that it was not true teleportation, but rather an unparalleled velocity. However, due to the constraints of the aircraft's interior, Li Luo was unable to test the full extent of Phantom Step. He could only contain his eagerness until he could try it again over Bayan continent. At that moment, a vigilant voice from Dreamweaver echoed within the aircraft. Master, please be advised. We have detected approximately 30 avian beasts of moderate beast general to mid-level lord rank approaching our trajectory. Should we activate the weapon systems for defense? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his gaze. So soon, an unwitting challenge presents itself. They are merely mid-level lords, hardly warranting my intervention. This is an opportune moment to test the weapon systems of the Cold Star. He turned to Dreamweaver's holographic projection, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perfect timing. Activate the weapon systems and neutralize them. Understood, Master, Dreamweaver responded, her tone tinged with excitement, as a series of mechanical sounds resonated within the aircraft. Subsequently, a faint energy wave enveloped the fighter jet, and menacing barrels emerged from its exterior. Weapon systems ready. Prepared to launch. Dreamweaver reiterated. Fire. Li Luo commanded, his gaze fixed on the approaching horde of beasts. The cold star erupted in a blinding flash, unleashing several beams of energy that sliced through the sky, accurately striking the flock of avian beasts. As the beams traversed their path, the air seemed to rend apart, followed by a cacophony of deafening explosions. The beasts disintegrated in midair, their remains showering down like a rain of flesh and blood. With the threat of the beasts eliminated, the fighter jet surged forward. Li Luo reflected on how potent the weapon systems were on a royal-class fighter jet, recalling the scene where even mid-level Lord beasts had been obliterated in an instant. A hint of astonishment crept onto his face. Mid-level Lord beasts were equivalent to human martial emperors, and yet they had been effortlessly dispatched by the main cannon. At this moment, Dreamweaver beamed with a charming smile as she explained, Master, the weapon systems aboard the Cold Star are capable of annihilating most beasts below the High Lord rank in a single strike. After her elucidation, Li Luo gained a better understanding of the weapon system's formidable prowess. As long as mid-level Lord beasts lacked defensive capabilities and were accurately targeted, they would be easily dispatched with a single shot. They simply could not withstand the firepower. Additionally, the main cannon could inflict some damage on high-level Lord beasts, although such formidable foes could easily evade its fire. Shortly thereafter, the Cold Star jet glided through the night sky like a shooting star, silently exiting the territory of the Great Xia Empire. It traversed through provinces long overrun by beasts, entering the lands of the Prairie Kingdom, which had succumbed to the ravages of time and calamity, transforming into a veritable paradise for ferocious beasts. Is this the Prairie Kingdom? Li Luo mused, gazing through the porthole at the desolate and dilapidated landscape below, filled with the roars of beasts. Once thriving human cities now lay in ruins, their remnants swaying in the wind, whispering tales of past glory and present desolation. The footprints of beasts were scattered across the land, leisurely devouring the wild vegetation or prowling through the ruins and forests in search of their next prey. As the aircraft soared overhead, a few higher-level beasts occasionally glanced up with wary eyes towards the sky. Just as Li Luo anticipated a peaceful passage through the Prairie Kingdom, he suddenly sensed the presence of a high-level Lord beast emanating from the Solendal Mountains ahead. The ground trembled, revealing a formidable high-level Lord beast, the Night Thunder Serpent. Its massive form shimmering with an eerie blue light, exuding a terrifying visage. Its keen senses detected an intruder, a small black dot encroaching upon its territory. A human technology daring to invade its domain, a blatant provocation. With a roar that echoed through the mountains, the colossal creature leaped into the air, surrounded by arcs of electricity, clearly prepared for battle. Master, we have detected a high-level Lord beast, the Night Thunder Serpent, ahead in the mountains. We have entered its territory, and it is preparing to launch an attack. Should we immediately retreat from the Night Thunder Serpent's domain, or activate the weapon systems for defense? Dreamweaver's voice rang out within the aircraft, laced with urgency. Li Luo, however, merely waved his hand dismissively, a glint of combat fervor igniting in his eyes. No need, leave it to me. This is perfect. I haven't had the chance to unleash my strength since my breakthrough to the late Martial Saint stage. With that, he focused his thoughts, donning the S-rank battle armor from his infinite storage space, and grasped a gleaming S-rank longsword in his hand. Dreamweaver, stabilize the aircraft, he instructed calmly. With those words, he activated the hatch, and in a flash, propelled himself towards the ground. Propelled by the aircraft's speed like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, sword in hand, Li Luo's lips curled into a slight arc. With his formidable inner energy surging, he activated Phantom Step, making his figure elusive and ethereal, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he found himself mere moments away from the Night Thunder Serpent. Come forth, beast. Li Luo wore a bewitching smile at the corner of his lips, his longsword poised for action. The terrifying aura of a late-stage martial saint instantly spread outwards. Roar. The Shadow Thunder Serpent, sensing the threat, let out a furious roar, crackling arcs of electricity enveloping its body as it lunged at Li Luo. A formidable presence erupted around them. Yet Li Luo remained unperturbed. A flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, he regarded the Shadow Thunder Serpent with utter contempt, recognizing that this high-ranking Lord-level beast was no match for the earlier Sea Demon. With a swift motion, he activated Phantom Step, effortlessly dodging the serpent's initial strike. If your strength is merely this, then it is now my turn. Gripping his longsword, a chilling murderous intent glimmered in his gaze. To avoid wasting time, he unleashed a powerful strike in the blink of an eye, the force multiplying to 82 times its original. Over 12 million kilograms of power converged upon the blade's edge. With a resounding crack, it left a deep fissure upon the serpent's seemingly impervious scales. Roar, human! The Shadow Thunder Serpent emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its voice laced with agony. In an instant, its eyes filled with rage and trepidation. Its prideful scales had been shattered as if they were mere parchment beneath this human's blow. Recognizing that it was no match for Li Luo, the serpent felt a surge of dread. Continuing the battle would surely lead to its demise. Human, I shall spare you this day. The serpent's voice was grave as it unleashed a bolt of purple lightning towards Li Luo, then twisted its massive body. Fleeing desperately into the depths of the forest, seeking refuge among the dense foliage to evade Li Luo's onslaught. Simultaneously, it sent out frantic mental waves, summoning the surrounding beasts to form a tide to buy itself time to escape. Spare you? Li Luo effortlessly deflected the purple lightning, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he flickered, appearing like a wraith beside the Shadow Thunder serpent just as the beast tide surged forth. Want to flee? Too late. Li Luo's voice was as frigid as ice, his S-rank longsword glinting with a piercing cold light as it descended mercilessly, aimed directly at the serpent's head. Human. The Shadow Thunder serpent sensed the imminent threat, its fear driving it to react. Yet it was too late. The blade flashed, followed by the dull sound of metal slicing flesh and bone. In an instant, Li Luo severed the serpent's head, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar! The beast tide, summoned by the Shadow Thunder serpent, erupted in terrified howls, scattering in all directions, fearful of the human who had just slain their leader. Truly weak, Li Luo landed steadily beside the carcass of the Shadow Thunder serpent, his eyes filled with disdain. The blood on his blade slowly dripped away. He didn't even need to employ the Frost Law to deal with this high-ranking Lord-level beast. Sheer brute force sufficed to vanquish it. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Frigid Realm. After all, it was a high-ranking Lord-level beast. Its body should not go to waste. Li Luo, taking in the pungent scent of blood surrounding him, spoke in a chilling tone. With that, he placed his hands upon the serpent's carcass and severed head, storing its remains within his infinite storage space. Consider it a trophy from this journey through the Grassland Kingdom. The remains of high-ranking Lord-level beasts are treasure troves. Their blood and scales serve as invaluable materials for crafting weapons or elixirs. If sold in the market, they could fetch billions. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Thunder serpent's body vanished. Li Luo did not linger in the mountains, allowing the fleeing beasts to escape. He then returned to the Cold Star warplane, which hovered in the sky from a distance. With a mere thought, he retracted the armored suit and weapons he had donned. Xiao Meng, continue forward, he commanded, summoning Meng Ji softly. The Shadow Thunder serpent had been slain, and he sensed no other high-ranking Lord-level beasts or beast kings within the Solendal Mountains. They could proceed towards the northern Frost Continent. As Li Luo's orders were issued, Meng Ji promptly responded, understood, master. The warplane emitted a subtle hum as the engines accelerated towards the distant northern Frost Continent. To maintain his peak condition, Li Luo swiftly retrieved a B-rank pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, beginning to replenish his internal energy. Over the next 3 days, under Meng Ji's autopilot, the Cold Star traversed the southern regions of the Sand Bear Kingdom's devastated zone and crossed a vast ocean, inching closer to their destination. Master, we are about to arrive at the northern Frost Continent. Please prepare for the next steps. Meng Ji's voice chimed in the cockpit, infused with a hint of cuteness. Li Luo, upon hearing Meng Ji's reminder, swiftly opened his eyes, exiting his meditative state. Finally, they had reached the northern Frost Continent. His voice brimmed with excitement. During these 3 days, aside from encountering the Shadow Thunder serpent in the Solendal Mountains, he had also slain 2 additional high-ranking Lord-level beasts that attempted to intercept the warplane while traversing the Sand Bear Kingdom and the ocean. Now, his infinite storage space held the corpses of 3 high-ranking Lord-level beasts, constituting a significant fortune. Upon returning to the Great Xia Kingdom, he could sell them to the Elder Council for contribution points. This is the northern Frost Continent. Li Luo eagerly approached the warplane's large screen, gazing at the gradually revealing outline of the northern Frost Continent. The entire landmass was blanketed in a sea of white, covered in snow and ice, and the temperature outside the warplane continued to plummet as they drew near. A relentless blizzard raged outside. It was perpetually winter here, a realm of ice, snow, and biting winds. Due to the exceedingly harsh environment, Li Luo had yet to catch a glimpse of even a single beast on the northern Frost Continent. Ordinary beasts would not dare linger in such conditions. Besides the falling snowflakes, a few solitary ice peaks could be seen rising abruptly within the northern Frost Continent, standing quietly and majestically. How marvelous! This place is perfectly suited for me, Li Luo exclaimed with joy at the inhospitable surroundings of the northern Frost Continent. As the warplane continued to approach, he could distinctly feel his cultivation speed and strength increasing, with a breakthrough to martial god imminent. It was unfortunate, however, that during the 3 days en route to the northern Frost Continent, the items acquired from sign-ins were relatively mundane, mostly S-rank pills, spiritual herbs, and crystal stones, none of which enhanced his cultivation. Li Luo chose not to absorb them, instead stacking them away in his infinite storage space. Moments later, the warplane entered the northern Frost Continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling cold winds assaulted Li Luo's ears inside the warplane, with temperatures plunging to several degrees below zero. Visibility ahead was severely reduced, and as the warplane pressed on, the cold continued to intensify. Fortunately, the Cold Star was a royal-class warplane, capable of operating normally in such frigid conditions. The icy winds and relentless snowfall posed little hindrance. Indeed, this is one of the two extreme cold regions of Blue Star. This harsh environment is unbearable for most martial artists. Li Luo's gaze fixed on the environment of the northern frost continent displayed on the warplane screen. His heart filled with contemplation. No wonder, Elder, he mentioned the dangers of the northern frost continent. No one could come to his aid in such an environment. It was not just human martial artists that struggled. Even the presence of beasts was absent. However, as Li Luo's body harmonized with the frost divine vein, the colder the environment, the more exhilarated he felt. At this moment, the icy veins of the frost divine pulse coursed through Li Luo's body, as if they had finally found their sanctuary. Every surge of chill invigorated the frosty energy within him, causing it to boil with fervor. Xiaoming advanced towards the core of the northern frost continent. A glimmer of confidence shone in Li Luo's eyes as he savored the tremendous enhancement of his strength acquired in the northern frost continent. He issued a direct command to Meng Ji, who, undeterred by the raging blizzard, chose to execute his orders without hesitation. Boom. Under Meng Ji's precise control, the aircraft sliced through the icy realm like a silver arrow, gliding swiftly and steadily into the heart of the northern frost continent. Here, the tempest was even more ferocious. The sky seemed to fracture, unleashing a flurry of snowflakes sharp as ice blades, relentlessly cleaving through the air. A chilling howl echoed, the temperature plummeting to a frigid -100 degrees. As far as the eye could see, an unending expanse of snow-capped mountains and glaciers stretched, painting a breathtaking tableau of nature's grandeur. Xiaoming, prepare for landing. Li Luo felt the surrounding icy elements surge into his body like a tidal wave, a smile of uncontainable excitement curling at the corner of his lips. This place was undoubtedly a haven for frost warriors. The aircraft, under Xiaoming's autopilot, gradually descended onto a relatively flat snowfield. Apart from the relentless wind and snow, there was not a single beast in sight. With a thought, a finely crafted S-rank battle armor enveloped Li Luo, shimmering with a cold light, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding ice and snow. Although he sensed no trace of feral beasts nearby, caution remained prudent. Armed and prepared, Li Luo decisively opened the cabin door and leaped from the aircraft. Stepping into this realm dominated by the tempest, the biting wind struck him like a blade, yet Li Luo felt no chill. Only the continuous influx of icy elements flooded his being. A look of ecstasy spread across his face. Chapter 39. The Snow Domain's Phantom Wolf Strikes. Such a rich abundance of pure ice elements. This was indeed a natural sanctuary for frost warriors. Li Luo spread his arms wide, relishing the cold winds and blizzards thwarted by his armor, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet, despite such tranquility, few would dare to expose themselves so directly in this core zone, where frost warriors absorbed ice elements. Most others lacked the frost divine pulse, merely faring slightly better than elemental warriors in such extreme conditions. However, Li Luo's current prowess and cultivation speed had achieved unprecedented leaps here, doubling compared to other locales. Even without active training, the passive cultivation rate alone would naturally propel him to the martial god realm within a year. Yet, Li Luo had no intention of waiting that long. Enduring a year in this icy expanse would be exceedingly dull. Thus, he wasted no time. He swiftly maneuvered the aircraft to hover in midair, then stepped onto the pristine snow. With a fierce punch, he unleashed a series of heavy blows, carving out a concealed hollow in the hard-packed snow. Following this, Li Luo directed Meng Ji to navigate into the hollow, waiting for the blizzard to shroud them perfectly. That should suffice. Li Luo hovered in the air, nodding gently. With a graceful wave of his hands, the surrounding snow and ice responded to his call, coalescing into various crystalline forms, ultimately assembling into a small ice fortress, its translucent exterior gleaming with a frigid luminescence. Yes, this is nearly perfect. Li Luo gazed contentedly at the temporary training ground he had constructed, fitting seamlessly within the essence of the northern frost continent. He then stepped into the ice fortress, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes, commencing his training in the SSS-rank technique, the mystic ice divine art. With the frost divine pulse guiding him, the rushing ice elements within him transformed into gentle streams nurturing his meridians, and his cultivation steadily advanced unbeknownst to him. The training speed had indeed doubled compared to before, and Li Luo soon became entranced in his practice. As night fell, the entire northern frost continent was plunged into darkness, having lost its sole source of light. The blizzard showed no signs of abating, concealing much of the ice fortress Li Luo had erected. Outside, the storm raged. Yet Li Luo remained immersed in a state of transcendental cultivation, surrounded by a faint chill, merging with this snowbound world. At that moment, an unseen peril stealthily approached. Amidst the distant swirling snow, a pair of crimson eyes glinted with a cold light, exuding the aura of a high-ranking lord-level beast. The snow domain's phantom wolf. Its body cloaked in pure white fur, flickered in and out of sight in the night, concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, with only its massive white head exposed. Fixated on the ice fortress amid the storm. Unbeknownst to it, a human warrior had encroached upon its territory. The snow domain's phantom wolf's eyes flashed with murderous intent, yet it refrained from immediate attack, choosing instead to cautiously suppress its presence. With its sharp claws, it effortlessly scraped away the snow beneath it, quietly closing in on the ice fortress, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Li Luo amidst the hail. Possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans, this high-ranking Lord-level beast was aware that ordinary human warriors would not venture into such a place. This particular human certainly bore some strength, compelling it to exercise caution. As the snow domain's phantom wolf stealthily approached through the snow, Li Luo, lost in the joy of his cultivation, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis rising within him. Li Luo's eyes snapped open, a glint of vigilance flashing within. What is that? An alarm rang in his mind, prompting him to swiftly scan his surroundings. Although the northern frost continent was harsh and inhabited by few beast types, being the core area, it was certain that feral beasts roamed here. Even in the midst of training, he had remained vigilant, and indeed, he sensed the impending threat. It was beneath him. Li Luo's heart raced, and he quickly reacted. In a flash, like an arrow released from its bow, he shot from the ice fortress, soaring skyward. His movements were so swift that they were nearly instantaneous. Just as Li Luo burst forth from the fortress, the ground trembled violently. A massive snow domain's phantom wolf, covered in thick white fur and with blood-red eyes, erupted from the snow, opening its cavernous maw to pounce with ferocity. It effortlessly swallowed the ice fortress Li Luo had conjured, leaving behind a triumphant roar that echoed through the blizzard. Humph, seeking death. Li Luo scoffed, regaining his footing. A long knife glimmering with frost appeared in his hand, its blade resonating with a blue radiance that echoed the surrounding ice and snow. As he fixed his gaze upon the snow domain's phantom wolf that had ambushed him, he sensed the surging high-ranking Lord-level beast aura within it, even stronger than the previous sea demon. Yet Li Luo felt no fear. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. In this northern frost continent, his strength was indeed double that of other regions. Prepare to meet your end. With a fierce shout, Li Luo transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, slicing through the night sky and hurtling towards the snow domain's phantom wolf, wielding the long knife. Each strike was accompanied by a chilling aura, suffusing the surrounding winds and snow with an air of deadly intent. The snow domain's phantom wolf, thwarted in its ambush, let out a low growl, its eyes brimming with malice. A bone-chilling cold began to envelop it, and its speed surged as it charged towards Li Luo. Li Luo tilted his body slightly, easily evading the swift strike with a phantom step, while simultaneously sweeping his long knife. A streak of ice-blue blade light cleaved through the air, carrying a piercing chill that bore down upon the snow domain's phantom wolf. Freeze for 1,000 miles. The powerful ice elements within Li Luo surged forth, as he intended to deny the snow domain's phantom wolf any chance to counterattack. The dense air around Li Luo, imbued with the essence of ice, responded to his summons, swiftly coalescing into countless razor-sharp ice blades that descended upon the snow domain phantom wolf with overwhelming ferocity. Roar! Damned human! Though the snow domain phantom wolf had been honed by the harsh environment into a formidable beast, stronger than the average high-ranking Lord-level fiends, it found itself compelled to evade repeatedly under the relentless assault of the concentrated ice blades, emitting furious howls. The battle escalated into a feverish intensity. Leveraging the advantage of his amplified power in the North Cold continent, Li Luo's strikes became increasingly fierce, devoid of concern for exhaustion. Each attack was imbued with tremendous force and terrifying ice elements. The snow domain phantom wolf, a dominant force of the North Cold continent, though valiant, gradually sensed its inability to gain the upper hand. A flicker of retreat crept into its heart, and it regarded Li Luo with a gaze rife with trepidation. What kind of monstrous human warrior had it encountered? Chapter 40. Beneath the ice, a dark passage. Human, consider yourself fortunate. Seizing a moment of opportunity, the snow domain phantom wolf unleashed its strength, attempting to escape the battlefield under the cover of the wind and snow. It had long adapted to the harsh conditions of the North Cold continent and was intimately familiar with the terrain. It believed that as long as it wished to flee, this human warrior could never impede its escape. It would then seek out other high-ranking Lord-level fiends in the North Cold continent to hunt down this intruder in its territory. However, escape was not so easily attained. A cold, sharp smile curled at the corners of Li Luo's lips as he pursued like a wraith. As he wielded his long blade, arcs of ice-blue light cleaved through the air, sealing off the snow domain phantom wolf's escape routes one by one. How could it come and go as it pleased? The snow domain phantom wolf felt the relentless pressure trailing behind it, and a glimmer of despair flickered in its eyes. Turning back in disbelief, it found its crimson gaze now filled with terror. It realized it could not shake off this human warrior, who consistently pinpointed its escape routes. Even burrowing into the snow beneath was futile. Li Luo always managed to precisely manifest the blade light before it. With eyes brimming with fear, the snow domain phantom wolf bellowed, "Who are you? This is impossible." Li Luo merely chuckled coldly, remaining silent. The ice elements within him surged to a boiling point. and the long-dormant frost power finally found an outlet for its release. He had no intention of toying with this white giant wolf any longer. It was time to deliver a decisive blow. No need for you to know so much. I seal. With a low shout from Li Luo. His entire being was enveloped in a radiant ice-blue glow, standing like a deity amidst the storm. Then, with a wave of his hands, he commanded the frost power, unleashing an attack that harnessed an unfathomable reservoir of ice elements. In an instant, the world seemed shrouded by an irresistible chill. A colossal ice-blue sphere coalesced before Li Luo, bursting forth into countless ice spikes and frost chains, instantaneously sealing off the space where the snow domain phantom wolf resided. No, the snow domain phantom wolf fell into utter despair. As one of the apex fiends of the North Cold continent, it found itself faced with an untimely demise here. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming might of the ice eel not only consumed the snow domain phantom wolf entirely, but also encased the surrounding area in a thick layer of ice, extending hundreds of meters. The distant glaciers trembled violently. The battlefield fell silent, save for the howling cold wind across the icy surface. In this frigid environment, my strength has remarkably increased. Li Luo gazed at the impact he had wrought around him, his tone imbued with astonishment and a hint of exhilaration. The once feared snow domain phantom wolf, renowned as one of the strongest in the Great Xia Kingdom, had been obliterated by his single strike. A twinge of regret washed over him at the loss of the wolf's corpse. Just as Li Luo prepared to depart, he suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing something hidden beneath the thick ice layer. Was there a treasure concealed below? His gaze sharpened upon the ice beneath his feet, curiosity and suspicion mingling within him. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down upon the solid ice. With each precise strike from Li Luo, the ground began to tremble. Finally, with a resounding crash, a massive fissure spread across the ice and the snow beneath it. What is that? Hovering above the crack in the ice, Li Luo's keen eyes swiftly focused on a shadowy entrance that resembled a passageway below. It appeared to lead to some place beneath the ice, though he could not ascertain what it was just yet. Could it be an ancient relic buried beneath the heavy snow? A surge of curiosity and excitement welled up within Li Luo. He had previously researched the information regarding ancient relics discovered on Blue Star, and this dark passageway entrance seemed to align perfectly. First, I must recover my strength before exploring, Li Luo murmured, a spark of excitement igniting within him. With a thought, he retrieved 3 A-grade pills exuding a faint medicinal aroma from his infinite storage space. Without hesitation, he consumed all 3 pills. The medicinal energy surged within him, a warm current flowing through his limbs, swiftly alleviating the fatigue he had just experienced. Simultaneously, the unique frost divine vein within him began to operate quietly, accelerating his recovery. The two forces working in tandem allowed him to regain his peak condition in mere moments. Ancient relic, here I come. Li Luo's eyes glimmered with an unmistakable excitement as he gazed at the shadowy passageway entrance beneath the ice fissure. With a leap, he descended into the chasm like an arrow released from its bow, landing steadily before the entrance of the passage. Although darkness enveloped him, it posed no challenge to Li Luo, a martial saint. He discovered that the passageway entrance was sealed by a thick wall of ice, a clear result of the passage of time. It had likely been buried beneath the glacier for an extensive period. A mere ice wall cannot hinder me. A confident smile graced Li Luo's lips. The ice elements within him surged once more, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his fist. The ice-blue glow coalesced around his fist, embodying at least 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Open for me. With a low roar, Li Luo's fist struck out with tremendous force. The wind from his punch howled as a deafening explosion echoed, shattering the ice wall into countless shards that scattered across the ground. It revealed a pathway leading into the unknown depths. Remarkably, the passageway constructed from some unknown material remained unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the destruction. Li Luo noted this peculiarity with intrigue, his anticipation for what lay within the passage intensifying. If this dark material was so resilient, it must surely conceal extraordinary treasures. As he stepped forward, Li Luo entered the passage, a more intense chill enveloping him. Yet to him, it felt like the gentle caress of a spring breeze. This place is undoubtedly an ancient relic, without a doubt, he mused inwardly, while remaining vigilant and scanning his surroundings. Ancient relics, while a coveted treasure for martial artists, were also the resting place of countless fallen warriors. Many martial saints had perished within, and even martial gods had met their end in these ancient ruins. The most perilous of these was rumored to be situated in the wild continent, where a hapless martial god had inadvertently triggered a mechanism and been obliterated. The perils associated with it instilled dread in the hearts of martial artists across Blue Star, deterring all from daring to tread lightly. Taking a deep breath, Li Luo halted his steps. To be cautious, he quietly retrieved the Yuqiong pearl that elder he had entrusted to him for protection. After all, some mechanisms within ancient relics could overwhelm even martial gods, let alone a mere martial saint like himself. Chapter 41. Awaiting the moment, the cold ice shatters the heavens. The mere thought that even a martial deity-level warrior could perish within the ancient ruins caused Li Luo's footsteps to gradually come to a halt within the dimly lit passage. The excitement of discovering the ruins was abruptly diluted. His gaze wandered through the unknown darkness ahead, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Staring at the cracked Yuqiong pearl in his hand, he murmured to himself, "Should I continue onward?" At that moment, fear gripped Li Luo, as he felt that even the Yuqiong pearl, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial deity, could not ensure his safety. Perhaps it would be best to retreat? Furrowing his brow, he contemplated whether to press on toward the passage's end and explore the enigmatic ancient ruins. Unlike the top-tier warriors, he possessed a system that set him apart. There was no need to be overly hasty for a fleeting opportunity. While such chances were enticing, his life held greater significance. Gradually regaining his composure, Li Luo weighed the pros and cons before ultimately deciding against taking that risk. Furthermore, he was the first to discover this ancient ruin hidden beneath the glacier, which implied he was unaware of the dangers concealed within. Should he meet his demise here, it would be unfortunate. Once his strength had increased further, and he had signed in for more life-preserving items via the system, he could return. With this thought, Li Luo no longer hesitated. He turned and retraced his steps toward the passage's entrance. Soon, he emerged back from the passage. "I shall return," he whispered softly, casting one last lingering glance at the shadowy corridor behind him. Currently, he was the only one who had discovered this ancient ruin concealed beneath the ice, and its location was exceedingly obscure, situated in the heart of North Cold Continent. For at least a year and a half, it was unlikely that any other human would stumble upon this place. It was entirely within his grasp. There was no need to venture forth unprepared. Having come to this conclusion, Li Luo felt little attachment and made his way back through the ice fissures to the surface, where snowflakes danced and the frigid winds howled. However, he did not leave the area. Instead, he summoned the power of ice elements from within, gently waving his hands to conjure an ice fortress in the vicinity, intending to sign in and cultivate in this area for the time being. Once everything was ready, he would once again explore the ancient ruins hidden beneath the glacier. Continuing his training to elevate his strength, Li Luo meticulously arranged his plans in his mind. Upon entering the ice fortress, he settled down to resume his cultivation of the Xianbing divine art. His body transformed into a colossal black hole, devouring the dense ice elements surrounding him, enveloped in a faint icy blue radiance. Drawing on his previous experience with the snow domain ghost wolf, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The night passed quietly without further encounters with ferocious beasts. The blizzard continued unabated, showing no signs of respite. Even the traces of his earlier battle with the snow domain ghost wolf were largely obscured by the falling snowflakes. The temperature remained consistently below freezing. As the dawn broke, Li Luo sensed the passage of time and gradually concluded his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with anticipation. "System, sign in," he softly called out within his heart, hoping the system would grant him what he desired. "Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving a complete comprehension of the SSS level martial skill, Icebreaker /." The system's voice echoed in Li Luo's mind, accompanied by a torrent of immense information flooding into his consciousness. Another SSS level martial skill. Li Luo swiftly digested the memories that poured into his mind, momentarily stunned, before a wry smile crept onto his face. While SSS level martial skills were indeed enticing, it was not what he sought at this moment. Nevertheless, having an SSS level martial skill was still beneficial. After all, he had time on his side. Waiting a few more days would not be a burden. Though his heart bore a hint of regret, Li Luo quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, having an abundance of skills was never a disadvantage. Mastering yet another SSS level martial skill significantly enhanced his strength and would undoubtedly aid him in his forthcoming exploration of the ancient ruins beneath the ice. For one could never predict the peculiarities that awaited him within. "System, can you hear me? Please, I beseech you for a few defensive treasures next." Li Luo implored the system in his heart, yet received no response, leaving him uncertain if the system could perceive his thoughts. He hoped for assistance in the coming days. Since he had not signed in for any defensive treasures today, he continued his cultivation of the Xianbing divine art within the ice fortress. Until he procured items akin to the Yuqiong pearl, he would not recklessly venture into the ancient ruins. 7 days swiftly slipped by. Throughout this period, Li Luo had not left the ice fortress nor sensed the presence of any ferocious beasts nearby. Each day consisted of signing in and practicing the Xianbing divine art, resulting in significant progress in his cultivation. However, a breakthrough to the peak of martial saint still remained a considerable distance away. "System, sign in." Li Luo, sensing the passage of time, instinctively opened his eyes and engaged in his daily sign-in routine within his mind. During these 7 days, the items obtained from signing in included various S-level elixirs, battle armors, and spiritual herbs, alongside several S-level energy ice crystals that could enhance his cultivation, all of which Li Luo casually absorbed. Although he had not received the items he desired, Li Luo remained unperturbed, knowing he would stay here for at least 6 months. A mere week was insignificant. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit to increase item quantity. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level battle armor Cold Shadow Silver Armor. Cold Shadow Silver Armor, forged from Millennium Cold Iron and Silver Sand Alloy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level defensive treasure Ice Crystal Spirit Chain. Ice Crystal Spirit Chain, crafted from special energy or its embedded energy can withstand 3 full force strikes from peak martial deities. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS level long knife weapon Starfall Knife. Starfall Knife, forged from special or. Finally, a wave of elation washed over Li Luo as he listened to the system's voice in his mind. His prayers had been answered. As the system's voice faded, 3 SSS-level items materialized within his infinite storage space. After reveling in his joy, Li Luo focused his thoughts and summoned all 3 items. Chapter 42. Re-entering the Ancient Ruins, Xianbing Guardian. First, Li Luo removed the S-level battle armor he was wearing and stored it in the infinite storage space. He then donned the seemingly ordinary SSS-level Ice Crystal Spirit Chain around his neck, which instilled him with a profound sense of security. Though the necklace appeared unremarkable, adorned with a blue ice crystal, it harbored terrifying protective energy capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a peak martial deity. Should Li Luo face an unresistible attack, it would automatically activate, forming an energy shield composed of ice crystals around him. It was far more convenient than the Yuqiong Pearl. Next, Li Luo's gaze turned to the SSS-level battle armor, which presented itself in a snowflake-like silver hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Let me try it on and see how it feels. Eagerly, Li Luo donned the Cold Shadow Silver Armor, which significantly enhanced his defense compared to his previous S-level battle armor. Despite its seemingly heavy appearance, it felt remarkably light when worn, even augmenting his speed slightly. Accompanied by the martial technique Phantom Step, his speed surged even further. Most notably, this SSS-grade armor possessed an automatic repair function. As long as it did not suffer catastrophic damage, it could autonomously absorb the surrounding ambient ice elemental energy to mend any inflicted wounds. If the armor remained undamaged, the absorbed ice elemental power could even enhance the wearer's own absorption speed of ice elements. What a treasure! A jubilant smile adorned Li Luo's face as he exclaimed excitedly. With this SSS-grade armor, he was no longer at a disadvantage in terms of defense. As for the slight increase in cultivation speed, it paled in comparison to the Frost God Vein. Subsequently, Li Luo's delighted gaze shifted to the final item he had claimed, the SSS-grade longsword, Starfall. The Starfall sword was entirely obsidian, and its blade seemed to shimmer with the flow of stars, radiating a mysterious and enigmatic light. Li Luo grasped it in his hand and swung it a few times to test its balance. With a gentle sweep, the tip of the blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible silver trail, accompanied by a chilling gust. The feel was quite satisfying. Li Luo regarded the Starfall sword with satisfaction. If he were to combine it with the SSS-grade martial technique, Ice Shattering Slash, which he had acquired a week prior, its power would undoubtedly reach a terrifying level. Now he could venture to explore the ancient ruins once more. With the items obtained from this critical sign-in, Li Luo brimmed with confidence. He resolved to re-enter the dark passage beneath the ice layer. He subsequently stowed the Starfall sword into his infinite storage space and briskly exited the ice fortress. Returning to the edge of the nearby ice fissure, gazing down at the familiar passage, he declared, "I am coming." A confident smile curved his lips as he leapt down, gracefully descending into the icy crevice, re-entering the passage he had traversed a week ago. The air within the passage was frigid, with an even more intense aura of ice elements rushing to greet him. However, it had no effect on Li Luo. "I am eager to see what lies at the end ahead." Li Luo, filled with intense curiosity, meticulously observed the surroundings of the passage to prevent triggering any mechanisms. Finally, after a prolonged and tense journey, a faint beam of light pierced through from ahead, signaling that the end of the passage was near. A light? It seems the ancient ruins are just ahead. Li Luo's heartbeat quickened, a surge of inexplicable excitement flooding his heart. He quickened his pace, moving toward the source of that weak light. But suddenly, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. Wow, is this the ancient ruins? Standing at the dimly lit exit of the passage, Li Luo's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Before him emerged a grand blue and white hall, encased in ice beneath a glacier, its magnificence beyond imagination. The hall was sculpted from enormous specialized crystals, each piece translucent and emitting a faint, ethereal blue glow. The light Li Luo had seen earlier was emanating from the entirety of the hall. The patterns etched upon the ice crystals exuded an aura of antiquity. Standing at the end of the shadowy passage, he gazed through the layers of icy mist produced by the extreme cold, fixating on the blue and white ice crystal hall that time had forgotten. His heart swelled not only with astonishment, but also with an uncontrollable excitement. There must be a trove of treasures buried within, Li Luo exclaimed eagerly. Currently, he was the sole discoverer of this place, which meant he could claim all the treasures stored within this ancient ruin for himself. Li Luo then steadied his breath, cautiously taking the first step toward the hall. Great fortunes often accompany certain dangers. Though he was exhilarated, he remained vigilant. The tales of the fallen war god within ancient ruins echoing in his mind as a cautionary reminder. Creak. Just as Li Luo approached the grand doors of the hall with eager anticipation, a dull sound emanated from ahead, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. His body tensed as he instantly entered a combat stance. He swiftly retrieved the Starfall sword from his infinite storage space, thinking to himself, as expected, there are mechanisms. He retreated with utmost speed, his vigilant gaze fixed intently on the door of the ice hall that had produced the noise. Should he detect any irregularities, he was prepared to make a swift escape. Almost simultaneously, the colossal door of the hall seemed to be pushed open by an unseen force, slowly and solemnly parting, releasing an even more intense chill, accompanied by an ancient aura. To his astonishment, hundreds of tall figures wearing armor carved from special ice crystals surged forth like a tide from within, the Ice Guardians. Their levels ranging from the initial to the peak of the Martial Emperor stage. These Ice Guardians, composed entirely of rare special ice crystals, bore humanoid forms. Their icy blue eyes piercingly bright. Armed with long spears and ice shields, they radiated a faint blue light, advancing menacingly towards Li Luo, and the door closed behind them. How is this possible? Li Luo felt the powerful aura emanating from the Ice Guardians, utterly shocked. These Ice Guardians were not living beings, after who knows how many years. They still retained the aura of their peak state, showing no signs of deterioration. After the initial shock, Li Luo turned to face the hundreds of Martial Emperor-level Ice Guardians charging at him, his eyes igniting with a steely glint. If this was all the strength they possessed, they could not hope to stop me. As the thought crossed his mind, a formidable pressure emanated from Li Luo, who was at the peak of the Martial Saint stage. The ice elements surged and roiled around him, and several chilling ice palms rapidly coalesced, howling as they hurtled towards the Ice Guardians. Ice palm break. With Li Luo's commanding shout, the palm winds surged like a dragon, shattering the seemingly indestructible crystalline bodies of the Ice Guardians in their wake. Several ice palms effortlessly annihilated hundreds of Martial Emperor-level Ice Guardians, leaving the area outside the hall littered with shattered ice crystals from the fallen Guardians. Chapter 43. Breaking through the door, inside the ice hall. After effortlessly dealing with the hundreds of Martial Emperor-level Ice Guardians, Li Luo's brow did not relax, but rather furrowed even deeper, his gaze now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Having encountered such a number of Ice Guardians upon entering, he wondered what other challenges awaited him inside the hall. However, Li Luo had no intention of retreating in defeat. In other circumstances, he might not have been so reckless, but this was the northern cold continent. His strength experienced a substantial augmentation in this frigid environment, and with the SSS-grade armor and defensive treasures he possessed, he felt confident about venturing into the ice hall. What a sturdy door. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ice hall, Li Luo stowed the Starfall sword back into his infinite storage space. Clenching his fists tightly, he attempted to force the seemingly heavy ice crystal door open with sheer strength, only to find it utterly immovable. I refuse to believe it. A defiant smile curled at the corners of Li Luo's mouth. How could a mere door stand in his way? With that, he took a deep breath, channeling all his energy and ice elements into the tips of his fists. With a thunderous roar, Li Luo unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with the overwhelming power of the peak Martial Saint stage, directed at the door. The force of his punches howled through the air, carrying a chilling aura. Upon colliding with the door, a deafening explosion erupted, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Open! I command you, Li Luo shouted, unleashing the full force of his 8.2-fold power, each punch delivering a staggering force exceeding 10 million kilograms. Finally, under the tremendous impact, the door cracked open just enough for a single person to pass through. It's open. Li Luo gazed at the gap now created in the door, retracting his formidable burst of energy, a look of joy spreading across his face. Although only a narrow gap had been opened, it was sufficient for him to slip through. He swiftly traversed the opening with the agility of a cheetah, stepping into the icy palace. Upon entry, the air around him seemed to grow even colder, and the temperature plummeted further. For an ordinary martial artist, even if they were not directly frozen into an ice sculpture, their strength would be diminished by at least half. Finally, he had arrived. Before Li Luo could carefully inspect the layout of the palace, a sudden, sharp sound of cracking ice echoed in his ears. Dozens of Xianbing guards materialized out of thin air once more. Although their numbers were not as great as those at the entrance of the ice palace, their strength was far more formidable. The strongest among them had reached the pinnacle of Martial Saint, while the others were all at the peak of Martial Emperor. They were surrounded by a dense chill, exuding an even more ferocious aura. Armed with ice spears and ice shields, they swiftly closed in on Li Luo. Again? Li Luo remarked, shaking his head with a smirk. He felt no fear. Rather, his fighting spirit surged. The extreme cold was his domain. They were merely martial saints. Even if a martial god Xianbing guard emerged, Li Luo would still possess the strength to contend within this northern cold continent. Moreover, these Xianbing guards lacked subjective thought. They seemed to simply follow a programmed directive to eliminate intruders, thus failing to fully utilize their own power. Therefore, the advantage lay with him. Come on. A chilling smile graced Li Luo's lips. The starfall blade manifested in his hand at his mental command, erupting with fierce ice elements and vitality. He resembled a deity standing atop the pinnacle of frigid desolation. Surrounding him was not only the biting cold, but also the undeniable majesty of a martial saint. Li Luo narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the restless Xianbing guards before him. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, radiating absolute confidence in his impending victory. I wonder how many more can emerge. His voice was laced with a strong intent to kill. As his words fell, the ice elements and vitality within him surged like a tidal wave, intertwining to form a terrifying torrent of power, ultimately converging upon the starfall blade in his hand. The blade gleamed brilliantly, emanating a piercing cold light that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Heavenly icebreaker, Li Luo bellowed, and a dazzling beam of icy blade light erupted from the tip of the starfall blade, striking with the force to annihilate all in its path. Directly aimed at the encroaching Xianbing guards. Wherever the blade light passed, it was filled with raging ice elements, causing time itself to seem to slow. The martial emperor-level Xianbing guards had no opportunity to react to this terrifying strike before being cleaved into countless shards of ice, their blue glimmers dissipating into the air. The remaining martial saint-level Xianbing guard, though barely managing to withstand the frontal assault of the blade light, was grievously injured. Its massive form staggered back, crashing heavily onto the floor of the ice palace with a thunderous sound, evidently on the brink of collapse. Done. Just as Li Luo took a moment to catch his breath and prepare to deliver the final blow, an odd sight captured his attention. The martial saint-level Xianbing guard was slowly absorbing the abundant ice elements around it. Its wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and its aura gradually stabilized. What? This scene caused Li Luo to pause momentarily, before a spark of understanding flickered in his eyes. So that's it. These Xianbing guards relied on the endless ice elements of the northern cold continent to sustain their vitality and combat prowess. As long as their core was not utterly destroyed, they could continuously self-repair, maintaining their peak state. The master of this ice palace was indeed formidable, capable of creating such monstrous guardians. Having realized this, Li Luo hesitated no longer. He would not grant it the chance to recover. With a flash of movement, he appeared before the martial saint-level Xianbing guard. The guard attempted to resist, but Li Luo's foot came crashing down upon it. Your mission ends here. With a cold voice, the starfall blade swung once more. This time, there was no mercy. It pierced directly through the core of the guard's icy armor, utterly terminating its existence. At last, it is finished. After dealing with the martial saint-level Xianbing guard, Li Luo remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around him. Once he felt the area fall into complete tranquility, he sheathed the starfall blade. From his spatial storage, he retrieved several crystalline pills, translucent and exuding a faint medicinal aroma. Without hesitation, he consumed them. The pills melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that swiftly coursed through his limbs and bones. Coupled with the frost god pulse, they rapidly replenished his depleted energy, stabilizing his aura. In mere moments, he restored his strength to its zenith, as if the earlier battle had never occurred. Chapter 44. The Secret Chamber of the Main Hall, the Inheritance Crystal. Once his energy was restored, Li Luo traversed a corridor crafted from specialized crystals, continuing deeper into the ice palace. What a spectacle! How long has this ice palace been entombed beneath the glacier? Li Luo marveled quietly as he observed the internal structure of the palace. Each block of ice seemed to narrate the tale of time's passage, far more magnificent than any structure he had ever encountered on Blue Star. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Such recently discovered ancient ruins often concealed treasures that would enchant any martial artist. For instance, the Yuqiong pearl given to him by Elder He for self-preservation was sourced from an ancient ruin. If its cracks could be repaired, the energy contained within would undoubtedly surpass that of the SSS-grade ice crystal spirit chain around his neck. Unfortunately, current technology on Blue Star was incapable of such restoration. Otherwise, Elder He would have already sought a solution. The allure of ancient ruins to powerful beings at the martial saint and martial god levels was not solely due to the potential treasures buried within, such as SSS-grade martial techniques, cultivation methods, and weapons. More crucially, each ruin harbored the most vital and precious inheritance crystals. These crystals contained the legacy left behind by the ancient owners of the ruins, capable of significantly enhancing the strength of the bearer in a short time. As Li Luo delved deeper along the corridor of the ice palace, his gaze swept the surroundings, searching for any possible clues or treasures. Regrettably, he found nothing for the time being. Suddenly, Li Luo halted, captivated by a grander ice structure ahead. That must be the main hall of this ice palace. A smile brightened his face. According to his conjecture, treasures were generally housed within the main hall of such grand ancient ruins. With swift steps, he approached the building resembling the main hall, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Perhaps there were mechanisms waiting for him inside, especially in a location likely to contain abundant treasures. Ambushes were most probable. No mechanisms. Li Luo cautiously stepped into the main hall, and upon sensing no anomalies, he allowed himself a moment of relief. His sharp gaze swiftly scanned the interior, only to find it as empty as the previous corridor, his expression revealing disappointment. This doesn't make sense. Why is there nothing here? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Was it possible that the master of this hall had unconventional methods, hiding all the treasures in side chambers instead? Or was this merely a ruse, leaving the entire hall devoid of treasures aside from the shambing guards? Such scenarios were not unheard of in the ancient ruins of Blue Star, particularly in locations situated in the vicinity of America. Within the ruins, one encounters not only intricate mechanisms, but also the guardians of the relics. The martial saint has fallen, and it took a tremendous effort for the martial god to thoroughly eradicate the remnants of the past. Just as the martial god of the Amarilica kingdom believed that such significant losses would yield substantial rewards from the ruins, a number of martial artists found themselves empty-handed. Having discovered not a single strand of hair, the most valuable treasures within the ruins consisted solely of the unique building materials used for their construction and the guardians themselves. This left the martial god of Amarilica in a state of considerable frustration. Meanwhile, as Li Luo paced back and forth in the main hall, his mind was rife with speculation. Suddenly, a barely perceptible sound of mechanisms activating reached his ears. Something was stirring. Li Luo's senses sharpened instantly. Indeed, it was another mechanism. Could it be the ice guardians again? Listening intently to the familiar sounds, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance, prepared for battle. However, to his surprise, there was no movement around him. Rather, the ground ahead slowly opened, revealing a hidden passageway leading underground. A secret chamber. A surge of excitement filled Li Luo as he cautiously approached. Upon entering, he was met with an even more intense chill. Contrary to his expectations, the chamber exuded an air of tranquility and serenity, yet an unusual energy fluctuation permeated the atmosphere. Li Luo quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the energy. A legacy crystal. To his delight, it was indeed a legacy crystal. His conjectures had proven correct. What a fortunate discovery. Li Luo could not suppress a quiet exclamation, his eyes alight with elation. In the center of the chamber stood a 1-meter-high ice pillar, upon which rested a palm-sized blue legacy crystal. It was translucent and seemed to encapsulate the essence of the heavens and earth, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Although he had yet to uncover other treasures, he had directly found the most crucial artifact of every ancient ruin, the legacy crystal. This coveted item, long sought after by the elite martial artists of Blue Star, had been so effortlessly located by him. As he reveled in his joy, his gaze fell upon the complex inscriptions adorning the walls of the chamber. Clearly, these markings contained significant information, yet they did not belong to any known language of the nations of Blue Star. What could they possibly say? Suddenly, a thought struck Li Luo, and he quickly withdrew his hands, which had been reaching for the legacy crystal. Could it be that I am meant to wait here? Memories of various novels and television dramas he had consumed before his journey flooded his mind. Those seemingly innocuous chambers, housing vital treasures, often led to the demise of the first person to touch them. Among those unintelligible inscriptions, it was highly probable that crucial explanations lay hidden. Are they trying to ensnare me here? Li Luo pondered the indecipherable symbols on the walls, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the advanced artificial intelligence, Dreamweaver. As the most sophisticated AI of the Daxia Kingdom, it should possess the capability to translate these ancient texts. Dreamweaver, can you translate this? Li Luo inquired, producing the spirit ring to summon the AI. As a beam of light swept across the walls, Dreamweaver's slightly proud voice resonated in his ear. No problem, master. Do not underestimate me. Gradually, the archaic inscriptions on the chamber walls transformed into modern language, clearly visible before Li Luo's eyes. Impressive work, little dream, he exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. He then began to scrutinize the newly translated information on the walls. As he read, an overwhelming torrent of emotions surged within him. According to the inscriptions, this place was a remnant of a martial artist of the peak martial venerable realm from a civilization of humanity that existed 10,000 years ago on Blue Star. One who also wielded the power of frost. Furthermore, the martial god was not the ultimate pinnacle for martial artists. Above the martial god existed two realms, martial venerable and martial emperor. The former master of this ice palace had reached the peak of martial venerable, but had failed to break through to the coveted martial emperor before the end of his life. In his final moments, he left behind his legacy in the nearly unchanged frigid expanse of the northern cold continent. So that is how it is, Li Luo realized, his face a mask of astonishment after absorbing the information inscribed on the walls. Chapter 45, Triggering Mechanisms, A Perilous Retreat. The existence of two entirely new realms, martial venerable and martial emperor, beyond the martial god was truly astounding. To date, the highest-ranked martial artists in Blue Star had only achieved the peak of martial god. None had yet transcended to the realm of martial venerable. This lack of knowledge among ordinary citizens and martial artists was understandable, but those like Li Luo, who had traversed ancient ruins, should be aware of these two ranks. It was likely that only when a few of the peak martial gods in Blue Star successfully broke through to martial venerable would this new tier of martial artists emerge in the world once more. The legacy left behind by a peak martial venerable from 10,000 years ago was remarkable, yet the inscriptions made no mention of any mechanisms within the chamber. After his initial excitement, Li Luo gradually calmed and recognized the potential danger. The text on the walls did not explicitly state that the legacy crystal atop the central ice pillar was off-limits to touch. However, with the legacy crystal from a peak martial venerable so tantalizingly close, Li Luo resolved to take a risk. Surely, there would be no mechanisms. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached the ice pillar at the chamber's center, each step deliberate and cautious, wary of triggering any unknown traps. Finally, he gingerly extended his hand, his fingertips, through the armor, lightly brushing against the softly glowing blue legacy crystal. A warm and powerful energy seemed to flow into his heart, invigorating his spirit. There were no immediate changes. The surroundings remained tranquil. Phew, it seems I was overly cautious. Li Luo exhaled softly, his taut nerves beginning to relax. He felt a bit sheepish, realizing he had merely frightened himself. However, just as he prepared to turn away and explore other parts of the ice palace, the familiar sound of cracking ice echoed once more. Here it comes again, Li Luo thought grimly. He quickly stowed the legacy crystal into his infinite storage space, ensuring that no one else could seize it. At the same time, he gripped the starfall blade tightly, feeling the chilling essence of ice elements envelop him. He had anticipated that it would not be so simple. Indeed, there were mechanisms at play. Li Luo squinted as he braced himself for the impending battle. Caution was prudent. Yet, to his surprise, the mechanisms within the Grand Hall seemed to follow a predictable pattern, only summoning ice guardians without triggering any sudden, terrifying attacks. Then, something felt amiss. This time, there was an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping him. He abruptly turned and dashed toward the exit of the chamber, a foreboding premonition washing over him. Upon bursting through the chamber, the sight before Li Luo caused his heart to sink. Hundreds of ice guardians surged forth like a tidal wave, completely surrounding the exit of the main hall. To his astonishment, the strength of these ice guardians was far superior to those he had encountered previously. Among them was a peak martial god, 9 early-stage martial god ice guardians, and hundreds more ranging from the peak of martial emperor to the peak of martial saint. The sudden wave of dread he had felt earlier stemmed from the presence of the peak martial god ice guardian. Had all the ice guardians of this palace converged here? Li Luo's expression turned grave, his heart racing with trepidation. His will to fight diminished instantly. If only a single peak martial god ice guardian had appeared, he might have been able to contend with it, attempting to exploit its lack of subjective thought to defeat it. But now, 10 had emerged, one of which was the terrifying peak martial god. Coupled with the hundreds of ice guardians, how could he possibly prevail? It was utterly insurmountable. If he had already broken through to the martial god level, combined with the enhancements from the frost divine veins in such a frigid environment, he would have no fear. Yet now, he was merely at the late stage of martial saint. Even with all his might, victory was uncertain. Retreat. Li Luo swiftly made a decision, sheathing the starfall blade. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses, should he engage in a fierce confrontation with the hundreds of frost guardians. It is highly probable that he would meet his demise here. Thus, he must temporarily relinquish the other treasures within this icy palace. Li Luo muttered to himself, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes, yet overshadowed by a resolute determination. Once I have absorbed this legacy crystal and ascended to the realm of the martial deity, I shall return to thoroughly explore the remainder of this place. Among the ancient ruins, the most valuable treasure is indeed the legacy crystal. And now that it is firmly in my possession, Li Luo no longer covets the other items within the ice palace. After all, this ancient ruin lies buried beneath the glacier, and once he attains the martial deity level, everything contained within it shall eventually belong to him. None can impede my path. Li Luo glanced at the encroaching frost guardians, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although these guardians possess formidable levels, they are merely puppets governed by fixed protocols, not true martial deity-level warriors. Otherwise, he would not be standing here unscathed. Li Luo was confident in his ability to break free from their encirclement. With a thought, he summoned an S-rank windwalk pill, exuding a faint green glow from his infinite storage space. Upon consumption, it would significantly enhance the speed and agility of the user for a brief period. He had initially thought it would gather dust in his infinite storage space, yet it had proven its worth so swiftly. For Li Luo at this moment, it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. It dissolved instantly, and a warm, potent wave of wind elemental energy erupted within him, greatly enhancing his speed. Phantom step. His muscles tensed, and his internal energy surged forth like a roaring river. In an instant, he transformed into countless indistinguishable phantoms that darted swiftly through the grand hall. The SSS-grade frost silver armor upon him shimmered with radiant light, providing not only formidable defense, but also a notable enhancement to his speed. Coupled with the effects of the S-rank Windwalk pill, Li Luo unleashed the Phantom Step with unparalleled velocity. The tightly packed encirclement of Frost Guardians was effortlessly breached by his extraordinary speed, which was beyond what the naked eye could perceive. Attempting to hinder my escape will not be so simple. Li Luo reveled in his newfound swiftness, his tone laced with disdain and confidence. His flashing speed quickened further, and he soon identified an opening. What a fortuitous opportunity. A smile of joy graced Li Luo's face. Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forth, breaking free from the Frost Guardian's encirclement, racing towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Behind him trailed a dazzling array of phantoms. Until we meet again. After bursting through the encirclement, Li Luo did not glance back as he sprinted towards the icy palace's exit. Behind him, hundreds of Frost Guardians, emanating an aura of icy chill, swiftly redirected their focus and pursued him. Chapter 46. Lingering Fears, Absorbing the Legacy Crystal. Li Luo's form darted like lightning, emerging from the chaos of the Grand Hall, with hundreds of Frost Guardians, enveloped in frigid energy, relentlessly pursuing him. Their eyes glimmered with cold light as they unleashed a barrage of ice element laser beams towards him. I evade. Do you truly believe you can strike me with such sluggish attacks? Escaping into the ice palace, Li Luo regarded the Frost Guardians launching their ranged assaults behind him with a tone of mockery. I shan't indulge you any longer. I must take my leave. A powerful surge of ice elements surged within him, forming a solid ice wall behind him to temporarily stave off his pursuers. Without lingering, he swiftly retraced his steps at great speed. At the same time, he remained vigilant for any new traps that might emerge. Fortunately, he encountered no incidents and soon traversed the corridor crafted from exquisite ice crystals. He could distinctly hear the Frost Guardians shattering the ice wall behind him. Before long, Li Luo arrived at the ice door he had forcibly opened earlier. How splendid! The ice door remains ajar. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Overjoyed, he wasted no time and dashed through the narrow opening. I shall depart first. Ha ha ha! Li Luo's boisterous laughter echoed within the ice palace. Yet, the Frost Guardians displayed no change in demeanor, merely adhering to their program directive to eliminate intruders. Almost immediately, Li Luo's figure transformed into a streak of light, entering the dim passage, racing towards the surface of the ice. These Frost Guardians possessed strong defensive and regenerative capabilities, but their speed was lacking. Once he reached the land above the ice sheet of the northern cold continent, even doubling their numbers would not suffice to catch him. Just as Li Luo escaped the Grand Hall and entered the dark passage he had come from, the hundreds of Frost Guardians inexplicably halted. As if bound by an invisible force, they gradually retreated back into the depths of the ice palace. With a resounding thud, the ice door slammed shut, restoring tranquility. They are not pursuing? Li Luo sensed the absence of the Frost Guardian's presence behind him, and he let out a sigh of relief, his pace slowing. He had feared they would chase him to the ends of the earth, determined to reclaim the legacy crystal within the Grand Hall. A close call, Li Luo sighed softly, patting his armored chest. The memory of that moment sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, the ancient ruins harbor tremendous opportunities, yet they also conceal unimaginable dangers. Had he triggered the legacy crystal and caused the ice palace's door to close, it would have spelled disaster. Faced with hundreds of Frost Guardians ranging from the peak of martial deity to the pinnacle of martial emperor, even he would have found himself at a loss. If it were another martial saint or martial deity warrior, their strength would be further diminished by the icy chill within the Grand Hall, potentially leading to their downfall. After returning to the end of the passage and confirming that the Frost Guardians had not pursued him, he finally felt at ease. It seems they shall not emerge again. With safety assured, Li Luo swiftly advanced through the passage, returning to the surface of the ice. The greatest reward from this expedition into the ancient ruins was undoubtedly the legacy crystal. Once absorbed and integrated, his strength would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. Upon seeing a faint ray of twilight filtering through the ice crevice at the passage's end, Li Luo hastened his steps. Emerging from the passage and ascending through the ice fissure, he returned to the surface of the ice, where twilight had arrived, and the environment remained beset by swirling snow and howling winds. Li Luo excitedly returned to the ice fortress he had conjured. With a mere thought, a legacy crystal radiating a soft blue light materialized from his infinite storage space, hovering above his palm. This is the legacy crystal, Li Luo murmured, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gently caressed the crystal. Sensing the rich ice elemental energy emanating from the legacy crystal, Li Luo's face was alight with excitement and anticipation. This legacy crystal, left behind by a peak martial sovereign, had been sealed within the ice palace beneath the glacier for at least 10,000 years. It not only contained the teachings of that peak martial sovereign, but also harbored a vast accumulation of ice elemental energy amassed over the years underground. The energy contained within was undoubtedly equivalent to several SSS-grade ice crystals. Li Luo marveled at the potent energy within. No wonder those martial deity warriors, even aware of the unfathomable dangers lurking within these ancient ruins, risked their lives to explore them. This legacy crystal is simply too precious. Setting aside the powerful teachings it contains, the abundance of energy alone would be beneficial for any martial deity-level warrior. Li Luo grasped the legacy crystal tightly in his hand. Calming his excitement, he rose to survey the surroundings of the ice fortress, confirming the absence of any ferocious beasts nearby. Time is of the essence. It is imperative that I absorb the legacy crystal now. Li Luo returned to the ice fortress, sitting cross-legged, his heart brimming with elation and excitement. He gently raised the heritage crystal, closing his eyes in concentration to initiate a resonance between the internal ice elemental energy and that contained within the crystal. As his thoughts stirred, a brilliant blue light erupted from the surface of the crystal, as if countless tiny ice crystals were swirling within. This unleashed a torrent of pure and immense ice elemental energy, which gradually merged into his being. The power was astonishing. Li Luo was taken aback, acutely aware that with each surge of energy, his meridians were expanding, and his breath grew more robust, even hinting at a potential breakthrough. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Li Luo dared not let any moment of complacency slip by, immersing himself completely in the absorption process. He operated the profound ice divine art, guiding the rich ice elemental energy from the heritage crystal in a predetermined circuit throughout his body, nourishing every inch of flesh and fortifying his control over the ice elements. Time seemed to slow at that moment, the ice fortress resonating solely with Li Luo's steady breaths and the subtle sounds of energy flowing within the crystal. As he continued to absorb the energy, a faint chill began to envelop him, and ice crystals gradually formed in the surrounding air. His aura steadily ascended. By the dawn of the next day, as the first light of daybreak crept over the horizon, an unusual presence mingled with the cold winds of the northern frozen continent, the unique majesty and oppressive aura of a peak martial saint. Inside the ice fortress, Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, radiant with brilliance, emanating a soft blue cold light. The aura of a peak martial saint wafted through the cold wind, emanating from none other than him. Chapter 47. Peak Martial Saint, Supreme Martial Technique. At the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, Li Luo reigned in his overwhelming aura, a smile illuminating his face as he reveled in the surging power within him, his heart swelling with joy. He had never anticipated that in less than half a month since arriving in the northern frozen continent, he would fortuitously break through to the peak of the martial saint. Moreover, the ice elemental energy contained within the heritage crystal was exceedingly rich, and upon reaching the peak, his cultivation had advanced by nearly 1/3. He was now one step closer to becoming a martial god. With a mere thought, he activated the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, Peak Martial Saint. Punch strength, 2. 180,000 kg. Output, 98 times. Cultivation techniques. SSS grade body forging celestial technique. SSS grade ice divine art. D grade iron bone body forging method. Martial techniques. Basic sword technique perfected. SSS grade frost divine cannon perfected. SSS grade ice shattering sky / perfected. S grade phantom step perfected. C grade shattering fist perfected. Bloodline, frost divine pulse. Items, damaged celestial pearl, frosty silver armor. Ice crystal spirit chain, starfall blade. His punching power had directly surpassed 2 million kilograms, with explosive power increasing by another 1.6 times. Now, each punch unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 21 million kilograms. Should he encounter the sea fiend again, Li Luo would ensure that it understood the meaning of absence, making the heart grow fonder. Furthermore, after absorbing the ice elemental energy from the heritage crystal, his mastery over the frost laws had solidified. The ice-based martial techniques he released now bore greater potency. In his mind, a fragment of the heritage memory from the crystal emerged, containing the cultivation insights left by the master of the Ice Palace, a peak martial venerable, significantly enhancing his probability of advancing to the martial venerable level in the future. While this knowledge might prove invaluable to other frost warriors, for Li Luo, the insights from this peak martial venerable were somewhat redundant, as he had already merged with the frost divine pulse and had no need to worry about being hindered at his current level. He simply needed to remain in the northern frozen continent, diligently cultivate, and sign in, when the time was right, the breakthroughs to martial god, martial venerable, and even the coveted martial emperor realm, long sought after by the Ice Palace's master, would come naturally. The concept of a bottleneck was utterly non-existent. However, the most precious knowledge was the method to create the Ice Guardians, along with the supreme martial technique, Frost Convergence, left by the Ice Palace's master. This formidable ice-based attack technique was exceptionally suited for a frost warrior like Li Luo. Yet, having just digested the heritage, he had not yet comprehended it to an elementary level, thus was unable to wield this supreme martial technique that transcended SSS and divine levels. Mastering this supreme martial technique would not be a simple endeavor, but Li Luo felt no urgency. After digesting the heritage, he had already formed some thoughts regarding the technique, believing that with a period of calm reflection, he could successfully comprehend it to the initial stage. This journey had indeed been a monumental success. Li Luo could hardly contain his excitement, realizing that this expedition to the northern frozen continent had unexpectedly unearthed an ancient relic buried beneath the glaciers for millennia. Aided by the high-ranking Lord-level beast, the Snow Domain Shadow Wolf. Although the supreme martial technique was immensely powerful, Li Luo did not intend to delve into it just yet. His current level was still at the peak of the martial saint, and even if he were to forcefully comprehend Frost Convergence, he would struggle to unleash its true potential. Moreover, perfecting a supreme martial technique was no simple task. Even with the enhanced comprehension from merging with the Frost Divine Pulse, it would require considerable time. Thus, he would wait until after he broke through to the martial god level to pursue this understanding. After all, the technique resided in his mind, impervious to theft. His priority remained to elevate his strength, especially upon realizing that beyond the martial god level lay the martial venerable and martial emperor tiers. His gaze pierced through the limitations of his current situation, aiming for a broader horizon. He recognized that even upon reaching the martial god level, he would merely be a formidable figure on Blue Star, potentially just a slightly larger ant in the vast cosmos. Who knew when he might suddenly encounter an invasion from extraterrestrial races, being captured and forced into slavery to mine. His Frost Divine Pulse was derived from an alien race. Li Luo did not believe that the universe contained no other civilizations. The once mighty human civilization of Blue Star, which thrived millennia ago, not only possessed martial venerables, but also martial emperors, yet vanished into the annals of history, leaving only relics to testify to their former grandeur. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Li Luo dispelled any distractions and quietly resolved. The most pressing task was to break through to the martial god level. As for Frost Convergence, he would contemplate it later. Perhaps once his martial level ascended, he could sign in for a divine level or supreme martial technique from the system. Undoubtedly rivaling the power of the supreme martial technique, Frost Convergence, left by the peak martial venerable. Having settled on his next course of action, Li Luo suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in today. This was something he could not overlook. System, sign in. He silently urged, filled with anticipation. He wondered if the system could hear his thoughts. His request was modest, simply a divine-level martial technique that had been perfected. Congratulations. Host has obtained basic fist technique perfected. As the system's voice faded, a gentle memory flooded Li Luo's mind. After swiftly digesting this new memory, he transformed into a master of fist techniques, possessing precise control. Even without weapons, the power of his punches had significantly increased. A bemused expression crossed Li Luo's face as he silently lamented, "This isn't what I asked for, system. I wanted a divine-level martial technique, not a perfected basic fist technique." Yet, the system remained silent, leaving him to jest internally, "If you don't respond, I'll take it as your agreement. Just remember to pay attention to this matter." The completion of the basic fist technique is already quite commendable when compared to ordinary S-rank elixirs, spiritual herbs, and weapons. Up until now, Li Luo had not signed in any items below S-rank. He surmised within himself that the rank of the items obtained through the system's sign-in was likely correlated with his own strength. Once he elevated his rank to that of a martial god, there was a high probability that he would be able to sign in weapons, elixirs, energy crystals, and other items of SSS rank or higher. It was undoubtedly so, Li Luo mused, resting his chin on his hand. To verify whether his assumption was indeed correct, he would have to break through to the rank of martial god first. Chapter 48. The Frost Snow Dragon and the Disdainful Li Luo. At that moment, after reaching the pinnacle of martial saint, Li Luo's heightened senses suddenly detected a chilling aura emanating from an advanced Lord-level beast approaching him from the surrounding air. Another advanced Lord-level beast? Li Luo immediately grew vigilant. Having spent over a week in the core area of the northern cold continent, he had finally encountered another advanced Lord-level beast. If his conjecture was accurate, it was likely drawn here by the aura he released upon his breakthrough to the pinnacle of martial saint. The reason he and T encountered other beasts of different ranks was probably that they sensed his aura and deemed themselves unworthy opponents, thus daring not to approach. Otherwise, aside from that snowfield ghost wolf, he would have encountered other beasts by now. Rushing here to meet your demise, I shall accommodate you, Li Luo thought. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he sensed the aura radiating from the advanced Lord-level beast. He then slowly stood up, his vitality surging, with rich ice elements swirling around him. As he moved, the sound of his formidable bones creaking echoed softly, revealing the immense power contained within him. Ready to deal with this advanced Lord-level beast that had come seeking death, having just broken through, and now a target willingly presenting itself, a cold smile crossed his lips. He swiftly exited the ice fortress and leaped into the snow-laden skies to observe his surroundings. In the distance, a colossal beast with a pair of wings gradually entered Li Luo's line of sight. It was the Frost Snow Dragon, its entire body covered in silver scales. With eyes as red as flames, a creature that had long inhabited the northern cold continent. Its strength surpassed that of the snowfield ghost wolf. Another beast of the same lord level, yet Li Luo remained unfazed. The massive form of the Frost Snow Dragon soared through the howling winds. unimpeded by the incessant snowfall and biting cold. Its size resembled that of a moving small iceberg, continuously exhaling icy white mist, its fierce eyes betraying a savage nature. The frost snow dragon evidently noticed Li Luo hovering high above, unleashing a thunderous roar into the sky. Roar! Human, you do not belong here. The audacity of a human warrior daring to enter the core of the northern cold continent was utterly contemptible. This was near the territory of the snowfield ghost wolf. Where had that creature run off to? Why wasn't he here to eliminate this human? Each advanced lord and beast in the northern cold continent had delineated territories. And the frost snow dragon now sensed the absence of the ghost wolf's aura. A hint of doubt crept into its mind. Could the ghost wolf have been slain by this human? Yet, after a moment's thought, it deemed that improbable. It was well aware of the ghost wolf's strength. Besides, this was their home turf, where a human warrior's power would undoubtedly be weakened by the surrounding frigid air. However, the ghost wolf had lived here for ages and had long since adapted. Even if it could not defeat an opponent, it would certainly have managed to flee and seek assistance from the frost snow dragon. It seemed that the ghost wolf must be in deep meditation within its territory, oblivious to the human's stealthy intrusion. Thus, it would have to take matters into its own claws. With the frost snow dragon's roar, a surge of powerful ice energy erupted from its body, instantly freezing the air around it into frost. Simultaneously, it summoned all the aerial beasts inhabiting the icy plains within dozens of kilometers. Groups of avian beasts, shrouded in frigid air, surged toward Li Luo from all directions in response to the dragon's call, forming an overwhelming tide of beasts that completely surrounded him and launched an attack. Li Luo gazed at the menacing frost snow dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference, utterly disregarding it. He pondered silently. How could such an advanced lord-level beast be so arrogant? This time, I must hold back. I need to preserve its corpse for contribution points. With his current strength, even if a beast king-level creature appeared in the northern cold continent, he would have the capability to contend, let alone a mere advanced lord-level beast. The only point to note was that he must not strike as fiercely as last time. Otherwise, he might not even get a corpse to collect, losing out on dozens or even hundreds of contribution points. With no hesitation, Li Luo focused his thoughts and retrieved the starfall blade from his infinite storage space. Gripping it firmly in his hand, a formidable pressure, characteristic of a pinnacle martial saint, radiated from him, and his inner energy surged like a roaring river. Instantly activating the phantom step, Li Luo's figure flickered like a specter, darting through the sky, leaving behind trails of afterimages, his speed astonishingly swift. He completely ignored the onslaught of rushing beasts, heading straight for the frost snow dragon. This creature was the most valuable. If it escaped, he would waste considerable effort chasing after it. Thus, Li Luo aimed to eliminate this advanced lord-level beast first before dealing with the surrounding minions. Prepare to meet your end. His audacious voice echoed through the wind and snow, reaching the frost snow dragon's ears. Such a large advanced lord-level dragon would surely yield over 100 contribution points. And that was a conservative estimate. Seeking death. The frost snow dragon's eyes gleamed with malice as it circled in the air, its massive form flapping its wings fiercely, conjuring chilling gusts. It emitted a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice elements promptly responded to its summons, coalescing into sharp ice blades that shot toward Li Luo. However, Li Luo had already transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly weaving through the gaps between the ice blades, dodging several attacks with ease. In the blink of an eye, he radiated the terrifying aura of a pinnacle martial saint, swiftly closing in on the colossal frost snow dragon. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his gaze. He had no intention of wasting time and was prepared to deal with it directly. It is you who seeks death. His voice was particularly frigid amidst the howling winds and snow. As his words fell, the power within him surged forth like a bursting dam, enveloping his entire being in a dazzling ice-blue glow. He unleashed a full-force attack at 8 times his usual power. The frost snow dragon sensed the sudden surge of Li Luo's aura, disbelief and terror flashing in its eyes. Its massive body trembled violently as it attempted to react in midair, but everything felt too hasty. No. This is impossible. It roared in despair. Its wings beat frantically, trying to stabilize its form while summoning all surrounding ice elements for defense, but all was too late. Sky-splitting ice slash. Li Luo swung the starfall blade downwards, unleashing a blade of condensed ultimate ice energy that cleaved through the air. Where the blade passed, even the air itself froze, emitting a piercing whistle. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the terrifying force of the blade struck the body of the frost snow dragon. Its silver scales, against this overwhelming power, seemed as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart. The colossal figure momentarily froze in midair before crashing down with a thunderous roar, transforming into a massive block of ice that slowly sank into the snowy expanse below. Chapter 49, A Swift Decimation, A Return to the Ancient Relics. The last glimmer of light faded from the great beast's eyes. As one of the apex predators of the northern cold continent, It had never anticipated that a human warrior would bring about its demise in its own dominion. Li Luo descended steadily, enveloped in a palpable aura of murderous intent. Casting a glance at the carcass of the frost snow dragon, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his gaze as he gently clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the body remained largely intact. If one were to assess the frost snow dragon's strength within the human warrior hierarchy, it would undoubtedly rank at the pinnacle of martial saints. Its scales and blood were invaluable treasures. Submitting them to the Elder Council would yield substantial contribution points. Soon after, Li Luo's attention shifted to his surroundings. The once surging tide of beasts, upon witnessing Li Luo's overwhelming display of power against the frost snow dragon, was thrown into disarray. They had never fathomed that this human could be so terrifying. In a frantic bid for survival, they scattered in all directions, eager to distance themselves from the scene. Yet, how could Li Luo allow them to escape? With a swift motion, he dashed into the throng of beasts like a cheetah. Your turn. A chilling glimmer sparked in Li Luo's eyes, as he exuded the oppressive aura of a peak martial saint. The starfall blade in his hands transformed into a flurry of icy light, weaving through the beast horde. Each strike was precise and lethal. In a short time, the beast tide was utterly decimated, leaving only a carpet of corpses and splattered blood. Having effortlessly concluded the battle, Li Luo sheathed his starfall blade and surveyed the ground strewn with the remains of avian feral beasts, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Wasting no time, he began to collect the carcasses left behind by the beast tide, including that of the colossal frost snow dragon, into his limitless storage space. Although the bodies of these beast generals held little value compared to those of high-ranking lord-level beasts and could not be sold to the Elder Council for recovery, they nonetheless constituted a useful addition, an opportunity not to be squandered. After accomplishing this task, Li Luo stood amidst the swirling snow and blood-stained ice field, feeling the surge of power within him that had intensified following his breakthrough to the peak of martial saint. A confident smile curled upon his lips as he gazed towards the glacial crevice near the ice castle, a surge of inexplicable impulse surging within him. Perhaps he need not wait until he achieved the rank of martial god. He could return to the ice palace now, Li Luo murmured to himself, yearning to delve back beneath the ice into the ancient relics, searching for any legacy crystal that might contain the vital information regarding the creation of the Xianbing Guardians. He was now deeply intrigued by the Xianbing Guardians. Possessing the Xianbing crystal would enable him to forge an army of these formidable guardians. The remaining hundreds of Xianbing Guardians in the Ice Palace seemed bound by some form of regulation. Li Luo recalled the scene from when he had escaped the Ice Palace. Reflecting thoughtfully, upon exiting the grand doors and entering the passageway, the Xianbing Guardians that had relentlessly pursued him suddenly halted, gradually retreating back into the palace. I believe I have grasped their rules, he mused. They will only attack intruders who enter or attempt to enter the Ice Palace. Once outside its confines, they returned to the palace. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Li Luo's mouth as he felt a sense of assurance. It was likely that the palace's master had devised this rule to prevent intruders from drawing the guardians away. Yet this regulation contained a flaw, a group of energy puppets adhering to fixed protocols. Even if one possessed the might of a martial god, they could not fully unleash their power. Were he to confront a similar number of human warriors of equal rank, Li Luo would not dare to venture in, even with his breakthrough to peak martial saint. However, he was prepared to make another attempt. After all, if the battle proved too formidable, he could retreat into the passage where the hundreds of Xianbing Guardians would promptly return to the main hall. Yet, Li Luo did not intend to embark on this journey just yet. Having expended some stamina in his recent confrontation with the Frost Snow Dragon, he had not fully regained his peak condition. Time was abundant, and he resolved to rest for a day before returning to the ancient relics. Afterward, Li Luo settled back into the ice castle near the crevice, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, beginning his cultivation of the Xianbing divine art. Absorbing the energy contained within the legacy crystal had propelled him to the pinnacle of martial saint, advancing his cultivation by nearly a third. If he practiced the Xianbing divine art daily within this ice castle, he would undoubtedly break through to martial god within half a year. However, the treasures hidden within the ancient relics captivated Li Luo's interest. He did not wish to delay his return until after achieving the rank of martial god. With the strength of a peak martial saint and a burgeoning understanding of the Xianbing Guardians' rules, Li Luo felt emboldened to venture forth once more. Perhaps he might uncover energy crystals of SSS rank or higher, accelerating his progression to martial god. Do not disappoint me with the treasures within, he thought. As he activated his technique, the surrounding cold air seemed to be drawn in by an invisible hand, coalescing around him into faint, icy blue halos. Time quietly slipped away, leaving only the steady and powerful rhythm of Li Luo's breathing within the ice castle. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the silver-clad world, Li Luo gradually opened his eyes. His gaze had sharpened, and the cold aura enveloping him had solidified. The exhaustion from his battle with the Frost Snow Dragon had dissipated, restored to peak condition without even resorting to medicinal pills. Thanks to the flow of the Frost Divine Pulse system, sign in. Li Luo instinctively initiated his daily sign-in in his mind, hoping the system would heed his previous request and grant him a profound mastery of a divine martial technique. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of S-Grade Dan Power Essence. Power Essence temporarily significantly increases the user's strength, with no side effects once the effect wears off. One bottle contains 10 pills. Power Essence. Li Luo murmured the name of the pill, his expression calm and devoid of disappointment. It was acceptable. It would provide him with a greater assurance in the impending battle against the hundreds of Xianbing guardians within the ancient relics. Chapter 50. Re-entering the Ice Palace, Challenging Limits. After completing the sign-in, Li Luo rose from his seated position and departed the ice castle. He returned to the edge of the nearby ice fissure, feeling the biting cold wind around him, as a glimmer of confidence sparked in his eyes. I have returned. Gazing down at the familiar dark passageway, he leaped without hesitation, swiftly disappearing into the darkness beneath the ice. Moments later, having traversed the winding passage, he emerged into a grand expanse. The majestic ice palace came into view once more, its entrance marked by faint cracks that shimmered under the dim light, remnants of his previous forced entry. However, this did not affect the door's fortitude. It seems I must resort to my old methods again. Li Luo quickly approached the entrance of the ice palace and pushed against the door, finding it as immovable as before. A thought crossed his mind, and he retrieved a shimmering red power essence pill from his limitless storage space. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the pill. A wave of warm, potent energy erupted within him, and countless forces converged upon his limbs. Li Luo immediately felt his strength nearly double. What a powerful power essence, he marveled, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him. Open for me. Taking a deep breath, he surged upwards, like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, concentrating all his strength into a single punch directed at the ice palace's great door. With a resounding crash, the impact echoed loudly. Li Luo's powerful fist collided violently with the ice gate, causing the entire hall to tremble under the impact, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Ice shards scattered, and the cracks on the door widened slightly, yet it stubbornly remained upright, keeping Li Luo at bay. Within the ice palace, familiar waves of energy and the sound of shattering ice surged forth, clearly indicating that the hundreds of Xianbing guards inside had sensed the intrusion and were hastening towards the disturbance at the door. Here they come. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Luo's eyes. He had long been prepared. His form swiftly retreated as he waved his left hand, summoning the Starfall Blade, which emitted a faint, chilling radiance. After a low rumble, the ice gate rapidly opened from within, and in an instant, hundreds of Xianbing guards surged forth, accompanied by a bone-chilling aura and a terrifying presence, like a tide crashing towards him. Armed with crystalline ice spears and shields, they surrounded him, exuding a coldness capable of freezing ordinary warriors, all aimed directly at the uninvited guest, Li Luo. Come at me. Li Luo scoffed, his form launching forward once more, the Starfall Blade in his hand gleaming with icy brilliance. His abundant inner strength erupted as he executed the phantom step, charging towards the hundreds of Xianbing guards with lethal intent. Each swing of his blade was accompanied by the crisp sound of ice shattering. The Xianbing guards, ranging from the peak of Martial Emperor to Martial Saint, crumbled before him like fragile ice sculptures, unable to mend their wounds in time. Li Luo's strategy was straightforward. First, he would eliminate these hundreds of minor foes at the peak of Martial Emperor up to Martial Saint, and then he would focus on the 10 formidable Martial God bosses. The Martial God level Xianbing guard, with ice blue eyes, observed the unfolding scene as if deciphering Li Luo's intent. Swiftly, he led the other 9 initial stage Martial God Xianbing guards, weaving together like 9 bolts of ice blue lightning, attempting to ensnare the flickering figure of Li Luo, who was slaughtering the lower tier guards. After effortlessly dispatching another peak Martial Emperor Xianbing guard, Li Luo was taken aback by their intelligence. He gazed at the encircling Martial God level Xianbing guards and noticed that the lower tier guards had ceased their advance, retreating swiftly behind the Martial gods. Their eyes glimmered with cold light, launching ice element beams as a means of remote interference. It seems I must waste another medicinal pill. Despite the increasingly urgent situation, Li Luo remained unfazed, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. With a subtle mental gesture, he firmly grasped an S-grade Windwalk pill, emanating a faint green glow. He swiftly removed the helmet of his frosty silver armor and consumed the pill. In an instant, a refreshing and formidable surge of wind elements coursed through his body, as if a myriad of gentle breezes converged into a river, cleansing every meridian within him. Li Luo felt as light as a feather, his speed attaining a qualitative leap. Feeling this significant enhancement in speed, he taunted, "I've already said, you cannot stop me." Then, his inner strength erupted once more as he executed the phantom step to its utmost limit. His form left behind a series of indistinct afterimages within the encirclement, ghost-like and effortlessly breaking through the encirclement of the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guards. Li Luo traversed the battlefield like a harbinger of death, every swing of the Starfall blade accompanied by the fallen forms of the Xianbing guards. The Martial Emperor and Martial Saint level guards could not muster an effective counterattack. They could only watch helplessly as their companions fell one by one. Seeing this, the Martial God level guards hastened to pursue, attempting to reform their encirclement. However, Li Luo's speed was simply too great. He brushed past them each time, unable to be contained. Nevertheless, amidst the not overly spacious entrance of the ice palace, the dense ice element attacks made it difficult for Li Luo to evade entirely. Several sharp ice beams struck him, yet they were successfully deflected by his SSS grade battle armor, leaving only shallow scratches and no significant injuries. In stark contrast, the Xianbing guards were nearly annihilated, with only a few remaining, striving to recover from their wounds. Though Li Luo's breath was slightly ragged, his eyes shimmered with an even more fervent light. He had no intention of retreating. Preparing to capitalize on the lingering effects of the medicinal pill and decisively eliminate the remaining 20 or so Xianbing guards, he aimed to challenge his limits. After all, should he falter, he could always retreat into the passage behind him to recuperate. Meanwhile, the fallen Xianbing guards could not be revived. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be he. Chapter 51. The erupting Li Luo, all slaughtered. Li Luo's icy gaze swept over the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guards that continued to encircle him. Facing 9 initial stage martial gods and 1 peak martial god with his peak martial saint strength was not to be taken lightly. To ensure absolute safety, he summoned a round plump power pill and a vividly green windwalk pill into the palm of his battle armor. With both pills consumed, he murmured, "I'll not believe I cannot subdue you." Without hesitation, he removed the helmet of his frosty silver armor and swallowed both pills simultaneously. In that moment, a torrent of immense strength and speed surged within him, as if boundless power and wind elements flowed into his being, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Yet, the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guards, shrouded in chilling energy, charged towards Li Luo with ice spears and shields, undeterred by fear. "Frost shatter," Li Luo shouted, unleashing a terrifying frost power that erupted from his body. Gripping the Starfall blade tightly, he swung it fiercely, releasing a blade of extreme ice energy that cleaved through the air. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to freeze, and the blade surged towards the formation of martial god-level Xianbing guards. In an instant, several Xianbing guards were frozen in place, unable to move. However, these martial god-level guards were not easily dealt with. They quickly regrouped around their frozen comrades, coordinating to unleash a powerful ice element defense in an attempt to withstand Li Luo's assault. Ice walls, shields, and spikes, various fundamental ice techniques manifested, and combined with their martial god-level strength, the damage was formidable. The remaining few Xianbing guards below the martial god level also unleashed ice beams from their blue eyes, colliding with Li Luo's charged frost shatter. The clash produced a deafening roar and dazzling brilliance, as both parties were pushed back slightly by the terrifying shockwave generated from the collision of their energies. The previously frozen Xianbing guards also regained their mobility. They actually managed to block it. Li Luo's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed his attack being countered. The frost shatter, which had been unstoppable even against high-level Lord-class beasts, had been thwarted by this group of Xianbing guards united in defense. It seemed he could not underestimate the strength of the martial god-level Xianbing guards, especially that peak martial god. While their speed could not match his, their defense and attack power were exceptionally robust. Coupled with their nearly monstrous recovery ability, they could be considered a nightmare for any warrior entering this ancient relic. Yet, the only regret was that they had encountered someone equally monstrous, Li Luo. "Let us see how many times you can withstand this." Li Luo regained his composure, a cold smile flitting across his lips. "Ice blade slash," he exclaimed, as a more potent and terrifying aura of ice elements erupted from his body once again. With a sudden flourish of the Starfall blade in his hand, he unleashed 5 resplendent icy slashes, imbued with a cataclysmic force, aimed at the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guardians who stood united before him. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated before the gates of the ice palace, louder than the previous one. Faced with Li Luo's renewed surge of power and the 5 devastating ice blade slashes, the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guardians, despite their desperate efforts to raise their ice shields in unison, ultimately failed to withstand the onslaught. The sound of shattering ice echoed as they bore numerous grievous wounds, ice crystal shards scattering in all directions. In the wake of their injuries, the guardians hastily absorbed the surrounding dense ice elements for healing. Yet, Li Luo would not grant them such an opportunity. "Ice enclosure for 1,000 miles, he murmured softly, his voice light, but resonating with earth-shattering power. As his words fell, the air around him seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, and the rich ice elements surged violently, coalescing into thousands of razor-sharp ice blades. With a bone-chilling coldness, they swept toward the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guardians like a tempest. under the overwhelming assault of ice blades. Apart from the 10 martial god-level guardians who barely managed to endure through their extraordinary defensive capabilities and regenerative powers, the remaining Xianbing guardians at the martial emperor to martial saint levels were instantaneously cleaved into countless fragments, utterly obliterated. The Xianbing guardians, who had protected the ice palace for 10,000 years, ultimately fell by the hands of Li Luo alone, though the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guardians did not perish. Their injuries were severe, rendering their movements sluggish, and their self-healing speed could not keep pace with the wounds they had sustained. Indeed, the martial god-level Xianbing guardians were formidable foes. Observing this, Li Luo's cold gaze brimmed with fury, yet a hint of fatigue was unmistakable. Fortunately, when he had entered earlier at the peak of the martial saint level, he had refrained from engaging these 10 martial god-level guardians. Even though they were mere puppets following fixed protocols, their strength had reached the martial god level, proving far more challenging than he had initially anticipated. Li Luo had underestimated the martial god-level Xianbing guardians, believing them to be only slightly stronger than their martial saint-level counterparts. However, he soon realized the stark disparity in their capabilities. The martial god-level Xianbing guardians not only coordinated their attacks and defenses, but could also execute some basic ice martial techniques. Their healing speed after sustaining injuries utterly eclipsed that of the lower-tier Xianbing guardians. Fortunately, I possess the Frost Divine Vein, while you can absorb ice elements for recovery. So can I. Li Luo suppressed his panting breaths, a defiant smile gracing his lips. The Frost Divine Vein coursing through his blood activated fully, allowing his internal power to recover at a pace rivaling that of the peak martial god-level Xianbing guardian self-repair, even hinting at the possibility of surpassing it. The two sides plunged once more into a fierce clash, each collision accompanied by deafening booms and the scattering of ice debris. Utilizing his agile movements and the enhanced strength bestowed by the power pill, Li Luo continuously darted about, seeking vulnerabilities in his foe's defenses. Each flicker of movement inflicted severe slashes on one of the Xianbing guardians. Yet, the Xianbing guardians could hardly keep pace with Li Luo's speed, managing to strike him only occasionally. Through their formidable defense and coherent teamwork, they struggled to withstand his relentless onslaught. As time slipped by, a fleeting moment presented itself. Now is the opportune moment. Li Luo seized the chance. The Starfall Blade, infused with powerful ice elements, transformed into a dazzling beam of cold light. "Embrace your demise," he shouted, as he thrust with over 21 million kilograms of explosive force, striking true into the chest of a peak martial god-level Xianbing guardian, bringing it to an end. With the death of this peak martial god-level guardian, the remaining 9 martial god-level Xianbing guardians fell one after another to Li Luo's blade. Chapter 52. A thorough exploration of the Xianbing crystal. At last, the battle was concluded. However, Li Luo did not immediately lower his guard. Breathing heavily, he scanned his surroundings, confirming that all Xianbing guardians lay utterly defeated and posed no further threat before gradually allowing himself to relax. Though he had achieved ultimate victory, his physical state had reached its limits. His aura was disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The SSS-level Starfall Blade in his hand bore some cracks, while his SSS-level armor, the Cold Shadow Silver armor, was severely damaged. Even with its automatic repair function, it would require some time to return to its former glory. "I never imagined I would emerge so battered," Li Luo muttered, planting the Starfall Blade into the ground to support himself. His gaze reflected both exhaustion and an undeniable sense of pride. This had been the most intense battle he had faced since his arrival in this world. Single-handedly combating 10 martial god-level foes alongside over 100 Xianbing guardians ranging from martial emperor to martial saint levels, ultimately annihilating them all. Few martial god-level warriors could have accomplished such a feat. Moreover, within the ice palace lingered a unique oppressive chill. Had it not been for the integration of the Frost Divine Vein, Li Luo would not have dared to be so reckless. The only aspect that weighed heavily on Li Luo was the damage inflicted upon his SSS-level armor and weapon during this encounter. He had consumed 2 of the strength and speed-enhancing pills initially, and another 2 during the ensuing battle. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit chain around his neck had not activated its protective effect, minimizing his losses. All these losses must be reclaimed from within the ice palace. Li Luo resolved, preparing to scour the interior for treasures to compensate for his recent expenditures. "I must restore my strength before venturing inside," he murmured. In his current condition, he could not afford to enter the ice palace directly. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved several fragrant pills from his infinite storage space and swallowed them whole. A warm, soothing power instantly spread throughout his body, alleviating his fatigue and pain. Simultaneously, he channeled the Frost Divine Vein, witnessing his injuries heal at a visible rate. His chaotic aura gradually stabilized. As Li Luo recuperated, he reflected on the harrowing battle he had just endured. He could not help but marvel at how perilous the situation had been. Had this ancient relic not been situated in the frigid North Cold continent, he might have truly fallen had it been on another continent without the enhancement of his powers. Although the Xianbing guardians that protected this place were merely puppets operating under fixed protocols, their displayed might was far from negligible. He had previously underestimated them completely. The martial god-level Xianbing guardians had undergone a qualitative transformation. Fortunately, all the Xianbing guardians had been vanquished, including the 10 martial god-level ones. Even if more remained within the Ice Palace, their strength would not match the ferocity of the previous onslaught. Once his aura was fully restored, he would be able to explore this ancient relic, buried beneath the glaciers of the North Cold Continent, for millennia. After a brief interval, aided by the Frost Divine Vein and the pills, Li Luo's aura swiftly ascended once more to its zenith. Now, let me see what treasures lie within, he declared, gazing at the tightly shut gates of the Ice Palace, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He was ready to comb through the areas he had not had the chance to explore during his last visit. With that, Li Luo strode confidently to the grand entrance, a triumphant smile adorning his face. This time, there will be no Xianbing guardians to thwart me, he declared, and with that, he prepared to push open the door. With a firm clench of his fists, a staggering force of 8 times erupted in an instant. The robust power within him converged upon his knuckles, striking once more against the firmly shut door. A thunderous roar echoed as the door trembled violently. The fissures previously etched upon its surface spread like a spider's web. As Li Luo continued to unleash a series of powerful blows, the familiar sound of resistance ceased, and the door swiftly yielded to his might, revealing a gap even wider than before. The entrance was open. A satisfied smile curled upon Li Luo's lips as he beheld the door gradually yielding to his force. He strode confidently inside. Stepping into the Ice Palace, his footfalls resonated crisply upon the smooth ice surface. Li Luo surveyed the eerily tranquil surroundings, realizing that the formidable Ice Guardians would likely not emerge to assail him any longer. It was probable that all the Ice Guardians within the palace had been thoroughly vanquished by him moments ago. Finally, there were no more of those bothersome nuisances. Let us see who dares to thwart me now, Li Luo thought with a cold glint in his eyes. He swiftly traversed the familiar crystalline corridor, embarking on an unrestrained exploration of the Ice Palace. Each side hall was arranged in an orderly fashion, with every door possibly concealing astonishing treasures. Everything he discovered within this palace was rightfully his. To his delight, it boasted an infinite storage space, alleviating any concerns of lacking room. This was the place. There must be something inside. Li Luo came to a halt before a seemingly unremarkable side hall door, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The faint energy emanating from within was unmistakable. There were treasures inside. Open for me, he declared, delivering a forceful punch that shattered the door, unleashing a wave of potent icy energy. Was this the ice crystal? His gaze was immediately captivated by the hundreds of ice crystals scattered upon the ground, crucial core materials for crafting Ice Guardians. One of Li Luo's primary objectives upon re-entering this ice palace was to seek out these extraordinary ice crystals. The multitude of ice crystals shimmered enticingly, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of their destined bearer. To think there were so many. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with joy. He had not anticipated finding the ice crystals so swiftly, estimating their quantity to be around 200. Furthermore, these ice crystals possessed the ability to autonomously absorb the surrounding icy elements, replenishing the energy that had dwindled over countless eons. The energy contained within remained intact, albeit unsuitable for absorption by warriors. I shall not be courteous, Li Luo declared, his face alight with elation as he observed that there appeared to be no hidden mechanisms within the ice palace. He swiftly gathered all the ice crystals into his infinite storage space. Each one was of S rank or higher. The only regret was that the highest rank was merely SSS. There were no divine-grade ice crystals. Otherwise, upon his return, he could have forged utterly loyal god-level Ice Guardians. Chapter 53, Sweeping Clean, the Pervasive Chill. After collecting all the ice crystals found within this side hall, Li Luo continued to delve deeper into the Ice Palace. In another side hall, he discovered scattered elixir vials and several battered weapons and armors. This appeared to be a storage area for elixirs, armor, and weaponry. Li Luo picked up one of the elixir vials that had lain here for countless years and confirmed its emptiness. The elixirs had long since disintegrated into nothingness over the passage of time. Had he arrived a tad earlier, he might have encountered some of the elixirs still intact. The few pieces of armor and weapons, which were around SS rank, had suffered severe erosion from the years, losing their former luster and brilliance. They were no longer worth repairing. It would be more prudent to forge new ones from scratch. Perhaps, when melted down, these remnants could still yield some value. Regardless, he could not leave empty-handed. Li Luo gazed at the several pieces of armor and weaponry arranged neatly upon the icy pillars, pondering briefly before deciding to take them all. Though they were no longer usable, their materials were still of decent quality, at least S rank. After swiftly placing everything from this side hall into his infinite storage space, including the rusted elixir vials that contained nothing, he pressed on. Li Luo glanced at the now empty side hall and nodded lightly. Without lingering further, he continued his exploration of the Ice Palace. Many areas remained unvisited, The treasures within this ancient relic were surely not limited to these dilapidated items. Indeed, as he meticulously inspected each side hall, Li Luo soon stumbled upon a modest ice hall containing a small quantity of snow spirit crystals. These crystals, nourished by the surrounding environment, still contained energy even after millennia. Of particular note was a snow-white divine-grade snow spirit crystal, roughly the size of a human head. This was a rank above the previous SSS grade he had encountered. It was prominently displayed in the side hall, and as Li Luo forcefully kicked the door open, he beheld it. A divine-grade snow spirit crystal? Li Luo's face radiated uncontainable joy. He held the divine-grade snow spirit crystal in his hands, gently caressing its snow-white crystalline surface. The only regret was that a third of the immense energy it once held had dissipated, yet it remained irresistible to any warrior. The other snow spirit crystals were similarly diminished in energy, each varying in degree of depletion. All of these are mine, Li Luo proclaimed unabashedly, collecting every snow spirit crystal within this side hall, totaling 32, with the rest at least S rank. This time, he was certain he could break through. Li Luo's thoughts danced with excitement as a smile graced his lips. Over the next 3 days, he was confident he could ascend to the martial deity level. After a thorough and painstaking search, Li Luo finally explored every corner of the vast ice palace. Arriving at the very center and surveying his surroundings, he confirmed there were no oversights, allowing a satisfied smile to curl upon his lips as he began to tally the bountiful spoils from this ancient relic expedition. The weathered armors and weapons amounted to 18 pieces in total. Although they had lost their defensive capabilities, their materials were of superb quality. Whether he chose to melt them down for reforging or sell them to the Elder Council for contribution points, both options were excellent. The snow spirit crystals, alongside the initial 32 he had found, totaled 58. Sadly, only one was divine grade. Additionally, there were over 200 ice crystals, complemented by various other special materials, sufficient for crafting a formidable batch of ice guardians. Splendid. Li Luo concluded his inventory, a satisfied smile gracing his face. So many treasures were enough to offset his losses, and the most precious artifact, the inheritance crystal, had already been absorbed by him. Many martial deity-level warriors were fervently drawn to exploring ancient relics, primarily for the potential existence of such inheritance crystals. The other items and resources he amassed were merely supplementary, as most armors and weapons found in ancient relics were no longer functional. The energy contained within the crystals had typically dissipated significantly, or even entirely, leaving him with a wealth of gains. Not hasty to depart the ice palace, Li Luo harbored lingering doubts and curiosity. This peculiar chill perpetually enveloping the ice palace, what was its source? With a furrowed brow, Li Luo murmured to himself. He had sensed this unusual coldness upon his initial entry into the ice palace. Yet he had fused with the frost divine vein, rendering the chilling aura utterly incapable of imposing any restraint upon him. Were it another martial sage or divine warrior who entered this ice palace, their strength would be diminished by at least 1/5, if not more. Could there be some treasure yet undiscovered? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Li Luo. Surely, this peculiar suppressive force could not be merely a byproduct of the materials used to construct the ice palace. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to relinquish his pursuit. He could not simply transport this grand haul away. Let me see if I can sense anything. Taking a deep breath, Li Luo closed his eyes, allowing a faint chill to envelop him, merging his perception with the majestic ice palace. As the frost divine vein gradually coursed within him, he attuned himself to the direction of the frigid energy, which pointed towards the very center of the palace. Near the main hall he had previously visited. I found it. Li Luo's eyes snapped open, whispering to himself. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before the entrance of the main hall where he had discovered the legacy crystal. Guided by his heightened senses, he roamed the vicinity, his gaze ultimately resting upon the seemingly ordinary icy surface before the grand entrance. Perhaps something lies beneath? Li Luo mused, albeit with uncertainty. Yet, he firmly believed that his keen instincts could not be mistaken. Let me uncover what secrets lie hidden beneath this icy facade. His cold eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists. The chill within him surged, and he unleashed a powerful strike against the ground. However, the ice surface proved exceptionally resilient, showing no sign of yielding to his forceful blow. Indeed, there was something beneath. A smile of delight graced Li Luo's face, further affirming his belief that treasures lay hidden below. I shall see just how sturdy it is. In a series of thunderous crashes, the solid ice finally succumbed, fracturing into myriad shards, the cracks spreading like a spider's web. With Li Luo's final decisive blow, a resounding boom echoed throughout the grand hall. The entire ice surface collapsed, revealing a hidden chamber adorned with intricate runes. Chapter 54, Abundant Harvest, Return to the Ice Layer. The chamber exuded an even more bone-chilling coldness. At its center, upon a water-blue ice platform, a dazzling blue gem quietly radiated a gentle yet formidable light. This was the very source of the unique chill that permeated the ice palace. Gazing down at the suddenly revealed chamber, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, his face alight with excitement. My instincts were indeed correct. I have stumbled upon yet another treasure. The blue gem upon the central platform was undoubtedly extraordinary, its value potentially second only to the legacy crystal. With that thought, Li Luo gracefully leapt forward, akin to a swift swallow darting through the air, instantly landing within the intricately rune-etched chamber. As he stepped inside, an even more piercing cold enveloped him, yet it had no effect on him whatsoever. He didn't even furrow his brow. The temperature here could likely freeze low-tier martial artists into ice sculptures, but fortunately, it posed no threat to me, Li Luo remarked with a hint of confidence. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the resplendent blue gem atop the central water-blue ice platform. Let me see what this truly is. He approached hastily, cautiously extending his hand to gently grasp the blue gem within his palm, his heart brimming with curiosity and exhilaration. Such a powerful chill emanating from this gem suggests its rank is undoubtedly above SSS level, Li Luo observed in astonishment. The moment he held it, he was enveloped by an intense cold that brought an incredibly refreshing sensation. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The runes on the surrounding walls, which Li Luo had instinctively overlooked, suddenly activated, radiating blinding light. Subsequently, countless ice spikes shot forth from the walls, piercing towards Li Luo with a menacing whistling sound. This is bad. It's an ambush. Panic surged within Li Luo. However, he reacted swiftly, channeling his abundant inner force to activate the phantom step. In an instant, he retreated, transforming into a fleeting shadow, narrowly escaping the onslaught of ice spikes just as they were about to strike. He re-emerged within the grand hall. Steadying himself, Li Luo cast a glance down at the still chilling chamber, feeling a tremor of apprehension as he patted his chest armor. That was close. I almost met my end there. I hadn't anticipated that the Ice Palace harbored more than just the Frost Guardians, but also other hidden mechanisms concealed within this chamber. Neither the main hall nor the side chambers had any such traps, which had led Li Luo to gradually lower his guard, believing he would encounter no further danger. It was a close call, nearly resulting in disaster. This chamber indeed concealed a significant threat. This mechanism is quite lethal. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Li Luo's gaze swept over the marks left by the ice spikes in the chamber, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. The combined power of those ice spikes was no less than that of a peak divine warrior's full-force strike, perhaps even stronger. Had his reaction been even a few seconds slower, he would have been skewered. Even if he avoided serious injury, he would have triggered the protective effect of the ice crystal spirit chain around his neck. Evidently, the value of this gem is considerable, prompting the Palace's master to devise a triggering mechanism specifically for it. After regaining his composure, Li Luo's gaze returned to the blue gem he held tightly in his grasp, a triumphant smile blooming on his face. It was fortunate that I sensed something amiss with the chill enveloping the palace. Otherwise, I would have missed out on such a divine gem. The process was fraught with tension, yet even with the activation of the ice crystal spirit's protective effect, acquiring a gem of SSS level or higher was well worth it. Li Luo speculated that this gem might even be of divine, or perhaps even exalted rank. To confirm its exact nature, he would have to wait until he left the ice palace to examine it further. With a thought, he stored it within his infinite storage space, planning to conduct a thorough investigation once he departed from the ice palace. As Li Luo placed the softly glowing blue gem into his infinite storage space, the suppressive force that had once loomed over the warriors within the ice palace vanished without a trace. Besides this chamber, could there be other hidden chambers within the ice palace? Li Luo mused, his gaze wandering across the empty expanse of the grand hall, a surge of determination igniting within him to not overlook any potential discoveries. Since I am here, I shall take a closer look. Resolute in his decision, Li Luo swiftly traversed every corner of the ice palace, his hands continuously feeling along the icy walls that might trigger hidden chambers, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Is there truly nothing left? How could I not find a single hidden chamber? Isn't it always depicted in movies that pressing against the wall reveals secret rooms? Why does that not seem to work for me? After meticulously searching through the entire ice palace, Li Luo returned to the central position, disappointment evident in his demeanor. The ice palace held nothing but emptiness and cold. He felt no further traces of energy crystals. It seemed that this ancient relic truly harbored no more treasures. Everything that could be taken had already been collected and packed into his infinite storage space. Even the rusted pill bottles had not been overlooked. It is time to depart. Li Luo cast one last glance at the softly glowing ice palace, murmuring, remaining here serves no purpose. With a heart full of treasures, he turned towards the entrance of the ice palace. Passing through the familiar crystalline corridor, he soon beheld the ice gates he had smashed open twice. With a swift motion, he passed through the great doors of the ice palace, turning back to gaze at the magnificent ancient relic buried beneath the glaciers. Farewell, Li Luo smiled faintly. He swiftly re-entered the dimly lit passage he had come through, and after a brief moment, he found himself once again at the edge of the ice fissure. Realizing with astonishment that it was already night outside. I can't believe I've spent an entire day in these ancient ruins. Li Luo murmured as he gazed up at the sky. He then glanced down at the passage beneath the ice that led to the ancient site. Utilizing the spirit swift ring on his wrist, he meticulously marked the location of the ruins. Since he had already visited, it was best to let it return to tranquility. After marking the position, a thought crossed his mind. With a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding ice elements swiftly responded to his summons, coalescing into a formidable force that refroze the conspicuous ice fissure until it vanished into the vast expanse of the snowfield. With the incessant snowfall from the sky, by the following morning, the ice would be completely concealed beneath the accumulating snow. Chapter 55. Today, I am the martial god. This should be fine now. After sealing the ice fissure, Li Luo returned to the nearby ice fortress with steady steps, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he softly spoke to himself. There's no time to waste. I must quickly convert these dozens of energy crystals into cultivation. As he spoke, he focused his mind, causing snow spirit crystals, each gleaming white and emanating a faint chill, to appear one by one on the ground around him, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, radiating pure light. Despite the passage of time causing some energy loss in each crystal, the sheer quantity and quality compensated for this shortcoming. There were a total of 58 crystals, all above S rank, including one divine-grade crystal. Absorbing all these snow spirit crystals should enable him to break through to the martial god level, he thought. Holding the most radiant and largest divine-grade snow spirit crystal in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. With so many crystals, he was certain they would fill the remaining 2/3 of his cultivation needed to reach the martial god stage. He quickly arranged the snow spirit crystals in a circle, sitting at the center, prepared to absorb all 58 without leaving any behind to break through to the martial god level. Let us begin. As Li Luo closed his eyes and focused, he began to gently guide the energy from the snow spirit crystals into his body. Waves of icy yet pure power surged through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. His cells rejoiced, greedily absorbing the immense energy contained within the snow spirit crystals. This sensation was utterly sublime. A smile of satisfaction and joy illuminated Li Luo's face. The breakthrough to the martial god was imminent. He could distinctly feel his cultivation soaring at an astonishing rate, nourished by this vast energy. The night passed without incident. When the first rays of morning light pierced the clouds, casting their glow upon the boundless snowfields of the northern cold continent, all the fierce beasts in the core area suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They trembled involuntarily, their ferocious eyes betraying fear, all gazing in the same direction. Yet, not a single beast dared to approach, for they sensed the formidable aura of a martial god-level warrior. Today, I am the martial god. Within the ice fortress, a hearty and unrestrained laughter echoed across the snow-laden expanse, utterly unconcerned about attracting the attention of fierce beasts. Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. Surrounded by a faint chill and oppressive aura, exuding the unique presence of a martial god-level warrior. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, reveling in the surging power within him after his breakthrough. A confident and audacious smile played on his lips. He had finally stepped into the ranks of the top-tier warriors in Blue Star, although he had merely reached the initial stage of the martial god level. In the northern cold continent, Li Luo was unafraid even of the peak beast kings. Thanks to this ancient ruin, his breakthrough had come swifter than anticipated. Li Luo reflected on his initial plan to reach the martial god level within 6 months in the northern cold continent, only to unexpectedly discover an ancient site buried beneath glaciers for millennia. This revelation had accelerated his progress, allowing him to transition from the late martial saint stage to the initial martial god stage in less than a month. If he were to remain in the northern cold continent for another 6 months, perhaps he would return to the Great Xia Kingdom as a martial venerable. With a little more assistance from the system, he might even achieve the martial emperor level. Then, with a flicker of thought, Li Luo opened the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, initial martial god. Punch power, 780,000 kg. Power output, 203 times. Cultivation technique, SSS level body forging celestial technique. SSS level mystic ice divine technique. D level iron bone body forging method. Martial skills, basic fist technique perfected. Basic blade technique perfected. SSS level frost divine classic perfected. SSS level icebreaker / perfected. S level phantom step perfected. C level shattering fist perfected. Noble level frost gathering yet to be comprehended. Bloodline, frost divine bloodline. Items, damaged divine level sky pearl. SSS level cold shadow silver armor under automatic repair. Damaged SSS level starfall blade. SSS level ice crystal spirit chain. Divine level frost spirit pearl. His punch power had surged over 3-fold compared to the peak martial saint level, and his power output had risen by 10-fold. The force unleashed upon full activation now reached a staggering 13 million kilograms. Only after genuinely breaking through to the martial god level did Li Luo realize he had previously underestimated the martial god warriors. The enhancement was qualitatively different compared to the martial saint level. Had he faced the 10 martial god-level mystic ice guardians from the ancient ruins in real combat, he would undoubtedly have fallen. Moreover, upon his breakthrough to the martial god level, the Frost Divine bloodline had also experienced an elevation at the genetic level, approximately tenfold that of a martial god-level warrior. Truly, the Frost Divine bloodline was formidable. Li Luo exclaimed in astonishment, his face aglow with joy. He hadn't anticipated that his bloodline would also improve alongside his level, which meant that as he advanced to the martial venerable or martial emperor levels, his Frost Divine bloodline would likewise strengthen. My achievements today are solely due to my own efforts. Li Luo reveled in the explosive power that came with his breakthrough to the martial god level, unable to suppress the smile gracing his lips. He no longer feared the exposure of the secrets he held, which might incite the envy of martial saints and martial gods in Blue Star. In just about a month, he had transitioned from a mere martial master to a martial god, and anyone who learned of this would undoubtedly be eager to uncover the secrets he possessed. However, now that he had reached the martial god level rather than remaining a martial saint, should anyone dare to challenge him, Li Luo would not hesitate to demonstrate the full force of his punch power, exceeding 13 million kilograms. Once his excitement had somewhat subsided, Li Luo began his daily sign-in routine in his mind. System, sign in. As the words left his lips, anticipation filled his heart. Having now broken through to the martial god level, he wondered if his previous speculation about the system's rewards being linked to his cultivation level was accurate. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving an upgrade in martial skill quality. SSS level Frost Divine Classic has been upgraded to Divine level Frost Divine Classic. As the system's voice faded, a rush of memories regarding the upgraded Frost Divine Classic flooded into Li Luo's mind. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Li Luo's eyes gleamed as he digested the newfound memories of the enhanced Frost Divine Classic. With each elevation of his own level, the system's rewards would likewise escalate. Chapter 56, Frost Spirit Pearl, Armor Inlay. The Frost Divine Classic had now truly earned its title as a Divine Classic. With the ice element techniques it unleashed becoming even more potent than before. Just give me a little more time, and all the martial skills I sign in will undoubtedly be upgraded to Divine level, Li Luo thought with excitement. Once all the SSS-ranked individuals ascend to the Divine level, his prowess will undoubtedly experience another significant enhancement. At that point, even if he departs from the frigid realm of Behan continent, losing the tremendous amplification effect brought about by the extreme cold, none will be able to contend with him. By the way, I nearly forgot about this. In his excitement, Li Luo suddenly recalled something. With a shift in thought, a blue gem radiating a ghostly azure light appeared in the palm of his hand. The moment it manifested, the surrounding temperature plummeted significantly, and even the air felt somewhat solidified. Centered around this gem, a chilling aura permeated the air, swiftly spreading outward. Akin to being within an ice palace, this gem was indeed divine. Li Luo gazed at the treasure in his palm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had already gleaned its function through the system panel. It could create a frost suppression field within a radius of several kilometers, with the suppression effect intensifying the closer one was to it. Especially in the extreme environment of Behan continent, its efficacy was amplified exponentially. Moreover, even martial gods could not evade its influence. The only downside was that the bearer would also experience suppression. Wait, could it be that this artifact is so peculiar? Li Luo furrowed his brow as he stared at the frost spirit pearl in his palm, murmuring to himself. Although this formidable suppression had no impact on him, it was rather impractical for other martial artists who had not fused with the Frost Divine veins. Even ice attribute warriors would find it challenging to withstand. Surely, the master of the Ice Palace did not also possess the bloodline of a cosmic race, rendering them immune to the suppression emanating from the Frost Spirit Pearl? Could it be that it requires a master? A sudden realization illuminated Li Luo's mind. Recalling the novels and dramas he had seen before his transmigration, where protagonists would undergo a master recognition ritual upon acquiring powerful artifacts, he concluded, yes, it must be so. Let me give it a try. With that, Li Luo retrieved the Starfall blade from his spatial storage, grasping it in his hand, ready to perform a simple blood droplet recognition. This was the blood of a martial god infused with powerful bloodlines. It would be beneficial for it to obediently recognize me as its master. He jested as he gazed at the Frost Spirit Pearl in his hand. Given his current bloodline gene level, if he extracted several vials for gene enhancement elixirs, the results would undoubtedly surpass those concocted from the blood of ferocious beasts through research. With the Starfall blade in hand, Li Luo gently sliced his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood, rich in ice elements, fell upon the Frost Spirit Pearl. In an instant, circles of delicate blue light erupted from the surface of the pearl, slowly merging with his blood. The previously indiscriminate frost suppression field began to exhibit subtle changes. Is it truly working? Ecstatic, Li Luo sensed the connection he had established with the Frost Spirit Pearl. To his surprise, the blood droplet recognition had indeed proven effective, and he could now wield the power emanating from the Frost Spirit Pearl. He then attempted to adjust the suppression range of the pearl. Unsurprisingly, He discovered that he could now selectively determine the targets subjected to the frost aura, no longer indiscriminately applying pressure to all living beings nearby. This has truly become mine. A smile of joy graced Li Luo's lips as he gazed at the frost spirit pearl in his palm. The original master of this frost spirit pearl had perished millennia ago, and their soul imprint had long since dissipated. This facilitated a remarkably smooth master recognition process. Akin to acquiring a treasure without effort, Li Luo's gaze shifted between the frost spirit pearl and the cold, ethereal silver armor he wore, and a new idea suddenly surged within him. With a spark of inspiration, he whispered, "What would happen if I placed the frost spirit pearl within the armor? Would it yield any new effects?" Without hesitation, Li Luo decided to act, reasoning that there was no harm in trying. He cautiously brought the frost spirit pearl close to the core of the cold, ethereal silver armor, which was gradually absorbing the surrounding cold air for self-repair, its surface adorned with intricate silver patterns. Buzz. The moment the frost spirit pearl made contact with the armor core, the entire cold, ethereal silver armor seemed to awaken, emitting a low, resonant hum. Instantly, a thin layer of frost enveloped the surface of the silver armor, exuding a potent chill. However, it quickly melded into the cold, ethereal silver armor, causing it to emit an even more resplendent glow. This is truly effective. Li Luo was filled with joy, acutely aware that the automatic repair speed of the cold, ethereal silver armor had significantly accelerated under the influence of the frost spirit pearl, visibly restoring itself in real time. More importantly, the suppression effect of the frost spirit pearl remained entirely unaffected. Yet, the recovery and defensive capabilities of the SSS-ranked cold, ethereal silver armor had intensified, and the chilling aura continued to expand outward from Li Luo's center. Even if he were to leave Beihan continent in the future, as long as he donned this frost spirit pearl, his power would receive a slight enhancement. However, the effect would be diminished compared to when he was within Beihan continent. Additionally, the frost spirit pearl integrated into the armor's core could be extracted at any time, allowing for its insertion into a higher-ranked armor in the future. It had truly become another formidable trump card for him. Li Luo's face radiated delight. Among those on Blue Star who had long since surpassed the martial god realm, many possessed divine or esteemed treasures unearthed from ancient ruins as their trump cards. As for whether there were imperial-level treasures, Li Luo was not yet certain. Their comprehensive strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a newcomer like him, who had just broken through to the martial god level. However, with the gains from the ancient ruins and the divine martial skills he had just acquired from the system, his strength would soon catch up to those seasoned martial gods, even surpassing them rapidly. As for how long this process would take, that depended on the efficiency of the system. Li Luo then retracted his thoughts and delved back into his training. The operation of the profound ice divine art became increasingly smooth. The surrounding ice elements were drawn by his will, coalescing into crystalline shards that encircled him, swiftly absorbed into his being. With this training speed, Li Luo was confident that within 6 months, he would surpass all martial god-level warriors on Blue Star, taking the lead in breaking through to the martial venerable realm. At that time, he would be free to act as he wished on Blue Star, with ferocious beasts posing no threat whatsoever. Chapter 57, Emergency Meeting. Anomaly in Liaohai Province. Yet, Li Luo felt that even if he did not come to Beihan continent for training, relying on the resources awarded through system sign-ins, he had a considerable chance to break through to the martial venerable level within 6 months. Alas, there was nothing to be done. His brother Tongzi was rather formidable. He mused internally while training. Even if he were to simply relax, he would grow stronger day by day. However, before he became one of the top-tier martial artists on Blue Star, Li Luo always felt a sense of urgency. After all, the secrets he harbored could not remain concealed for long. When the time came, those martial gods and saints would undoubtedly swarm towards him with fervent eyes. If he lacked the corresponding strength, the outcome would be dire. Were it not for this, he would not have chosen to come to Beihan continent for training. Instead, he unexpectedly discovered an ancient ruin buried beneath the glaciers, which expedited his breakthrough to the martial god level. It was truly a delightful surprise. The following day, as the sun began to rise, the cold, ethereal silver armor, nourished by the frost spirit pearl, had fully restored its damaged cracks, now emanating a fresh luster. Inside the ice fortress, Li Luo sat with his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the passage of time. The operation of the profound ice divine art had reached its zenith. With ice crystals swirling around him, absorbing the pure ice elements that permeated Beihan continent. Just then, a faint yet urgent vibration emanated from the spirit swift ring on his wrist, interrupting his meditative state. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he looked towards the softly glowing spirit swift ring. Who is seeking me? Could it be that Jiangbin City has once again fallen victim to a ferocious beast attack, and Chun Lei is calling for my aid? He had come to the northern cold continent for cultivation breakthroughs, yet the other 3 guardians of Jiangning province remained utterly oblivious. I hope the situation is not as dire as I fear, Li Luo murmured to himself, for otherwise, he would be unable to rush to their aid. He then lightly tapped a button, and the projection of the spirit communication ring unfurled before him, revealing an urgent meeting invitation from the Elder Council. Is this not a plea for assistance? Li Luo pondered, his brow furrowing at the information displayed on the spirit communication ring. It was not a distress signal from any guardian, but rather an invitation to an emergency meeting convened by the Elder Council. This was the first time he had received such an invitation since assuming his role as an elder. As far as Li Luo understood, the three ranked elders seldom called for an emergency meeting unless something significant had transpired. This fact stirred a sense of unease within him. "Let me see what this is all about," Li Luo said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Having now ascended to the martial god level, he was poised to assume the position of the fourth-ranked elder upon his return to the Great Xia Kingdom. No longer merely a follower of rules, he had become someone capable of crafting them. He then focused his mind, and, through the connection of the spirit communication ring, instantly traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, projecting his consciousness into the conference hall of the Elder Council headquarters in the imperial capital province. The hall was a tapestry of light and shadow, filled with martial saints from across the Great Xia Kingdom, even including the rarely seen external elders. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Is this truly the Elder Council headquarters? Li Luo's projection materialized at his designated position, surveying his surroundings. Upon his arrival, several unfamiliar martial saints cast him curious glances, though they merely observed him with fleeting interest. Being a holographic projection, the attendees were unaware of his recent ascension to the martial god level. The main seat remained unoccupied, indicating that the ranked elders had yet to arrive. Li Luo scanned the hall and noticed that the expressions of the martial saints who served as guardians were unusually grave, with some even furrowing their brows. This stirred a sense of foreboding within him. Could something significant have occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom during my brief absence? Li Luo mused. The atmosphere certainly felt rather amiss. At that moment, the projections of Chun Lei and the other two guardians from Jiangning province materialized around Li Luo. "Elder Chun, what has transpired?" Li Luo could not help but inquire, his curiosity piqued by the oppressive atmosphere. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout the conference hall. Several external elders, similarly interrupted during their cultivation, turned their ears to listen. Typically, external elders were not summoned for meetings unless something of great significance occurred. Chun Lei's virtual projection turned slightly, his gaze landing on Li Luo, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. Aware that Li Luo was currently engaged in a special mission assigned by Elder He, and thus lacked knowledge of the external world, he solemnly explained, "Yesterday, a sudden upheaval occurred in the Liaohai province. The guardian of Liaohai, Lin Xiaodian, betrayed humanity and colluded with the Pope of the Beast God sect. With the assistance of several high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, he launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Zhao Tsong, another guardian, and his disciple, Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, Guardian Zhao fell, while Elder Zhou, though gravely injured, managed to escape but is now missing and uncontactable." Upon learning of this, Elder He, stationed in the imperial capital province, was filled with fury and sought to eliminate the traitor to stabilize the situation, only to be thwarted by the Beast King of the northern frontier, indicating that this may have been premeditated. The situation in Liaohai province is now chaotic, with one guardian having betrayed, one fallen, and one missing. This meeting has been convened to address this matter. As Chun Lei's words concluded, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew even more somber. What? Such a significant upheaval has occurred in Liaohai province. Lin Xiaodian has actually allied with the ferocious beasts? The Great Xia Kingdom has treated him well. Why would he choose to side with them? The external elders, just learning of the situation, displayed expressions of shock and concern. The betrayal of a guardian was indeed alarming. Li Luo, upon hearing Chun Lei's explanation, felt his own heart sink in disbelief. He had only been away from the Great Xia Kingdom for a mere half-month, yet the country had undergone such a drastic upheaval. Lin Xiaodian, a martial saint-level warrior serving as a guardian, had actually conspired with the Beast God sect, slaying Zhao Tsong and gravely injuring Zhou Xiang. This had left Liaohai province utterly devoid of high-level combat capabilities, completely exposed to the ferocious beasts. Elder He, en route to provide support, had also been delayed by the northern frontier's Beast King. Liaohai province was now in peril. Moreover, should this news reach the populace and martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, severely impacting morale and further facilitating the development of the Beast God sect lurking in the shadows of the cities. Chapter 58, Full Alert, Martial Saint Lin Yi. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the conference hall as the third-ranked elder, Lan Shi, one of the three great guardians of the Great Xia Kingdom, gracefully materialized in the main seat to preside over the meeting. Esteemed colleagues, Lan Shi's voice was gentle, yet infused with the authority of a martial god-level warrior. The cacophony within the conference room ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to the prodigious talent who had reached the mid-tier martial god stage at the age of 80, establishing dominance over the Beast King in Bashu province. Lan Shi surveyed the room, acknowledging that many present were still uninformed of the events in Liaohai province. I am aware that many elders here are not yet privy to the recent crisis in Liaohai province. The upheaval occurred suddenly, and many external elders in secluded cultivation are unaware of the situation. She succinctly recounted the crisis and added, Elder Xiang Yuan has already led several external elders to provide support, striving to stabilize the situation in Liaohai. However, we must prepare for the worst and remain vigilant against a potential nationwide assault by the ferocious beasts. At this critical juncture, we must unite to overcome this adversity. Lan Shi paused for a moment, her gaze resolute. Guardians, you must reinforce defenses across the provinces, and I urge all external elders to temporarily set aside their current affairs. Remain on standby, and be prepared to assist the provinces. Yes, Elder Lan, the external elders nodded in agreement. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and expressing their commitment to support Elder Lan's decisions and directives, Li Luo listened quietly from the sidelines, refraining from disclosing his recent ascension to the martial god level. Learning that the strongest among the three ranked elders, Xiang Yuan, had already gone to support Liaohai province, he felt a slight sense of relief. With the intervention of the second-ranked elder, the chaos in Liaohai province would likely be quelled swiftly, alleviating the need for his return to the Great Xia Kingdom for assistance. The brief meeting soon drew to a close. As Elder Lan Shi departed first, the holographic projections of the remaining elders began to extinguish one by one. Chun Lei and the other two guardians from Jiangning province exchanged brief goodbyes with Li Luo before departing, without inquiring about his current whereabouts. Just as Li Luo prepared to retract his focus and leave, an unfamiliar yet somewhat arrogant voice suddenly resonated beside him. Li Luo, please hold. Li Luo's brow instantly furrowed, his expression tinged with displeasure as he turned to see who dared to address him so directly. Before him stood an external elder named Lin Yi, clad in a dark golden robe, his demeanor cold and scrutinizing. Li Luo had some knowledge of this individual, once a brilliant star in the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Yi had reached the pinnacle of martial saint at a mere 50 years of age. For a time, he was the center of attention, with many believing it was merely a matter of time before he broke through to the martial god realm, destined to secure the prestigious position of the third-ranked elder in the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, it seemed that fate had played a cruel joke on him. Since the pinnacle of martial saint, time has flowed like a river, yet his cultivation has remained ensnared by invisible shackles, despite the rare resources pouring in like a deluge. Not a single fraction has been stirred. Meanwhile, the current third sequence elder, Lan Shi, has emerged like a brilliant new star, overshadowing Lin Yi's once resplendent glory. Lin Yi, however, remains awkwardly tethered to the zenith of martial saint. Do you have any guidance, Elder Lin? Li Luo's tone was calm, though he surmised the reason for being summoned. Humph, guidance is hardly the matter. I am simply curious how you transitioned from a mere martial master to a martial saint, and then ascended to the mid-stage in such a short span. Do not attempt to evade with tales of special energy crystals. I expect you to disclose the truth. Lin Yi's words were laced with rudeness, steeped in provocation and disdain. Long confined by the shackles of the martial saint pinnacle, Lin Yi harbored an almost frenzied obsession with breaking through to the martial god realm. His jealousy towards Li Luo's rapid advancement was palpable, and he was desperate to unveil the secrets hidden within Li Luo. Had Li Luo not abruptly departed Jiangning province, he would have personally sought him out long ago. Even if Li Luo had achieved such rapid progress, he remained merely a mid-stage martial saint, with some unscrupulous tactics. Lin Yi was confident he could extract the secrets of Li Luo's swift breakthrough. What are you, but a mere trifle? I shall seek you out upon my return. Li Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light as he regarded the arrogant Lin Yi. How dare a mere waste, stuck at the pinnacle of martial saint for years. Speak to him, who had already transcended to the martial god realm. With that, Li Luo's holographic projection gradually dissipated amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, leaving an enraged Lin Yi standing in silence. This Li Luo is utterly audacious, remarked several elder witnesses still present in the conference room. While Lin Yi's approach was somewhat inappropriate, directly inquiring about Li Luo's secrets in such a public setting, they were taken aback by Li Luo's unabashed arrogance, which was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Fine. Lin Yi, his face ashen, reluctantly uttered those three words, as if extricating them from between clenched teeth. Soon, his holographic projection also vanished from the conference hall. Alas, Li Luo has likely irrevocably offended Lin Yi now. The youth is too impetuous. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson. The remaining elders shook their heads in lament before departing the hall. In their eyes, despite Li Luo's rapid ascent, he still paled in comparison to the seasoned Lin Yi, who had long established himself at the pinnacle of martial saint. Though he had momentarily triumphed in verbal sparring, they believed Li Luo would soon face Lin Yi's wrath upon returning to the Great Xia Kingdom. It would remain to be seen which of the three sequence elders would lean in favor of whom. Within an opulent villa in the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Yi, regaining his composure, was enveloped by an inexplicable oppressive aura. You little brat, I await your return. He clenched his fists, his voice steeped in malice. Once hailed as the most dazzling genius of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had now reached the pinnacle of martial saint. Yet he found himself belittled by a newly emerged talent who had only recently entered the mid-stage of Martial Saint. Reflecting on the earlier scene in the conference hall ignited a fiery anger within Lin Yi's chest. Humph, you think a mere stroke of fortune renders you invincible? I shall make you understand the repercussions of crossing me, Lin Yi sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. Though he had been trapped at the pinnacle of Martial Saint for years, his extensive cultivation experience and profound family background would more than suffice to deal with a young mid-stage Martial Saint. Even though Li Luo held the position of a guardian, as long as he did not overstep too far, Lin Yi was confident he could utilize some disreputable means to unearth the secrets Li Luo concealed. Chapter 59, The Stirring of Beasts, a large-scale incursion. Having concluded the unpleasant dialogue with Elder Lin Yi, Li Luo returned his focus to the ice fortress. Recalling the earlier scene in the conference hall, a cold smile of amusement crept upon his lips. Ah, Lin Yi is it? I shall remember you well. Who would have thought that a Death Seeker would come knocking so soon? Do not blame me for making an example of you. He was no longer the vulnerable mid-stage Martial Saint, but rather a formidable martial god from Blue Star. Gradually, Li Luo's mind settled into tranquility, dismissing Lin Yi, the mere jester, from his thoughts. With his current strength, dealing with a solitary pinnacle Martial Saint would require little effort. He then began his daily check-in in his mind, silently stating, System, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a check-in critical hit, increasing the number of items obtained. Congratulations, host, for enhancing the quality of weapons, battle armor, and defensive treasures. SSS grade Starfall Blade, God grade Starfall Blade. SSS grade Cold Shadow Silver Armor, God grade Cold Shadow Silver Armor. SSS grade Ice Crystal Spirit Chain, God grade Ice Crystal Spirit Chain. Another critical hit. As the system's voice faded, Li Luo's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. Securing yet another critical hit from his check-in, this reward had directly upgraded all his SSS grade gear to divine quality. Now, it felt as if he had exchanged a bird gun for a cannon, and a joyful laugh escaped him. After the enhancement, the Cold Shadow Silver Armor and Ice Crystal Spirit Chain exhibited a significant boost in defensive capabilities and automatic repair functions. Moreover, a new feature had been added. Much like the Spirit Swift Ring, it could transform into a simple object of his imagination, such as a watch, instantly providing protection with a mere thought. Incredibly convenient. I possess infinite storage space. This feature is entirely unnecessary, Li Luo chuckled, shaking his head at the system panel displaying the upgraded Cold Shadow Silver Armor's information. For other martial artists, this function greatly enhanced personal safety. However, for him, with his infinite storage space theory, it was rather superfluous, as he could summon his armor from the infinite storage space with a thought, faster than any armor fusion. Nevertheless, this did remind Li Luo that other martial gods' divine-grade battle armors likely possessed similar capabilities. Should he encounter them, he must not underestimate them. Post-enhancement. The Ice Crystal Spirit Chain contained a more formidable protective energy, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial venerable. Withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial venerable? Li Luo was astonished. Currently, there were no martial venerables of even the initial stage on Blue Star. Could he now act even more recklessly? With a thought, the God-grade Starfall Blade, also upgraded in quality, appeared in his hand, emanating a sharp, cold light. What a divine weapon. Li Luo caressed the Starfall Blade, now renewed and free from any cracks after its upgrade. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. Its feel was indeed far superior to that of its SSS grade form. With these 3 pieces of upgraded divine equipment, his arsenal was nearly on par with some of the older, less prestigious martial gods. Of course, this was merely Li Luo's conjecture. Gently swinging the Starfall Blade, a flicker of cold light flashed before it returned to the infinite storage space. Li Luo then settled down, resuming his cultivation of the mystic ice divine art. However, just as he became engrossed in his training, a sudden tremor emanated from the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist, disrupting his meditation. Who could it be? How bothersome. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing in displeasure. His training had been interrupted time and again. He turned his gaze towards the Spirit Swift ring, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. To his astonishment, the individual reaching out to him was none other than the esteemed Elder Lan Shi, the third of the sequence, who had just presided over an urgent meeting. Elder Lan, could it be that some unforeseen turmoil had arisen in the Great Xia Kingdom? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Luo's mind. After all, why would he suddenly be contacted while he was immersed in cultivation in the far-off northern cold continent? Thus far, only 3 elders were privy to his training there. Without delay, Li Luo answered the communication, and Elder Lan Shi's diminutive holographic projection materialized within his spirit ring, her visage etched with urgency. Before Li Luo could utter a word, Elder Lan's anxious voice resonated. Li Luo, the situation is dire. The Great Xia Kingdom requires your swift return. She then elucidated the circumstances. The activities of fierce beasts in the surrounding regions had surged alarmingly, seemingly heralding the onset of a full-scale conflict. Elder Xiang Yuan had prepared to depart for assistance, but found himself encumbered by the Beast King in Xiantang Province. rendering him unable to aid Liao Hai. Other provinces also faced varying degrees of incursions by these ferocious beasts, prompting a cascade of distress signals. The intent behind this chaos was likely to immobilize all the elders, preventing them from providing support to Liao Hai. The situation was equally precarious here. The current state of affairs in the Great Xia Kingdom was exceedingly grave. Otherwise, Elder Lan would not have chosen to summon Li Luo from his remote training grounds. The upper echelons were critically short of combat forces, with even the auxiliary elders being urgently deployed to various provinces to fend off the beasts. If this continued, Liao Hai province risked succumbing entirely to the ferocious beasts. The Great Xia Kingdom, already suffering a significant blow to its strength, would find itself in an even more precarious position against the relentless onslaught of these creatures. Li Luo's eyes glinted with surprise. He had indeed surmised the truth. It appeared that the beastly assault on Liao Hai province was premeditated, and it was highly probable that the garrison commander, Lin Xiaotian, had long since allied himself with the beasts. I understand, Elder Lan. I shall set forth immediately. My cultivation has made considerable progress during my time in the northern cold continent, Li Luo stated with a solemn demeanor. He had initially intended to allow Lin Yi a few more months of comfort, but the abrupt upheaval in the Great Xia Kingdom demanded his immediate return to surprise everyone. Very well. Elder Lan Shi, having received Li Luo's affirmative response, hastily concluded the communication, paying little heed to his mention of progress in cultivation. Even if Li Luo had integrated the cosmic race's heritage crystal, the frigid environment of the northern cold continent would only marginally enhance his training speed. He would likely only make a slight advancement towards the peak of the martial saint realm. Chapter 60. Departing the northern cold continent. The Ice-Winged Dragon King. It was time to leave the northern cold continent. Li Luo stepped out of the ice fortress, surveying the snowy expanse around him, and spoke softly. The fissures in the refrozen ice layer had been thoroughly concealed by the incessant snowfall, obscuring the grand ancient ruin hidden beneath. Even if other martial artists stumbled upon it, they would find nothing of value, for he had already laid claim to all that resided within, leaving only empty hopes behind. Having broken through to the martial god realm. Upon his return to the Great Xia Kingdom, he would assume the role of the fourth sequence elder, attaining a position of high esteem and wielding near-peak authority. As for why it was only near, full control would await his ascendance to the martial sovereign level. Furthermore, he would no longer need to fret that the rapidity of his breakthroughs might attract undue attention. With a gentle leap, Li Luo soared into the tempestuous skies, surveying the icy terrain below with the air of a sovereign. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused, it is time to depart. The greatest fortune he had unearthed during his time in the northern cold continent was the discovery of an ancient ruin concealed beneath the glaciers for millennia. Otherwise, in the brief span of half a month, he would have only managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura characteristic of a martial god erupted from him as he deftly utilized the precise location provided by his spirit ring to navigate towards the distant site where he had previously buried the Cold Star aircraft. Found it. Right here, Li Luo observed, nodding at the coordinates displayed on his spirit ring. With a flick of his wrist, a powerful force surged from within him. The thick layers of snow, imbued with rich ice elements, rapidly dispersed, revealing the royal-grade aircraft, the Cold Star, which had remained undetected by the ferocious beasts. Upon entering the Cold Star's interior, Li Luo was pleasantly surprised to find it in pristine condition despite its prolonged entombment beneath the snow. He conducted a thorough manual inspection of the aircraft systems and noted no damage. The temperature of the northern cold continent was significantly lower than that of Earth. Yet this technological marvel remained unaffected. Welcome back, Master, chirped the holographic projection of the adorable little white fox, Dreamweaver, as it materialized within the aircraft, its expression brimming with joy. Wait a moment, Li Luo said, nodding thoughtfully, just as he was about to issue instructions for their return to the Great Xia Kingdom. A sudden tension gripped his heart. His heightened senses, now acutely attuned following his breakthrough to the martial god realm, detected several formidable and oppressive auras in the vicinity. These were the fierce beasts. Li Luo's brow furrowed as he focused intently. To his astonishment, he discerned the presence of a high-grade beast king, 3 high-grade lord-level beasts, and a surging throng of beasts rapidly converging on his location. The number of this beast horde was no trifling matter. A rough estimate suggested it encompassed tens of thousands. Unlike other continents where fierce beasts roamed, the northern cold continent was home to a limited variety of these creatures. Thus, the congregation of tens of thousands was already considerable. And given their arduous existence in this harsh environment, their strength surpassed that of typical beasts, marking them as elite. Such a gathering of fierce beasts? Li Luo remarked with an amused smile. It seemed that the commotion he had caused during his breakthrough to the martial god realm had attracted far more attention than he had anticipated. Compounded by his lack of effort to conceal his aura, most of the beasts in the northern cold continent had likely sensed the formidable presence of his martial god might. Drawing them in, including a high-grade beast king, were he on another continent, Li Luo might have felt a tinge of apprehension. However, on the northern cold continent, As long as the one approaching was not a beast sovereign, even a peak beast king would pose no threat. These creatures certainly know how to congregate, Li Luo mused, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes as he stroked his chin contemplatively. With the recent upheaval in Liaohai province, he was eager to return and resolve the situation, not wishing to entangle himself with this horde of beasts. Though he possessed 3 divine artifacts, the high-grade Lord-level beast undoubtedly had its own trump cards. Slaying it swiftly was not a feasible prospect. Thus, a steely resolve crossed Li Luo's gaze as he decided to spare the beasts for now, planning to return to the northern cold continent at a later date to deal with them. He then addressed Dreamweaver, who awaited his command. Little Dream, depart from the northern cold continent at the swiftest pace and return to the Xia Kingdom. Understood, Master. Dreamweaver acknowledged Li Luo's command, assuming control of the Cold Star. The aircraft's engines roared to life, unleashing a surge of energy as it sped towards the horizon amidst the blizzard. Just as Li Luo piloted the Cold Star away from the core region of the northern cold continent, an ominous shadow loomed overhead. The storm around the aircraft, which had already begun to thin, intensified abruptly as if influenced by some unseen force. Accompanied by the thunderous roars of the beasts, tens of thousands of creatures of various forms surged from all directions, encircling the Cold Star on land and in the sky, forming an impenetrable wall of beasts. Master, a significant number of fierce beasts have been detected in the vicinity. Shall we activate the weapon systems for defense? Dreamweaver's calm voice inquired in Li Luo's ear. Cease all other operations and allocate the remaining energy solely for defense, Li Luo declared, his gaze tinged with gravity. He waved his hand dismissively. The weaponry system aboard the Cold Star was only capable of inflicting substantial damage on a high-ranking Lord-class beast. Achieving its demise would prove to be a formidable challenge. It was even more daunting to eliminate the high-ranked Beast King amidst the tide of monsters. To ensure their successful departure from this perilous situation, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Understood, Master, Dreamweaver responded, following Li Luo's directive. Suddenly, a palpable surge of energy enveloped the exterior of the Cold Star, swiftly coalescing into an elliptical energy shield that tightly encased the aircraft. Roar! The encircling tide of beasts emitted relentless, taunting roars, yet none dared to initiate an assault on the aircraft. At that moment, a colossal beast, radiating the aura of a high-ranked Beast King, soared forth from the throng. It was none other than the sovereign of the North Cold Continent, the Ice-Winged Dragon King. Adorned in a shimmering coat of silver and blue scales, it glimmered with a chilling brilliance under the light of the snow. A pair of broad, robust ice-blue wings unfurled behind it, each flap unleashing a biting gust of wind accompanied by delicate ice crystals. Human, do you truly believe this flimsy shell can shield you from my might? The icy gaze of the beast, reminiscent of the Cold Stars, regarded the Cold Star's defensive system with palpable disdain. With a single, concerted effort, it could obliterate the meager energy shield. Chapter 61, Confrontation, the Ice-Winged Dragon King's Astonishment. The surroundings were suddenly engulfed in a raging blizzard, akin to turbulent waves crashing violently, with snowflakes transforming into razor-sharp blades slicing through the air. The source of this tempest was none other than the Ice-Winged Dragon King, hovering ominously before the aircraft. A dense chill enveloped its form, causing the ambient temperature to plummet to freezing levels. You think you can just leave after slaying 2 of my subordinates? It won't be that simple. The Ice-Winged Dragon King's furious roar pierced through the storm and the aircraft, reaching Li Luo's ears. His expression was a mix of scorn and shock. He had not anticipated that the Snow Domain Spectral Wolf and the Frost Dragon would fall victim to this human before him. They had not even been granted the opportunity to call for aid from it or the other 3 high-ranking Lord-class beasts before meeting their demise. Having nurtured 5 high-ranking Lord-class beasts over many years in the North Cold Continent, the Ice-Winged Dragon King was devastated to have lost 2 in a mere fortnight. The thought of this loss made its heart ache with anguish. Furiously flapping its ice-blue wings, each motion summoned an even more ferocious blizzard as it charged toward the aircraft. Now encircled by the tide of beasts, it had never anticipated that a human would seize the opportunity to infiltrate while it was in seclusion, striving for the pinnacle of Beast Kings and eliminate 2 of its subordinates. Furthermore, this audacious human had the audacity to undergo a breakthrough in this very place. Had it not been for the sudden surge of a human martial god's aura that it sensed yesterday while in meditation, this human might have escaped unscathed today. The Ice-Winged Dragon King's beastly eyes sparkled with a cold light, its mind racing with thoughts of making this human pay dearly. The North Cold Continent was not a place one could simply enter and exit at will. Moreover, should it succeed in devouring this newly ascended human martial god, it would bolster its chances of achieving the summit of Beast Kings. Human, you shall remain here today. The Ice-Winged Dragon King gazed at the aircraft, its eyes betraying a gluttonous and bloodthirsty intent. It had long since acclimatized to the harsh environment of the North Cold Continent, finding combat here to be second nature. In contrast, humans were significantly affected by these conditions, and this particular human had only recently broken through to the martial god realm. making him far easier to handle than other human martial gods. With a thunderous roar, the Icewing Dragon King opened its massive maw, revealing sharp fangs. Simultaneously, it spread its ice-blue wings, preparing to obliterate the aircraft before it. Inside the cold star, Li Luo regarded the imposing Icewing Dragon King without a hint of trepidation. If that is the case, then I shall break through. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he spoke. He promptly darted from the aircraft's hatch, like a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling directly toward the Icewing Dragon King. With a mere thought, a gleaming long blade, shimmering with a chilling light, materialized in his hand, while a brilliant silver aura enveloped his entire being. This was the Starfall Blade, now elevated to divine quality, accompanied by the formidable Frost Spirit Pearl embedded within his cold silver armor, amplifying his defensive capabilities to astonishing levels. An oppressive coldness rapidly spread outward from Li Luo, emanating a sense of dominance. The tide of beasts, regardless of their rank, felt an irresistible force of suppression as they drew near him. The Icewing Dragon King narrowed its pupils, sensing the unique chill radiating from Li Luo. A flicker of astonishment coursed through its mind. This coldness carried a suppressive force that even it could not evade. Its power had undoubtedly diminished by a fifth. This is intriguing, the Icewing Dragon King huffed, a glimmer of amusement dancing in its eyes. It had not expected this human to possess such a treasure, capable of exerting such formidable suppression on surrounding beings. With its focus now entirely on the approaching Li Luo, it thought, once I eliminate you, this treasure shall be mine. A surge of greed washed over its gaze. No wonder the Snow Domain's spectral wolf and the frost dragon had perished at the hands of this human. He must possess some remarkable artifact. Yet, even with its power somewhat diminished, it was still confident in dispatching this newly ascended human martial god. Everyone retreat. This human is mine to deal with. The Icewing Dragon King commanded the nearby tide of beasts through a special means of communication, ensuring they would not be caught in the crossfire of the ensuing battle. Although this human had just breached the martial god level, he was not something they could contend with. Rushing forward could very well lead to their demise. If it were to lose its remaining 3 high-ranking Lord-class subordinates, it would be left as the solitary ruler of the North Cold Continent. With a roar, the tide of beasts promptly withdrew like a receding tide upon receiving the Icewing Dragon King's command. Prepare to meet your end, human. Its roar reverberated through the storm as it launched forth with a tremendous flap of its ice-blue wings, the surrounding chill condensing into tangible, sharp ice blades that encircled it, resembling a tempest of miniature hailstones hurtling toward Li Luo. Eager to test the strength of this human martial god, it charged forward, undeterred by the suppression of the surrounding cold. After all, was not the human martial god also affected by the environmental conditions? Do you think I fear you? Li Luo's eyes blazed with fierce battle intent as he faced the Icewing Dragon King hurtling toward him. He was more than ready to unleash the power he had gained after his recent breakthrough. Let me see your true abilities. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the might of the martial god, his form enveloped in a tempest of icy elements manifesting as sharp ice blades. In an instant, he transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, surging forward to engage the Icewing Dragon King in a fierce aerial clash. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing resonated through the air as the two combatants exchanged blows, each strike causing the nearby glaciers to tremble slightly. After several exchanges, the Icewing Dragon King quickly sensed that something was amiss. This human martial god's power far exceeded its expectations. He was anything but an inexperienced early-stage martial god. The surrounding environment seemed to have no effect on him. Rather, it was its own strength that had been diminished by the bizarre chill permeating the air. Especially that exceedingly sharp long blade. Its proud dragon scales bore the marks of slight fissures. Chapter 62. Fierce Battle, the Greatest Threat. How infuriating. How is this possible? The Icewing Dragon King gazed at Li Luo with a flicker of apprehension in its eyes. The strength of this human was rather peculiar. It was astonishing that it could not subdue a human warrior who had only just broken through to the early stage of the martial god realm within its own territory. If other beast kings were to learn of this, where would the dignity of the ruler of the northern cold continent be? Human, I concede you possess some merit. But this is where it ends. The Icewing Dragon King growled lowly, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in its gaze. It was imperative to unleash its true power. Having said that, the two ice wings behind the Icewing Dragon King suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily bright blue light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. An unprecedented aura of terror surged from its being. Instantly, the surrounding space froze, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Prepare to perish, human. With a furious roar, the Icewing Dragon King's ice wings transformed into an endless tempest. Countless ice blades, forged from condensed ice elements, intertwined and swirled in the air, forming a colossal and rapidly rotating ice blade tornado. Carrying the power to rend all asunder, it lunged fiercely towards Li Luo. Faced with this sudden and terrifying onslaught, a faint smile crept across Li Luo's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, an ice blade tornado, is it? How fortuitous, for I can summon one as well. No sooner had he spoken than the ice elements surged within him, the surrounding chill converging frantically around his form. In the blink of an eye, an equally magnificent ice blade tornado coalesced around him, poised to counter the Ice-Winged Dragon King's assault. Go! Under Li Luo's command, the two ice blade tornadoes swiftly collided. Boom! The two swirling forces of ice clashed violently in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. Instantly, a grand spectacle of ice against ice unfolded. The air was thick with a bone-chilling coldness, and the tumultuous energy waves produced by their clash sent tremors through the surrounding beast tide, eliciting fearful growls from them. This energy was simply too terrifying. What? He can execute this technique as well? The Ice-Winged Dragon King stared in grave awe at the scene, utterly astonished. Never had it anticipated that this human not only possessed formidable strength, but could also wield ice martial skills with such proficiency, rivaling its own. This time, it had truly encountered a formidable opponent. It seems I have underestimated you. The Ice-Winged Dragon King snorted, icy breath escaping from its nostrils. Realizing that subduing this newly ascended human martial god would not be a simple task, it had to unleash its full strength. Thus, the battle between the two escalated once more, plunging into an even more intense struggle. The battlefield was enveloped in terrifying aftershocks of combat. The distant ice mountains trembled under the overwhelming force, ice shards flying in all directions. Each clash of energy waves sent shivers down the spines of the beast tide watching from afar. This human is so powerful, even the king cannot defeat him? Fortunately, they had retreated from the battlefield in time. Otherwise, it would have been them shattered, not just the glaciers. As time passed, Li Luo found the stalemate troublesome and resolved to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion. His internal energy surged, a piercing cold gleam radiating from his eyes. Ice blade slash. With a thunderous shout, he raised the starfall blade high. A vast amount of ice elements rapidly converged, coalescing into a formidable energy that enveloped the blade, amplifying its power. 3 razor-sharp streaks of blade light, bearing the weight of destruction, surged towards the Ice-Winged Dragon King. Such terrifying blade light. I will block it. Upon witnessing this, the Ice-Winged Dragon King immediately gathered all its ice elemental power to defend. An impenetrable ice shield formed around its body, attempting to withstand the 3 sharp blade lights. However, at the moment of impact, the 3 beams of cold light collided with the ice shield, erupting with a deafening roar. The once indomitable ice shield was torn asunder, shockwaves radiating outwards, causing the surrounding glaciers to collapse. The entire battlefield changed in hue. This time, I shall spare your life. Li Luo hovered in midair, surrounded by undispersed ice shards and ripples of energy, gazing at the distant aftermath of the explosion, a frosty smile gracing his lips. Then, with a swift motion, he took advantage of the dissipating shockwaves to silently retreat from the heart of the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of vanishing chill. Li Luo's figure flickered rapidly as he returned to the aircraft. Xiaoming, full speed ahead, let us depart from this place. Li Luo commanded Mingji. To slay this Ice-Winged Dragon King, the ruler of the northern cold continent, who had cultivated for many years, indeed posed a challenge, albeit a minor one. However, the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom could not withstand any delays, and he could only temporarily spare the Ice-Winged Dragon King. At your command, Master. Mengji's voice was gentle yet calm, followed by the subtle sounds of mechanical operations within the aircraft. The engines roared, and the aircraft accelerated, slicing through the skies and leaving behind a dazzling blue trail as it sped away from the heart of the battlefield. Not good. That human has escaped. Quickly pursue. Do not let that human get away. The surrounding beast tide, witnessing this, mistakenly believed that the Ice-Winged Dragon King had triumphed over Li Luo and was fleeing. Roars of anger erupted, eager to surge forward and intercept the human. Halt. However, the deep voice of the Ice-Winged Dragon King suddenly resonated among them, halting their pursuit of the aircraft. The beasts exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to comply. The Ice-Winged Dragon King, appearing somewhat disheveled and weary, approached 3 high-ranking lord-level beasts. Its once resilient and radiant dragon scales were now marred with cracks, blood seeping through. A flicker of complex emotion passed through its weary gaze. It had indeed faltered. King, why did you not pursue? Are you all right? One of the apex beasts, the glacial fury lion, inquired cautiously. Yet, judging by the severe wounds on the Ice-Winged Dragon King, the situation seemed far from what they had anticipated. The Ice-Winged Dragon King remained silent, its gaze fixed on the diminishing glimmer in the distance, a profound sense of defeat swelling within. In this encounter, it had gained nothing and sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from Li Luo. Such a powerful human, the Snowfield Phantom Wolf, their demise was not in vain. The Ice-Winged Dragon King mused internally. Approximately 1/5 of its strength gradually restored as the aircraft distanced itself, yet the shock lingered long after. A conjecture began to form within its mind. Failing to slay this newly ascended human martial god would render him the greatest threat to their beast clan in the future. Chapter 63. The Beast King on the verge of breaking through, the terrified beasts. However, It was exceedingly difficult for the Ice-Winged Dragon King to slay this newly ascended human martial god on its own, especially within its own domain. The Ice-Winged Dragon King even internally sensed that if the battle continued, it might very well be slain. Were it not for this strange intuition, it would not have so readily allowed Li Luo to escape. The Ice-Winged Dragon King contemplated silently. This human strength seems excessively formidable. Are human warriors truly this powerful nowadays? A hint of doubt shimmered in its eyes. It had long dwelled within the northern cold continent, rarely venturing out to hunt, thus having limited interaction with human warriors. Even when encountering the occasional human who entered the northern cold continent, they were generally dealt with by its subordinates, rendering its own intervention unnecessary. It typically remained in the core region of the northern cold continent, absorbing ice elements to accumulate energy for a push towards the pinnacle of the Beast King realm. Could it be that human warriors have advanced so significantly? During the recent battle, its power had been suppressed by that peculiar chill surrounding the area by 1/5. The Ice-Winged Dragon King felt a profound sense of frustration. Despite merely having attained the initial stage of the martial god realm, its power would scarcely affect the forthcoming plans. In the chilling depths of its beastly eyes, akin to cold stars, a flicker of icy light revealed its thoughts. No matter how formidable the human warrior might be, he could at best contend with the peak of Beast Kings and remain undefeated. However, what if he were to face a Beast Emperor? According to the Ice-Winged Dragon King's understanding, the 3 Beast Kings on Blue Star had long since ascended to the pinnacle of Beast Kings and were now poised to break through to the realm of Beast Emperors. It believed that their success was imminent, heralding the dawn of a nightmare for humanity, not to mention a mere nascent martial god brimming with potential. Even the most powerful human martial gods would be powerless to intervene. Humans, cherish your fleeting moments. The Ice-Winged Dragon King intoned with a somber gaze directed towards the vanishing silhouette of Li Luo's aircraft. When those 3 peak Beast Kings ascend to the rank of Beast Emperor, it would mark the commencement of their ultimate confrontation with humanity. Yet, until that day, it would have to endure a period of indignation. It instructed the remaining 3 high-ranking Lord-level subordinates beside it. Withdraw. The next time you encounter this human, keep your distance. Even it found it challenging to withstand this human, let alone the other ferocious beasts remaining in the northern cold continent. Should they meet again, it was best to avoid confrontation. With that, the Ice-Winged Dragon King unfurled its wings in a display of fury and resentment, leading the vast beast tied back to the core region of the northern cold continent. Li Luo's 3 strikes had inflicted significant wounds upon it. It needed to recuperate swiftly. Damn the human! The Ice-Winged Dragon King seethed, the image of Li Luo igniting a blaze of fury in its mind. Had it not been for Li Luo, it would not have sustained such grievous injuries and would have been effortlessly consolidating its realm to challenge the peak of Beast Kings instead of nursing wounds and losing 2 subordinates. I shall remember this grudge. The Ice-Winged Dragon King expelled 2 frosty breaths through its nostrils, etching Li Luo's visage deep into its memory, vowing to exact vengeance once it ascended to the peak of Beast Kings. Subsequently, the colossal dragon head of the Ice-Winged Dragon King consumed several rare medicinal herbs from its lair, meant for healing, as it sought to mend its injuries. The other fierce beasts huddled together, wary of meeting a fate as obscure as that of the Snow Domain Spectral Wolf and the Frost Snow Dragon, slain without a soul to bear witness. Aboard the Cold Star, Li Luo sheathed the Starfall blade, leisurely reclining in the cockpit, gazing through the viewport at the receding, icy expanse of the northern cold continent. He sensed no ferocious beasts pursuing him. A faint, indifferent smile graced his lips. At least you know your place. Otherwise, he would have had to delay further to thoroughly eradicate that pack of beasts. As the frost spirit pulse began to circulate rapidly, it absorbed the rich, icy elemental energy from the northern cold, replenishing the energy expended during his recent battle. Just then, the charming voice of the AI, Dreamweaver, resonated within the cabin. Master, we are about to leave the northern cold continent. Shall we return via the original route? Li Luo turned his gaze towards the screen in the cockpit, which flickered with multiple routes leading from the northern cold continent back to the Liaohai province of the Xia Kingdom, each meticulously marked with travel times and potential beast territories overhead. Choose the shortest route and ensure we avoid areas inhabited by Beast King-level ferocious beasts. Li Luo instructed after a brief examination. Now that he had ascended to the martial god realm, he no longer needed to circumvent the territories of high-ranking lord-level beasts. He only needed to steer clear of entanglements with the Beast Kings that could delay his progress. As you command, Master. The route has been automatically confirmed in accordance with your specifications, Dreamweaver replied with a hint of reverence. The aircraft then adjusted its course and accelerated along the newly plotted path. As the distance from the northern cold continent increased, the scenery outside transitioned from the vast snowy plains to verdant islands and expansive oceans, with the surrounding temperatures steadily rising. Meanwhile, the enhancement of Li Luo's strength from the frigid environment diminished as he moved further away from the northern cold, eventually becoming negligible. Fortunately, the Frost Spirit Pearl embedded in his armor still provided a boost compared to his training speed prior to arriving at the northern cold continent. A faint chill permeated the cockpit. This frost spirit pearl is indeed a remarkable treasure. I am fortunate to have found it, otherwise it would have been squandered within that ice palace, Li Luo mused, appreciating the rich icy elemental energy emanating from within his battle armor. Not only did it augment his own power, but it also weakened the strength of enemies who drew near. The newly selected route was indeed swifter than the one he had traversed to arrive, and he would no longer need to pass through the already fallen grassland kingdom. However, returning to the Great Xia Kingdom would still require approximately a day. Li Luo then closed his eyes, focusing inward, and resumed his disciplined cultivation of the profound ice divine art, emanating a subtle chill to deter any unwary ferocious beasts from attempting to intercept the aircraft. Li Luo exuded a terrifying pressure befitting a martial god, sufficient to deter any beasts daring to approach. As the aircraft traversed the ocean beyond the northern cold continent, several high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts sensed the overwhelming pressure of a human martial god. Their eyes betrayed a mixture of apprehension and fear. Yet none dared to launch an attack against the swiftly moving aircraft. Li Luo, engrossed in his cultivation, detected their presence but had no time to concern himself with them. As long as they are not coming for me, it's fine. Once the aircraft departed their territory, the high-ranking lord-level beasts exhaled in relief. We must promptly report this intelligence to the king. They swiftly sank into the depths of the ocean to relay the news of an unknown human martial god departing from the direction of the northern cold continent to the ruler of the surrounding sea. Chapter 64. The pressure of the martial god, the royal bloodline. Oh, a human martial god? The beast king of the nearby waters. Upon learning that Li Luo merely passed through its territory, did not pay it much heed, ordering its subordinates to remain vigilant for any anomalies. Time swiftly passed to the following day as the sun began to rise. The Cold Star had successfully crossed the frigid ocean surrounding the northern cold continent and entered the eastern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom. During this time, it encountered no ferocious beasts attempting to intercept it. This martial god pressure is truly effective, Li Luo remarked with a faint smile as he slowly opened his eyes. Shrouded in a chill within the aircraft. Had I not been exerting martial god pressure throughout the journey, I would have likely encountered some ferocious beasts seeking their demise. It certainly would not have been as effortless as it is now. Dream, how long until we reach Liaohai province? Li Luo concluded his cultivation and inquired. Now that he had entered the eastern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom, he estimated it would not be long before he could seamlessly transition from the northern part of the already fallen north border region of the Great Xia Kingdom into Liaohai province, catching the ferocious beasts wreaking havoc in the city by surprise. Moreover, based on his knowledge, the beast kings within the north border were currently engaged in halting the first sequence elder He Jing from advancing towards Liaohai province to provide aid. Completely unprepared for his sudden assault from behind, Dreamweaver, responding to Li Luo's inquiry with a gentle tone, declared, "Master, you will arrive in approximately 5 hours." Understood. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement. 5 hours was not an extensive duration. He anticipated that by noon, he would descend upon Liaohai province like a divine weapon from the heavens, shattering the plans of the ferocious beasts to conquer it. Should Liaohai province fall completely to the ferocious beasts, it would deal a devastating blow to the remaining populace and warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. Afterward, Li Luo ceased to ponder further and silently declared, "System, sign in." It was once again time for his daily sign-in, and he wondered if the system had remembered his previous mention of a divine-level martial skill. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for enhancing the quality of the Frost God bloodline. As the system's voice faded, a formidable chill surged around Li Luo, signaling a rapid transformation within his Frost bloodline. He then closed his eyes in concentration, meticulously sensing the power coursing through his meridians. The process of bloodline enhancement swiftly concluded. Is this the sensation of the Frost God bloodline's elevation? Li Luo opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, astonished and exhilarated. At this moment, he acutely felt that the upgrade of his Frost bloodline had propelled his mastery over the Frost principle to unprecedented heights. His control over the ice element had become significantly more robust, and his cultivation speed had seen remarkable improvement, with the surrounding ice elements converging towards him at an accelerated pace. Moreover, this was merely the passive absorption effect of the Frost God bloodline, rendering his strength more formidable than ever. Clenching his fists, Li Luo reveled in the surging power within him, his eyes brimming with excitement. If he were to change course and return to the northern cold continent now, he was confident that he could effortlessly defeat the Ice-Wing Dragon King with just a few moves. This did not even account for the amplification of his power in the extreme cold environment of the northern cold continent. Just let you live a few more days. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Luo's eyes, and a self-assured smile graced his lips. He was eager to return to the Great Xia Kingdom to address the crisis in Liaohai province, intending to deal with the Ice-Wing Dragon King upon his return to the northern cold continent. Even if the Ice-Wing Dragon King were to break through to the Beast Emperor level, Li Luo felt assured that, bolstered by the extreme cold environment, he could slay it. Subsequently, with a thought, Li Luo opened the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, initial stage of martial god. Punch power, 12, 800, 000 kg. Power output, 358 times. Cultivation techniques, SSS level body refinement heavenly gang art, SSS level mystical ice divine art, D level iron bone body refinement method. Martial skills, basic fist technique perfected. Basic blade technique perfected, God level frost divine cannon perfected, SSS level ice breaking slash perfected, S level phantom step perfected, C level shattering fist perfected, supreme level frost gathering yet to be comprehended. Bloodline, royal frost god bloodline. Items, damaged god level Yucheon pearl, god level cold shadow silver armor, god level starfall blade, god level ice crystal spirit chain, god level frost spirit pearl. His punch power had directly surpassed 10 million kilograms, and most astonishingly, his body power had surged by 15 points. With gleaming eyes, Li Luo turned his gaze to the change in the bloodline section of the system panel, noting the royal status of the frost god bloodline. This is royal? After a moment's contemplation, Li Luo was suddenly enlightened. The race in the universe that possesses the frost god bloodline is distinguished by bloodline levels. Royal bloodlines correspond to the strongest members of the race. They are undoubtedly superior to ordinary members. If I were to encounter this race in the universe in the future, could I command them to serve me simply by virtue of my royal frost god bloodline? With a burgeoning curiosity, Li Luo speculated that perhaps he might one day sign in for a bloodline grade enhancement, leading to a frost god bloodline within him that surpasses even their leader's purity. Yet, he soon realized he was thinking too far ahead. He had yet to eradicate the ferocious beasts on Blue Star, let alone explore the vast universe beyond. Shaking his head, he retracted his thoughts, deciding it was time to contact Elder Lanchi to ascertain the current situation in the Great Xia Kingdom. He then lightly tapped the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist, and a faint glow flickered as he sought a communication connection with Elder Lanchi of the third sequence. Moments later, the connection was established. In the Spirit Swift rings on both their wrists, miniature holographic projections of each other materialized. Elder Lan, I have arrived in the eastern region of the Sandbear Kingdom and am making my way back to the Great Xia Kingdom at full speed. I need to know the current intelligence regarding the kingdom, Li Luo stated, diving straight into the matter without unnecessary preamble after Lanchi connected. All right. Elder Lanchi's demeanor brightened slightly upon learning that Li Luo was returning to the Great Xia Kingdom, although the joy quickly faded, replaced by a grave expression. Elderly. The situation in the Great Xia Kingdom is far from optimistic. The ferocious beast assault is more intense than anticipated. Although the various external elders have urgently rushed to assist the provinces, our forces remain scattered, making it difficult to mount an effective counterattack. At this point, Elder Lanchi paused, anger flickering across his otherwise unwrinkled face, especially in Liaohai province. According to recent intelligence from the Elder Council's branches still resisting in the cities, their defenses have nearly collapsed since that traitor Lin Xiaotian defected. The beast god cultists and ferocious beasts have inundated the cities. The Elder Council branch leading the remaining troops and martial artists in resisting the beasts has gradually lost contact over the past 3 hours. All elders are blocked outside Liaohai province and unable to render aid. If this continues, Liaohai province will likely. Chapter 65, Elder Lanchi's concern. A solo journey to Liaohai. Elder Lanchi's brows knitted together in worry. If reinforcements could not break through the encirclement soon to assist Liaohai province, the remaining resistance forces within the province would likely not hold out much longer. The more branch leaders that went missing, the more perilous the situation in Liaohai province became. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a calm smile, his tone brimming with confidence. Elder Lan, you need not worry. I shall take care of this issue. With the enhancement of his frost god bloodline, his strength had seen a substantial increase, coupled with 3 pieces of god-level equipment that balanced offense, defense, and survival. He felt capable of confronting even a beast emperor. The rampant beast tide in Liaohai province posed no challenge for Li Luo at this moment. Elder Lanchi's eyes widened in disbelief. Elderly, you don't mean to venture alone into Liaohai province, do you? He quickly urged against it, reluctant to see such a promising talent as Li Luo fall due to recklessness in Liaohai province. While there were no beast emperor-level ferocious beasts stationed in Liaohai province, there were 3 high-level lord-class beasts, not to mention the traitor Lin Xiaotian, who was at the late stage of Martial Saint, and the beast god cult's Pope, who was at the peak of Martial Saint. Going alone would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Even though Li Luo had made some progress in strength during his time in the northern cold continent, he could at most be invincible among mid-level Martial Saints and possibly break through to the late stage. However, to resolve the crisis in Liaohai province, several Martial Saint elders would need to assist simultaneously, or a sequence elder's presence would be required to effectively address the situation. Yet now, all reinforcements were either blocked outside Liaohai province or otherwise occupied. If Li Luo entered the chaotic Liaohai province alone, it meant no support for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, he would face multiple opponents of equal rank and a horde of beasts. In Elder Lanchi's view, this was tantamount to suicide. Elder Lanchi continued to dissuade him, elderly. This is far too dangerous. You should return directly to the Imperial Capital Province and assist Elder Qin and the others in breaking through the beast blockade. Please do not act impulsively. Concern laced his voice. If reinforcements fail to breach the beast's interception, Liaohai Province will almost certainly fall. But if we were to lose you, a prodigy fused with the bloodline of a cosmic race, it would be an unbearable loss for us. Li Luo shook his head resolutely. Elder Lan, you need not worry. I know what I am doing. While all domestic reinforcements are currently blocked, I can strike directly into Liaohai Province from behind the ferocious beasts, catching them off guard. I am already en route and will arrive in approximately a few hours. You need not say anything further. As for my safety, rest assured. I have discovered certain fortuitous opportunities in the northern cold continent that will undoubtedly ensure my personal security. Elder Li Yu. Lan Shi was about to offer more counsel, but upon witnessing Li Luo's resolute demeanor, she could only sigh in resignation, a bittersweet smile crossing her mind. Truly, he is the prodigy favored by Elder He, willing to place himself in peril for the sake of the great Xia kingdom. Moreover, Li Luo's assertions are indeed valid. The ferocious beasts would never anticipate reinforcements emerging from the rear of their territory to strike directly into Liaohai Province. This strategy could yield an unexpected advantage. However, this is contingent upon Li Luo possessing sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would amount to little more than a death wish. One can only hope that the opportunities Li Luo has encountered in the northern cold continent have significantly enhanced his capabilities since his departure from the great Xia kingdom. Li Luo remained steadfast in his resolve. Lan Shi, seeing no way to dissuade him, shifted her tone to one of caution. Very well, elderly. Since your mind is made up, I shall not impede you further. However, I implore you to exercise utmost caution and prioritize your own safety. The fate of Liaohai Province rests in your hands. Although we are unable to provide you with assistance, I will immediately reach out to Elders He and Xiang, urging them to devise a strategy to delay the potential reinforcements from the Beast Kings, thus granting you more time. The outcome of the situation in Liaohai Province now rests entirely upon Li Luo's shoulders. No need to worry, Elder Lan. There is no need to hold back those Beast Kings. I welcome their arrival. I shall handle them all with ease, Li Luo replied with a faint smile. Even if those Beast Kings come, they will merely pose a minor inconvenience. The notion of killing me is utterly impossible. At present, no one is aware that I have already transcended to the martial deity realm. Li Luo had no intention of revealing this to Elder Lan Shi just yet, preferring to surprise everyone after resolving the crisis in Liaohai Province. Moreover, Elder Lan Shi was slightly mistaken. If he did not possess complete confidence, he would not dare to recklessly enter Liaohai Province and place himself in jeopardy. With the rapid surge in his strength, Li Luo's ambitions had also begun to expand. He aimed first to gradually seize control of the Elder Council of the Great Xia Kingdom, followed by the forces within other nations in the Blue Star. Elderly. At this juncture, let us refrain from jesting, Lan Shi interjected, her brow furrowing. She assumed Li Luo was being facetious. Only those who have transcended to the martial deity level can truly comprehend the vast chasm that exists between martial saints and martial deities. Even if Li Luo has reached the pinnacle of martial saint, encountering a beast king would still be no trivial matter. Await my good news, Li Luo replied with a slight smile, suppressing the urge to disclose to Lan Shi that he had already breached the martial deity threshold, lest he frighten the auxiliary elder. Lin Yi away. With that, he gently touched the spirit ring on his wrist, concluding the communication with the third sequence elder. The war machine, under the automatic guidance of Meng Ji, accelerated to its maximum speed, swiftly advancing toward Liaohai Province. Based on the intelligence gleaned from Elder Lan Shi, Li Luo learned that currently, there were no Beast Kings present in Liaohai Province, only the traitor Lin Xiaodian, and a few high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts. He resolved to first alleviate the crisis in Liaohai Province before assisting Elder He in eliminating those Beast Kings in the northern border. He contemplated that once the other ferocious beasts, currently besieging various provinces, learned of the situation, they would most likely retreat, thus resolving the crisis for the Great Xia Kingdom. Hours later, the war machine traversed through the eastern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom, which had succumbed, moving unimpeded. No ferocious beasts dared to provoke Li Luo. Soon, he arrived above the northern border region of the Great Xia Kingdom, which had been in ruins for centuries. Chapter 66, Raiding Liaohai, Suppressing the Beast Tide. So this is the northern border of the Great Xia Kingdom, now long fallen? Li Luo gazed down at the vast and desolate expanse of the northern border through the screen, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once prosperous cities, now occupied by ferocious beasts, had been transformed into primitive forests after centuries of evolution. Towering trees obscured the sky, and amidst the intertwining vines, remnants of crumbling walls stood in solitude, silently recounting tales of past glory and present desolation. In the midst of the green ruins of a human city, the ferocious beasts residing there suddenly sensed the overwhelming martial deity pressure emanating from Li Luo. They emitted low growls of unease, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground or hastily attempted to flee the area. Sensing the presence of numerous ferocious beasts within the primitive forest, a cold smile crept across Li Luo's lips. Allow me to collect a bit of interest first, he murmured softly. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming ice elemental power surged forth from within him, like a river bursting its banks. It transformed into a bone-chilling cold that rapidly spread into the primitive forest below. Those beasts attempting to escape at high speed, or those trembling on the ground, were instantly engulfed by this terrifying frost power. They were soon covered by a crystalline layer of ice, ultimately frozen into eternal sculptures, devoid of life. Along the way, such scenes unfolded repeatedly, with numerous ferocious beast corpses frozen into ice sculptures, becoming the most striking spectacle in this area. No beast, regardless of its level, survived the passage of the cold star. In a short while, the cold star emerged from the northern border, arriving at the outskirts of Hangzhou City in Liaohai province. The sight before Li Luo was truly astonishing. The excited roars of ferocious beasts echoed in his ears. Liaohai province had descended into a hellish nightmare as the beast tide breached the military defenses. Many martial families, compelled by the dire situation, had already allied themselves with the beast god cult, becoming accomplices of the ferocious beasts. The remaining factions, under the cohesion of the Elder Council's branch, united with the remnants of the military to engage in street battles with the beasts within the city. However, due to the collapse of senior combat power, their efforts were largely ineffective, and most had already been eradicated. It is time to put an end to this calamity, Li Luo declared, his gaze icy, his tone measured. Then, the immense power of the frost law within him surged forth like a dragon awakened, rushing skyward. The originally clear and cloudless sky, influenced by Li Luo's frost law, inexplicably began to drift delicate snowflakes. This city, suddenly blanketed in snow, added an unusual chill to the war-torn Liaohai province. Within the city, now devoid of order, the rampaging ferocious beasts and many elite followers of the beast god cult were taken aback by the unexpected snowfall. They instinctively looked up at the sky, hands reaching out to catch the snowflakes, filled with confusion and astonishment. What is this? Snowflakes? Winter is still far off. How could it suddenly snow? A follower of the beast god cult murmured, unable to grasp the situation. Although Liaohai province is situated in the colder northern border of the Great Xia Kingdom, it should not snow at this time of year. Even the ample internal energy of a martial king could not withstand this chilling air. The surrounding ferocious beasts also paused their search for human survivors hidden within the city due to this phenomenon. A foreboding stillness filled the gradually cooling air. However, this tranquility did not last long. As Li Luo fully unleashed his frost law, the entire city was swiftly enveloped in a thick layer of frost. The snowflakes, laden with biting cold, transformed each ferocious beast into a cold, lifeless statue. The fierce gazes of the beasts still held remnants of shock and unwillingness from their former lives. Countless ferocious beasts, caught in terror, were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures before they could even react. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Not good. We are under attack. Amidst the turmoil, a devotee of the beast god cried out in panic before being encased in ice like a statue. Run quickly. The air was soon filled with chilling howls of terror from the beast horde. The ferocious creatures instinctively sensed the impending doom, yet it was too late. The cacophony of roars from the chaotic beasts within Hangzhou City abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. Within this stillness, a high-ranking lord beast known as the Shadow Demon Ape stood ominously in a corner of the city, voraciously consuming the precious resources it had scavenged. Surrounded by a dense aura of dark elemental energy, it was the leader responsible for quelling the remnants of human resistance in the city. As the Shadow Demon Ape feasted contentedly, it suddenly felt the chill permeating the air and sensed the mass death among the beast horde. A flicker of rage and confusion flashed in its brutal eyes. Damn it, what is happening? Hadn't I annihilated the human resistance already? Just as the Shadow Demon Ape prepared to investigate the sudden turmoil within the city, an overwhelming pressure of divine martial prowess descended upon it, shaking its very soul. Akin to the collapse of the heavens. Humans, a martial god? The Shadow Demon Ape gazed into the distance with fear as it discerned the source of the menacing aura. A human warplane streaked across the sky, heading directly for it. The despairing energy emanated from within. How is this possible? Did the Beast Kings fail to intercept those human martial gods? Panic surged through the Shadow Demon Ape as it sensed the approach of the human martial god. Hadn't the Beast Kings blocked all human reinforcements? How could a martial god suddenly appear? Despite its confusion, the instinct for survival compelled the Shadow Demon Ape to turn and unleash a torrent of dark elemental energy, vanishing into the shadows as it fled toward the outskirts of the city. It understood that before a human martial god, it was merely an ant, utterly incapable of resistance. Its only recourse was to escape. Yet, at that moment, the snow-laden sky of the city coalesced into countless sharp ice spikes, imbued with a bone-chilling aura, resembling arrows of death that accurately targeted the Shadow Demon Ape. What? As it darted through the darkness, the Shadow Demon Ape beheld the oncoming barrage of ice spikes, terror washing over it like a tidal wave. It suddenly unleashed a formidable shield of dark elemental energy in a desperate bid for defense. attempting to withstand the onslaught of ice. However, the ice spikes sliced through its protective barrier like razors, penetrating its massive form in an instant, eliciting a pained roar that echoed through the city before it succumbed, crashing against the surrounding structures with a resounding thud. Chapter 67, Reclaiming Hanzhou City. I am the martial god Li Luo. Following the thunderous roar of the warplane slicing through the sky, a figure leaped from the cockpit like a bolt of lightning. Li Luo. Exuding the aura of a martial god and a potent chill of ice elemental energy, he landed beside the colossal corpse of the shadow demon ape, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, a hint of excitement in his voice. My mastery over the ice element has now surpassed any frost warrior on Blue Star. After the enhancement of the frost divine vein, although my physical strength has not increased significantly, my control over ice has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. With that, Li Luo placed his hand upon the shadow demon ape's carcass. A glimmer of light flashed, and the massive, blood-stained body of the shadow demon ape vanished into thin air. Subsequently, Li Luo soared into the sky once more, surveying the expanse of Hanzhou City, enveloped in a gentle chill, like a sovereign in winter, patrolling his domain. His sharp gaze swept over the now snow-blanketed city, leaving no sign of movement unnoticed. Masters, it's bad. The support from the Xia Kingdom has arrived. And it's a martial god. The shadow demon ape has been slain, and there are beast corpses everywhere in the city. What should we do now? What? How is this possible? Didn't the three elder counselors get delayed by the beast kings and unable to provide support? I don't know. Those warriors who were seduced by the beast god cult or allied with the beasts for self-preservation are now trembling together. They never expected the Xia Kingdom's elders to respond so swiftly. In just 2 days, they breached the layers of the beast tide surrounding Liaohai province and annihilated the rampant beast horde in the city. Even the formidable shadow demon ape was not spared. What the hell? The beast kings and the beast god cult are useless. Wasn't it said that the Xia Kingdom's support couldn't possibly come through? It's all Lin Xiaoyan's fault. If it weren't for him, the beasts would never have invaded Hanzhou City, and I wouldn't have had to ally with the beast god cult. Upon hearing that a martial god had descended upon Liaohai, the warrior families that had allied with the beasts were thrown into a frenzy. Their treachery would undoubtedly label them as traitors, leading to immediate execution, and their families would suffer the consequences. They had allied with the beasts merely for self-preservation, never anticipating such a dire turn of events. At that moment, a voice, reminiscent of death summons, echoed in the ears of the family heads. Found you. In my haste to eliminate the beasts, I neglected you. Accompanying the voice was a sudden surge of martial god pressure. Not good. We've been discovered too quickly. The family heads, feeling the overwhelming aura of the martial god, coughed up blood and trembled on the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Then, a figure clad in silver-white armor, exuding an aura of chill, materialized before them. Li Luo regarded the family heads who had allied with the beasts, a piercing coldness gleaming in his eyes. He despised such traitors the most. While their entire family enjoyed the numerous privileges and benefits bestowed by the Xia Kingdom, they chose to surrender when the beasts breached the military defenses and invaded the city. The family heads, confronted by Li Luo and the terrifying martial god pressure, turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling violently. In the face of a martial god, they, mere martial kings, couldn't even muster the strength to resist. Lord Martial God, spare us. We were forced into this. Please grant us a chance for redemption. One family had pleaded tearfully for Li Luo's mercy. Please, I beg you to listen to my explanation. I only sought to protect myself and did not participate in the beast's assault on the military. Yes, my lord. I did not either. I merely pretended to ally with the beasts while waiting for your support to counterattack. You must believe me. The surrounding crowd echoed similar pleas, begging for Li Luo's forgiveness. Their desperate cries only deepened the fear in the hearts of those family heads who had truly aided the beasts in their onslaught against the remnants of the resisting military. However, Li Luo's eyes remained devoid of any emotion as he coldly remarked, "Why so much nonsense?" His words cut through the air like a biting wind, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Li Luo had no time to discern the truth of their words. In any case, none of them were innocent. Take care in your next life. As his voice faded, a surge of cold energy erupted from Li Luo, causing the temperature to plummet. Ice crystals began to form in the air. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force of frost swept down. The pleading family heads barely had time to react before they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in their final moments of regret and despair. They almost forgot to claim their spoils. Li Luo's keen gaze suddenly fell upon the spatial rings adorning their fingers. With a casual wave, the ice melted away, and all the spatial rings were swiftly collected, leaving behind several frozen corpses. After eliminating the treacherous martial families within Hanzhou City, Li Luo ascended once more into the sky above the city, his acute senses rapidly expanding to envelop the entire area. Contrary to what Lan Shi had mentioned, there were no other high-ranking lord-level beasts or the presence of the traitor Lin Xiaotian. These individuals were rather dispersed, and Li Luo mused to himself that he would have to expend a bit more time to deal with them. He resolved to venture to other cities within Liaohai province. systematically eradicating each threat. Once he confirmed that the beastly menace in Hanzhou City had been thoroughly vanquished, Li Luo hovered above the snow-laden city, gently tapping the spirit swift ring on his wrist. A dazzling silver-blue radiance pierced the heavens as a colossal royal-class warship thundered toward him from the distance, stabilizing itself behind him and swiftly opening its hatch. Li Luo did not hasten to enter. Instead, he harnessed the power of the war god to condense his voice into a resonant sound wave that echoed throughout Hanzhou City. I am the war god Li Luo. I have eradicated all the beasts within the city. The crisis has been resolved. You may all emerge in peace. The rampant beasts in Hanzhou City had been largely dealt with only a few fortunate survivors remaining. Sensing the lingering terror in the air, the crimson eyes of the beasts were filled with fear, compelling them to flee wildly towards the wilderness beyond the city limits. The crisis in Hanzhou City had been averted. Chapter 68. The Betraying Guardian and the Promise of the Beast God Cult. As Li Luo's authoritative voice faded, the human survivors, who had been hiding in concealed corners and were nearly devoid of hope, suddenly ignited with a spark of hope in their eyes. Is someone here to save us? Tears mingled with excitement and relief streamed silently down their faces. The Great Xia Nation had not forsaken them. Without wasting further time, Li Luo turned and entered the Cold Star. Xiao Meng, proceed to the next city, Li Luo instructed calmly. Although the beast crisis in Hanzhou City had been resolved, other cities remained under siege. Understood, Master. Upon receiving Li Luo's command, the warship roared to life, like a silver lightning bolt slicing through the sky, heading toward the other cities still engulfed in chaos within Liaohai province. With Li Luo's departure, the peculiar snowfall above Hanzhou City gradually became sparse until it eventually ceased. The sky revealed a long-awaited clear blue, and apart from the occasional cold breeze brushing through, the city was enveloped in a profound silence, harboring vibrant life beneath its stillness. Is there no movement outside? Should we venture out to take a look? Since the war god has declared the crisis resolved, there should be no cause for concern. A handful of surviving martial artists and ordinary citizens, upon hearing Li Luo's hopeful proclamation, cautiously emerged from their hiding places. What on earth just transpired? The beasts. They are all dead. The sight before them left them both astonished and grateful. A thick layer of snow blanketed the city, as if draping it in a pristine white veil, with frozen beasts and the corpses of beast god cult followers littering the ground. Their faces still contorted in expressions of rage and fear as they were encased in ice. Is this the power of the war god? It is simply incredible. A soldier, nursing a severe injury, reverently touched a massive ice sculpture before him, his eyes gleaming with awe and relief. If he sensed correctly, the frozen figure contained the body of a low-level lord-level beast, seemingly dispatched in an instant. Is war god Li Luo the newly ascendant war god of the Great Xia Nation? That name sounds familiar. As he surveyed the multitude of beastly corpses, someone murmured Li Luo's name with palpable excitement. Fragments of memory swiftly pieced together in their minds. The survivors recalled the recent news about the young man who had unexpectedly broken through to the martial saint level by absorbing a special energy crystal. His name was indeed Li Luo. I remember now, it is him. That elderly. The chatter among the crowd grew, imbued with disbelief and joy. They recalled Li Luo's identity, but were soon beset by confusion. Did not the news state that elderly had only recently broken through to the mid-level martial saint? How could he have ascended to the war god level in such a brief span? The martial artists were astonished, their voices filled with excitement and reverence. At that moment, the war god Li Luo, the subject of their discussion, was piloting his aircraft through the clouds, approaching the gateway city of Hailing in Liaohai province. This city had been the first to fall to the beasts following the collapse of the military district's defenses and had now become a heavily afflicted zone. Suffering losses far surpassing those of Hanzhou City, its air thick with despair. In Hailing City, terrifying roars of beasts echoed ominously. Many ferocious creatures remained unaware of the impending doom looming over them, while the central stronghold had been seized by followers of the beast god cult. Lin Xiaotian, the architect of Liaohai province's downfall, was currently engaged in clandestine discussions with the pope of the beast god cult. Lin Sheng, you are a wise man. Congratulations on making the right choice. The beast god holds great expectations for you. The voice of the beast god cult pope, Li Liangan, was deep and magnetic, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he addressed Lin Xiaotian. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With a thought, he retrieved a legacy crystal radiating a ghostly blue glow from the spatial ring on his finger, offering it to Lin Xiaotian. This luminous gem contained ancient and formidable powers, capable of driving many martial artists to madness. This is the token I promised you. A wicked smile appeared on Li Liangan's face. Lin Xiaotian's eyes were immediately drawn to the legacy crystal, his trembling hands eagerly accepting it, filled with greed and fervor. Thank you, your holiness. I swear allegiance to the beast god cult. Clutching the invaluable legacy crystal, his voice quavered with excitement. The pangs of betrayal against the Great Xia Nation were momentarily drowned out by his yearning for power. His treachery stemmed from the promise of this legacy crystal, which would aid him in breaking through to the pinnacle of the martial saint level. Another motivation lay in the imminent breakthrough of three peak beast kings in the ocean, heralding the impending doom for humanity. Even if all human forces on Blue Star united, they could not simultaneously conquer three beast emperor-level creatures. A confluence of these reasons, coupled with the incessant temptations from the beast god cult Pope, ultimately led Lin Xiaotian to gamble everything on betrayal, delivering a significant gift of allegiance to the beasts. As the beasts breached the military lines and unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the citizens and martial artists within the city, Lin Xiaotian, once the guardian of this very place, felt no remorse. Despite the Great Xia nation's elders treating him well, he believed that one must prioritize oneself in the face of annihilation. He was unwilling to face demise alongside the Great Xia nation once the three peak beast kings ascended to the level of beast emperors. Furthermore, to earn the beast's trust, he personally executed the chairman of the local elder council, who led the remnants of the military and other forces in resistance, and assumed the role of the beast god cult's red-robed archbishop, fearful that the beasts would renege on their promises after achieving their goals. At the moment Lin Xiaotian obtained the legacy crystal, he finally felt a profound sense of relief. A wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. Listening to Lin Xiaotian's declarations of loyalty, Li Luo's lips curved into a knowing smile. He patted Lin Xiaotian on the shoulder and remarked, "The breakthroughs of the three beast gods are inevitable. Soon, a full-scale war will erupt between humanity and the ferocious beasts, and the tranquility of the entire Blue Star will be shattered. The future world will belong to our beast god sect, and the beast god sovereign, you, Lin Sheng, will be an integral part of this new order." Chapter 69. The Drifting Snowflakes. What divine being is this? Upon hearing these words, a fervent light flickered in Lin Xiaotian's eyes. He understood that he had chosen a path of no return. Yet, everything he had done, along with the desires and ambitions in his heart, had left him utterly unable to turn back. "Rest assured, Your Holiness, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serving the beast god until Blue Star welcomes our era," Lin Xiaotian stated respectfully after placing the legacy crystal into his spatial ring. He could only hope that his current choice was not in vain. Li Luo nodded, clearly pleased with Lin Xiaotian's performance. Not only had he betrayed the Great Xia Kingdom, but he had also severed all possibilities of returning to its embrace. From this point forward, there was no turning back. He must faithfully serve as the Scarlet Archbishop for the Beast God. Were it not for this, Li Luo would not have so readily handed over the legacy crystal that he had previously promised Lin Xiaotian. As for Li Luo himself, he had once harbored covetous thoughts regarding this legacy crystal, but such desires were quelled by the will of the soon-to-be ascending Beast King. As the Pope, he naturally dared not defy such authority. The Beast King, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, must have had his own profound reasons for entrusting the precious legacy crystal to Lin Xiaotian. Once this information spread, coupled with the impending breakthrough of the Beast Emperor, the number of human martial saints willing to pledge allegiance to them would only increase. The annihilation of the Great Xia Kingdom would then become a far simpler task. Moreover, as the majority of ancient relics lay within the territories of the ferocious beasts, they possessed far more legacy crystals than humanity. However, these legacy crystals were remnants left by once powerful human warriors, and the ferocious beasts could not absorb them. They could only covertly draw in human martial saints. With Lin Xiaotian being the prime example, Li Luo's ascent to the pinnacle of martial saints was also due to the resources provided by this peak beast king, who had previously absorbed a legacy crystal. It was merely an ordinary legacy crystal left behind by a former martial god, much like the one now given to Lin Xiaotian. The efficacy of this crystal paled in comparison to the one absorbed by Li Luo. "Your Holiness, I must take my leave," Lin Xiaotian addressed Li Luo. Having acquired the legacy crystal promised to him by the Beast God sect, he was eager to absorb it and break through to the pinnacle of martial saints. "Go, Lin Sheng," Li Luo replied with a smile, fully aware of Lin Xiaotian's intentions to absorb the legacy crystal. As for whether this breakthrough would threaten his position as Pope, Li Luo was entirely unconcerned. His loyalty to the Beast Emperor surpassed that of anyone else. Lin Xiaotian was merely a pawn to be utilized. Were it not for his satisfactory performance in the eyes of the Beast God, and the need for the Beast God to use him as an exemplar for other human martial saints in the Great Xia Kingdom, Li Luo would not have treated him with such courtesy. At last, the legacy crystal was in hand. Lin Xiaotian felt exhilarated at the prospect of finally breaking through to the pinnacle of martial saints, and perhaps even attaining the status of a martial god. Just as he stepped out of the Guardian's office, a sudden, bone-chilling wind slashed through the air like a blade, accompanied by the swirling snowflakes that lent an eerie atmosphere to the scene. "Is it snowing?" Lin Xiaotian mused, tilting his head in confusion to gaze at the sky. The delicate snowflakes carried an unusual chill, seemingly influenced by some extraordinary force rather than being a natural phenomenon. Something is amiss. Lin Xiaotian's heart raced as he rapidly circulated his martial saint-level energy to ward off the inexplicable cold, yet he still felt a creeping chill penetrate to his bones. Simultaneously, within the Guardian's office, Pope Li Luo, who was preparing to absorb resources for cultivation, also sensed this unusual coldness. What is happening? Where is this chill coming from? Li Liang'an's expression grew grave as he hastily exited the office, seeking to uncover the source of this chilling aura. Your Holiness, look at this. The elite disciples, equally perplexed, found their anchor in Li Liang'an's presence and cautiously pointed at the incessantly falling snowflakes. This does not appear to be ordinary snow. Li Liang'an raised his gaze to the sky, absorbing the icy elemental essence wafting through the air. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Everyone, assume a defensive posture. The Pope commanded in a deep voice. At the same time, he summoned all his power to form an impenetrable shield around himself. Lin Xiaotian followed suit, quickly conjuring an energy shield around him. In that instant, a bizarre turn of events occurred. Those seemingly harmless snowflakes erupted with dazzling azure light, and a torrent of icy elements surged forth like a tsunami. In an instant, the unprepared disciples were frozen into statues of ice, the scene horrific to behold. An enemy attack. Lin Xiaotian and the Pope exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. This sudden blizzard was no natural occurrence, but rather a terrifying assault orchestrated by a formidable being wielding the ultimate ice elements, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth against them. Then realization dawned. This was not solely an attack aimed at them. Lin Xiaotian and Pope Li Liang'an's minds jolted simultaneously, their eyes wide with fear. Their heightened senses detected that the bizarre icy weather extended far beyond the confines of the Guardian's office. It was sweeping across the entirety of Hailing City. The numerous ferocious beasts under their control within the city fell in unison at the moment the azure light flashed, transforming into rigid ice forms. What divine being is this? Such a method is unheard of. Li Liang'an's voice trembled with disbelief, shedding the usual authoritative demeanor of a pope. Just as the two sought to uncover the source of this strange cold, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon them. A martial god. Lin Xiaotian's complexion paled as he sensed this overwhelming aura. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately locking onto a silver-blue streak slicing through the sky, hurtling towards their location like a bolt of lightning. That was a royal-class aircraft from the Elder Council. Lin Xiaotian's pupils constricted. Having once been a member of the Great Xia Kingdom's Elder Council, he was intimately familiar with this symbol of power and authority. This aircraft was designated for the Elder selected to serve as the Guardian, a royal-class vehicle specifically outfitted for that purpose. He himself possessed a similar one, the only difference being the color. Chapter 70. The Frost Martial God, despairing Lin Xiaotian. Pope Li Liang'an's gaze followed Lin Xiaotian's. Recognizing the approaching royal-class aircraft in the distant sky, fear surged within him like a chilling frost. How is this possible? How could the three sequential elders of the Great Xia Kingdom appear here? Shouldn't they be constrained by the beast god and unable to escape? Li Liang'an's voice trembled with incredulity, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Suddenly, a powerful surge of ice elemental energy erupted within the city. Unmistakably the work of the war god from the Xia Kingdom. Lin Xiaotian and the Pope exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a shared terror and despair that required no words. Although they were uncertain how this formidable warrior had breached the Beast King's defenses to infiltrate their territory, one thing was clear. Regardless of whether the intruder was one of the three war gods of the Great Xia, they were no match for his might. Flee, Your Holiness. We must leave this place at once. Lin Xiaotian urged urgently, his instincts kicking in. As humans who had allied with the ferocious beasts, they bore heavy sins. No matter which elder from the council arrived, they would not be spared. The best outcome would be to be captured, stripped of their powers, and imprisoned, subjected to relentless torment. With determination, Lin Xiaotian and Li Liang'an unleashed their full strength, preparing to escape. However, Li Luo's intent had already locked onto them. The snowflakes cascading around them, infused with ice elemental energy, coalesced into a crystalline prison that ensnared them like a net of heaven and earth. No, release me. They realized that once trapped, their fate was sealed and refused to succumb to despair. They summoned the might of the martial saint in a desperate bid to break free from the icy confines. Yet, the chains of ice, twisting like silver serpents, tightened with every struggle until they finally relinquished their resistance, helplessly watching as the silver-blue royal aircraft sliced through the skies and descended before their icy prison. What a terrifying mastery of ice elemental energy. Who could this newcomer be? Lin Xiaotian was filled with astonishment. His mind raced with questions like wild grass. None of the three elders of the Great Xia possessed control over ice. He was certain that the occupant of this silver-blue aircraft was not any of the war gods from the Great Xia. Could it be an ally summoned from the Sandbear Kingdom or elsewhere? But how could they pilot a royal aircraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Great Xia Council? The Pope, Li Liang'an, was equally bewildered, attempting to muster his inner strength for a final struggle. No, I cannot die here. He roared, but his exertion proved futile. Akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, the blue ice chains only tightened further, emanating an even more bone-chilling cold. Great beast god, save me. Help. Li Liang'an's face turned ashen, despair overwhelming him as he cried out for the Beast King to intervene. Yet, no response came. only the sound of the aircraft's hatch opening before him. Instinctively, Li Liangyan's vacant gaze shifted towards the opening, desperate to discern the identity of his visitor. As the hatch slowly revealed its contents, a figure clad in shimmering silver armor emerged, exuding an aura of terror befitting a war god. In an instant, the figure darted forward with such speed that even a martial saint could not perceive, standing before the ensnared Li Liangyan and Lin Xiaotian. In this tense atmosphere, the faint luminescence radiating from Li Luo's silver armor was akin to the most piercing winter light, plunging Lin Xiaotian and Li Liangyan's hearts into an abyss of dread. They both instinctively sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Li Luo, a power indicative of a novice war god. He must not be from the great Xia. Lin Xiaotian's heart raced with trepidation, yet a flicker of hope ignited within him. If that were the case, perhaps they still had a chance at survival. With sufficient incentives, they might secure their lives. My lord, we are willing to pay any price, just spare our lives. Lin Xiaotian implored, his voice trembling with desperation and supplication. Having betrayed the great Xia for the promise of the beast goddess legacy, he was unwilling to meet his end so easily. Yet, if forced to choose between his life and the legacy crystal, he would undoubtedly choose the former. Beside him, Li Liangyan quickly echoed, his voice laced with a desperate struggle. Great war god, I am the leader of the beast god sect, possessing countless invaluable martial resources. If you would be so gracious, I am willing to offer everything. His tone dripped with humility and flattery, but the only response was an oppressive silence. At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, pierced Lin Xiaotian's ears, chilling him to the bone. Ah, it seems I was not mistaken. It is indeed you too. Elder Lin, the council has treated you well. Why choose to ally with ferocious beasts? What promises have they made you? Li Luo removed his helmet, revealing a stern yet youthful visage, his gaze exuding an icy severity. Lin Xiaotian's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, You are Li Luo? How is this possible? Memories surged like a tide in his mind, vividly recalling Li Luo's exploits in Jiangning province, breaking through to the rank of martial saint by absorbing unique cosmic energy crystals and serving as the protector of Jiangning. Although this was their first encounter, Lin Xiaotian recognized him immediately from news reports, his heart pounding with disbelief. Why was Li Luo here in Liaohai province? And how had he advanced to a war god so swiftly? Your answer is irrelevant, Elder Lin. Prepare to depart this world, Li Luo replied, his eyes flashing with cold intent, his tone devoid of emotion. Before he could finish speaking, a crystalline ice blade materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, it pierced through Lin Xiaotian's chest, effortlessly bypassing his SS-grade defensive armor. Ah! Lin Xiaotian shrieked in agony, blood mingling with ice crystals as he writhed in pain. His eyes filled with resentment and pleading. Li, elderly, I have my reasons. Please, spare me. He felt the warmth of life ebbing away, desperately attempting to break free from the icy prison, but the chains coiled tighter as if alive. Reasons? Go tell them to Yama in the afterlife. Make the right choice in your next life. Li Luo's voice was as frigid as frost, a cruel smile gracing his lips. His betrayal of the great Xia had led to the downfall of Liaohai province, plunging millions into suffering. No excuse would absolve him. As his words fell, ice elemental energy surged from Li Luo's palm, coalescing into a chilling torrent. Ha ha ha, Li Luo. Even if you've become a war god, what of it? Once those ferocious beasts break through to beast sovereign, you will all perish. Lin Xiaotian, now fully aware that Li Luo would not show mercy, bore the unbearable pain and raged defiantly. Silence. Li Luo's expression remained impassive. A hand imbued with extreme cold descended upon him with lethal intent. With a sharp crack, Lin Xiaotian's skull shattered beneath the force, his manic laughter abruptly ceasing. The ice prison released its hold on Lin Xiaotian, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Li Luo's gaze swept over the corpse, noting a glimmer on Lin Xiaotian's finger, a spatial ring. His eyes brightened momentarily. With a mere wave of his hand, the ring was drawn from Lin Xiaotian's finger, floating into Li Luo's palm. With Li Liangyan still present, Li Luo chose not to examine his find just yet. His thoughts shifted as he directly stored the acquired spatial ring into his infinite space. Li Luo was once again enveloped by a thick aura of ice elements, slowly turning to gaze at the Pope, Li Liangyan, who was struggling violently nearby. His eyes were as cold as ice, and a devilish smile played upon his lips. Do not be hasty. It is your turn now. His brief words were imbued with a piercing chill. You. Li Liangyan trembled all over, having witnessed Lin Xiaotian's tragic fate. A flicker of desperation and madness flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, if that is the case, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Li Luo had not even spared Lin Xiaotian, who had once served as a guardian and protected the Liaohai province for years. How could he show mercy to someone who had long since become a minion of ferocious beasts? My lord, spare me. I will grant you anything you desire. Li Liangyan feigned terror as he pleaded for mercy from Li Luo. Yet, suddenly, his muscles tensed, and a glimmer of madness sparked in his gaze. It won't be so simple to kill me, Nightmare Abyss. In that instant, all his mental power coalesced into a terrifying storm, making a final struggle against Li Luo's mind. However, to Li Liang'an's astonishment, this attack, capable of driving ordinary warriors to the brink of mental collapse and ensnaring them in illusions under his control, was effortlessly dissolved upon touching Li Luo's consciousness as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. Li Luo merely tilted his head back slightly. A fleeting dizziness crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes still as frigid as ever. How can this be? Why are you unaffected? Li Liang'an's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Li Luo, his expression filled with despair. He had hoped to trap Li Luo in an illusion for a few minutes, thus allowing him to escape from Linghai City. Little did he expect that his strongest strike, a perfected SSS-level mental attack technique, would not even warn a frown from Li Luo. Most of the damage was absorbed by Li Luo's divine-grade frost silver armor, rendering the illusion entirely ineffective against him. Attempting to ambush me? How naive. Li Luo smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with icy light. Without further hesitation, he declared, "Let us proceed. It will not be long before the Beast Kings join you." Once more, he summoned the power of extreme cold in his palm, transforming it into a massive ice hand that ruthlessly struck toward Li Liang'an's face. No! Li Liang'an let out a desperate scream, but it was too late. The colossal icy palm, imbued with terrifying elemental energy, mercilessly pierced through his defenses. With a dull explosion, Li Liang'an's head shattered into icy fragments. Much like Lin Xiaotian before him, the surrounding air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. "I did not expect you to be a mental illusionist. I underestimated you." Li Luo sighed lightly, his tone devoid of any regret. "Unfortunately, such tactics are futile against me." A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he waved his hand, causing the ice prison before him to dissipate like morning mist, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the lifeless bodies of two cold martial saints. Then, Li Luo's gaze fell upon Li Liang'an's fingers. "There is still one left. Hand it over." The spatial ring was drawn up by the icy elements and slowly floated back into Li Luo's palm. "Hope of the Beast God sect. Let me see what treasures you possess." With a mere thought, Li Luo's consciousness penetrated the ring's defenses effortlessly. After a thorough inspection, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This fellow was quite wealthy. There were pills, spiritual herbs, and an abundance of superior quality resources, all above B grade, amassed like a mountain. It was a significant windfall. The items within were likely the result of Li Liang'an's long tenure as the Pope of the Beast God sect, combined with the spoils gathered from conquering Liaohai province's various cities, far richer than an ordinary peak martial saint. Next, Li Luo retrieved Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring from the infinite storage space. "Let me see what treasures you hold. Do not disappoint me." He secretly hoped to uncover even greater rewards. Having served as the guardian of Liaohai province for many years and being a seasoned late-stage martial saint himself, Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring should contain a substantial collection. As Li Luo's consciousness delved deeper, he easily breached the defenses. And a crystal of inheritance emanating a ghostly blue light caught his eye, instantly captivating his attention. "Is this an inheritance crystal?" Li Luo exclaimed softly, a look of delight swiftly spreading across his face. He had not anticipated discovering such a priceless gem, coveted by every warrior, within Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring. Carefully, he extracted it from the ring, cradling it in his hand, feeling the ancient and potent energy pulsing within. Yet, moments later, Li Luo's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. Why does this inheritance crystal feel inferior to the one I absorbed in the ancient ruins of Beihan Prefecture? Though both were inheritance crystals, Li Luo could distinctly sense that the energy contained within this one was vastly inferior to the previous one he had absorbed. There was a chasm of difference. Chapter 72, Crisis Averted, Bountiful Spoils. Gently stroking the inheritance crystal in his hand, a glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes before he ultimately decided to set it aside for the time being, opting not to absorb it immediately. Absorbing it would require time, and the crisis in the remaining cities of Liaohai province had yet to be resolved. After dealing with the two remaining high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts, as well as the Beast King in the northern border, he could then absorb it at leisure. There was no need to rush. With a thought, Li Luo stored the inheritance crystal back into the infinite storage space. He then leapt into the air, shooting up like an arrow, soaring high above Linghai City and gazing down upon the entire metropolis. The formidable perception of a martial god rapidly spread through the snow-blanketed city, seeking signs of human survivors. Thankfully, there were still human survivors in Linghai City. Li Luo felt a sense of relief. This city, which had been the first to fall prey to the beast tide after the military defenses collapsed, still had people clinging to life. However, this relief was soon overshadowed by a heavier emotion as he furrowed his brow. There were far fewer survivors here compared to Hangzhou City. Looking down into the city, he observed the countless ferocious beast corpses encased in ice, like specimens frozen within blocks of ice. After the war concluded, they could be excavated, yielding complete ferocious beast bodies. "I almost forgot about you." Li Luo suddenly sensed some presences within the city, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he vanished from the sky, a silvery figure darting swiftly between the buildings. Before long, Li Luo had eradicated all the warrior families that had allied with the ferocious beasts, simultaneously depositing numerous spatial rings into the infinite storage space. Subsequently, he returned to hover above Linghai City, utilizing the might of the martial god to project his voice throughout every corner of the city. I am the martial god, Li Luo. The crisis in Linghai City has been resolved, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. With that, Li Luo wasted no more time. His form transformed again into a silver streak of light, racing toward the floating cold star above the Guardian's residence. The hatch opened swiftly, and Li Luo entered the aircraft instantaneously. The engines roared to life. The cold star soared through the sky, hurtling toward the last few cities still under the control of ferocious beasts within Liaohai province. First, he would deal with the remaining 2 high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts. And then it would be the northern border beast king. A glint of frost flickered in Li Luo's eyes as he mentally prepared for the impending confrontations. As the cold star traversed through the cities of Liaohai province, which had succumbed to the ferocity of beastly invaders, time swiftly transitioned from midday to dusk. With an icy glint in his eyes, Li Luo stowed away the colossal corpse of a high-ranking Lord-level beast into his infinite storage space. He then leaped into the sky once more, announcing to the sheltered survivors within the city that the threat had been vanquished. Someone is here to save us. The survivors, upon hearing Li Luo's voice, cautiously emerged from their hiding spots. They were greeted by a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. Amidst the pristine white of the city, a plethora of beastly corpses, frozen in time as if sculpted from ice, littered the landscape. The oppressive atmosphere of despair that had long enveloped them shattered instantly, giving way to an eruption of deafening cheers from the survivors. Tears shimmered in their eyes, yet their faces radiated sheer exhilaration. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the martial god's aura around them, they collectively looked up toward the heavens, where they beheld a silver silhouette amidst the swirling snowflakes, none other than the newly anointed martial god, Li Luo, who had come to their rescue. They called out his name with the utmost sincerity. Li Luo, Li Luo. The voices of the survivors converged into a torrent, piercing through the howling winds and echoing in every corner of the city. High above, Li Luo, listening to the fervent calls of the survivors, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. With the last of the high-ranking Lord-level beasts dispatched, every city within Liaohai province had been reclaimed in a mere afternoon. The multitude of beast tides, alongside 3 high-ranking Lord-level beasts and the traitor Lin Xiaotian, had been thoroughly eradicated. Li Luo reveled in the bounty amassed within his infinite storage, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Among the treasures, the most precious was the legacy crystal unearthed from Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring, accompanied by the remains of the 3 slain high-ranking Lord-level beasts. The rest comprised a mountain of miscellaneous cultivation resources of B grade and above, predominantly acquired from the martial families that had allied with the beasts. A sly smile played on Li Luo's lips as he reflected on the wealth amassed by these ancient clans, now fortuitously falling into his hands. He mused that in future encounters of a similar nature, they could seek him out for a bountiful harvest. Moreover, the Elder Council would not demand a share of his spoils. They might even reward him with additional rare resources for his singular triumph in quelling the turmoil in Liaohai province. Ah, what a windfall! Li Luo beamed, his delight evident. It was time to relay the news of Liaohai province's reclamation to Elder Lan Shi. After a moment of exhilaration, Li Luo summoned Dreamweaver from the spirit ring and initiated communication with the 3rd sequence Elder to apprise her of the situation. At that moment, Elder Lan Shi, stationed at the military defenses of Bashu province, bore an expression of barely concealed anxiety. The Beast King across the defense line was exceptionally cunning, merely sending waves of beasts for probing attacks, while steadfastly avoiding direct confrontation. She understood that the moment she departed Bashu province to offer support elsewhere, the Beast King would strike with ferocity. As Lan Shi contemplated her strategy, the spirit ring on her wrist vibrated, signaling that Li Luo was attempting to establish contact. Li Luo? A jolt of concern surged through her. She feared he had encountered trouble in Liaohai province. Her expression became more solemn as she whispered, "I hope it's not as I dread. Elderly, have you encountered a troublesome issue?" She inquired, her tone laced with urgency. Regret washed over her for permitting Li Luo to venture alone into the perilous Liaohai province. If he were indeed in danger, their hands would be tied. Not at all, Li Luo replied, shaking his head, his voice imbued with confidence. Elder Lan, I have not disappointed you. The situation in Liaohai province is now stable. All cities that fell to the beasts have been successfully reclaimed, and the beast tide has been entirely eradicated. The 3 high-ranking Lord-level beasts, traitor Lin Xiaotian, and the Pope of the Beast God sect, Li Liangan, have all been vanquished. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped Elder Lan Shi on the other end of the line. Elderly, are you truly speaking the truth? Her pupils dilated in sheer astonishment, her mind reeling as she struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his accomplishment. To reclaim Liaohai province single-handedly and exterminate all the beasts, how could this be possible? Her incredulity was palpable. Countless questions surged forth, but before she could voice them, Li Luo's next revelation left her utterly speechless. Elder Lan, I have broken through to the martial god realm, Li Luo said, a calm smile gracing his lips. His words struck Lan Shi like thunderclaps within her heart. The martial god realm. Shock washed over Lan Shi's features, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, her composure as a third sequence elder dissipating into waves of tumultuous emotion. In a span of roughly half a month, he had ascended from mid-martial saint to the martial god. Could the bloodline of the cosmic race within him be so formidable? Or had he uncovered some monumental opportunity within the North Cold continent? Quickly regaining her composure, Lan Shi extended her heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, elderly, on your breakthrough to the martial god realm. This achievement is indeed a great fortune for the Blue Star human race. Internally, she marveled at Elder He's prescience. Perhaps the hope for humanity's victory over the beasts truly lay with this rising star. With Li Luo's extraordinary rate of growth, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with all martial god-level warriors in Blue Star. There was even a possibility he could pave the way to the revered martial sovereign realm mentioned in ancient relics, opening up a new path for humanity. Yet, transcending to the martial sovereign realm was no easy feat. Even the formidable second sequence elder, Xiang Yuan, had been stuck at the pinnacle of the martial god realm for decades. Despite having absorbed a martial sovereign level legacy crystal, he still lacked the assurance to break through to the legendary martial sovereign level. May heaven bless humanity. May heaven bless great Xia, Lan Shi fervently prayed within. Listening to Elder Lan Shi's exuberant congratulations, Li Luo allowed a hint of arrogance to surface in his smile. I thought I was the only one who felt this way, he remarked, slightly tempering his demeanor before continuing. While the crisis in Liaohai province has been resolved, Elder He is still entangled with the Beast King of the northern borders. I intend to set off immediately to offer my support. With that, Li Luo did not afford Elder Lan Shi further time to react, abruptly terminating the communication. Left in a state of shock, Lan Shi remained unable to collect her thoughts. Martial sovereign realm? Half a year is more than sufficient, Li Luo mused, confidence radiating from him. Armed with sufficient strength, he felt no longer constrained by fear. He then touched the spirit ring, and the cold star swiftly approached from the distant sky, piloted by Dreamweaver's automatic navigation. Li Luo wasted no time lingering in the vicinity, swiftly entering the cold star amidst the adoring gazes of the survivors. Preparations are underway to swiftly venture towards the northwestern region of the outer north border in Liaohai province, to assist Elder He in vanquishing the Beast King of the north border. As for the safety of the survivors within Liaohai province following his departure, Li Luo harbors no concerns. The residual influence of his authority lingers in every city, causing the surviving ferocious beasts to tremble in fear and retreat. They will not dare to infiltrate the cities in the foreseeable future. Xiaoming set forth towards the north border, Li Luo instructed, gazing at Mengji, who awaited his command within the aircraft. We should arrive shortly. Understood, Master, Mengji replied softly, and in an instant, the aircraft transformed into a streak of light beneath the twilight sky, heading directly towards the northwestern region of Liaohai province. As nightfall gently descended, the Hantian star, under Mengji's precise autopilot, traversed the now snow-blanketed boundary of Liaohai province, entering the expansive expanse of the north border. Not long after, upon Li Luo's entrance into the north border, as he prepared to locate Elder He, a powerful surge of energy accompanied by violent tremors emanated from deep within the distant forest. What is this? Li Luo sensed the residual energy and excitement flickered in his eyes. He instantly deduced that the source of the tremors was indeed the battleground where Elder He clashed with the two Beast Kings of the north border. One was a mid-level Beast King, and the other a high-level Beast King, both formidable in strength. It was no surprise they could intercept Elder He. Li Luo assessed the levels of the two Beast Kings and mused. The power of the high-level Beast King is merely a shade inferior to the Ice-Wing Dragon King of the northern cold continent. A surge of intense battle spirit welled within him. Since the enhancement of the Frost God Veins quality, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. It was a perfect opportunity to test his current prowess against these two Beast Kings. Elder He, hold on. I am coming to assist you, Li Luo declared, brimming with fighting spirit. The Hantian star swiftly made its way towards the forest's depths, where dark clouds loomed over the battlefield. At this moment, in the heart of the battlefield, Elder He Jing had been entangled in combat with these two Beast Kings for nearly 3 days. He exuded an aura of terrifying martial prowess, wielding a long spear that was entirely black, crackling with dark purple lightning. The surrounding weather was affected, with thunder rumbling incessantly. He appeared a stark contrast to the amiable old man Li Luo had first encountered in Jiangning province. As the battle intensified, Elder He had not connected with Lan Shi for communication, unaware that Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo. If this stalemate continued, Liaohai province might soon succumb. At this moment, as he gazed at the two defensive yet aggressive Beast Kings, fury ignited in his eyes, and he felt an urgent sense of impending doom. Chapter 74. Familiar Aura, the enraged Beast Kings of the North Border. Yet, The two beast kings were exceptionally cunning, reminiscent of the beast kings within Bashu province. They refrained from launching a direct assault, instead behaving like sly hunters, keeping Elder He firmly ensnared in the depths of the forest, preventing him from aiding in the pacification of Liaohai province. Boom! Elder He's spear traced brilliant dark purple lightning across the night sky, accompanied by deafening thunder, as he endeavored to free himself from the beast king's entanglement, yet to no avail. Beasts, dare you toy with me? Elder He roared, the lightning surrounding him growing increasingly violent. However, the two beast kings merely regarded him coldly, seemingly relishing this game of cat and mouse. They required only to keep Elder He occupied. There was no need for direct confrontation. If they could prolong this situation, Liaohai province would eventually fall, and the old man would naturally retreat. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within Elder He. If it weren't for the numerous internal injuries he had sustained, he would undoubtedly be capable of overcoming these two beast kings. Just as the standoff continued, the once pitch-black night sky suddenly transformed. Feathery snowflakes began to drift silently, adding an eerie quality to the battle. What is this? Elder He's heart raced, quickly adjusting his stance to maintain a safe distance from the two beast kings while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Why does this icy aura feel so familiar? Elder He furrowed his brow, sensing the intense ice element within the falling snow, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Just as Elder He was engulfed in confusion, a resonant voice pierced the night sky, cutting through the wind and snow to reach the battlefield. Elder He, I have come to assist you. As the words fell, a silver-white figure streaked through the distant night like a meteor. It was none other than Li Luo, radiating a potent aura of martial prowess and ice element energy, resembling an invincible war god arriving on the battlefield. In an instant, he positioned the two beast kings in a pincer maneuver. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Elder He focused his gaze and beheld Li Luo, clad in battle armor, exuding the powerful aura of a martial god, a stark contrast to their last encounter. Is it really you, Li Luo? His words were laced with incredulity, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Had he not heard that familiar voice, he would scarcely have believed that this martial god in the early stages was indeed that young lad, Li Luo. Just recently, Li Luo had been at the mid-level of a martial saint, yet within a mere half-month, he had ascended to the ranks of a martial god. Elder He was utterly astounded. Having lived nearly 3 centuries, he had never witnessed such rapid advancement. What could have transpired during this time? Had he remained composed upon learning that Li Luo had jumped from martial master to martial saint, he could no longer maintain his composure now. The leap from the pinnacle of martial saint to martial god is an insurmountable chasm for any martial artist. Yet, Li Luo had accomplished this feat in a mere half-month, a truly terrifying rate of progression. It is I, Elder He, Li Luo replied with a calm voice, tinged with a subtle hint of amusement. He had anticipated that Elder He would be astounded upon learning of his ascension to martial god, much like Elder Lanchi had been. However, the astonishment was not limited to Elder He. Even the two cunning beast kings on the battlefield revealed an unprecedented gravity. The Great Xia nation had gained yet another martial god. Li Luo's arrival was akin to a thunderclap, shaking not only Elder He's spirit, but also instilling an unprecedented sense of threat within the two beast kings. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of unease. The direction from which Li Luo had come seemed to be Liaohai province. In an instant, they realized the implications, their hearts racing with alarm. They had been outmaneuvered. If this newly ascended martial god had indeed emerged from Liaohai province, their carefully orchestrated scheme would crumble in an instant. With no beast kings guarding Liaohai province, their high-level subordinates would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this new martial god, and perhaps had already met their demise. Even more peculiarly, with the arrival of this newfound martial god, the frigid air around them grew even more oppressive, seemingly exerting a slight suppression on their powers. The golden-armored war elephant king regarded this chilling aura with trepidation, whispering to the nearby fiery lion king, "We must be cautious." The two beast kings quickly sensed the strange chill emanating from this newly ascended martial god. Elder He, I have already reclaimed Liaohai province. We shall discuss the specifics later. For now, allow me to assist you in dispatching these two beasts, Li Luo declared, his gaze filled with murderous intent, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Elder He felt his excitement give way to clarity. Upon learning that Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo, he felt as though he had received a powerful boost, nodding firmly in agreement. Indeed, this is not the moment for idle chatter. The two beast kings, upon hearing Li Luo's words, were engulfed in rage, completely caught off guard. They never anticipated that their long-conceived plan would be utterly dismantled by this newly ascended human martial god. Moreover, it seemed that he regarded them with utter disdain. Human, you seek death. The two beast kings roared in fury, their voices reverberating through the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway and snowflakes to swirl. Their emotions had undergone a drastic reversal compared to He Jing's earlier demeanor. The crimson eyes of the beasts were filled with scorn, entirely dismissing Li Luo, the newly minted martial god. To think that a mere early-stage martial god, who had just broken through, fancied he could vanquish them was sheer folly. Did he truly believe they were akin to the high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts of Liaohai province? If that were the case, they would no longer hold back their strength. The golden-armored war elephant king's deep voice brimmed with menace. No longer adopting a defensive stance, its massive body leaned forward slightly. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, its golden radiance growing ever more resplendent. A tremendous force of Beast King power surged forth from within, compressing the surrounding air with a crackling sound. It charged directly toward Li Luo, accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. As a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the two Beast Kings. Although their plan had completely failed, if they could eliminate this newly emerged human martial god, the gains would be equivalent to the fall of Liaohai province in the Xia kingdom. An early-stage martial god dared to speak such arrogance. Following closely was the mid-stage fiery Lion King, surrounded by blazing flames that shone as brightly as the sun. It radiated waves of scorching heat, swiftly evaporating the surrounding snowflakes. Together, they launched an assault on Li Luo. Chapter 75. The astonished He Jing, a single strike to kill. Not a chance. He Jing shouted angrily upon witnessing the scene. Instantly discerning the intentions of the two Beast Kings, purple lightning danced around him like serpents. The accumulated power of thunder he had honed over many years now unleashed in a frenzy. Boom. A heavy bolt of lightning struck from the night sky, and He Jing transformed into a flash of purple light. In an instant, he positioned himself between Li Luo and the Beast Kings, emitting a cold snort as his spear glimmered with a chilling light, pointing directly at the Beast Kings. Did they truly consider him invisible? An all-out assault from a high-level Beast King and a mid-level one was still far too daunting for Li Luo, who had just broken through to the martial god realm. Li Luo was the hope for humanity's triumph over ferocious beasts, and even if he were gravely injured, He Jing could not allow anything to befall him. Old He. Li Luo gazed at the resolute figure standing before him, warmth flooding his heart. After breaking through to the martial god realm, Li Luo could sense the stark difference in He Jing's condition compared to that of ordinary warriors. It was no exaggeration to say that in his current state, He Jing was risking his life against these two Beast Kings. The hidden injuries accumulated from years of battle gnawed at He Jing's vitality like maggots. Each engagement only aggravated his condition. Old He, leave these two Beast Kings to me. You can rest assured and watch. Li Luo spoke confidently, looking at the figure blocking him. With his current strength, slaying these two Beast Kings was a task far too easy. There was no need for He Jing to sacrifice his life. Before He Jing could respond, Li Luo's figure moved. The phantom step was instantly propelled to its utmost limit. In the darkness, he left behind trails of afterimages, akin to a phantom, charging directly toward the two Beast Kings that were rushing at him. You reckless youth. He Jing's heart tightened at the sight, taken aback by Li Luo's impulsiveness. Although he had just broken through and his power had surged, these two Beast Kings were not so easily dealt with. Alas, he was still too young. He Jing sighed, gripping his spear tightly, ready to rush in without a second thought to support Li Luo. Boom. Suddenly, an extraordinarily formidable aura erupted from Li Luo, completely surpassing the power range typical of an early-stage martial god. What is this? He Jing was momentarily stunned. His weathered eyes were filled with astonishment, even his breath becoming heavy. His mind raced with disbelief. This lad is truly an early-stage martial god. He had completely redefined He Jing's understanding of early-stage martial gods. He Jing halted, choosing to place his trust in Li Luo. Could it really be possible? His gaze brimmed with shock and anticipation as he gripped his spear, standing by with his eyes locked on the battlefield. Should anything seem amiss, he would rush to Li Luo's aid at the quickest speed. Li Luo's icy gaze fell upon the two Beast Kings charging toward him, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. I shall send you on your way. With that, he waved his hand lightly, as if plucking the strings of an invisible zither, causing heavy frost to crystallize in the air. Instantly, the limbs of the two rapidly advancing Beast Kings were firmly encased in ice, a chilling aura permeating the atmosphere. Is this all you've got? The two Beast Kings felt the cold seeping into their limbs, their expressions rife with disdain, and they struggled fiercely to break free. Yet, they soon realized they were bound, unable to move by the pervasive frost. What? How could this be? The fiery Lion King, master of fire, let out an unwilling roar. Its once proud flames, capable of melting even SSS-grade metals, encountered the frost that bound its limbs and failed to cause even the slightest ripple, instead being consumed by the icy elements. This strange phenomenon ignited terror within the fiery Lion King. Impossible. The two Beast Kings' eyes were filled with disbelief as they frantically struggled to escape their bindings. Yet the more they exerted themselves, the more formidable the ice became, seemingly intent on imprisoning them forever. Just as they were on the brink of madness from their struggles, Li Luo's aura surged once more. A wave of even more terrifying and purer ice elemental energy erupted from within him. The ice elements contained within the accumulated snow of the entire forest responded to Li Luo's call at that moment. Li Luo was enveloped in a thick chill. resembling an ice deity from the snowy realms, and he softly intoned, "Ice seals 1,000 miles. All things fall silent." As his words fell, the world shifted, and the air around them suddenly solidified. Immediately after, the snowflakes falling from the night sky transformed into countless sharp blades, each imbued with the power to tear through SSS grade armor with a chilling bite. They descended upon the two beast kings in a torrential assault. Roar! The fiery Lion King let out a final wail of despair. Its once mighty flame defense crumbled beneath the relentless barrage of ice blades, its massive form left riddled with wounds, devoid of life. Meanwhile, the golden armored war Elephant King, known for its defenses, was now a battered wreck, its eyes dimmed, fear emanating from it like a tangible presence. How could this human be so powerful? The golden armored war Elephant King felt an unprecedented sense of shock and despair wash over it. "Ah, you can still endure, it seems." A playful smile curled at the corners of Li Luo's mouth, his eyes glinting with mockery as he approached the still-breathing golden armored war Elephant King. "No, don't come any closer." The golden armored war Elephant King gazed at Li Luo, who was steadily advancing, its eyes filled with terror, its voice barely a whisper. It had never anticipated that this newly ascended human martial god could unleash such terrifying power, effortlessly shattering its defenses. Li Luo stood before the ailing golden armored war elephant. Raising his hand slightly, a dense mass of ice elements surged forth, coalescing into a palm of bone-chilling cold. "It's time to depart. Do not worry. The remaining beast kings will soon join you." Li Luo's lips curved into a cold smirk, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Without hesitation, he brought his palm crashing down upon the massive head of the golden armored war Elephant King. Bang! A crisp sound resonated through the forest. The golden armored war Elephant King's colossal body trembled violently, and the light in its eyes extinguished in an instant. The once vibrant body now lay amidst the surrounding snow, utterly devoid of life. With a single strike, the blazing flame Lion King was obliterated, while the formidable golden armored Elephant King lay gravely wounded. This scene left He Jing, who stood at a distance behind Li Luo, completely astounded, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. The two northern beasts that had ensnared him for nearly 3 days were reduced to mere insects before Li Luo, effortlessly annihilated without a hint of resistance. Moreover, the power Li Luo unleashed in the early stages of the martial god realm was not in the slightest inferior to that of the peak martial god elder, Xiang Yuan, and perhaps even more terrifying in its subtlety. Chapter 76. Another martial god emerges beyond the imperial capital. At this moment, He Jing's heart surged like a tempestuous sea. Unable to calm, he stared blankly at Li Luo's silhouette, filled with curiosity about the events that had transpired during Li Luo's half-month journey to the northern cold continent. How could his strength have undergone such a dramatic transformation? Amidst He Jing's astonished gaze, Li Luo swiftly placed his hands upon the lifeless bodies of the two beast kings, instantly absorbing them into his infinite storage space, leaving no trace behind, as if they had been devoured. Was this the power of spatial manipulation? He Jing marveled at this incredible sight, his astonishment deepening. Even he could not fathom where Li Luo had concealed the two beast kings, save for the coagulating blood of the beasts upon the snow, which bore witness to their former existence. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Li Luo's battle armor gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a radiant bracelet that adorned his other wrist. Turning to face the astonished He Lao, Li Luo wore a composed smile and said, "What do you think?" "He Lao, I told you to leave it to me. There was no problem at all." His tone was remarkably relaxed, as if the earlier annihilation of the two beast kings had posed no challenge whatsoever. With his current strength, even if the beast emperor were to arrive, the outcome would likely not differ much from that of these two beast kings. Li Luo, noting He Lao's impending words, preemptively interjected with a beaming smile, "He Lao, let me share with you the tale of my journey. Upon reaching the northern cold continent, I inadvertently discovered an ancient ruin buried beneath the glaciers for at least 10,000 years. Within, I not only found a martial sovereign level inheritance crystal, but also absorbed a substantial amount of energy snow crystals. Of course, the most crucial aspect was my unwavering dedication to cultivation, which ultimately led to my breakthrough into the martial god realm." Li Luo succinctly explained the reasons to He Lao. Smiling, had it been anyone else, he would not have shared so much. The reality was, indeed, quite similar. As for why he could effortlessly dispatch the two northern beasts, it was entirely due to the enhanced quality of his frost divine vein, which had reached a terrifying level of control over the ice element. "I see," He Jing replied, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. No wonder Li Luo's rate of breakthrough was so swift. He had discovered a martial sovereign-level ancient ruin in the northern cold continent and had reaped considerable rewards, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. He Jing's gaze lingered on the bracelet-like armor on Li Luo's wrist, its silvery sheen exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly of exceptional quality, certainly reaching divine level. "I presume you are aware that beyond the martial god realm, there exist the secrets of the martial sovereign and martial emperor realms," He Jing said, his voice tinged with anticipation. "At present, He found it unlikely to break through the peak martial god realm, let alone reach the realm beyond. Yet Li Luo was different. Perhaps he might witness Li Luo's ascension to martial sovereign before his own lifespan dwindled. With this thought, a smile of joy spread across He Jing's face as he stepped forward and patted Li Luo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. From this moment forth, humanity's martial god in the Blue Star will gain another member." He then sighed, "You, my boy, are truly fortunate to the point of envy. First, you absorbed the inheritance crystal from the cosmos, and now you have obtained a martial sovereign level inheritance. Such opportunities are indeed enviable." Though He Jing jested, his heart genuinely rejoiced for Li Luo. Despite the setbacks faced by the Xian nation following the upheaval in Liaohai province, they had welcomed a fourth martial god-level warrior, one whose strength had even surpassed that of the peak martial god. Hard work and opportunity go hand in hand. I believe my efforts play a significant role. Li Luo smiled and replied, somewhat insincerely. The achievements of today were entirely due to the system's signing-in mechanism. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation naturally shifted towards the current situation. In Liaohai province, under Li Luo's suppression, there was temporarily no danger. The only unfortunate aspect was the absence of the guardian envoy, Zhou Yi, who had not been seen between the various cities of Liaohai province. It was highly likely that he had encountered misfortune. Sigh, He Jing sighed heavily, his heart brimming with anger towards Lin Xiaoyan's treachery. If it weren't for that, the current situation in the Great Xian nation would undoubtedly be better than before. Given Li Luo's earlier display of formidable strength, he might very well be able to withstand the impending breakthrough of the Beast Emperor. I hope Elder Zhou has safely weathered the storm, He Jing remarked gravely, gazing towards the distant direction of Liaohai province. Now that the two beast kings of the north have been eliminated, we should seize the opportunity to eradicate the beast tide threatening the imperial capital's borders. Afterward, we can dedicate ourselves to searching for Elder Zhou's whereabouts. Li Luo nodded in agreement, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, He Lao, if we can eliminate this beast tide as well, the ferocious beasts in the northern region of the Xian nation will suffer a devastating blow. For the next few years, or even several decades, they will be unable to gather into another large-scale beast tide, threatening the borders of the imperial capital or launching sneak attacks on the rear of Liaohai province. Excellent. He Jing's face broke into a smile at Li Luo's concurrence, his thoughts mirroring Li Luo's. After this battle, the ferocious beasts in the northern region would undoubtedly become increasingly docile. They could even transition from defense to offense, thoroughly suppressing the ferocious beasts in the northern region, transforming it into a training ground for the Xian nation, akin to the wilderness areas within the province. With that, Li Luo and He Jing summoned their respective war machines through the spirit's swift rings on their wrists. The rumbling sound quickly echoed from the distant forest as two war machines soared into the sky, rapidly approaching the two men. Without further ado, they swiftly boarded their war machines and sliced through the night sky towards the imperial capital. At the forefront of the imperial capital's formidable military defense line, the battle raged fiercely. The night was as dark as spilled ink, yet the flames of war illuminated the entire battlefield, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. The deafening roar of defensive artillery intertwined with the howls of ferocious beasts. At this moment, the guardian envoy of the imperial capital, Qin Hong, was engaged in a fierce struggle against three high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts, alongside two summoned external elders, clad in dark purple battle armor that shimmered in the night sky. He was enveloped by a tempestuous force of thunder, wielding a spear with relentless fervor. During the nearly 3 days of interception by the beast tide, they had fought these three high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts multiple times, yet neither side had managed to gain the upper hand. It had been an impasse. What a troublesome adversary. I wonder how my master is faring, Qin Hong thought, his brow furrowed with concern. He was all too aware of his master's physical condition. Chapter 77, Sweeping the Battlefield. The retreating beast tide. Just then, the night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Two overwhelming auras of martial gods surged from the distant horizon like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Qin Hong's heart trembled violently. One of these martial god auras was familiar to him. It was his master. But who did the other aura belong to? Was it Elder Lan or Elder Xiang? Qin Hong's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, he was well acquainted with the auras of the three martial deities. Yet the unfamiliar presence of another martial deity in the air was distinctly unlike any of them. What a perplexing enigma. The most bewildering aspect was that this foreign aura also bore a hint of familiarity, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. The ensuing scene left all present in a state of astonishment. As two martial deities' auras drew near, the battlefield, once engulfed in smoke and flames, gradually became suffused with an eerie chill. Soon, a flurry of snowflakes began to cascade from the sky. Elder Qin, what is happening? Inquired the two auxiliary elders who had come to assist, their eyes fixed on the sudden snowfall. Even though the imperial capital is situated in the north, it shouldn't be snowing at this time of year. Has the environment changed so drastically during our years of seclusion? I am equally perplexed. Everyone, Remain vigilant, Qin Hong replied, shaking his head in confusion. He too was eager to unravel the mystery, particularly concerning the identity of the other martial deity, aside from his master. Qin Hong and the three formidable, high-ranking beasts opposite him stared at the descending snowflakes in stunned silence. Instantly, both parties heightened their alertness, especially the three imposing high-ranking beasts that had been confronting Qin Hong and his allies, who now sensed the sudden approach of the two human martial deities, their eyes betraying a flicker of unmistakable fear. This situation is dire. Why have the human martial deities returned so suddenly? And why is there an additional one? Why do we not detect the aura of the king? Could there be trouble on the king's side? What should we do? Should we retreat? The enormous eyes of the three high-ranking beasts brimmed with apprehension as they communicated in their unique, beastly tongue. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately. After a brief discussion, the three high-ranking beasts swiftly reached a consensus and resolved to retreat post-haste. The circumstances had shifted, the human martial deities had unexpectedly returned, and now there were two. Yet, they felt no presence of their king nearby. For creatures of their caliber, facing even a single martial deity was a formidable challenge. Remaining here would only lead to certain doom. With a thunderous roar, the three high-ranking beasts signaled the surrounding horde of beasts to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled at their swiftest pace towards the dense forest behind them. The horde of beasts, which had been relentlessly assaulting the human defenses, sensed the retreat signal and the oppressive aura of the martial deities in the air, causing a stir among them. They swiftly turned and followed the three high-ranking beasts into the forest. Split up. The three high-ranking beasts, acutely aware of the encroaching pressure from the martial deities, felt an unsettling anxiety. In an instant, they darted off in three different directions, leading the horde of beasts towards the forest. The chances of survival would be greater if they scattered. If they huddled together, they would likely become easy targets for the approaching human martial deities. The sudden withdrawal of the horde transformed the atmosphere on the battlefield into something distinctly peculiar. Qin Hong exchanged glances with the two auxiliary elders, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. The horde has retreated? Qin Hong observed the fleeing forms of the beasts, his brow slowly unfurling. He had already surmised the reason behind their flight. It was undoubtedly the overwhelming pressure emanating from his master and the other martial deity that had frightened them away. Elder Qin, should we pursue them while they are in disarray? Asked Miao Yi, the mid-stage martial saint auxiliary elder beside him, his voice tinged with excitement, clearly reluctant to forfeit this rare opportunity for a counterattack. The other auxiliary elder, Yin Tong, a late-stage martial saint, appeared more cautious and pondered aloud. Elder Miao, we must not act impulsively. The horde's retreat was far too sudden and entirely due to the intimidating presence of Elder He and the other martial deity. They have not truly been defeated. The horde retains much of its strength, and we are oblivious to the mastermind behind this attack, the Beast King of the northern frontier. If they are concealed within the forest behind the horde, a reckless pursuit could lead to our annihilation. Unlike Miao Yi, who was wholly engrossed in his training, Yin Tong's military background endowed him with greater experience. Qin Hong nodded in agreement, gravely stating, Elder Yin's analysis is astute. Preserving our strength and waiting for further developments is the wisest course. He then summoned his formidable internal energy, projecting his voice with piercing clarity. All troops, remain on high alert and do not pursue without orders. As he gazed up at the night sky, where snowflakes continued to drift down, he murmured to himself, how peculiar. What is the source of this snowfall? Extending his hand to catch the snowflakes, he was taken aback by the intense presence of ice elements within them. This snowfall was imbued with a richness of ice energy that could not possibly be of natural origin. Just as Qin Hong intended to share his discovery with the two auxiliary elders beside him, an unbearable chill suddenly enveloped the air, as if winter had arrived prematurely. This frigid aura completely disregarded their SS-grade battle armor, bearing down upon them with terrifying intensity. What a dreadful chill. Where is this cold emanating from? To evoke such a profound sense of cold within me, the three of them felt an unprecedented sense of oppression as the surrounding air seemed to freeze, rendering even their breaths labored. They quickly channeled their internal energy to counteract the chilling force, which appeared not to be directed at them, allowing them to hold it at bay, albeit barely. Danger looms. Meanwhile, the three high-ranking beasts, desperately leading the horde in their frantic escape, also sensed the pervasive, bone-chilling cold surrounding them. They felt an additional peculiar coldness spreading in their vicinity, directly suppressing their strength. What is happening? Are you feeling your powers being restrained? One asked. You too? I thought it was just me. Panic filled the eyes of the three high-ranking beasts, their muscles taut as they communicated their current predicament through their unique means. Upon discovering that the others shared the same experience, they hastily gathered their strength, striving to resist the relentless frost energy that was surging within them.